After 10 arduous years of relentless struggle, Bai Ming found himself compelled to marry the useless young lady of a wealthy family. Reborn back to his kindergarten days, he has completely surrendered to lethargy, for ultimately, the conclusion remains unchanged. However, this haughty and sharp-tongued, useless young lady seems to be quite different from what he had anticipated. Here, I don't want this. I dislike these filthy things, they are all yours. He is my dog. One must consider the master before striking a dog. I raised him, and none of you are allowed to bully him. Humph. Who gave you permission to share my bed? Where are you going? Come back and warm my bed. Bai Ming, you belong to me. If you run off with someone, I shall break your legs. She fiercely marked her territory on Bai Ming, declaring to all that he was hers. She would provide him with the very best, then proudly asserted, "What I raise is, naturally, the finest." After a moment of awkwardness, she added, "So Bai Ming, you are the best." The adorable little bun looked up at his father. "Daddy, how did mommy catch up to you?" Bai Ming gazed at the woman trimming flower branches by the window. When she was little, she was in a wheelchair, and it was electric and very fast. I couldn't outrun her, so she caught up to me. Little bun. The woman turned her head, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. "Your father is talking nonsense. He is the one I raised." Her tone was filled with pride. Bai Ming merely smiled, pondering who truly raised whom. Chapter 1. Is the haughty and sharp-tongued young lady my childhood sweetheart? Bai Ming felt somewhat vexed. While others are reborn as dragon kings or war gods, or at the very least, endowed with some sort of system, he had never envisioned his own rebirth would commence in such a peculiar manner. Yet, it was not merely a return to kindergarten that perplexed him. The real issue was that at this moment, the teacher was interrogating him as to why he had torn off the sun emblem from their kindergarten sign and plucked the orchids that the principal had set out to bask in the sun. Bai Ming. He had no idea. As he listened to the teacher's tirade, Bai Ming lowered his gaze to his grimy little hands and finally regained his senses. It seemed he had indeed been reborn back to his time in the middle class of kindergarten just a minute ago, as evidenced by the dirt smeared on his trousers, which his mother had sewn. "Teacher Zhang, the sun is with me." A somewhat chilly yet tender voice, characteristic of a young child, pierced through the somewhat noisy office, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Bai Ming and Teacher Zhang looked up simultaneously. What they beheld was a young girl seated in a wheelchair, her entire form enveloped like a white snowball, yet her delicate face was exquisitely sculpted. She was beautiful, undeniably so, but why did Bai Ming find her so familiar? Wasn't this the very young lady he was about to marry, Miss Su? Bai Ming, an entrepreneur hailing from a small town, was fortunate to have established his own company at a young age, thriving amidst the business world. However, in the year of his 28th birthday, his company faced relentless oppression, and the ensuing financial troubles nearly led to its collapse. It was during this tumultuous time that Su Shangsheng appeared. The woman was strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor was cold and aloof. "Marry me, and all your problems will be resolved." Bai Ming, contemplating the daughter of the consortium that was ruthlessly attacking his company for 3 seconds, ultimately acquiesced. With neither a girlfriend nor a wife, marrying a top-tier beauty like Su Shangsheng was certainly not a loss for him. Before his rebirth, their wedding ceremony was on the cusp of commencing. Su Shangsheng, gazing into the mirror in the lounge, inquired, "Bai Ming, do you remember me? We were classmates in Tanshui Town." She hesitated momentarily, her lips pressing together slightly as if touched by a hint of shyness. "I suppose we can loosely consider ourselves childhood sweethearts." Bai Ming fixated on her beautiful, delicate face, which now bore a hint of nervousness, and he was certain he would never forget such a stunning classmate. He shook his head. "Sorry, I have no recollection." The girl in the white dress's eyes dimmed. "Well, it's all right." Suddenly, the power in the lounge went out, and amidst the cacophony of gasps and exclamations, Bai Ming found himself face to face with Su Shangsheng, who was struggling to maneuver her wheelchair. Her small, pale hands and face were flushed with embarrassment. A blanket draped over her lap bore the emblem of their kindergarten sun logo. "Shangsheng, what brings you here?" Teacher Zhang, who had just been about to scold Bai Ming for his misdeeds, now approached Su Shangsheng with an expression of deep concern. Bai Ming, too engrossed in observing Su Shangsheng's legs, paid little mind to Teacher Zhang's dramatic shift in demeanor. Memories from his 5-year-old self flooded his mind. Su Shangsheng was a transfer student in their class. Unlike the children raised in Tanshui Town, Su Shangsheng was fair and beautiful, even more so than the dolls among the girls in the class. Unfortunately, she was like a broken doll, as she could not walk and was always confined to her wheelchair. Moreover, this beautiful doll was remarkably silent, hardly engaging with anyone, except for Bai Ming, of course, as he was rather shameless. That day, he had seen Su Shangsheng by the playground and excitedly approached her, asking, "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Bai Ming, who had just been rolling around in the dirt while playing Ultraman, Su Shangsheng frowned slightly, her expression tinged with disdain. "What does that have to do with you?" After a moment, she added quietly, "Looking at flowers." The chilly wind whisked by, immediately reddening the girl's fair face. Bai Ming gazed at her rosy cheeks for a moment, realizing, oh, it dawned on him that it was winter, and there were no flowers. She must have wanted to join them in basking in the sun, but felt embarrassed to say so. Subsequently, Bai Ming darted away towards the flower pots by the playground, then returned to Su Shangsheng, placing the sun emblem he had just acquired in his pocket on her knee, along with the wildflowers he had just picked for her. You want to play with us, right? But the weather is not good today. It's too windy. Let's play house next time. Also, here are the flowers you wanted. Take your time to look at them in the classroom. He paid no mind to whether she agreed, using all his might to push her back to the classroom. In his haste, the flowers fell along the way, and, as he turned to wash his hands, teacher Zhang grabbed him. Bai Ming mused that a 5- or 6-year-old could indeed accomplish such feats. But who had actually plucked the sun? Sitting in her wheelchair, Su Shangsheng attempted to maneuver it. For children of their age, the wheelchair was not easy to handle, and Bai Ming noticed her delicate fingers had turned red from the effort. The wheelchair came to a halt before him, accompanied by the girl, Su Shangsheng, who cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ming before addressing teacher Zhang, saying, I want to see the flowers, and after school, I will ask Uncle Driver to arrange for someone to fix the gate. As for the orchids, I will have my grandmother compensate for them. The young lady is indeed a true heiress, having been affluent and extravagant since childhood. Su Shangsheng, perhaps unaccustomed to Bai Ming's usual vivacity, now rendered silent, turned her gaze back to him and remarked, Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. Teacher Zhang glanced at Su Shangsheng's legs and smiled, saying, Is Shangsheng concerned about Bai Ming? The teacher merely advised him that the kindergarten entrance is too high to scale. He mustn't attempt it again. Who has the time to care about him? Su Shangsheng, still just a child, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment upon hearing the teacher's words and hastily averted her gaze from Bai Ming. Her contradictory demeanor was undeniably charming, and at that moment, Bai Ming genuinely found her adorable. With her round face, large eyes, and rosy lips, adorned with 2 small braids, her emotions were transparent, starkly contrasting with her later aloof and haughty demeanor. She was quite endearing, no, exceedingly charming, prompting Bai Ming to silently gaze at her without uttering a word. Su Shangsheng tightened her grip on the golden sun in her hand, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. Why was Bai Ming silent today? Had the teacher scolded him? Teacher Zhang, wearing a wry smile, said, All right, you two may return. I will arrange for someone to reinstall the sun. As he spoke, he reached out towards Su Shangsheng to retrieve the icon. However, she clutched her small son tightly, asserting, I will still ask Uncle Driver to bring a new one. This one is old. And I will also have my grandmother compensate for the flowers. With that, she turned her gaze back to Bai Ming, saying, Bai Ming, let's go back, clearly reluctant to part with the little son in her lap. Bai Ming responded with a soft, oh, instinctively reaching out to assist her in pushing the wheelchair. However, for a 5- or 6-year-old child, the wheelchair proved somewhat heavy, and Bai Ming almost struggled to push it, requiring teacher Zhang's assistance. He admonished the two, Be careful, Bai Ming. Don't push Shangsheng around recklessly. Her health is delicate. Last week, you nearly pushed her into a puddle. Bai Ming replied, Understood, teacher. On the way back, Su Shangsheng, without looking at Bai Ming, abruptly stated, I am perfectly fine. My cold has nothing to do with you. Bai Ming had just recalled what he had done to Su Shangsheng. Bai Ming was a child who grew up in the town, spending summers catching fish in the river and rolling in the snow during winter, climbing trees and fishing. He engaged in all sorts of activities. Su Shangsheng, however, was different. She was the young lady in everyone's eyes, residing in a villa in the mountains with her grandmother. The chauffeur drove a Maybach, far more expensive than the combined value of Bai Ming's family home, the car wash they operated, and her mother's recently closed pastry shop. The first day she arrived in her wheelchair, Bai Ming accidentally knocked her over, which led to him, burdened by guilt, ignoring her indifference and always lingering around her. Children possess simple minds. Young Bai Ming merely wished to atone for his mistake, and moreover, Su Shangsheng was undeniably beautiful. What child wouldn't want to befriend a pretty companion? Bai Ming was no exception. Stop! Su Shangsheng suddenly spoke up as they passed the restroom, her small hand pointing. Wash your hands. You've dirted my wheelchair. Her tone carried a hint of disdain, which could be hurtful to a child. Yet, Bai Ming was no longer just a child. He noticed that in her small hand, besides the sun, she tightly held a pink, adorable band-aid. Indeed, after washing his hands, he discovered that his own hands were scratched and raw. Su Shangsheng did not leave, but waited at the restroom door. When Bai Ming emerged, she waved him over, saying, Extend your hand. It looks terrible. Here, I'm giving it to you. As she spoke, her round face tensed, and her large eyes couldn't help but sneak glances at Bai Ming's hand. Bai Ming, intrigued by the young Su Shangsheng, deliberately replied, No need for the band-aid. My dad says scars are a man's badge of honor. He raised his hand to inspect it, recalling that he had quite a few medals from his childhood. Furthermore, this was an excuse for old Bai to scold him. Su Xingxing's big eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at Bai Ming, seemingly taken aback by his refusal. She tossed the pink band-aid aside, declaring, "Do as you wish. If you didn't want it, then so be it." She didn't care whether he was in pain or not. It had nothing to do with her. With a glance of annoyance at the smiling Bai Ming, Su Xingxing fumbled around for the wheelchair's handle, discovering a button hidden beneath. With a press, the wheelchair turned smoothly, and she moved along with it. Bai Ming thought to himself, "How did I not notice it was electric before?" He watched as she swiftly wheeled away, then bent down to pick up the band-aid from the ground. Upon returning to his class, as he entered, a plump boy resembling a coal ball approached him, asking, "Bai Ming, did you get scolded by the teacher for the young lady today?" Glancing at his still plump friend, Ku-yi, Bai Ming nodded. "Yeah, the young lady just saved me." Nearby, a little girl at a small table cast a fleeting glance at Bai Ming before quickly averting her gaze. Ku-yi sighed. "She treats you so well. She ignores us." Bai Ming paused, surprised that someone so young could be so aloof. At that moment, Teacher Liu entered through the front door, urging, "Children, please take your seats." Ku-yi promptly dashed back to his place. Bai Ming, recalling his memory, made his way to his seat beside Su Xingxing. Once seated, he noticed a strawberry cake on the table, exquisitely crafted and emanating the rich aroma of fresh strawberries, clearly not from the small cake shop in their town. Beside him, Shui Tuanchuan pouted and disdainfully remarked, "It's disgusting. I don't want it." Meanwhile, Ku-yi and the other children looked on with envy and longing at the strawberry cake. Bai Ming chuckled softly. This little Su Xingxing was rather charming. Chapter 2. Let me stamp it for you to be honest, Bai Ming held a rather favorable impression of Su Xingxing. Even though, in his previous life, her company had oppressed his own, the matter was fundamentally irrelevant to her. It was merely her inept brother who had established a company that happened to be in direct competition with Bai Ming's. When he ultimately could not outmaneuver Bai Ming, he returned to seek assistance from their father. Yet, one could hardly fault Su Xingxing for that. She was fortunate enough to have a supportive father. At any rate, during that time, Su Xingxing was not involved in her family's business affairs, which were rumored to be rife with internal strife. When she approached him about marriage, it indeed salvaged Bai Ming's company. In his eyes, they resembled more like partners in collaboration. Thus his overall impression remained quite positive. As he observed the girl with 2 braids adorned with little strawberries, he found it amusing that she claimed not to enjoy strawberry cake. With a playful grin, he reached out for a piece, declaring, "If you won't eat it, then I shall." Su Xingxing's previously taught expression softened slightly upon witnessing Bai Ming take a bite of the strawberry cake. Just yesterday, he had been eyeing it intently, clearly desirous of taste. At that moment, the teacher announced, "All right, everyone, please settle down. Today we shall learn to count." Gazing longingly at the exquisite strawberry cake, exclaiming, "It's a cake from a prestigious family. May I have a taste?" Bai Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. The yearning on the pudgy boy's face was all too evident. However, he shifted the cake slightly away, replying, "No, you cannot. If you indulge further, your parents will surely scold you." Seeing Bai Ming protectively guard his dessert brought a smile to Su Xingxing's lips. Her mood lifted even more when she noticed the pink bandage she had lost earlier was now affixed to Bai Ming's injured hand. Thus, when the next art class commenced, Bai Ming found himself contemplating the surreal experience of being reborn in kindergarten. He pondered whether to continue striving for excellence. In his previous life, he had been exceedingly diligent. Yet in this new life, he felt a desire to take it easy. Suddenly, a delicate white hand reached toward him, accompanied by a neat array of watercolor pens. Bai Ming turned to the owner of the hand. Su Xingxing, her small face taut with concentration, gently grasped his dark hand, forming a striking contrast with her own fair skin. "Let me stamp it for you," she declared, her voice tinged with youthful innocence. Bai Ming regarded her curiously. "Stamp it?" Su Xingxing nodded. "Did you not ask me yesterday to draw a watch on this hand as well?" Bai Ming lifted his unoccupied hand, revealing a watch drawn upon it. "Is this also your handiwork?" he inquired. Su Xingxing looked at him with a hint of puzzlement. "You were the one who insisted I draw it yesterday." Furrowing her brow with concern, she added, "Bai Ming, have you perhaps injured your brain? I should call the driver to take you to the hospital. If you become any more foolish, what shall we do?" Her already pale complexion grew even more so at the mention of a hospital. Bai Ming quickly replied, "I haven't. I merely zoned out for a moment. However, your drawing is quite impressive. Though, might I suggest that the minute hand is somewhat excessive?" Su Xingxing fell silent, and Bai Ming perceived a look of incredulity in her eyes, as if to say, "You insisted I draw it this way because it seemed cooler." In the end, Su Xingxing refrained from drawing a watch on his other hand, but she did write her name instead. The writing of a 5-year-old, particularly one with a name as intricate as Su Xingxing's, was hardly aesthetically pleasing, and Bai Ming's arm became filled with her scrawls. Despite not fully understanding why he was indulging a child, he concluded that he was still adjusting to the peculiarity of his rebirth. The day passed swiftly until evening dismissal. Tanshui town was small, and the neighbors were familiar with one another, so even at kindergarten, some parents would pick up their own children alongside their neighbors' kids. Others, like Bai Ming and his friends, merely strolled home, their excitement propelling them forward, heedless of their teachers' calls. Su Shengsheng watched as Bai Ming was whisked away by Ku Yi and their companions. Why was he not waiting with her today? Clutching her small backpack, she stood at the entrance, awaiting her driver. The little girl resembled a porcelain doll, drawing the gaze of passers-by, even from her wheelchair. Bai Ming had initially followed Ku Yi and the others, but he could not resist glancing back. There she was, waiting in her wheelchair, and he found it peculiar. Despite being merely 5 years old, she exuded an air of profound solitude. Bai Ming watched as Ku Yi purchased some candy from a store. Their pocket money was limited, and with the candy bought, they would lack enough for the starchy sausages. Ku Yi turned to Bai Ming with a proposal. How about this? I'll buy the candy, and you get the starchy sausages. Then, I'll let you have a lick of my candy if you let me have a bite of your sausage. Children were often not picky about such exchanges. Sharing saliva was a common occurrence. Yet, Bai Ming pulled a solitary coin from his pocket, declaring, I will buy candy. And without waiting for Ku Yi to respond, he dashed off with his sweet prize. Having eaten your cake, this candy is for you, he exclaimed, lost in thought. Su Shengsheng suddenly noticed a hand offering her 4 or 5 pieces of candy. Following the hand marked with her name, she looked up to see Bai Ming's radiant smile, his dark complexion contrasting with his bright white teeth. How'd he come back? Su Shengsen Muset. Recalling the little sun she had placed in her backpack and the orchid she had secretly retrieved, nearly tumbling from her wheelchair in the process. She glanced at the candy in his hand, her brow furrowing slightly. It appeared rather inexpensive. Noticing Su Shengsheng's hesitation, Bai Ming remembered her nickname, Little Mississippi. He promptly unwrapped a piece and stuffed it in her mouth, saying, My mother said children shouldn't frown so often. Is it good? What is this? Su Shengsen Zipli. A hint of distaste in her voice, though it grew softer, it's dreadful. In truth, it was not bad at all, tangy and sweet with a strong orange flavor. It was better than she had anticipated. Her beautiful eyes lit up with delight. Children's emotions were incredibly transparent, and Bai Ming did not mind her disingenuousness. He simply gazed at her legs in the wheelchair, unable to suppress a frown. Soon, a luxurious Maybach came to a halt before them. The driver parked the car, and the housekeeper hurried over, calling out, Shengsheng, have you been waiting long? Su Shengsheng shook her head, her mouth filled with the sweet candy. Her spirits lifted as if the mere sight of Bai Ming had brightened her day. She turned to him, saying, I'm leaving now. After the housekeeper lifted her into the car, the driver folded her wheelchair away, and the vehicle sped off. Bai Ming overheard 2 teachers whispering, What a pity for such a beautiful child to be in a wheelchair. Yet, he distinctly remembered that in his previous life, Su Shengsheng had appeared before him without the aid of one. He had heard rumors of an accident in her childhood, but to think it had happened at such a tender age. Let me have a bite of that, Ku Yi piped up, holding out a starchy sausage. Bai Ming returned to the present, eyeing the offering before him. You little rascal, just moments ago, you suggested licking and sharing. Bai Ming took a hearty bite of the sausage and sprinted away, exclaiming no, thank you. Bai Ming, Ku Yi's voice was filled with astonishment. You two slow down. Don't fall. Little Bai, be careful. Xiao Ku, your intestines have fallen out. Wails of Ku Yi echoed through the air, reaching Bai Ming's ears, prompting a smile to grace his lips. It was the end of the school day, and the streets were bustling with parents picking up their children. Cars moved slowly, yet there was an absence of honking, as if time itself had decelerated in this moment. Children surrounded the stalls selling starch sausages and various snacks, their chatter creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, the stall selling starch sausages always appeared more crowded than the others. At just 5 or 6 years of age, Bai Ming could feel the essence of Tanshui town enveloping him, giving him a genuine sense of having returned. The winter breeze in Tanshui town seemed to carry a hint of warmth. Bai Ming mused that returning once more wouldn't be such a bad thing. Chapter 3. Then I want Bai Ming. Inside the car, Su Shengsheng held a warm bottle of milk handed to her by the butler, but made no move to drink it. With her other hand, she retrieved a small plastic sun and an orchid from her backpack, placing them on her lap and gazing at them. Bai Ming is so foolish. This isn't a wildflower. It's an orchid, and the sun wasn't even picked by him, yet he doesn't tell the teacher. However, recalling her own secretive escapade of rolling her wheelchair out of curiosity to see where Bai Ming and the others played during lunch, Su Shengsheng felt she wasn't particularly clever either. The butler observed her delicate face and then glanced at the small sun and orchid on her lap, smiling as he initiated a conversation. Miss, you'll be back tomorrow, and I'm glad you dismantled the kindergarten S small son and plucked the principal S orchid today. You even said you wanted to install 50 or 100 sons in the kindergarten, right? The orchids will be compensated for too. At least now Sheng Sheng is as mischievous as the other children. Su Sheng Sheng set the small son and orchid aside. The miss the butler referred to was her grandmother. After her incident, she had been sent to live with her grandmother, and it had been 3 months now. Her grandmother treated her well, yet she still missed her parents. She turned to the butler earnestly and said, but 50 sons would be too many. Even Ho, he couldn't shoot them all down. Even the most precocious of children have thoughts that can elicit amusement. The butler chuckled, then we one T send 50 sons. By the way, miss, I want to find you a little companion who can accompany you to and from class. Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow, her mood plummeting, her small face taut. My parents said they would come to pick me up soon. I don't need a companion. At that moment, the scent of starched sausages wafted in from outside the open window, along with Bai Ming's familiar voice. I bought it for you. Why are you still crying? Bai Ming saw Ku Yi with tears streaming down her face, and as an adult, he felt a tinge of disdain. Truly, despite their childhood bond, it did not preclude him from feeling this way. Oh, is that from the house on the mountainside again? That is quite a nice car. I could never afford it even if I didn't eat or drink for a lifetime. Amidst the adults' teasing, Bai Ming glanced up to see a black Maybach, resembling a cage for a little princess. Su Xingxing's porcelain-like face was visible through the car window, yet her gaze was not that of a typical child. Bai Ming, for reasons unknown, waved at her and said, goodbye, young lady. Wow, it's a young lady. Ki jiasit herkering. Quickly taking a bite of her grilled sausage and pointing at the closed window of the Maybach, declaring, she is ignoring you. You don't understand? She looked at me. Bai Ming replied nonchalantly, smiling, finding it difficult to reconcile Su Shengsheng's vacant expression with the haughty demeanor she would likely adopt in the future. Let us go home. Otherwise, my mom will start cooking stewed pork with vine leaves again. Wait for me. Inside the car, Su Shengsheng released the button she had been pressing, her long lashes casting shadows on her face. Why are Bai Ming and the others always so happy? Is it because their parents are around? The butler produced a few candies from his pocket. Here, Shengsheng. She accepted one, unwrapping a tangerine-flavored candy, which bore a resemblance to the candy Bai Ming had just stuffed in her mouth. Yet for some reason, this imported candy paled in comparison to Bai Ming's offering. Could you consider it? Some little companions, one tea hinder your return when your parents' Haven tea arrived. At least you'd have someone to keep you company. The butler gently probed, mindful of Su Shengsheng's emotions. Children who cannot walk always require companionship, as recommended by psychologists. Su Shengsheng toyed with the small son in her hands, crunching the candy in her mouth, which seemed less delectable than before. Finding a companion means my grandmother will give them money, right? Su Shengsheng suddenly asked, her voice carrying a childlike innocence. Yet her tone was unsettlingly calm for her age. The butler, hearing her inquiry, brightened up. Yes, then I want Bai Ming. At that moment, having just entered the house, Bai Ming had no time to ponder his return to the long-lost hometown when his father, washing the car, playfully kicked his backside. You little rascal, where's your school bag? Bai Ming turned to see his father, looking 20 years younger, and thought, all right. The old man wasn't he lying. Yes, indeed, quite handsome. The man, tall and robust, was smoking while washing the car and gazing at Bai Ming, the kick having been playful rather than harsh. I forgot. No wonder it feels so easy. Turns out I left my school bag behind. Bai Ming swiftly climbed up his father's leg, exclaiming, old Bai, you look a bit handsome. His father scolded him in a local dialect, but still lifted his son onto his shoulders, allowing him to perch there. Stop flattering me. You left bite marks all over a classmate and had someone pin them down on the playground. Their parents just arrived, and your mom had to compensate them with 200 yuan. You'd better watch out. You might get a beating. Typically, the mere mention of a beating would send Bai Ming scrambling away, but today he remained still, a silly grin plastered on his face. Bai Ming was genuinely happy, reminiscing about childhood and wishing for a second chance. Especially after experiencing so much in his previous life, he did not want this to be a dream. He hoped it was real. A second chance meant seeing his youthful parents and childhood friends again, witnessing the vibrant life of Tanshui Town. What are you grinning about? You little fool? Have you lost your mind from all that fighting? Old Bai set down the water gun and playfully slapped Bai Ming's face. At that moment, a woman emerged from the backyard, her delicate beauty accentuated by gentle almond-shaped eyes, though the feather duster she held appeared less than gentle. Is that you, you little rascal? Get down here. Instinctively, Bai Ming clutched his father's ear. Dad, quick, run. Old Bai nearly dropped his cigarette, hoisting his son and sprinting outside, tugging at his hands. Let go, you little rascal. Old Bai, you're really running away with your son. Huh? The scene outside the car wash was chaotic. Their neighbor, Aunt Fong, chuckled and called out, "Little Bai, once your mom has done, come over for some sweet soup." Bai Ming, perched on his father's shoulders, replied cheerfully, "Okay." "Beautiful Aunt Fong, why are you hitting our son? Why not hit me instead?" Old Bai lamented while running. "What if you spoil our son? If he turns out bad, it's still your fault." Suyu chased after her husband. Bai Ming observed his youthful parents, hearing the good-natured laughter of the neighbors. He squinted his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The chaotic spectacle of the war on the sun concluded when the phone rang inside the shop. Xiaoyu returned to answer the phone. Lao Bai set Bai Ming down, tugging at his ear with one hand while holding a bowl of sweet soup given by the neighbor as he entered the house. Bai Ming, while trying to pry his father's hand away and crying out in pain, followed him inside. He then met the gaze of Xiaoyu. Bai Ming was perplexed. What else with the look? Aside from fighting, what else has he done today? After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu looked at her disheveled son and inquired, "What have you done to provoke that Su Shangshang from your class?" Bai Ming was bewildered. Chapter 4. Disdain for him. "He refuses to accompany me." Xiaoyu's words left Bai Ming, who was wrestling with his father for the sweet soup, momentarily stunned. He gasped and glanced at his mother, missing the last sip of the sweet treat. Alas, Lao Bai was in good health, and he was but a small child, unable to win in this tussle. Observing his father's triumphant expression, Bai Ming recalled the unique tactics of his older brother. Isn't he only 5 or 6 years old? He then threw himself onto the floor, rolling and wailing, "Wah, Dad is stealing my food." His cries were without tears, yet Lao Bai still ended up getting scolded. Xiaoyu chased her husband out and picked up the little rascal who was rolling on the ground, scolding, "You can clean your own mess." Bai Ming obediently complied, rolling over and sitting on the floor, offering a charming smile to his mother. Even with his reincarnation, he still felt the weight of maternal authority. Furthermore, his mother had indeed been quite beautiful in her youth. Xiaoyu squatted before her son, observing his grimy appearance with confusion. "Isn't Su Shangsheng that wealthy? Beautiful girl who transferred to your class? How did she end up needing you to accompany her in her studies?" she remarked. Even the family dog would turn its nose up at that filthy state. Bai Ming had come to terms with his reincarnation quite well after an afternoon of contemplation, even mastering the art of rolling on the ground. Yet, he was still taken aback at the mention of Su Shangsheng. "She want me to accompany her in her studies? Aren't we already classmates? What more is there to accompany?" He ruminated for quite some time, but could not recall any events from his previous life during kindergarten. It felt like an eternity ago. Bai Ming had grown up in a happy, healthy family. His parents were wonderful. He had always been a mischievous child. Yet he experienced great joy, with both parents present and a few close friends by his side. Before the upheaval, he had been quite successful in life, merely lacking a beautiful wife. Then Su Shangsheng had approached him herself. Overall, he felt little regret. Yet, here he was reborn. According to the narrative tropes he had often encountered in novels, this felt rather peculiar, particularly as he observed his mother, who appeared quite troubled while discussing Su Shangsheng wanting him as a study companion. What era is this? The implication was that they expected him to accompany that little classmate for after-school or holiday lessons, as they were hiring a private tutor. Xiaoyu mused that this arrangement could indeed save a great deal of money. She glanced at her unfortunate son, remarking, "They'll even pay you at your young age. You could earn more than your father." Bai Ming gasped, "How much?" 5,000 a month. Xiaoyu extended her palm, then realized her son might not grasp the value, adding, "Well, it's enough to buy you 10 sticks of starch sausage." Bai Ming protested, "Mom, that's even more ruthless than Zhouba pie. 5,000 just for 10 sticks of starch sausage? What kind of sausage cost that much?" Had he not been reincarnated, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement. "So did you agree?" he pressed. "I can start tomorrow." That's 5,000. The average salary in our town is barely 3,000. Bai Ming considered that he could indeed take on the role of a study companion. After all, it was merely entertaining children. Unfortunately, his mother shattered his dreams, saying no. Iva declined. "I told them that since they're all kids, if they want Su Shengshang to play with you, they should send her over." With that, she stood up, stretched, and kicked Bai Ming lightly, instructing, "Hurry back to kindergarten and fetch your backpack. Your dirty clothes and sweat towel will stink if left overnight." Bai Ming watched as Xiaoyu walked away, mumbling as he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It felt wonderful. Everything was just as he remembered. The people here were ordinary citizens, yet not greedy. His mother was quite impressive indeed. "Hey, you little rascal, go buy me a pack of cigarettes." Lao Bai's voice echoed from outside. Bai Ming chuckled, coming. On the first night of his reincarnation, Bai Ming slept soundly, feeling blissful amidst the whispers of the small town. Yet, the blissful child could not escape the torment of early morning school. As he groggily entered the classroom, nearly all the children were already present, gathered together, playing and laughing with familiar friends. Yet, Su Shengshang sat alone, like a lifeless doll. A clean toy bare rested on her lap, still bearing its price tag. No other children surrounded Su Shengsheng. The surrounding noise seemed irrelevant to her. She gazed at her classmates with her beautiful, large eyes, devoid of focus. Bai Ming lingered at the door for a moment before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and walking over. "Good morning, Su Shengsheng," he greeted as he took a seat beside her. The classroom chairs were uniform, but Su Shengsheng sat in her wheelchair, making her appear taller than Bai Ming. Her previously unfocused gaze now landed on Bai Ming's face. He awaited her response to his greeting. Yet the impolite little girl merely stared at him for a moment before turning her gaze away. She appeared cold, and even though her little face was adorable, her rudeness was undeniable. Bai Ming sighed and pointed at the bear in her hands. "It's beautiful." Su Shengsheng instinctively clutched her bear tightly. But upon seeing Bai Ming smile, she suddenly yanked the bear away and tossed it at him, declaring, "It's not pretty at all. It's ugly." Then she turned her head, refusing to look at Bai Ming any longer. "I dislike him. He doesn't want to keep me company." Recalling the answer she had overheard from the housekeeper the night before, Su Shengsheng's eyes brimmed with tears. Children have delicate skin, and with her naturally fair complexion, the redness became quite apparent. Bai Ming was perplexed by the bear that had suddenly been thrown into his arms. What had prompted this outburst? Just then, Teacher Zhang entered the room, calling for quiet. "All right, everyone settle down and prepare to line up for exercises." Her gaze scanned the room before landing on Su Shengsheng's reddened eyes, then shifting to the bear in Bai Ming's possession. Teacher Zhang frowned. "Bai Ming, did you take something from Shengsheng again?" Bai Ming protested. "Did he even have such a bear when he was young?" The teacher glances at him skeptically. Before he could explain, Su Shengsheng interjected, "No, that's mine. I threw it away because it's too ugly." Her voice sounded muffled. Bai Ming could not help but glance at her, noticing her reddened eyes. "I didn't want your bear." "I'll return it," he said, extending the bear towards her, but Su Shengsheng swatted it to the floor. She burst into tears, wailing, "Wah! Bai Ming doesn't want to play with me and doesn't like the toy I gave him." Bai Ming was left bewildered. Reincarnation is no fun. Children are so difficult to understand. Chapter 5. This time he will remember Su Shengsheng. In his previous life, Bai Ming was a notorious little tyrant as a child. He had never coaxed a child, and it was a miracle if he didn't end up making them cry. As he grew older, he would merely pat a cute child's head occasionally, and that was the extent of his interactions. Consequently, he lacked experience in comforting children. However, when he witnessed the sorrowful tears of the little girl, he couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable sob, immediately feeling ashamed of himself. At that moment, although she was crying silently, her beautiful large eyes continued to glisten with tears. It was evident that she was trying to hold back, but she was simply too young. Despite her efforts, her long eyelashes were now damp and clinging together, rendering her all the more pitiable. While Bai Ming and others would cry with both tears and snot, the little doll, in contrast, displayed a quiet stubbornness, her reddened eyes betraying her wish to suppress her tears, making her appear particularly woeful. Bai Ming sighed, bent down, and picked up the teddy bear that had fallen to the ground. "If you don't want it, that's fine, but why are you still crying? I am Tsundere. I really like the teddy bear you gave me." His words seemed to have an effect, as Su Shengsheng turned to look at him. Teacher Zhang quickly pulled Bai Ming over, urging him to comfort this little princess. After all, Su Shengsheng's grandmother had generously funded the renovation of the entire kindergarten, and they were simply waiting for the winter break to commence the work. Wasn't she indeed a little princess? "Shengsheng, please stop crying. Bai Ming truly cherishes your gift, right? You two are the best of friends." Teacher Zhang spoke gently. Having taught many children, she was well aware that youngsters often quarrel over who is whose best friend. The little dumpling, still sobbing, pouted her delicate lips and declared, He isn't my friend. I don't want him." "All right, if you don't want him, then you are a princess, and I shall be your little follower. How does that sound?" Bai Ming comforted her, and he noticed her eyes lightened a bit, as her mood appeared to improve significantly. Why was he so eager to console Su Shengsheng? Perhaps it was because, in his past life, during the overwhelming pressure of nearly bankrupting his company, it was she who had walked into his office with a 50 million yuan check, saying, "Bai Ming, marry me, and I will cover this amount for you." She had witnessed him at his most vulnerable. Or perhaps it was when his grandmother was gravely ill in the dead of night, and he, trembling, had signed the critical condition notice, only for her to appear at the emergency room in her pajamas and slippers, bringing along a doctor whom they could not afford even with money. That night, his grandmother had pulled through. It had been a frigid winter, and she hadn't even had time to put on a coat. It was the first time Bai Ming had seen such a disheveled young lady. It could also be that, before their wedding, she had earnestly said, "Bai Ming, if you don't want to marry, you can run away. I have enough jokes about myself. I wouldn't mind adding another." The girl in the wedding dress seemed convinced that no one would love her, and her tone was so flat as she spoke these words. never even turning to look at Bai Ming. She merely gazed into the makeup mirror, locking eyes with him. "You don't need to pay me back. I have more than enough money." This was uttered after she had asked if he remembered her, to which he had replied that he did not. The light in her eyes had completely extinguished. Before he could respond, darkness engulfed her, and when she opened her eyes again, Bai Ming had returned to the kindergarten. This time, he would remember Su Shengsheng. He now observed the blushing, small version of the young lady, still as lovely as ever, still so full of contradictions. In the past, Bai Ming had struggled to decipher the thoughts of the grown Su Shengsheng, but the 5 or 6-year-old Su Shengsheng was much easier to understand. Teacher Zhang watched as Su Shengsheng's eyes swelled from crying and attempted to wipe her face, only to be dodged by the child. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she handed Bai Ming a handkerchief, signaling him to act quickly. Bai Ming hesitated but extended his hand, and this time, the young lady did not shy away. She allowed him to wipe her tear-stained face, though Bai Ming found it perplexing that his gentle touches seemed to redden her cheeks. At that moment, the other children had already been taken outside for morning exercises by Teacher Li, leaving only Teacher Zhang and the 2 of them in the classroom. Teacher Zhang felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh, little Bai, be gentle." Bai Ming responded, "I truly wasn't pressing hard." Currently, Su Shengsheng appeared like a well-behaved doll, watching as Bai Ming wiped her tears. Eventually, she reached out and snatched the handkerchief from him. "But you haven't washed your hands. I can smell something else on them." Her voice carried the residual whimpering of a child, tinged with disdain. Having eaten scallion pancakes that morning, Bai Ming chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "I simply haven't washed my hands." Teacher Zhang's eyes widened, fearing Su Shengsheng might burst into tears again, but the spirited young lady merely blushed, swatting Bai Ming's hand away. "You're dirty. Don't touch me." After uttering this, she seemed to realize her words might be too harsh, and added in a softer tone, "Your hands are dirty." Bai Ming playfully pinched her soft little face again, marveling at how tender a child's skin was, then mischievously stood up and moved a little distance away. "I'll just pinch." Clutching the teddy bear, he teased, "You can't catch me." Feeling triumphant, Su Shengsheng instinctively attempted to rise, only to be thwarted by her wheelchair. She lowered her head, staring at her legs. Bai Ming noticed a shift in her mood as it darkened once more. Teacher Zhang stood up and playfully tapped Bai Ming's rear, albeit gently. "No bullying your classmates." Bai Ming returned to Su Shengsheng's side, pushing her wheelchair outside, finding it surprisingly heavy for him. "No worries. Once you're able to run, I'll let you pinch me back. Come on, let's go soak up some sun." Su Shengsheng's legs were not inherently incapable of walking. It was merely an accident, and with proper rehabilitation, she would walk again. After all, in his previous life, when she had appeared before him, her long, straight legs had been pale and healthy. "I don't want you. Stay out of my business. I dislike you." The little girl retorted fiercely. Bai Ming responded with a nonchalant, I understand. My mom said she would make me sweet rice cakes tonight. Would you like to come play my house?" "I absolutely do not want to go." "All right, got it." After school, Bai Ming pushed the little princess's wheelchair along the road, with a conspicuous Maybach following closely behind. The butler walked beside them, cheerfully asking, "Would you like me to push?" "Little Bai Ming? Let him push. He invited me to his home." The little girl in the wheelchair mumbled through her candy. Bai Ming thought, "This little princess is quite a handful." Ku, holding a fragrant starch sausage, walked alongside them, feeling rather impressive. He raised the snack. "Princess, would you like to have some?" Chapter 6 Bai Ming. "You don't like it, yet you take such a big bite?" Su Shengsheng, upon hearing the title of princess, pursed her lips. Deep down, she was aware that some classmates referred to her as the princess or the doll behind her back. Children at this age, however, bore no malice. Previously, Bai Ming had called out, but when he did, he wore a playful grin, as if teasing her. However, at this moment, Kuyi's call was imbued with genuine seriousness. Accompanied by a freshly purchased starch sausage presented before her. The aroma wafting from it was delightful, a treat her family would never permit her to indulge in. Yet, she frequently observed others relishing such delicacies. Bai Ming, too, was fond of them. At this juncture, the butler gently interjected, "Little one, Shengsheng cannot eat this." The candy, whose packaging bore illegible inscriptions, had already been a significant concession. If Su Shengsheng were allowed to consume the starch sausage and subsequently fell ill, the return of her grandmother today would render them all useless. Nonetheless, the butler's tone remained tender. Bai Ming noted that upon hearing the butler's words, Su Shengsheng lowered her gaze, no longer eyeing the sausage in Kuyi's hand, her cheeks puffed with candy, growing still. Bai Ming looked up at the butler. "Annie, why can't she eat it?" He was eager to inquire whether the prohibition stemmed from her health or the family's rules. Bai Ming had always been sweet-tongued, earning him the affection of most female elders. The butler, charmed by his address, chuckled lightly. With good looks inherited from his parents, Bai Ming was indeed a sturdy little fellow with a round face, thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an endearing charm. While he might appear somewhat tanned, the children in the town generally resembled one another. Not everyone possessed the delicate beauty of Su Sheng, akin to a porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. In summary, Bai Ming was quite handsome and likable. The butler patiently explained, because Sheng has never consumed such items since childhood. We fear it might upset her stomach. At that moment, Su Sheng, feeling somewhat downcast, murmured, "Let us go, Bai Ming, you're not trying hard enough." Her head hung low, her voice tinged with melancholy. The butler sighed. Bai Ming flashed a smile at the butler, who then took over, assisting him in pushing Su Sheng forward. Upon reaching the entrance of Bai Ming's family's car wash, Su Sheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She spotted Bai Ming's father, smoking while washing a car. Upon noticing their arrival, he glanced back at the Maybach behind them, momentarily taken aback. Then, Bai Ming's cheeky voice broke the silence. "Oh, Bai, I brought a classmate." He seamlessly navigated towards the backyard, clearly a familiar visitor. "So Bai, Su." Su Sheng observed Bai Ming's father acknowledge them with a nod before extinguishing his cigarette. "Take your classmate inside to play." He turned off the water gun in his hand, watching as his mischievous son wheeled the chair towards the backyard. This time, the butler did not follow, instead remaining in place as they ventured further. Then turning to Mr. Bai, "I would like to discuss something with you." Bai Ming glanced back momentarily before wheeling Su Sheng into their yard. Sui was just bringing out some sweet cakes, and upon seeing them, she smiled warmly. "Come here, the sweet cakes are freshly made." She set down what she was carrying and approached Su Sheng, gazing at the lovely girl with a smile. "Little Bai, you know, when I was pregnant with you, I hoped to have a daughter as beautiful as Sheng." Bending down, she gently said to Su Sheng, "May I call you Sheng?" Su Sheng, usually a proud little child around peers, felt a blush creeping up as she replied softly to the kind elder. "That's fine, hello, Annie." "Oh, how obedient. A girl is truly wonderful." Bai Ming, having washed his hands, approached with a sweet cake in hand, puncturing his mother's dream with serious intent. "Based on your and old Bai's genes, Mom, you couldn't possibly give birth to such a beautiful girl. Here, my mom's sweet cakes are delicious." He ambled over, munching on a sweet cake with one hand. "Really, Aunt Su's sweet cakes are delightful." Suyu beamed at their compliments. "Eat slowly, there's more." As Su Sheng gazed at Suyu's radiant smile, she felt an overwhelming longing for her own mother. She reached out for the sweet cake in Bai Ming's hand, for the first time not expressing disdain, and said, "Thank you." Bai Ming watched her take a small bite, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, dispelling the earlier gloom from missing out on the starch sausage. He glanced again towards the front door. Suyu was already wheeling Su Sheng toward the table nearby, softly conversing with her. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ming turned and dashed out the back door. As soon as Suyu turned around, she found her mischievous son had vanished, exclaiming in mild exasperation, "You've lost the classmate you brought back?" "Little Bai." Su Sheng, savoring the sweet cake, thought to herself how gentle Aunt Su was, somewhat reminiscent of Bai Ming, although Bai Ming lacked his aunt's beauty. Meanwhile, Bai Ming, who was still purchasing the starch sausage while reminding Aunt Su to go easy on the sauce today, suddenly sneezed. "Oh dear, little Bai, not asking for more sauce today?" Suyu chuckled, recalling how he had complained when she used less sauce previously. Bai Ming grinned. I prefer a lighter flavor today." "On Su lauget?" "A little rascal like you is concerned about flavor?" Bai Ming merely chuckled, and Aunt Su rewarded him with an extra takoyaki. He devoured it in one bite, yet he carefully held onto the starch sausage without eating it. Upon his return, he found Su Sheng seated in her wheelchair, captivated by the chickens surrounding them. Clearly enjoying herself, a small plate of sweet cakes rested beside her. The little girl's fair face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling as she watched the chickens, her small hands occasionally lifting to nibble on the cake. Bai Ming observed for a while, thinking that Miss Su was truly beautiful, having been lovely since childhood. Those newspapers claiming she had undergone plastic surgery were simply false. Scanning the vicinity for adults, he swiftly approached her, holding the starch sausage up to her lips. "Quick, while it's hot. Otherwise, it won't taste as good." Su Sheng, who had been fixated on a few fluffy chicks, found herself startled by the sudden appearance of the sausage. The enticing aroma surged into her nostrils. Blinking, her long eyelashes fluttered, revealing however. After she chewed a few times and swallowed, she remarked, "It's just average." Yet her large, expressive eyes were fixed on the starch sausage in Bai Ming's hand, as if she were saying, "I've had my share, you should give me yours." Bai Ming, however, raised his hand high, shaking his head. "That's not possible. You don't even like it, and I certainly won't be put off by your saliva." With that, he quickly stuffed the remaining morsel into his mouth, finishing it in 2 swift bites. Su Xingxing's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him devour the rest of the starch sausage with such speed. I've already had some. Her little face flushed with indignation. Bai Ming believed that were it not for her inability to stand, she would have likely attempted to hit him. Yet, he deliberately tossed the leftover bamboo skewer aside and waved his hands in front of her, saying, "But I've finished it." Su Xingxing's cheeks puffed in irritation. "Bai Ming, you are truly insufferable." Does being insufferable mean you want to hit me? You would need to stand up to do that, and I would simply run away. He teased, pouring her a glass of water. "My mother made this with osmanthus honey. It's delicious. You're the only one who gets to have it. Otherwise, she wouldn't let me drink it." His tone was laced with envy. Su Shengsheng remained vexed. Bai Ming was indeed exasperating. Yet his eyes sparkled, and the fragrant water he offered was enticing. This was prepared by Annie, not by you," she retorted, reaching for the cup with the hand that had not touched the sugar cake, revealing her penchant for cleanliness. Bai Ming watched as she drank a small cup of water. Just as the butler, under Su Yu's guidance, entered the room, the butler glanced at the sugar cake on the table, but said nothing. Instead, he approached Su Shengsheng and informed her, "Shengsheng, your grandmother has arrived at the villa. We must return." Upon hearing that her grandmother was back, Su Xingxing's eyes brightened momentarily before she cast a reluctant glance at the sugar cake and then at Bai Ming. Su Yu, noticing her hesitation, smiled and said, "I've made plenty of sugar cakes. If Shengsheng likes them, we can take some home, all right?" She began to head to the kitchen to pack them up, but the butler interjected that it wasn't necessary. "It's fine," Su Yu cheerfully insisted. "Homemade tastes better than store-bought." The butler recognized that Su Shengsheng genuinely enjoyed the treats, so he refrained from further protest. He could see that she was quite fond of this family. Bai Ming handed Su Shengsheng a damp tissue, explaining that there were no wet wipes at home. Su Shengsheng silently accepted the tissue and wiped her hands. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked a question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Bai Ming, why are you unwilling to come to my house and attend classes with me? Is it because your parents think there's not enough money?" She recalled her parents often saying that as long as they were compensated adequately, they could possess many things in the world. It seemed everyone in the world must cherish money. However, the butler had told her the previous night that Bai Ming's parents were reluctant. Thus, she found it difficult to comprehend, especially since Bai Ming's mother seemed to be a gentle person, not one overly concerned with wealth. Bai Ming was taken aback by her question, correcting her misconception. "Because we're friends, right? Friendship doesn't require financial compensation." After a moment's consideration, he added, "If you want me to keep you company, you can come find me, and I can visit your house to play." Despite feeling a pang of regret for his 5,000 yuan salary, he reminded himself that the previous Su Shengsheng had already received more than enough. "My parents said that friends shouldn't discuss money," Bai Ming concluded. Su Shengsheng, so mewat bu wu, struggled to understand, as Bai Ming's words contradicted what her parents had taught her. Meanwhile, the butler was surprised that such a young child could grasp these concepts. Su Shengsheng returned with the butler, taking along the sugar cakes prepared by Su Yu. The secret of her and Bai Ming's clandestine enjoyment of a starch sausage remained unknown to the adults, becoming a cherished secret between the two of them. In the car, Su Shengsheng earnestly declared, "Aunt Zhou, I think I have a friend now." Aunt Zhou responded gently, "Yes, Shengsheng will have many friends in the future." Su Shengsheng remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sugar cakes, seemingly growing fond of life in Tanshui town. By the third month of her stay, she appeared to have warmed up to the place. During dinner that evening, Bai Ming overheard his parents discussing what Aunt Zhou had shared with them. It turned out that Su Shengxing's leg injury was the result of a car accident that occurred during a summer competition, where her aunt had been driving her. Apparently, her aunt had taken cold medicine before driving, and a rear-end collision ensued. In any case, Su Shengxing's leg had been damaged in that accident. It was treatable, but she was uncooperative with rehabilitation. Aunt Zhou hoped Bai Ming could encourage Su Shengsheng, as it seemed she was rather aloof with everyone except him. Bai Ming interjected, "So, is her leg capable of standing?" "Yes, as long as she commits to rehabilitation." Su Yu sighed, pitying the beautiful young girl. She whispered, "I heard her parents are expecting a second child now, but they are too afraid to tell her. The poor girl is still waiting for them to come and take her home." Bai Ming recalled Su Shengxing's useless brother from his past life and tightened his grip on his spoon. So, the previous Su Shengsheng had also been left behind here? Upon returning, she found her place occupied by a newborn. Just the thought of it allowed Bai Ming to imagine the sadness and grievance on her lovely, round face. "Little Bai, you must not bully that girl in the future," Su Yu warned, casting a glance at Bai Ming. Unable to contain himself, Bai Ming muttered, "Mom, I've told you not to call me Little Bai. It sounds like a dog-ass name." Lao Bai clicked his tongue. "What do you mean by that, you little rascal?" "I mean nothing. Lao Bai doesn't sound like a dog's name." Bai Ming retorted defiantly, earning a glare from his father. I don't bully girls, he asserted. Nonsense. Your cousin had bite marks all over her face because of you, Lao Bai retorted. Bai Ming admitted that he did have a penchant for biting in his childhood. If he couldn't win, he would bite, akin to a dog that wouldn't let go. I promise I won't bite anyone anymore, Bai Ming declared earnestly, then thought of the feel of Su Shengsheng's little face, wondering if she would cry if he were to bite her. Chapter 8. Stamped. This would signify that Bai Ming belonged to her. Bai Ming pondered briefly about having a classmate named Su Shengsheng in kindergarten that night. However, he could not recall any details and fell asleep almost immediately. Youth truly has its advantages. He could fall asleep at the drop of a hat, unlike before when insomnia plagued him, fearing that upon waking, his company would be in disarray. Indeed, as long as one breathes, there are countless thoughts to contemplate. The exhaustion from his previous life made him realize that building a fortune from scratch is no easy feat thus. This time, Bai Ming resolved to avoid such fatigue, perhaps preventing a premature demise. Who could say for sure? Consequently, Bai Ming began to adapt to kindergarten life quite well. He had always been shameless, finding joy in teasing younger children with his Ultraman SSR cards or making them lick the skewer when he denied them a taste of the starch sausage. However, Bai Ming spent most of his time observing Su Shengsheng. Yes, he also sought to amuse her. The little girl was beautiful, yet she appeared to lack vitality. Therefore, Bai Ming's favorite activity was pushing her wheelchair outside. Wherever he went, he would push her along. Thus, it was a common sight in the kindergarten to see Bai Ming racing with the wheelchair, the teacher trailing behind. Su Shengsheng's fair complexion gradually gained a hint of color, a rosy hue emerging. This winter was indeed quite chilly, and Su Shengsheng felt the cold more acutely when she remained immobile. However, the cold soon dissipated, for she was often flushed with anger at Bai Ming's antics. It seemed Bai Ming delighted in provoking her in such a manner. The little princess was also accompanied by other children, who discovered that she was not as difficult to engage with as they had presumed, although she often spoke with an air of disdain. It was clear that she did not genuinely dislike them, except for Bai Ming, of course. At that moment, Bai Ming was washing his hands. Su Shengsheng maneuvered her wheelchair a bit further away from him. Bai Ming, frowning as he scrubbed away the remnants of a messy incident, glanced up to see Su Shengsheng's delicate hand covering her cherubic face, her large eyes brimming with disdain. Bai Ming stood up and approached her. Su Shengsheng immediately turned her head, calling out, "Aunt Su, On Su." Her voice was much louder now, a stark contrast to her earlier silence. Bai Ming approached with a smile, appearing quite villainous, and thought, no matter how much she shouted, his mother in the kitchen would likely not hear her. He then reached out his icy hand, pulled hers away, and pressed it against her chubby cheek. Ah, this softness must be nurtured by his mother, he mused. So delightful to the touch. Ever since Su Shengsheng visited Bai Ming's home, she had been returning with him daily. Of course, she would never admit to wanting to accompany him. She merely followed behind in her wheelchair. Bai Ming could hardly ignore her and was obliged to push her back home. Initially, their time together was spent playing, but it soon evolved into shared meals. Now, a month had passed, and she could even stay overnight. Sui was quite fond of Su Shengsheng and felt pity for her, as she often remained alone with the housekeeper. Su Shengsheng's grandmother was a formidable woman, frequently absent from home. More often than not, it was just her and the housekeeper, Aunt Zhou, in the house. Hence, Su Shengsheng relished the time spent with Bai Ming's family. Upon learning of this, her grandmother generously provided Su Yu with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan to ensure that Su Shengsheng could enjoy meals there. However, Su Yu declined, reasoning that a child could not consume that much. If she accepted the 5,000, Bai Ming's mother might end up preparing extravagant dishes for Su Shengsheng. Nevertheless, Su Shengsheng's grandmother likely disdained being indebted to others. They did not accept payment. Instead, she arranged for a tutor for both children. Thus, on weekends, Bai Ming had to attend classes at Su Shengsheng's home. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He lamented, pondering the fact that he not only had to learn music, but also German. As he pressed his hand against Su Shengsheng's face a bit harder, he watched as her chubby cheek squished. To his surprise, Su Shengsheng's eyes reddened with anger, and without a second thought, she bit his hand. Bai Ming yelped, "Let go of me!" Su Shengsheng, her eyes still glistening with tears, bit down even harder. It truly hurt. Bai Ming shouted, "You bit the hand that just touched chicken poop." Su Shengsheng, sputtering a few times, then opened her mouth and began to cry. Uncle Lin, nearby, glanced over and said, "Xiao Bai, are you teasing Shengsheng again? Be careful not to get into trouble." He said this with a chuckle. Bai Ming immediately covered Su Shengsheng's mouth, saying no. No. At his age, being scolded by his mother was quite embarrassing. Yet, to his dismay, Su Shengsheng's cries intensified and she struggled against his hand. Bai Ming quickly clarified, not that hand. Only then did Su Shangshang's movement subside. Her beautiful eyes, still glistening with tears, were truly enchanting. Bai Ming found himself at a loss for words as he surveyed the neat bite marks on his hand and then glanced at her fair face. Unable to resist, he playfully nibbled at her cheek, albeit gently. Su Shangshang, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears once more. Bai Ming could not escape a reprimand, as he had left distinct bite marks on Su Shangshang's delicate face. Bai Ming's home was modest, so he shared a bed with Su Shangshang at night. The small room contained 2 beds facing each other. Su Yu had suggested clearing out the adjacent storage room for Bai Ming to sleep in. But Su Shangshang expressed her fear of the dark, so she ended up sleeping alongside Bai Ming. It was common for children of 5 or 6 to share a bed, and no one minded this arrangement. Bai Ming, indifferent to the situation, found that Su Shangshang slept very quietly. After Su Yu helped Su Shangshang bathe, she carried her into the room. Bai Ming noticed the prominent bite marks on her face and felt a pang of guilt, glancing at the deeper marks on his own hand. Su Yu had many tasks to attend to and naturally did not have time to lull them to sleep. Thus, the responsibility of telling Su Shangshang bedtime stories fell to Bai Ming. However, he invariably fell asleep midway through the tale. Su Shangshang thought his stories were nonsense. She looked over at Bai Ming, who had already dozed off. Given the small size of the room, their beds were quite close, separated by only a narrow gap. Su Shangshang blinked her long eyelashes a few times, then turned her gaze to the colorful pens on the desk. Suddenly, she reached out her little hand to grab one. Bai Ming, still oblivious to the unfolding events, remained sound asleep. The next morning, Bai Ming woke groggily to a loud slap. Bai Ming, are you asking for a beating? Su Yu's voice was laced with frustration as she called him by both his name and surname. Bai Ming opened his eyes to find that the spot on Su Shangshang's face, which had borne his bite marks, was now adorned with colors. Bai Ming? This was certainly not his doing. He had a sudden realization and glanced down. The color on his hand was even more pronounced. Su Shangshang sat obediently on the bed, clutching her blanket, and blinked innocently at Bai Ming, who appeared utterly bewildered. She touched her face, feeling satisfied that she had marked him as hers. Chapter 9. If necessary, I'll just bite you back. Young Bai Ming had borne too much. He received several slaps on the behind from his mother. Even though Su Shangshang murmured that it had nothing to do with him, Su Yu insisted. It can't be Shangshang's doing, can it? You know she can't. Originally intending to say that she could not move, but fearing it might upset her, she simply gave Bai Ming another slap. Bai Ming yelped, Mom, I'm your biological child. If he weren't, he would have been abandoned long ago. Sui Ue, Isapada, remarked that seeing the marks on Su Shangshang's fair face gave her a headache. Shangshang, the housekeeper, is waiting outside. Why don't you 2 go to class first and come back to clean up? This mess couldn't be cleaned up immediately. Bai Ming groaned at the thought of class and quickly suggested that they could clean her up first. He genuinely did not want to attend German lessons. Often, Bai Ming found himself questioning whether Su Shangshang was doing this on purpose. He truly had no interest in music or German. Yet Su Shangshang insisted. But the teacher should be here soon. Today is Saturday, and their classes typically commence at 9:30 in the morning. The journey back to Su Shangshang's home takes approximately 40 minutes. Tanshui town is not large. Thus, even a villa nestled halfway up the mountain does not require much time to reach. Ultimately, Su Yu lifted both of them, one in each hand, and assisted them in getting dressed. Su Yu primarily helped Su Shangshang, while Bai Ming managed to dress himself, as he is no longer a mere child. Even Su Yu remarked that Bai Ming seems to have matured quite a bit recently. Of course, he still enjoys teasing others, but whereas he previously delighted in taunting everyone, it now appears that his focus has shifted predominantly to Su Shangshang. When Aunt Zhou noticed the distinct bite marks painted on Su Shangshang's face, she was momentarily taken aback. Su Yu felt a bit awkward, saying, "Look at this." Su Shangshang quickly defended herself, stating, "I did it myself." Bai Ming found her honesty quite refreshing. She always confessed to her misdeeds. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "Why did you do that? Look at my hand. There's your bite mark too." Su Shangshang, upon seeing Bai Ming's outstretched hand, reached out and unexpectedly bit him again. Bai Ming, caught off guard, yelped in surprise. Aunt Zhou hurried over to separate Bai Ming's hand, exclaiming, "Shangshang, why are you still biting people?" Su Shangshang released her grip, leaving Su Yu dumbfounded. Su Shangshang looked at Su Yu earnestly and declared, "Aunt Su, I really did it." Her large, beautiful eyes brimmed with sincerity. Bai Ming felt on the verge of tears, wondering if this was how children typically think. You need to prove that you're fine, that there's no problem. Why bite him again? Su Yu, with a slight chuckle, reassured it's all right. It's just a playful little squabble. She glanced at Bai Ming, recalling that he used to enjoy biting as well. Parents often brought their children to them, covered in bite marks, seeking compensation. Thus, when Su saw the bite mark on Su Shangsheng's face yesterday, she instinctively assumed it was her son's doing. At that moment, she felt a rare pang of guilt and affectionately patted her son's head, promising, "Tonight, I will make you braised pork knuckle. Now go on." Bai Ming, with tearful eyes, replied, "I can forego the pork knuckle. Can I skip school instead?" Su Yu smiled gently, and ultimately, Bai Ming was tossed into the car. As he got in, his mother slipped him 2 candies. He unwrapped one and stuffed it into Su Shangsheng's mouth. Su Shangsheng frowned, saying, "Your hands are all dirty," yet showed no intention of spitting out the candy. Bai Ming looked at the colors on her face and earnestly remarked, "What do you think? This is hard to wash off." Su Shangsheng remained silent, indifferent to the matter. Bai Ming had many friends, but he believed that Su Shangsheng was his most important one. Noticing her silence, Bai Ming sighed internally, finding children quite perplexing. He raised his hand, marked by yet another set of bite marks, asking, "How come you don't think it's dirty when you just bit me?" Su Shangsheng glanced at his hand and huffed, "It's dirty too." Gazing at her round little face, Bai Ming felt a sudden itch in his teeth. He declared, with a serious expression, "You've bitten me twice, so I should get to bite you once." The driver and the butler exchanged glances in the rearview mirror. Su Shangsheng hesitated before turning to Bai Ming and asked, "Then what should we do?" Bai Ming, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggested, "To be fair, let me bite the other side of your face. That way, it will be balanced." Aunt Zhou's eye twitched slightly. Why did this boy insist on biting the little girl's face? Would that look good? However, recalling what her employer had said, that Su Shangsheng should get along with Bai Ming as long as she was happy, Aunt Zhou refrained from voicing her concerns. Su Shangsheng slowly blinked, sensing something amiss. Yet, Bai Ming's demeanor was so serious. Moreover, he insisted that friendships must be equitable. Su Shangsheng touched her face where she had been bitten yesterday, and softly said, "Then, just be gentle and don't leave any saliva." Saying this, she leaned in with her other, fair cheek. Bai Ming, seeing the tender flesh so close to his mouth, felt a pang of guilt for bullying a child. Nonetheless, he bit down without hesitation. "Whoa, Bai Ming. Bai Ming, what is wrong with me biting you? I can always bite you back." A beautiful girl in a tan Shui elementary school uniform sat in a wheelchair, trailing behind a boy. The boy, walking ahead, had a prominent bite mark on his left cheek. Bai Ming stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. The girl in the wheelchair gazed up at him. At 8 or 9 years old, she had begun to blossom. Though her face still held the softness of childhood, her features had become increasingly refined and attractive. Sitting in her wheelchair, a backpack rested on her lap, and she looked at Bai Ming with expectation. Upon catching his gaze, she raised her chin defiantly, exclaiming, "It wasn't he on purpose." Bai Ming laughed in exasperation, pointing to the bite mark on his face. "You bit me right on the face, and you're telling me it wasn't he intentional?" Despite his words, he walked over to her and pushed her wheelchair forward. From kindergarten to now being in the 3rd grade, he had become quite adept at maneuvering it. Su Shangsheng's lips curled into a fleeting smile, realizing that Bai Ming had not truly ignored her. He lifted the backpack resting on her lap to prevent it from pressing against the legs of the young lady. Reflecting on this, his gaze fell to Su Shangsheng's legs. In truth, her injuries had long since healed. Yet for years, whenever she attended rehabilitation, she would sweat profusely and shed tears, lamenting the pain. The doctor had mentioned that it was largely psychological. She persistently refused to stand up. Bai Ming felt a wave of concern as the girl in the wheelchair suddenly tilted her lovely little face up towards him, saying, "Bai Ming, my parents are coming to take me home for the summer vacation." Bai Ming was momentarily stunned. Su Shangsheng had not returned home since arriving in Tanshui town. Initially, she had expressed longing for home, but now she rarely mentioned it. Why the sudden desire to return for the summer? However, Su Shangsheng quickly added, "But I declined. I told them I have to feed my little dog every day." As she spoke, she pressed a piece of chocolate into Bai Ming's hand. Bai Ming teased, "You're not referring to me as your little dog, are you?" "Yes, I used to have a little dog named Xiao Bai," Su Shangsheng replied. "But dogs shouldn't eat chocolate. It's poisonous." The girl puffed her cheeks and reached for the chocolate in his hand, insisting, "Then get it back to me." Bai Ming chuckled, recognizing that she was reluctant to leave this place, yet stubbornly clung to such an easily misunderstood excuse. The young lady was truly contradictory. Chapter 10, but the child named Su Shangsheng was an exception. Su Shangsheng was tugging at Bai Ming's hand, attempting to reclaim her chocolate. Over the years, they had all basked under the same sun, yet Su Shangsheng remained exceptionally fair, while Bai Ming, in contrast, could be referred to as Little Black. However, Bai Ming was not the only one. The children in the town were all similar, as they had to work in the fields. Yet, it was Su Shangsheng who seemed out of place, so fair. Bai Ming was tall and robust, the tallest boy in his class, even though he was still just a child. At that moment, watching Su Shengsheng's radiant little hand struggling to pull at his, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Bai Ming wondered if perhaps she had not seen enough sunlight. In a previous life, she had also been fair, but back then, Bai Ming had assumed it was due to makeup. Now, he began to think that perhaps she was simply born that way. He withdrew his hand, rummaging through the air where his grip had just been. Su Shengsheng looked up at him with a glare. Did you not say you didn't want to? You are unwilling to be my little dog. To an unknowing observer, one might assume that Su Shengsheng's reference to calling someone a little dog was a form of insult. Yet, Bai Ming understood her well. After all these years, he had grown to comprehend her nuances. Su Shengsheng indeed had a little dog once, affectionately named Xiao Bai, who had tragically passed away in an accident. Her parents were often preoccupied, leaving her companionship largely to that little dog, upon whom she had relied. Much like her current dependence on Bai Ming, for a child, a dog transcends mere animal status, becoming a cherished friend. Naturally, Su Shengsheng would never admit to such feelings. That was something Aunt Zhou had shared with him. Bai Ming was not one to be overly sentimental. He barked playfully at Su Shengsheng. Upon hearing this, she paused momentarily, then broke into a small, delighted smile. However, she quickly averted her gaze, feigning indifference. Who cares about you? Yes, you may not care for me, but I certainly care for you, Bai Ming replied, undeterred. He gently pushed her wheelchair forward. It's Friday. My mom is making a big pork knuckle for us. At the mention of the dish, Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, her little hands clapping against the wheels of her chair. Then hurry up. Isn't this an electric one? Can't you move forward by yourself? Bai Ming asked while simultaneously unwrapping a chocolate bar, nearly dropping it in the process. He halted briefly to quickly shove a piece into Su Shengsheng's mouth. The words she was about to utter were silenced by the sweet, bittersweet chocolate melting on her tongue. From behind, a boy's rough voice called out, Minge Shengsheng, are we going shrimp fishing tomorrow? Ku-yi, panting, caught up with them, and upon seeing Bai Ming enjoying the chocolate, he helped push Su Shengsheng's wheelchair forward, eagerly recommending, they say there are not only fish but shrimp in that pond. Let's go play together tomorrow. Bai Ming considered declining, as he had little interest in such activities, but noticed Su Shengsheng's bright, curious eyes looking back. Her movements were cautious, yet filled with intrigue. Do you want to go? Bai Ming inquired. Su Shengsheng quickly turned her head away. Who said that? I'm not interested. It's too hot. Bai Ming nodded. Oh, then turn to Yi, then we'll go. Su Shengsheng protested loudly. I never said I would go. Indeed, you didn't. It is I who insist you join, and you cannot resist. Bai Ming retorted, handing the remaining chocolate to Ku-yi while continuing to push Su Shengsheng's wheelchair forward at a brisk pace. Slow down. Is it really that fast? The young boy sprinted ahead, carrying a backpack in each hand, as they passed familiar adults who called out, Xiao Bai, slow down. The girl in the wheelchair clutched the sides tightly, her expression one of frustration. Following them was a slightly plump boy, munching on chocolate. Wait for me. My mom said she saved some pig bones for Shengsheng to make soup. The summer breeze swept by as those three short children ran and grew together. Laughter and well wishes filled their childhood. By the time they arrived home, Su Shengsheng's face was flushed, not from running, but from irritation. Upon seeing the three children return, Old Bai extinguished his cigarette and pointed towards the backyard. Your mother is preparing something delicious. Su Shengsheng barely managed to call out Uncle Bai before Bai Ming pushed her towards the backyard. Ku-yi hastened along even more. She felt the wind rush past her face, causing it to sting. Bai Ming, you're not a dog. You are a bull, full of strength. Su Shengsheng's voice was tinged with exasperation. Bai Ming, however, figured that such a young child could hardly feel overwhelmed to that extent. Yes, you are right, my lady, he replied, shouting to Ku-yi, who had already reached the table. That little dish is for the princess. Do not touch her food. Ku-yi's hand, which had been reaching for it, immediately withdrew. Bai Ming quickly washed his hands and retrieved the exquisitely arranged dessert from the small bowl his mother had prepared, handing it to Su Shengsheng. He and Ku-yi then reached for the larger bowl. To be honest, this was how they always ate. Only Su Shengsheng seemed to possess a genuine aversion to dirtiness, although she never voiced it, so you had noticed. Each time they made snacks, they would set aside a portion especially for her. Yet, Bai Ming felt that she wasn't that particular. After all, throughout their years together, she had never rejected anything he had offered her. As he watched her delicately nibble on her treat, he asked, Didn't you once express a desire to return to live with your parents? Why not go back? Su Shengsheng, chewing thoughtfully, reminded him, When you say once. You mean when I was in kindergarten? Her petite white teeth were charming as she bit into the green pastry. Now, there are people accompanying me. I would rather stay with my grandmother. But your grandmother is often away on business, Ku-yi interjected, his voice muffled by his food. "You spend more time here at Bai Ming than at home." Su Shangshang shot him a sharp look, her large eyes glaring as she bit down hard on her pastry. Is it wrong to enjoy the meals Aunt Su makes? With that, she angrily wheeled herself around and headed toward the kitchen. He looked bewildered and hesitantly asked Bai Ming, "Is the princess angry?" Bai Ming finished chewing his pastry. "Yes." "Who told you to mention her?" "She feels embarrassed." He exclaimed, "But I didn't say anything about her." "What did he say?" Bai Ming glanced at him, realizing that children were often quite naive. However, the girl named Su Shangsheng was an exception. She was sensitive, perceptive, and somewhat proud. Bai Ming clapped his hands. "Don't worry. She will soothe herself shortly." Despite his casual words, he picked up a small duck-shaped pastry and wandered into the kitchen. There, he found his mother cooking, with Su Shangsheng waiting expectantly nearby. His mother took a freshly cooked dish, blew on it, and offered it to her. After obediently tasting it, Su Shangsheng exclaimed, "Delicious. Aunt Su's cooking is truly wonderful." Mrs. Su beamed with joy at the praise. Observing this scene, Bai Ming thought, "See, Su Shangsheng does not have a cleanliness obsession." "Mom, I want to try too." "Go away. Why do you want to try? You only pick at things." "That's because Su Shangsheng knows how to flatter." "So are you implying that my cooking is subpar?" Su Shangsheng, sitting in her wheelchair, watched as Bai Ming received a playful smack on the head from Aunt Su, and a smile crept onto her face. She was truly reluctant to part with everything here. "So what if I am?" she huffed. Chapter 11. What if I walk a little faster one day and you can't catch up with me? That night, Su Shangsheng did not return home, but instead spent the night at Bai Ming's house. Ordinarily, she would go home on Friday nights, sometimes dragging Bai Ming along by his shirt, wanting him to accompany her. She would awkwardly clutch his hem and remain silent, waiting for the adults to ask if she wanted Bai Ming to come back with her, only to nonchalantly reply, "I don't need him." "Well, if you don't need him, then let go." She would succeed at least 8 out of 10 times. This was because Su Shangsheng had learned to roll over at Bai Ming's place. Indeed, Bai Ming had no shame, leveraging his time in kindergarten, rolling over to coerce his parents into compliance. Su Shangsheng, on the other hand, had not perfected that skill, but had indeed learned to roll, albeit in place adorably. The sight was so heartwarming that Bai Ming could hardly resist yielding. This evening, Aunt Zhou came to pick her up, and Su Shangsheng assertively declared, "I'm not going back. Tell the teacher not to come tomorrow. We are going shrimp fishing." Bai Ming chuckled beside her. "Didn't you say you didn't want to go?" Su Shangsheng's face flushed with anger as she glared at her. Bai Ming added, "But I'm reluctantly making you go, Aunt Zhou. Is it all right if we return tomorrow night?" Aunt Zhou, the housekeeper, had grown accustomed to this over the years. Whenever she was with Bai Ming, Su Shangsheng appeared significantly more vivacious. She nodded, "All right, then let us return tomorrow night." Su Shangsheng's my beaux-yeux, her lips curling up in delight. However, when Bai Ming glanced her way, she quickly smoothed her expression. Su Shangsheng chose not to return immediately. And Aunt Zhou didn't leave right away either. She waited until she finished her meal before carrying her inside for a bath. It was summer, and the days were long, so even while sitting in the bathtub, Su Shangsheng could hear the sound of Bai Ming showering in the yard. Many little boys, and even some little girls, would simply rinse off in the yard with water, especially in such sweltering heat, with temperatures soaring into the 30s and 40s. As Su Shangsheng listened to the sounds of Bai Ming playing with others, a frown formed on her lips. It seemed as though Bai Ming could effortlessly play with anyone. Aunt Zhou noticed her despondent mood and said thoughtfully, "Shangsheng, your parents will come to pick you up after your final exams." Su Shangsheng in does it. "I don't want to go back." Water droplets clung to her long eyelashes, and the warmth of the bath had flushed her fair cheeks. "I don't want to go back." In that moment, she appeared quite pitiful. Aunt Zhou sighed softly, tentatively suggesting, "But didn't you always want to return? They've even arranged for a doctor to see you." While Su Shangsheng's legs were fine now, she still couldn't walk. Her grandmother was rather anxious. But Su Shangsheng was uncooperative. The hope was that her parents could coax her into seeing the doctor. Su Shangsheng fell silent, as was her habit when upset. Aunt Zhou, hesitant to say more, quietly continued bathing her, her heart aching for the girl. During her kindergarten days, Su Shangsheng often thought of her parents. However, after numerous tearful phone calls to her father, where he would always answer with, "What's wrong? Shangsheng? Is your brother unwell? Your mother is fine. Shangsheng, be a good girl." Su Shangsheng would cry in protest, insisting she didn't want her brother and wanted to go home. What met her was admonishment for being disobedient and the sound of the call disconnecting. There was a time when she cried for so long that she fell ill for a week and missed school. Eventually, Bai Ming and managed to come to her house, arriving at her doorstep with a bag of sweet cakes in hand. Upon entering, Bai Ming found Su Shangsheng looking even thinner than before. Her eyes were vacant, yet they brightened momentarily when she saw him. Bai Ming held up the sweet cake and smiled. Hey, Sheng, would you like to try some of my mom's freshly made sweet cake? In the end, Su Sheng clung to Bai Ming, sobbing for a long while. However, by the next day, she returned to kindergarten and didn't reach out to her parents again. Now, at the age of 9, Su Sheng had a 4-year-old brother. She was acutely aware that she had been abandoned by her family and was unwilling to return to a home that no longer felt like hers. When Aunt Zhou carried Su Sheng out, Bai Ming had already finished a shower and was busy cleaning her wheelchair. The young boy was rinsing it down with the hose. Su Sheng called out, "Little Bai." Bai Ming looked up at her, and she felt that only Bai Ming was truly her good friend. They were meant to be together forever. Bai Ming turned off the water, picked up a towel, and wiped down the wheelchair while watching Aunt Zhou settle Su Sheng into it. Although Su Sheng had long legs, she stubbornly refused to stand. Bai Ming looked down at her earnestly and said, "We might go hiking tomorrow. How will you manage that?" Su Sheng glanced at her wheelchair, then beckoned Bai Ming closer with a finger. He looked at her and bent down. Suddenly, Su Sheng lunged to wrap her arms around his neck, causing Bai Ming to exclaim in surprise, quickly pressing his hands against the wheelchair for balance. Aunt Zhou laughed, reaching out to protect the two children. Sheng, don't be mischievous." Su Sheng refused to let go, insisting, "You have to carry me or piggyback me up there, or I'll bite your ear." Bai Ming clicked his tongue and effortlessly scooped her up. "Are you a dog or something?" Su Sheng replied, "Yes, I'm a little dog, and so are you. That's why we can be very good friends forever. Little dogs are the most loyal." Bai Ming was speechless. Why would you choose to be a dog when you could be a princess? Aunt Zhou watched the two children playfully spar. Bai Ming carried her toward the chicken coop, teasing that he would drop her. Su Sheng clung tightly to his neck, calling out, "Hurry, I'm gonna fall." Bai Ming could feel her legs gripping him firmly, indicating that despite their size, her legs had the strength to walk. He turned to glance at the wheelchair, lost in thought. Eventually, he was chased back into the house by Su Yu, who wielded a broom while still holding Su Sheng. The sun had set, and fireflies could be seen rising in the distance. Bai Ming and Su Sheng sat in the yard, each with half a watermelon. Bai Ming quickly finished a slice and began digging into Su Sheng's. Su Sheng, who had a delicate constitution and couldn't eat many things, merely frowned in distaste, but didn't attempt to evade the spoon he extended toward her. "Do you want to go see the fireflies?" Bai Ming pointed toward the distant glow of the insects. Su Sheng paused. "Is it far? I can carry you over, but you need to learn to walk first before I'll accompany you." Bai Ming replied. Upon hearing walk, Su Sheng glanced at her legs and abruptly handed her watermelon to Bai Ming, saying, "I'm not eating anymore, and I'm not going either." With that, she turned her wheelchair and headed back inside. Bai Ming didn't chase after her, but called out, "But if you don't, what if one day I walk too fast and you can't catch up?" His voice rang out clearly in the tranquil night. In response, the girl retorted petulantly, "Who wants to chase you? The one chasing you is the little dog." And then the sound of her wheelchair rolling away echoed in the distance. Chapter 12 by Ming. You promised. You said we would be together for a lifetime. That night, an upset Su Sheng turned away from Bai Ming in bed. Facing the wall, Bai Ming glanced at the drawing supplies on the bedside table, placed there for Su Sheng's convenience, pondering, even the princess doesn't want to draw anymore. She must truly be angry. Su Sheng didn't understand if there was something wrong with her. Since kindergarten, she had loved writing Bai Ming's name on his arm. Yes, every day, when she stayed at his house, she would insist on writing it before bed. If she didn't spend the night, she would certainly make up for it the next morning at school. Fortunately, over the years, her handwriting had improved significantly, and it no longer filled his entire arm with her name. But tonight, she refused to draw. Bai Ming called out, "Miss? Princess?" She didn't respond, and he could only see the back of her round head adorned with soft, dark hair. Deciding to lie down himself, he thought, never mind. I'll take her fishing for shrimp in the morning, and she won't be mad anymore. Unfortunately, the next morning, they didn't have a chance to go shrimp fishing. Summer days dawned early, and the townsfolk rose with the sun, resulting in some unavoidable noise. However, it was not the cacophony that roused Bai Ming, but rather the gentle touch of someone sketching on his hand. Without even opening his eyes, he was certain it was Su Sheng. Bai Ming reached out and pressed down on Su Sheng's hand before finally opening his eyes. The girl, who had already dressed and was sitting on the bed, puffed out her cheeks in a display of lingering displeasure and withdrew her hand, continuing to inscribe the last character of her name, Sheng, onto his arm. Clearly, she was still upset and refusing to acknowledge him. Bai Ming raised his hand to observe the fluorescent pink letters spelling Su Sheng emblazoned on his sun-kissed skin. The visual effect was unmistakably intentional on her part. He resolutely sat up and declared, "All right, I admit my fault. I promise I will never run away again." If you cannot walk, may I carry you for the rest of my life." Upon uttering this, he found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at the youthful version of the young lady before him. He consoled himself internally, knowing that Su Shangsheng would eventually walk again. After all, she had done so in her previous life, which was why he had dared to make such a vow. Yet, her previously sullen expression brightened slightly, and she finally spoke. "Did you truly mean it? To accompany me for a lifetime?" Bai Ming corrected her. "What I meant was, if you cannot walk, I shall carry you for a lifetime. However, you must not deliberately refrain from walking." "A lifetime?" Su Shangsheng interrupted, her round, beautiful eyes fixed on Bai Ming, brimming with anticipation and sincerity. "You promised to carry me for a lifetime." Bai Ming affirmed, "Indeed, I did promise." As she spoke, she cheerfully took Bai Ming's hand and drew a small red heart beside the fluorescent pink letters of her name. "Well, that makes it even uglier," Bai Ming remarked, his lips twitching. Her taste in aesthetics was commendable, so why did she enjoy decorating him with such gaudy colors? At that moment, Bai Ming ceased, pondering why he felt compelled to let her continue her artistic endeavors on him. A few knocks on their door indicated Aunt Zhou's arrival. As expected, Aunt Zhou burst through the door, exclaiming, "Shangsheng, the young lady is back, and your parents have come as well. I'm here to take you home." Bai Ming watched as the once cheerful Su Shangsheng's smile faded a bit, and she uttered a low, "Oh," with a tone of disappointment. "I can't go catch shrimp anymore." Bai Ming, noticing her demeanor, also lost his smile and reassured her, "It's all right. I'll take you again next time." Ultimately, Su Shangsheng was dressed in a little dress and wheeled away by Aunt Zhou. That morning, Kui, who had come to find them with a small bucket, stood beside Bai Ming, watching Su Shangsheng resemble a beautiful doll being returned to the display window. The extravagant Maybach was undoubtedly Su Shangsheng's domain. As they witnessed the car drive away, Kui turned to Bai Ming and asked, "So are we still going?" Bai Ming glanced at the retreating vehicle and then at the mountain. "Let us go." Kui brightened, urging him, "Hurry up. Many people know we're going. If we arrive late, we want to have a place to sit. Without the princess, we can move faster." Upon hearing the mention of Su Shangsheng, Bai Ming's thoughts drifted to her unhappy little face. Nevertheless, he soon informed his parents and dashed off with Kui. In her previous life, Su Shangsheng had a strained relationship with her family, yet her parents seemed to treat her rather well. Otherwise, she would not have brought him home, and despite their apparent displeasure, they accepted him. Even her younger brother, who would flush with anger at the mere sight of him, managed to muster the words, "brother-in-law," when Su Shangsheng glanced his way. To be honest, Bai Ming felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment, a slight reprieve from the pressure that had nearly bankrupted him. Subsequently, Su Shangsheng often took him along to irritate Su Haoyu, driving him to the brink of fury, and privately berating Bai Ming as a kept man living off his sister. Bai Ming retorted with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, you can't even enjoy your sister as spoils." This would infuriate Su Haoyu to no end. Thus, Bai Ming believed that Su Shangsheng's return to see her parents was not necessarily a bad thing. She had often cried for them in her childhood, yet it seemed she rarely mentioned them now that she had grown up. Yet, what Bai Ming thought was inconsequential was met with a harsh reality. After spending the morning catching shrimp with Kui, they returned home, having also caught a few small fish. Along with a lively little shrimp, he intended for the young lady to keep and play with them, as she particularly adored such creatures. However, just as he prepared a transparent glass jar to place the fish and shrimp in the afternoon, Aunt Zhou hurriedly arrived by car. Bursting in, she called out Bai Ming's name, "Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai." Su Yu anxiously inquired, "What happened?" Bai Ming, holding his fish, responded, "I'm here." Aunt Zhou rushed over, grasped his hand, and urged, "Come, you must come with me. Shangsheng is in trouble." Her expression was fraught with panic. Su Yu, alarmed, said, "What happened?" "I'm coming too." A mother's instinct kicked in when her child was suddenly taken away. Aunt Zhou offered no further explanation, pulling Bai Ming along as Su Yu followed closely behind. Old Bai handed her a phone, instructing her to call if anything was amiss. Thus, the mother and son were ushered into the car together. It was only after the vehicle began moving that Bai Ming finally asked, "What is going on?" He had wanted to inquire earlier, but Su Yu's questions had come too quickly. Aunt Zhou's responses were unclear, so he decided to wait until they were in the car to ask. At that moment, he was still dirty and had not had time to change clothes. Aunt Zhou held onto his wrist firmly, as if she sensed the gravity of the situation. Had Su Shangsheng truly encountered crisis? And was it something of great significance? Otherwise, Aunt Zhou would not have appeared so flustered. Bai Ming's heart raced. Aunt Zhou glanced at him. Shangsheng has locked herself in her room and is screaming. Chapter 13. The young lady's greatest embarrassment on her path to maturity. Through Aunt Zhou's description, the mother and son finally understood what was happening. This time, Su Shangsheng's grandmother had returned with her parents, accompanied by 2 doctors renowned in the field of psychology. Their purpose was to address Su Shengxing's reluctance to walk. The expert brought by Mr. and Mrs. Su suggested that Shengxing was unable to overcome her psychological trauma related to walking and thus required desensitization therapy, which involved recreating the scene of the accident. Aunt Zhou could not help but curse, heartless. Bai Ming's heart trembled at the thought. Recreating the scene? Desensitization? Did that mean making Su Shengxing relive the accident? Is that what your young lady wants? Su had already begun to fret, but she is still so young. She doesn't want to, they replied, so we decided to abandon that plan. They deceived her into believing it was simply a psychological treatment, and then they proceeded to strap her to the machine. Although Su Shengxing currently displayed indifference towards her parents, she trusted them implicitly, so she had no reservations about donning the eye mask and lying down. Her grandmother had never anticipated how ruthless her parents could be. It wasn't until the procedure began that Su Shengxing started to tremble and scream, prompting her grandmother and Aunt Zhou to realize something was amiss. However, they were stopped by Mr. and Mrs. Su. What happened to Su Shengxing? Bai Ming's hands clenched tightly around the car seat. His eyes reflected a fierceness that belied his age. Yet, Aunt Zhou failed to notice. She wiped her eyes, and, eventually, when Su Shengxing stopped struggling and fell silent, they sensed that something was terribly wrong and decided to halt the procedure. Grandmother, in a fit of anger, struck her daughter and son-in-law, feeling heartbroken as she held her granddaughter. As Su Shengxing settled into her wheelchair, she uttered, "Grandma, I want to return to my room." Upon reaching the door, she entered and promptly locked it. The screams from within continued until I left, and despite our pleas to open the door, she remained obstinate. When Mr. Su attempted to force the door, he was met with a slap from his daughter. I contemplated going upstairs to check on her. In the past, Bai Ming never understood the coldness in Su Shengxing's relationship with her family, but now it began to make sense. The behavior of her parents was akin to those who send internet-addicted children for electroshock therapy. Bai Ming couldn't fathom how terrified such a delicate lady must be. She turned pale at the sight of a cockroach and had never dared to watch horror films. Su Yu furrowed her brow, her face etched with sorrow, wondering how such parents could exist. The driver sped along, and they soon arrived at the villa. Aunt Zhou led them directly to the second floor, where grandmother, along with a pair of seemingly youthful couples and 2 individuals clad in white coats, stood at Su Shengxing's door. Silence enveloped the room at that moment. The young woman pressed against the door, her voice filled with urgency, calling out, "Shengxing, please speak. Open the door and let Mommy in, all right? Mommy wants to apologize." Yet, there was no response from within. Grandmother peered around and, upon spotting Bai Ming, waved him over. This wasn't Bai Ming's first encounter with Su Shengxing's parents. Previous meetings had been mere formalities. However, this proximity felt entirely new. They paused, taken aback by Bai Ming's disheveled appearance, drenched in sweat from the mountain descent. Su's mother hesitated, asking, "Is this Shengxing's friend?" Grandmother paid her no mind, grasping Bai Ming's hand to push past Su's mother, urging him to stand at the door. "Xiao Bai, dear child, could you please coax Shengxing to open the door?" Bai Ming knocked gently. "Princess, please open the door." A faint sound emerged from the previously silent room, resembling the clatter of something falling. The others grew anxious, and grandmother's eyes glistened with tears. "Xiao Bai, call her again." Yet, Bai Ming looked up at her. "Grandma, with so many people gathered here, she won't want to open the door." Su's father immediately darkened, retorting, "We are concerned for her." But he was silenced by a glare from his mother, who coldly commanded, "You 2 doctors go downstairs. If you refuse, I will summon security." The 2 doctors exchanged awkward glances. Su's mother grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, we are worried about Shengxing. She hasn't walked in so long. Sitting in a wheelchair isn't good for her. Go downstairs. Xiao Zhou will take you down. If you don't leave, I'll call security," grandmother insisted, refusing to look at her daughter. At that moment, Aunt Zhou approached, suggesting, "Sir, madam, perhaps it would be best to wait downstairs. If Shengxing continues to remain inside, your concern will only grow." Ultimately, fearing grandmother would indeed call security, they relented and descended. Only grandmother and Bai Ming remained at the door. "Sui wet Bai Ming. Hurry, call her again." Bai Ming glanced back at them. "Perhaps you should head downstairs first?" Grandmother looked conflicted, but ultimately prioritized her granddaughter's well-being, nodding, "All right. Speak to her kindly. If she doesn't wish to see her parents, I will send them away and ensure they never return. Tell Shengxing not to be afraid." As she spoke, the elderly woman's eyes became redder. Bai Ming nodded earnestly, understood. Finally, Su Yu whispered caution, "Don't make Shengxing cry." Bai Ming nodded again, feeling anxious about their lingering presence. At long last, only Bai Ming remained at the door. He knocked once more, and Su Shengxing's voice came from within. However, the door remained shut. With determination, Bai Bai Ming called out, "We had an agreement. I am your little dog. If you don't let your little dog in, it is abandonment." This provoked the sound of her wheelchair moving. The click of the door unlocking brought a sigh of relief from Bai Ming. As he gently pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of Su Shengsheng in her wheelchair, gazing up at him. Her eyes were red, clearly having cried, and her large eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Bai Ming, noticing the floor-to-ceiling window in her room, opened it wide. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief that Su Shengsheng's mobility was limited. Otherwise, he feared she might leap out. After entering and closing the door behind him, Bai Ming saw Su Shengsheng retreating slightly in her wheelchair, creating a distance between them. Bai Ming paused, glancing down at his own attire. "Ah, I'm a bit dirty. I came down from a mountain without changing clothes." However, the girl in the wheelchair began to sob. Tears streamed down her cheeks like they were freely flowing. "No, that's not it. Wu Xiao Bai. I want to go to the bathroom." Bai Ming lowered his gaze to her little dress, unable to see clearly, but noticing the darker fabric. At that moment, he understood why Su Shengsheng was so distraught. This would undoubtedly become the most embarrassing moment of her life, and he feared for his own safety if he witnessed it. Chapter 14. Bai Ming, please help me bathe. Now is not the time to contemplate his own safety. The young lady was in distress. Bai Ming quickly knelt beside her. "Don't worry, I'll help you inside to change." She pointed towards the clothes she had placed on the bed, and the earlier noise had likely been her retrieving them. Bai Ming took her clothes and wheeled her into the bathroom. The bathroom was equipped with a bathtub and a stool. Bai Ming hesitated. "Do you want to take a bath? Should I call Aunt Zhou or my mom?" Yet his hand was grasped. "You help me run the water." Seeing her pitiful expression, Bai Ming nodded. "All right." Given Su Shengsheng's nature, she would certainly want to bathe. She had a severe cleanliness obsession, and being in a wheelchair meant her lower half must be quite dirty. Although Bai Ming thought children's urine isn't that dirty, he dare not voice it, fearing it would only escalate her tears. The bathroom was filled with her soft sobs and the sound of water filling the tub. Bai Ming cleaned his hands, rolled up his pants, and used her fragrant body wash to cleanse his arms and legs, walking barefoot on the slippery bathroom floor. After completing these tasks, he wrung out a small towel and gently wiped her face. At that moment, Su Shengsheng looked at Bai Ming with fear in her eyes. "Wu Bai Ming, I'm scared." In that instant, she saw a rare tenderness in him, akin to the compassion often found in grandmother's gaze. Unable to contain herself any longer, she embraced him tightly. "Wu Bai Ming, I am scared." It seemed she had so much to express, yet she could only repeat those words. Bai Ming gently held her, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right. It's all just make-believe. You are safe." "Bai Ming, Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai." Su Shengsheng's voice trembled with fear and hoarseness, leaving Bai Ming's heart heavy with sorrow. He pondered countless possibilities, but could not comprehend how her parents could be so heartless. How could they agree to such a ludicrous treatment method? Would one dare to say her parents did not love her? However, the concerns they expressed at the doorway were not unfounded. Su Shengsheng's tears had always been a manifestation of indignation or frustration brought on by Bai Ming. Since childhood, she had been delicate and prone to tears, her eyes often reddening at the slightest provocation. Yet, the sight of her trembling in fear, crying out, was one Bai Ming had never witnessed before. His heart ached genuinely. After all these years, even a dog raised with such companionship would evoke feelings, let alone Su Shengsheng, a proud yet remarkably understanding young girl. In his arms, she quivered, articulating her fears. Bai Ming whispered soothingly, "Do not be afraid. I am here. I will always be by your side. Little Bai will always accompany you." With her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face, Su Shengsheng's hoarse voice pleaded, "Little Bai, I am scared." When that overwhelming dread returned, she felt the instinct to flee. Yet they had bound her there, leaving her helplessly watching as the vehicle collided with the barrier. Her beloved little Bai emitted sharp barks, trembling in her embrace, ultimately shielding her from the shard of glass aimed at her chest. So much blood. She had been so young then. Surely she should have forgotten, yet the memories remained vivid, clearer than ever. Bai Ming felt an unprecedented helplessness wash over him, pondering why he hadn't been reborn sooner. Yet, he realized that even if he had reincarnated earlier, as a mere toddler, he might not have been able to save her. But at that moment, the sight of the girl in his arms weeping was profoundly heartbreaking. Bai Ming gently comforted her. "We will have Grandma chase them away, and they will never return." "What if Su Shengsheng cannot walk? I can carry you. I can run faster than they can while carrying you." Su Shengsheng responded with a muffled affirming, "You run the fastest." Perhaps it was due to being chased by Aunt Su since childhood, akin to being pursued by a dog. Observing her reaction, Bai Ming smiled slightly and whispered, "I can run even faster. Next time, you will see that my father won't be able to catch up with me. By the way, today I caught fish and shrimp with kui, and I saved some for you, including a little red fish." He, as always, diverted her attention with tales from their daily lives, while the sound of water in the bathtub continued. Their whispers were a private exchange, heard only by them. Grandma, stealthily standing barefoot at the doorway, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their voices. So you also felt a sense of ease. The two exchanged a glance before carefully closing the door, pretending as though they had never been there. Yet, Grandma's concern lingered. Was Shang Shang going to Bai? Would little Bai be all right? At that moment, her worries were not about any gender distinctions, but rather about Bai Ming supporting Su Shangsheng. What if she were to fall? Grandma had grown up here, where notions of gender were not so rigidly defined. Many siblings had played together in the river without a care. Su Yu reassured her. Do not worry, little Bai is as strong as a bull. While her words held truth, Bai Ming was no longer a mere child. He was aware of the distinctions between boys and girls. Although the young lady was still a child, she was ultimately a girl, and it felt inappropriate. Bai Ming, having prepared the water, contemplated seeking Aunt Zhou or his mother, but his hand was caught by Su Shangsheng. The signature on his arm, crafted by Su Shangsheng, had smudged. Aunt Zhou had purchased washable watercolor pens knowing Su Shangsheng enjoyed drawing on Bai Ming. Otherwise, he would have had to scrub his skin raw without success. At this moment, Su Shangsheng gazed at the smudged name, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet still grasped Bai Ming's arm, declaring, I do not want Aunt Zhou or Aunt Su. I want you to help me. She sniffled, her eyelids swollen from crying, her face flushed. Though she feigned haughtiness, her eyes betrayed her vulnerability. Help me. All you need to do is assist me in sitting up. Su Shangsheng glanced down at her skirt, biting her lips softly. Do not let anyone else know. But I am a boy, Bai Ming replied, somewhat helplessly, gazing down at Su Shangsheng. Haven't you read that boys and girls should sit separately by the age of 7? But we are still sleeping in the same room, Su Shangsheng insisted earnestly. Bai Ming corrected her. You sleep in your bed, and I sleep in mine. It was not that she was unwilling to return home. Otherwise, they would not share the same room. You're not like everyone else. Su Shangsheng, however, firmly stated. Little Bai, you are closer to me than my parents. You are not like everyone else. Suddenly, she appeared dejected. Do you think I am dirty? If so, just push me a little. I can pull myself up. She spoke in small voice. I promise. I'm not usually this dirty. Bai Ming replied. Is that so? I truly am at fault. Chapter 15. I am beautiful, not cute. Su Shangsheng was indeed beautiful, the most exquisite girl in Tanshui town, a fact few would dispute. Typically, she cried, often due to Bai Ming's teasing, as she was easily moved to tears. Yet, the sight of her tenderly squeezing her small hands, asserting her cleanliness, exuded a sense of helplessness and carefulness that pierced Bai Ming's heart like steel. At that moment, he reflected on his own inner turmoil. Realizing that the young girl before him was merely a child, she regarded him as a dear friend, devoid of any awareness of gender boundaries. It was he who had become flustered. Taking a deep breath, he reassured her, You are not dirty. I will help you. I will place you inside, and you'll be able to undress yourself, right? With a red nose, Su Shangsheng looked up at Bai Ming with a pitiful expression. I can, she affirmed, but then added, I cannot stand. In truth, Su Shangsheng could stand for a while if supported, but the bathtub was too low and slippery. Bai Ming recognized this. He observed the girl sitting in her wheelchair, gazing up at him cautiously. Finally, he sighed, Then I will assist you in getting in, and you can support me afterward. Bai Ming was tall, primarily because his father was also quite tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Since childhood, Bai Ming had been sturdier than his peers, and for years he had wheeled Su Shangsheng around for adventures, sometimes playfully lifting her from her wheelchair to help her stand. Thus, he truly could lift the slender Su Shangsheng. With determination, he lifted her from the wheelchair as if pulling a carrot from the ground, and then cradled her into the bathtub without any difficulty. He instructed her to hold onto his shoulders while he turned his back to her. Now you can undress. Just leave your dirty clothes on the floor. I won't look. Su Shangsheng stared blankly at the back of Bai Ming's head. His hair was cut short, a style shared by many boys in their class. The back of his head was round, revealing a hint of stubbornness. At that moment, it dawned on her that they had indeed grown up. Even the teachers had remarked that boys and girls should not be overly attached. Previously, she had heard Kui mention someone in 6th grade who was dating. Su Shangsheng had not grasped it at the time, simply stating, We are friends too, only to have Bai Ming stuff a piece of candy into her mouth. Now, as she held onto Bai Ming's shoulders, she felt a sense of security in his stature. Su Shangsheng released one hand to remove her dress and undergarments, ultimately resting her hand on Bai Ming's shoulder while tugging at the fabric around his waist, gently lowering herself into the bath. The tub was filled with foam, infused with the rose scent of the bath salts Bai Ming had prepared for her, mirroring that of her body wash. I'm ready. Su Shangsheng's voice was barely a whisper. Bai Ming turned, glancing at her before reaching for a small rubber duck nearby and tossing it into her bath. He then bent down to pick up her soiled pants, pushing the dirty wheelchair beside the shower head. He turned on the water to rinse it clean. After washing the wheelchair, he proceeded to cleanse her dress. Su Shengsheng mused to herself that she was no longer a child, yet her delicate, fair hand clutched the yellow duck as warm water enveloped her, gradually calming her overly excited emotions. She recalled countless times sitting by the river, watching Bai Ming and Kui play in the water. Each time, Bai Ming and the others would casually scrub their clothes, while mischievous children splashed water in her direction. If Bai Ming caught anyone, he would insist on an apology. If they refused, he would retaliate fiercely. Afterward, Aunt Su would scold him for his behavior. Bai Ming. Su Shengsheng squeezed the duck, her voice softening. Bai Ming turned his head to remind her, "You might get bubbles in your mouth. Sit up straight." Oh, the little mermaid in the tub straightened slightly, revealing her entire face and half her neck, her chin emerging from the foam. Bai Ming appeared satisfied. "What is wrong? Is the water not warm enough? I just checked. It's at 45 degrees. It's not the water, Bai Ming. Why are you so nice to me?" Su Shengsheng murmured, "I really am not likable at all." She knew her parents didn't take care for her, and she was aware that many classmates spoke behind her back, finding her manner of speaking quite awkward. Yet, Bai Ming seemed perpetually unconcerned. As he washed her dress, he replied without looking up, "Because you are a very adorable child." This was the voice of Bai Ming, now a grown man of 27. The young lady was indeed charming, a lovely girl filled with contradictions. Most importantly, his indebtedness from her previous life compelled Bai Ming to protect her as long as she remained in Tanshui town, though it seemed insufficient as repayment. Treating her well was not a difficult task. She was easily pleased. Just then, a blush crept across her cheeks, causing her to shrink back slightly. The white foam once again clung to her chin. "I'm pretty, not just cute." The rubber duck squeaked under her grip. Bai Ming chuckled at her slightly proud tone. "You are the most beautiful little girl I have ever seen." "You haven't met many girls," Su Shengsheng replied. "There are many children like me in the city. However," she added softly, but they probably aren't as pretty as I am. So, if you make other friends in the city, you mustn't treat them as well." Bai Ming couldn't help but laugh at her childish possessiveness. "All right, I'll heed your wishes." He rinsed her dress, wrung it out, and shook it. Then he glanced at the pair of shorts adorned with tiny red strawberries. Should I wash these too?" But Su Shengsheng, realizing the distinction between genders, quickly responded, "No, just throw them in the trash over there. That way, no one will find out, and you won't have to wash them." Bai Ming saw her eyes widen and decided to rinse them a few times before washing them, discarding them where Aunt Su and the others would find them. Su Shengsheng fell silent, watching as Bai Ming quickly cleaned her shorts. "I want to get up now," she mumbled, feeling a bit overheated from the warm bath. Bai Ming sighed and stood up to grab a large towel, shaking it open. He had a good plan in mind, to wrap her up and carry her to the bed so she could dress herself. His intentions were noble, and he indeed had the strength to lift her. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. The bathroom floor was quite slippery. No matter how strong or tall Bai Ming was, he was not a giant. While carrying Su Shengsheng, who was also 8 years old, he lost his footing. Bang! Ouch, that really hurt. Bai Ming thought he might crack. Yin Shu. At 8, I held hands with my wife on the way to school. We were inseparable. Jiang Yu. At 8, I held hands with my wife on the way to school and even shared a room at night. Bai Ming. At 8, I held hands with my wife on the way to school, shared a room at night, and bathed her while washing her little dress. We even shared stamp. The other two. Pervert. Bai Ming beamed with pride. Chapter 16. The young lady's mental fortitude is remarkably resilient. Su Yu and Aunt Zhou had been waiting outside, worried the two children might seek help without anyone hearing. Meanwhile, Grandma was below, scolding someone. She was still quite upset, feeling that her daughter and son-in-law were better off without her. The commotion in the room was muffled due to the closed door. However, Bai Ming's uncontrollable expletive was overheard by Su Yu. She furrowed her brow and pushed the door open. "Song?" Bai Ming's earlier voice had sounded pained. At that moment, he had collapsed in the bathroom, cradling Su Shengsheng, who was swathed in a towel, with only her face visible. Her forehead was slightly red, clearly having bumped it during the fall. Yet overall, she remained on top of Bai Ming. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yu and Aunt Zhou turned pale. Aunt Zhou hurried to lift Su Shengsheng while stopping Su Yu, who was about to pull Bai Ming up. "Wait, call a doctor to check. Don't move Xiao Bai just yet." The bathroom fell into a frenzy as Su Yu turned pale and rushed to find doctor. Fortunately, the commotion downstairs meant the two doctors hadn't left yet. At least the psychologist was still present, and soon everyone gathered. The small room became even more cramped. Grandma had also summoned the family doctor, who was on their way. Bai Ming had genuinely knocked himself out. In his effort to protect Su Shengsheng during the fall, he had failed to avoid hitting his head on the floor. His mind buzzed, a ringing in his ears. Yet he could still sense himself being lifted. Su Shang-Shen, eyes closed, felt a sharp pain in her head, her mind swirling with chaotic memories. Her forehead was just slightly red. Images of her time with Bai Ming flooded her mind. Are you out of your minds, letting a little boy bathe Shang-Sheng? And now something has happened. A familiar young woman's voice questioned sharply. Grandma's tone was cold. Do not taint the children's world with your filthy thoughts. The two have grown up together. How could you interfere? You were allowed him back then? You wanted to bathe Shang-Sheng? Say a little less. That child is still unconscious in the next room. Isn't it said there's nothing wrong? Su Shang-Sheng's long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes to gaze at the familiar yet strange ceiling. Recent memories told her she had returned to being 8 years old. Having lingered in Tan Shui town for years, did she often reside at Bai Ming's home? Would she still nip at him? Did she still refer to him as little dog? The two would frequently engage in playful barks at one another. Most importantly, she had wet her skirt and required Bai Ming to bathe her. Yet, it seemed something was amiss. She had a fleeting moment of clarity during her past life's accident, where she found herself on the operating table, bewildered, pondering if she had been reborn. Why must she endure another accident? Subsequently, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to anesthesia, she slipped back into slumber, akin to a faulty electrical connection. When she next opened her eyes, this was her reality. Su Shang-Sheng swiftly closed her eyes again, convinced she was still ensnared in a dream. Hoping to awaken from it soon, a pair of somewhat aged hands gently caressed her pale, tender face. Shang-Sheng, are you awake? Her grandmother's cautious voice broke the silence. Unable to restrain herself, Su Shang-Sheng opened her eyes, turning to behold her youthful and healthy grandmother. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Darling, does it hurt? Her grandmother exclaimed with concern. The doctor has already treated you. It will be fine. Just blow, and it won't hurt anymore. At that moment, Su's mother approached, equally distressed. Shang-Sheng, she called out. Upon glimpsing her mother, who appeared significantly rejuvenated, Su Shang-Sheng averted her gaze. Her mother's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her daughter no longer felt close to her. Su's father then inquired, Shang-Sheng, are you all right? I'll summon the doctor to examine you. After processing all the information, Su Shang-Sheng finally spoke, looking at her grandmother and saying, Grandma, it's noisy. It seemed the very reason she lay there was due to their concern, which she found rather amusing. Moreover, she needed time to digest the bewildering notion that she appeared to have been reborn. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with Bai Ming, suggesting that one could escape marriage if one so desired. Then, the makeup room suddenly plunged into darkness. She felt a sharp pain in her head, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in this unfamiliar place. The crux of the matter was that she could not discern whether she was experiencing a transmigration or a rebirth. Her mind was flooded with memories of Bai Ming. In her previous life, she indeed lived in Tan Shui town for several years, but returned to the city at the age of 7. Most of her memories of Bai Ming were from when they were 6 or 7 years old, primarily because his parents affectionately called him Little Bai, which made him memorable. Yet now, at 8 years old, she remained in Tan Shui town. Furthermore, her relationship with Bai Ming was indeed quite intricate. In her past life, she harbored a slight fondness for him, but it was not to the extent of being utterly dependent on him. However, reflecting on her actions in recent years filled Su Shang-Sheng with embarrassment, leaving her wishing fervently that this was all a dream. Please step outside. Do not disturb Shang-Sheng as she rests. Her grandmother immediately reprimanded Su's parents, her expression stern. Su's mother reached out to touch Su Shang-Sheng, but was evaded by her turning away. With heavy hearts, they both exited the room, leaving only Su Shang-Sheng and her grandmother. Su Shang-Sheng gazed at her grandmother, who had passed away due to health issues during her middle school years, and reached out for a hug. Grandma, hug me. At that moment, her grandmother appeared youthful and vibrant. Regardless of whether this was a rebirth or a transmigration, Su Shang-Sheng vowed never to allow her grandmother to depart from her life so early again. Her grandmother immediately embraced Su Shang-Sheng, soothing her, Darling, it's all right. Grandma is here. Little Bai is fine too. The doctor has checked him, and he should wake up soon. Do not worry. At the mention of Bai Ming's name, Su Shangsheng's body stiffened momentarily, but she reassured herself, it's all right. The Bai Ming here is just an 8-year-old boy. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. She simply needed to maintain her composure. After all, she was also 8 years old. Children do not hold grudges over such matters. There was no way a 27-year-old could be intimidated by a child. Such thoughts bolstered her resolve, and her body relaxed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent guest room, Bai Ming finally awoke. Suyu, with slightly reddened eyes, asked, You're awake, little Bai? Feeling dizzy? The doctor nearby inquired with concern, How do you feel? Bai Ming instinctively shook his head, but realized he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he still asked, "Where's Shang?" "She just woke up. It's nothing serious." She merely bumped her forehead. Suyu reassured him. And Zhou added, "Indeed, thank you, little Bai. Had it not been for you, Shang might have fallen harder." Hearing that she was fine, Bai Ming sighed in relief. "As long as she's okay, it's all good. Let us hope she doesn't get a scar or anything." Suyu, feeling tender towards her child, gently patted his hand. "You shouldn't be calling for help. You're still just a child. How can you expect to hold Shang, who is your age? What are you thinking?" Thankfully, she's all right. Bai Ming merely smiled, realizing that it was the young lady who was worried about losing face. "Rebirth? I'm quite familiar with that. What a coincidence, my wife. You've also been reborn." The young lady? Silence, silence. Immediately silence her. How could this not be considered mutual development? Let us see who will reveal their true selves first. At this moment, Bai Ming felt a surge of warmth. He believed that Su Shengsheng seemed to have suffered a blow to her head. Since Su Yu and the others mentioned she was awake, he expected her to come over quickly, but she did not. It was only after the doctor left, and her parents appeared to have been ushered out by her grandmother, that she finally entered, wheeled in by Aunt Zhou. The doctor advised that Bai Ming should not move too freely for the time being, suggesting he rest for a day before returning home. Su's grandmother also insisted he stay, so he remained. Once Suyu confirmed her son was fine, she too departed. In Tanshui town, it was common for children to fall and hurt themselves. Once they recovered, their parents often returned to work. Suyu typically engaged in some handiwork at home and occasionally assisted Old Bai at the shop. When she was absent, Old Bai sometimes found himself overwhelmed. After all, the family business had expanded from merely washing cars to repairing them, which kept them quite busy. Bai Ming, unable to move around, found himself rather bored. It was during this time that Su Shengsheng entered. He noticed something peculiar. Su Shengsheng was not crying. Moreover, whenever she looked at him, she quickly averted her gaze. Seemingly reluctant to meet his eyes, her demeanor somewhat stiff. Aunt Zhou, however, was oblivious to this. After wheeling Su Shengsheng in, she effortlessly lifted her and placed her beside Bai Ming on the bed. "Be good and play nicely, don't fight," Aunt Zhou advised. "I'll bring over the food shortly. Little Bai, your dad just dropped off your clothes. Shall I help you bathe afterward?" Bai Ming quickly interjected, "No need, Aunt Zhou. I can manage myself." What a joke. He had been reborn, and wouldn't he allow his mother to bathe him? Aunt Zhou appeared somewhat concerned, yet Bai Ming reassured her. "It's all right, Aunt Zhou. Just find me a small stool. I'm a big boy now. I would feel shy if you bathed me." He feigned a childish grin. Having lived as a child for so many years post-rebirth, Bai Ming had mastered the art of childlike antics and charm, especially since his rebirth took place in kindergarten. Seeing him like this made Aunt Zhou smile. "All right, our little Bai is all grown up now. After we finish eating, I'll help you." With that, Aunt Zhou exited. Bai Ming then turned to the quiet Su Shengsheng, who appeared to be staring at him in a daze, and asked, "Did I say something wrong? I am perfectly fine. Feel for yourself if you doubt it. It's merely a bump on the back of my head, nothing significant." As she spoke, she took his delicate, fair hand and placed it on the swelling at the back of her head. Bai Ming assumed that Su Shengsheng's silence was due to being scolded. Su Shengsheng gazed at the boy before her, with his sun-kissed skin and bright eyes, exhibiting a childlike impulsiveness in his actions. Instinctively, her hand pressed down on the bump, causing him to grimace yet flash a silly grin, insisting it didn't hurt. In that moment, Bai Ming appeared quite endearing. Was this his nature since childhood? Su Shengsheng felt a sudden sense of relief and instinctively ruffled his short hair, which tickled her palm, prompting her to think, "Bai Ming, you're such a fool." Noticing that she still looked somewhat glum, Bai Ming, in an attempt to cheer her up, smiled and said, "It's not as you said. A little pup must protect you." This statement left Su Shengsheng even more convinced of Bai Ming's naivety, which only endeared him to her further. She now had the opportunity to befriend him, which seemed rather delightful. Recalling their past encounters, she remembered him fighting for a friend's honor. He was already a company owner, dressed in a suit, yet still impulsively wielded a chair as a weapon like a youth. Their second meeting was when she witnessed her brother showing off in front of him. The man had shed the previous air of menace and now regarded her brother with a smirk, saying, "Without your parents, you're nothing. I must admit, you do have good parents, but on your own, you can't outplay me." This incited her brother's furious outburst before Bai Ming departed. It was because of this that Su Shengsheng found herself intrigued by him. Later, she discovered that they had attended the same kindergarten and even shared a classroom for a semester in elementary school. Regrettably, he had no recollection of her. At that time, Su Shengsheng was being pressured into marriage by her family, so she boldly approached Bai Ming. There was no particular reason. Perhaps it was the way her heart raced when she saw him standing up for his friends. After all, she seemed to lack friends willing to fight for her. save for her childhood companion, whom she fondly referred to as Little Bai. Thus, she sought out Bai Ming. As they spent more time together, she found him increasingly delightful. Even though their encounters were few, it was a pity. The person before her could have been her husband. Seeing her lost in thought while pressing on her head, Bai Ming reached out to gently touch her forehead, expressing concern. Has the doctor examined you? You wouldn't have truly hurt your head, would you? Su Shangshang swatted his hand away, intending to do so with force, but softened upon meeting his dark, gleaming eyes. I wouldn't damage my brain. Does it hurt? Sorry. Although she had no desire to dwell on why they both wouldn't get hurt, it was indeed because of her that he had suffered a bump on his head. Why does our young lady keep saying sorry today? Bai Ming chuckled. I assure you, I'm quite all right. Tomorrow, I can still accompany you to catch little squirrels up the mountain. Su Shangsheng's long eyelashes fluttered as she curiously inquired. Are there really squirrels up there? Indeed. If you can walk, I can take you to catch some, though the squirrels look quite different from the colorful ones in books. They're rather grayish. Bai Ming often amused her, promising to take her wherever she wished once she could walk. Each time, the thought would spark a look of longing in Su Shangsheng's eyes. Yet, she consistently declined to learn to walk, never once deviating from her decision. This time, Bai Ming was prepared for her refusal, but to his surprise, Su Shangsheng paused before saying, I can walk now. Will you really take me? Though she was hesitant, she admitted, I'm not too keen on it, She had never caught a squirrel on her own in her 20-plus years of life. Yet, halfway through her sentence, she felt a twinge of childishness and sought an excuse to maintain her dignity. Unexpectedly, Bai Ming quickly interjected, you may not want to go, but I do. I'm begging you. Will you accompany me to catch squirrels? Bai Ming, are you trying to charm a child? Su Shengsheng murmured with a slight smile. At that moment, Bai Ming radiated warmth. She began to understand why he remained in Tanshui town at the tender age of 8. This iteration of herself felt quite fortunate. I am a child. I can only speak like this, Bai Ming replied matter-of-factly, then looked earnestly at Su Shengsheng, his tone softening. So, does that mean you want to learn to walk? Could it be that those two incompetent doctors' methods actually work? That can't be. Bai Ming was astounded. Su Shengsheng slowly lowered her eyelashes, saying, what is wrong with trying to learn? She gently pressed her pale hand against her leg. Chapter 18. Su Shengsheng's exclusive. Despite what was discussed, Bai Ming did not see Su Shengsheng until Monday when school resumed. The day after her head injury, Bai Ming was picked up by his father, Lao Bai. Su Shengsheng did not insist on going home with him this time. Bai Ming figured she must have been shaken and preferred to stay with her grandmother, which was entirely understandable. Yet it was now Monday, and Bai Ming glanced at the empty space beside him. The girl sitting in front of them, Kuyun, was a cousin of Kui. The chubby little girl had a distinct Ku family charm. During recess, she turned to Bai Ming and asked Bai Ming, why isn't Su Shengsheng here? At that moment, Bai Ming was pondering why his father hadn't given him a phone watch or something similar. Many classmates had them, including Su Shengsheng. Previously, he thought he had no need for such a device since he could run home right after class. However, he now felt it was quite necessary. Looking at Kuyun, he replied, I don't know, why don't you give her a call? His gaze fell on Kuyun's phone watch. Yet Kuyun responded, I don't have her number. Bai Ming thought, the princess conveniently ignores everyone else except for him. He gestured for her. Then, lend me your phone watch. When Su Shengsheng entered her wheelchair, she saw Bai Ming and Kuyun huddled together. Instinctively, her brows furrowed. This was her habitual reaction, as she felt increasingly embarrassed and contemplated whether transferring schools might be the solution, primarily because of her previous childish interactions with Bai Ming. Su Shengsheng found it difficult to lower her pride. She even hesitated to come to school that morning. However, upon hearing Aunt Zhou, the housekeeper, mention that little Bai might be worried, she couldn't quite understand why she felt compelled to put on her clothes and grab her backpack before heading out, albeit a bit late. Upon her entry, a classmate called out, Su Shengsheng, you're here. Su Shengsheng glanced over, recognizing the voice but unable to recall the name. Bai Ming, who had been about to ask Kuyun to dial Su Shengsheng's number, turned upon hearing the voice and immediately spotted her wheelchair at the entrance. Some classmates offered to push her, but she coldly declined, asserting she could manage. Then her gaze shifted towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming stood up and walked over, positioning himself behind her wheelchair to push her towards their seats. You don't have to, Su Shengsheng muttered softly, the chill in her voice fading. Bai Ming seemed oblivious to her protest. Why did you arrive so late this morning? Kuyun, upon seeing Su Shengsheng, cheerfully exclaimed, Good morning, Shengsheng. We were just wondering if you'd come today. We? Was that with Bai Ming? Su Shengsheng felt a twinge of displeasure within. Hadn't this little brat already promised her, well, technically, it was her 8-year-old self, that he would only be her good friend? Bai Ming had just pushed him into his seat when he was met with a glare. Bai Ming, He then pulled out a few candies, orange-flavored, or did she prefer orange soda? What he referred to as orange soda was merely the candies dissolved in hot water. This was a common practice among many classmates, for they had little pocket money. Yet what child could resist the allure of sweet, fizzy drinks? The previous Su Shengsheng had quite enjoyed them, despite having fresh orange juice at home. She preferred the soda Bai Ming concocted for her. However, at this moment, Su Shengsheng shook her head glumly, declining the offer. Bai Ming glanced at her again, noting how she clutched her backpack, silent and avoiding his gaze. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered. "All right, put away your textbooks. We will have a dictation this lesson." Bai Ming diverted his attention, but he soon realized something was amiss with Su Shengsheng. She had only written a single character before halting. Su Shengsheng was an academic prodigy. Bai Ming couldn't help but frown. Surely nothing was wrong with her mind? Ultimately, Su Shengsheng submitted a blank dictation workbook. The group leader collecting the assignments shot her a glance and quietly inquired, "Shengsheng, you haven't even finished writing your name." Su Shengsheng looked at the character Su and, relying on her memory, awkwardly penned the 3 characters Su Shengsheng. To her current self, those characters appeared rather unsightly. Yet, she had no choice but to write them. Bai Ming, however, took her workbook away, handing 2 notebooks to the group leader, one filled with the name Su Shengsheng and another only partially filled with Bai Ming's name. The handwriting on the 2 notebooks differed slightly. Bai Ming's looked a bit messy. The group leader said nothing and took the notebooks away. Bai Ming naturally helped her gather her things, stating, "The Chinese teacher is quite stern. She won't spare you just because of your good grades. What's wrong? If you're unwell, you should go home and rest." Could it be that her head was truly injured? Su Shengsheng, however, looked at his deep mahogany-colored hand, noticing a sizable bruise on his elbow, likely from the fall he had taken while protecting himself 2 days prior. Su Shengsheng pursed her lips and replied, "It's nothing," then reached in her desk and pulled out a row of paintbrushes. Bai Ming sighed, extending his hand. "Go ahead and draw." This time, Su Shengsheng chose red and wrote Su Shengsheng on his hand. She stared at it for a while and then added 2 more characters. Finally, Bai Ming beheld the 5 characters, Su Shengsheng exclusive. He glanced at her, satisfied, as she concluded her artistic endeavor. "You." Su Shengsheng turned to her, blinking her large eyes. "What is it?" She sounded rather cheerful. Indeed, she was in good spirits. Su Shengsheng's earlier discomfort vanished as Bai Ming helped her submit her dictation. The boy before her had grown up alongside her, the one who had inscribed Su Shengsheng on his hand. He was hers. The young lady had always possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Her belongings were not to be taken by anyone. Moreover, she had repeatedly convinced herself that the Bai Ming before her was merely 8 years old, not the one who had proposed marriage in the past. He was different now. This time, she could participate in his entire life. Thus, gazing at the arm inscribed with her name, she took out the pen again and added a smiley face after exclusive. Bai Ming remarked, "The next class is physical education. Forget it, as long as you're happy." He picked up a white pen and drew a small sun with a smiley face on the back of her hand, smoothing it out. Su Shengsheng glanced at her hand and earnestly stated, "It's quite ugly." Yet, she smiled joyfully. 2 adults disguised as children were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, and they returned to their initial spot, both desiring a unique beginning and development. Time may have its sequence, but their aspirations appeared somewhat aligned. Chapter 19. A finger gently teased at her. The next class was indeed physical education. They were not the only class attending. Older students from higher grades joined as well. Bai Ming's class shared the playground with the 5th graders, albeit separated by the field. Su Shengsheng sat in the shade, still holding the orange soda Bai Ming had prepared for her. Suddenly, she found sitting in a wheelchair rather pleasant, as it spared her from the dreaded physical education class. Her classmates, including teachers, had grown accustomed to her routine. Su Shengsheng always observed from the sidelines during physical education. Bai Ming and the others warmed up, then were herded by the teacher to run laps. Su Shengsheng contentedly sipped her soda beneath the tree. In truth, Bai Ming had diluted the drink too much, rendering it overly sweet. Yet, Su Shengsheng relished it. Her gaze remained fixed on Bai Ming, who stood as the tallest boy in class, trailing behind as he ran. Several boys accompanied him, one pointing at his arm and saying something. Bai Ming, however, raised his hand, and the vivid red characters were still clearly visible from afar, marking him as her prince. The boys emitted envious gasps. The teacher barked, "Catch up to the back." "What are you doing?" Bai Ming smiled and turned to Su Shengsheng, only to find her beaming at him, her smile radiant, outshining even the sun. It was rare to see her so genuinely joyful. Su Shengsheng was indeed happy, thoroughly satisfied with Bai Ming's public declaration of ownership. While she was smiling brightly, 3 5th graders wandered over to them. Two boys and a girl approached. The girl politely asked, "Hello, are you Su Shengsheng? Could we borrow your wheelchair for a bit? We heard it's electric." Although her inquiry was courteous, Su Shengsheng noticed the malice lurking in their eyes. She was not truly a child. She could discern emotions with clarity. Her smile faded. Even in the rustic town of Tanshui, one could not escape the presence of foolishness. In her past life, she had encountered such situations numerous times. They surrounded her, feigning friendliness while secretly mocking her for being a cripple. "No, why would I lend it to you?" Su Xingxing's voice was cold as she glanced at the playground. The teacher would soon approach. She realized that calling for the teacher would surely draw attention. However, she was taken aback when her refusal did not deter the trio. One of the boys abruptly shoved her wheelchair from behind, exclaiming, "If you won't lend it, we'll just push you around." His voice was filled with malice and excitement. The wheelchair lurched forward suddenly, propelled by the two boys. And Su Shengsheng hesitated to press the button, fearing that locking the wheels might send her tumbling out. Her juice spilled, and the sudden acceleration quickened her heartbeat. A short, sharp scream escaped her lips. Bai Ming had been running slowly at the back of the line, chatting with the other boys. However, it seemed as if he suddenly heard Su Xingxing's voice. He glanced up and saw two relatively tall boys, evidently older than them, hastily pushing Su Xingxing's wheelchair forward, with her still seated in it. The boy's objective was clearly a small slope, not far ahead. The spilled soda on the ground narrated the owner's fear. Bai Ming erupted, charging forward. The other boys, who had been trailing beside him, were momentarily taken aback by his sudden acceleration, but soon followed his gaze. Then someone shouted, "Wow, the fifth graders are really going too far." Just as the teacher looked up, Bai Ming was already leading a throng of boys rushing past. One could still hear Bai Ming yelling, "What are you doing? Let her go." The fifth graders paid no heed to the group of younger boys. Su Shengsheng clutched the sides of her wheelchair tightly, exclaiming, "Let me down. I'll give you the wheelchair." The two boys exchanged glances, responding, "We'll let you down once we get up there." Su Shengsheng cursed under her breath. The insecurity of being pushed forward uncontrollably, coupled with her immobile legs, made her heart race. She needed rehabilitation. Bai Ming's voice compelled her to glance back. She saw him drawing closer, his face flushed, whether from running or from anger. She couldn't tell. Soon, Bai Ming, accompanied by several boys from their class, caught up, yanking one boy aside. "Don't touch her." With his other hand, he managed to grasp the wheelchair. At last, it came to a halt, and Su Shengsheng nearly pitched forward, promptly hitting the button to lock the wheels. The two fifth graders pushed Bai Ming, demanding, "What are you doing?" "She yes, even willing to let us have a little fun." Su Xingxing's voice turned ominous as she retorted, "How about I break your legs and get you a wheelchair?" The boy, upon hearing this, grew irate, shouting back, "What's the big deal, you cripple?" This time, Su Shengsheng remained unfazed, while Bai Ming exploded. He retaliated first, and soon, the boys from their class joined in. Bai Ming was quite popular. When the teacher arrived, they found a group of third graders ganging up on two fifth graders. It was they who had initiated the confrontation. Su Shengsheng rolled up her pants, revealing her fair knee, swollen and red. "They pushed my wheelchair despite my protests, and I ended up crashing into a tree." "It's a lie. I just hit it with my thermos. It doesn't hurt anyway." Unaware of the truth, Bai Ming saw the swelling and was ready to charge at the boy again, only to be restrained by the gym teacher. The two boys bore expressions of shock, their eyes wide, protesting, "We didn't do anything. We were just borrowing the wheelchair." The principal's expression darkened as he bellowed, "What do you mean, borrowing a wheelchair? Are you bullying a classmate with a disability?" Su Xingxing's face bore a deceptive innocence, with her reddened eyes and biting her lip to suppress tears. Combined with the injury on her knee, anyone would perceive her as the one being victimized. Or could it be that a girl with mobility issues was bullying them? Bai Ming's gaze fixated on the swollen redness of Su Xingxing's knee, which struck him as particularly jarring. Just then, he felt a gentle tug on his finger. He turned to Su Shengsheng, who winked at him, then, with an air of feigned grievance, remarked, "They also called me a cripple." All right, you're all so good. Call your parents." The teacher interjected, and there was another girl with them. "Who is she? Bring her here." Ultimately, as Su Shengsheng exited the principal's office alongside the boys from her class, their homeroom teacher consoled them. "You all did very well. You protected your classmate. You can go back now, and I assure you, I'll address this matter." Teacher Wang then gently bent down to Su Shengsheng, saying, "Shengsheng, don't listen to their taunts. You're just like everyone else." Teacher Wang had initially been furious upon learning that her students had been fighting, but now, hearing this, she felt relieved. Those two little rascals deserved a beating. Su Shengsheng held Bai Ming's hand, nodding obediently. "I understand, teacher." Bai Ming squinted slightly as he observed her profile. Chapter 20, Because I Just Want to Be Nice to You. Teacher Wang instructed them to return to class before heading back to her office. Their class was likely engaged in self-study. As it was originally Teacher Wang's lesson, and she was currently dealing with the aftermath of the fight. One of the boys involved in the altercation breathed a sigh of relief that scared me to death. If they call my parents, my dad will kill me. Exactly. I didn't think much while fighting, but now I'm a bit scared. Bai Ming withdrew his gaze from Su Shengsheng and generously announced to them, after school, I'll treat each of you to a starch sausage. The other boys immediately cheered joyfully, no longer fearing punishment. Su Shengsheng also looked up at Bai Ming, their hands still intertwined. Although Bai Ming hadn't washed his hands after the fight, and given that it had just been gym class, they felt somewhat sticky, surprisingly. She didn't seem to mind. The boys, filled with excitement, walked ahead, while Bai Ming pushed Su Shengsheng's wheelchair, following closely behind. The younger boys were exhilarated. A fight without repercussions felt undeniably cool. Bai Ming noticed that Su Shengsheng had already rolled down her pant leg, the swelling no longer visible. She seemed to be in good spirits, hardly resembling someone who had been bullied. Su Shengsheng. Bai Ming seldom referred to her by her full name. He typically called her by nicknames like young lady or princess. Yet, this time, there was an unmistakable seriousness in his tone. She turned to Bai Ming, asking, "What's wrong?" After a moment's thought, she glanced at her pants, realizing that the spilled soda had dampened them, making them slightly sticky. She felt a tinge of disdain as she mentioned it. Earlier, while holding Bai Ming's hand, she hadn't minded the stickiness at all. Bai Ming clicked his tongue. "Don't change the subject. It's no use complaining about wet pants. You can change when you get home. But what happened to your knee?" Su Shengsheng, Zipli. Is 8-year-old Bai Ming this perceptive? What do you mean, what happened? I don't know what you're talking about. Let go. I can go back by myself. She reverted to her infuriating tone. However, Bai Ming refused to release his grip on her wheelchair, and she dared not walk away directly. Turning her head in annoyance, she glared at Bai Ming, demanding let go. Bai Ming observed how her once neat hair had become disheveled. During the fight, one boy had attempted to grab her hair, but Su Shengsheng, confined in her wheelchair, had awkwardly tilted her head to avoid it, leaving her hair in disarray. At that moment, Bai Ming reached out, noticing her cowering with her eyes closed. Was she afraid he would hit her? Bai Ming felt a mix of helplessness and amusement as he gently patted her head. "What are you hiding from? Have I ever hit you?" Su Shengsheng opened her eyes and swatted Bai Ming's hand away. Swiftly, she pressed the buttons on her wheelchair, turning and accelerating away with remarkable speed, as if she had done it countless times before. Bai Ming turned to the office. Upon returning to the classroom, he found the class monitor seated at the front, having opened a logbook filled with numerous names of those who had spoken. Bai Ming entered the classroom holding a bottle of liniment. Many classmates were watching him, having witnessed his earlier altercation. Once seated, Bai Ming stole a glance at Su Shengsheng, who was resting her head on the desk. She must have washed her hands and her pants as well, though a portion of the fabric still retained some moisture. Bai Ming crouched down to roll up her pant leg. Su Shengsheng widened her eyes instinctively, attempting to kick him, but could only manage a slight lift. Bai Ming observed her swollen knee and poured some liniment into his palm, warming it before gently pressing it against her knee. Upon hearing her hiss in pain, Bai Ming assumed it was due to discomfort and lifted his gaze to her, only to see her frowning and asking, "Did you wash your hands?" Bai Ming responded by vigorously rubbing the inflammation on her leg. Su Shengsheng's eyes glistened momentarily. In truth, her leg still had sensation. Her injury had long since healed, yet the feeling was somewhat dulled. Nevertheless, pain was still present. The redness around her eyes was a result of her own self-inflicted distress. Now, as Bai Ming applied pressure to her knee, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Hey, don't cry," Bai Ming exclaimed, reaching out to wipe her tears. This only prompted Su Shengsheng to burst into genuine tears. With liniment still on his hands, he inadvertently rubbed it into her eyes, causing her to exclaim, "Ouch, that stings. Hurry, take me to wash it off." Her voice was tinged with sobs. Bai Ming quickly responded, pushing her frantically towards the exit. The following day, rumors spread throughout the elementary school that Su Shengsheng had been bullied by 5th graders, causing her to weep inconsolably in class. It was said that the parents of the two boys, upon learning of Su Shengsheng's wheelchair, chastised their sons for bullying a disabled child. "How dare they?" Su Shengsheng remarked, while Bai Ming sheepishly offered her an ice cream, saying, "Here, this is for you." I truly forgot at that moment. With an expressionless face, Su Shengsheng accepted it and took a bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss. At that moment, they sat in Bai Ming's yard, where old Bai was busy repairing a vehicle while chatting with someone. In the kitchen, Su was preparing a meal. Their completed homework lay on a nearby table. Bai Ming sat on a small stool beside Su Shengsheng, who was in her wheelchair, asserting, "Aren't I showing concern for you?" Su Shengsheng regarded the ice cream in her hand as if it were Bai Ming himself. She had always been sensitive about her pride, even at such a young age. The entire school now believed she had been reduced to tears by two fifth-grade boys. Although she had received numerous comforting snacks from classmates, the young lady felt embarrassed. She had withdrawn somewhat in the past few days, unwilling to speak to Bai Ming, the instigator, despite Bai Ming's attempts to cheer her up over the days, including offering his ice cream. Her anger persisted. It seems there's a reason I was single in my past life, he mused. He had never quite grasped what girls were thinking. In a sudden resolve, Bai Ming reached out to roll up her pant leg, only to receive a feeble kick from Su Shangsheng. Observing the bruising he had rubbed away, he remained unfazed, saying, "My parents warned that if the bruise isn't treated properly, it will hurt significantly when you grow older, especially on rainy days." Recalling his own painful legs on rainy days from his previous life, Su Xingxing's movements slowed as she ate her ice cream. She glanced down at Bai Ming, who had poured out more liniment and resumed massaging her leg. This time he was gentler, likely out of concern for her pain. "Why are you so nice to me?" Su Shangxian inquit gudio sili. At 8 years old, Bai Ming showed remarkable patience with her spoiled temperament, seemingly never angered. His hands continued their soothing motions as he replied, "Because I just want to treat you well." This question was one Su Shangsheng frequently asked, perhaps stemming from her parents' neglect, as she often sought reassurance. Bai Ming hadn't thought much about it, answering naturally, wanting to provide her with a joyful childhood, a way to repay her kindness from their past life. Su Shangsheng's leg trembled slightly, causing ice cream to drip on her delicate, fair hands. She blinked, realizing, "Oh, I understand now. Then, I shall try to be a little kinder to you." She disliked feeling indebted to anyone. Chapter 21. Yes, she must not lack pocket money. She had plenty, after all. "Bai Ming, I don't want to eat this. You have it." A fried chicken leg appeared in Bai Ming's bowl. "You don't like it, yet you ordered it," he noted, glancing at the small bok choy and fried chicken leg she had picked out. With no one home today, the two had sneaked out for fast food. Over the past 2 years, their family business had flourished. Recently, Old Bai had occasionally taken Su Yu to the city to scout for shop locations. Now, after summer vacation, they would be entering 6th grade, and soon thereafter, junior high. Both Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng boasted excellent grades, making entrance into the prestigious city school appear promising. Thus, Old Bai contemplated finding a shop in the city for the children's future, as it would pave the way for their high school education there. Su Yu was reluctant to part with her children, leading the couple to consider this option. Of course, Bai Ming had subtly hinted at this as well. In his previous life, before their family thrived, Old Bai had merely maintained his car wash business. This time around, Bai Ming had yet to decide how to proceed, but felt that to improve their circumstances, it would be best for Old Bai to take the initiative. "Isn't this quite a good plan?" he thought. Despite having food at home, Bai Ming was capable of cooking. However, Su Shangsheng had heard from Ku Yi about the delicious fried chicken at a newly opened fast food restaurant and had been eager to try it. Truth be told, she had experienced countless delicacies, yet Ku Yi's vivid description had ignited her curiosity. It wasn't mere greed, but rather a desire to experience something new. Thus, when Bai Ming attempted to head to the kitchen, she grabbed his hand. "Are you not interested in what I make? Should I call Aunt Zhou?" she retorted, seizing his other hand as well. The now taller 5th grade Bai Ming stood robust, and Su Shangsheng recalled he had been nearly 6 feet tall in his past life. As she sat watching him, she felt diminutive in comparison. They exchanged silent glances until Bai Ming could no longer withstand her beautiful, unexpressive eyes staring at him. "All right, what do you want to do?" he asked. "Let us go try the fast food," she suggested, adding, "You were drooling when Kui mentioned it last time." Bai Ming chuckled, retorting, "Impossible." "You did, you drooled." Su Shangsheng raised her voice slightly. After 3 to 4 years of rebirth, she no longer felt shy about arguing with Bai Ming. "Fine, let us eat fast food," Bai Ming sighed, conceding. He decided not to dwell on the matter further and pushed her out the door. The fast food restaurant had a queue. After securing a spot for Su Shangsheng, Bai Ming went to join the line. Their luck, unfortunately, was not in their favor. The fried chicken leg, seemingly their specialty, dwindled to a single piece by the time Bai Ming reached the counter, with the next batch yet to be prepared. He ordered the last one for himself, along with braised pork ribs. Upon noticing the disparity in their orders, Su Shangsheng inquired, "Why is our food different?" "Because there's only one fried chicken leg left, and the next batch will take 15 minutes. By then, we'll have finished eating, and if my parents discover we're out here eating fast food, we'll get scolded," Bai Ming explained. Primarily, it was he who faced reprimand for taking Su Shangsheng to indulge in fast food, an act that would undoubtedly provoke Aunt Zhou's disapproval. Su Shangsheng's digestive system was indeed quite fragile, with numerous food restrictions in her daily life. Despite consuming countless health supplements over the years, she remained slender. Her fair complexion, coupled with her petite figure in the wheelchair, gave her an appearance that was less than robust. Initially, Bai Ming had harbored hopes that she would eventually stand and walk. Yet it turned out he had been overly optimistic. The young lady showed no inclination whatsoever to walk. She took great delight in commanding him daily. Yet the prospect of her walking seemed to hold no interest for her. Bai Ming, understanding the delicate nature of her relationship with her parents, refrained from pressuring her. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at her wheelchair and the frail legs resting upon it. Would she really attend middle school in that wheelchair? Worries inevitably crept into Bai Ming's mind. Engrossed in his thoughts, he spoke little, merely glancing at the bowl filled with cabbage, which looked somewhat overcooked and likely unpalatable to the young lady. Suddenly, a fried chicken leg found its way into his bowl. Bai Ming was momentarily taken aback and looked up at her. What are you doing? It looks unappetizing. I don't want it, Su Shengsheng replied, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, rendering them somewhat obscured. Yet, her frown as she took a bite of rice was unmistakably evident. She had often declared fast food to be unappetizing, yet she always felt compelled to give it a try. With a sigh, Bai Ming donned a pair of disposable gloves and picked up the fried chicken leg. Holding it to her lips, you should eat it. I'll finish what's left. At last, Su Shengsheng regarded him, or rather, the chicken leg in his hand. In truth, she did not harbor a strong desire for it. After all, it was merely fried chicken. However, at that moment, the chicken leg presented to her seemed particularly enticing. You should eat it, she murmured, reminding herself to take good care of Bai Ming. Over the years, he had thrived under her nurturing. He had mastered German, learned the violin, and even taken up wrestling and fencing. The young lad standing beside her had shed his previous awkwardness, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus, she believed that Bai Ming, much like Ku-yi, a boy of his age, must surely enjoy such treats. Since there was only one, she thought to give it to him. Yet, Bai Ming gently nudged her lips with the chicken leg. A piece this large is too much for you. Just leave the leftovers for me. His voice was cheerful. Didn't you say I was your little dog? What is wrong with eating your leftovers? In the context of fast food, the beautiful Su Shengsheng in her wheelchair naturally drew attention. As Bai Ming's words echoed, the gazes upon them multiplied. Su Shengsheng's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? That was just a childish remark. She had refrained from mentioning it over the years. Seeing her flustered face, Bai Ming seized the opportunity to gently push the chicken leg into her mouth. Just eat. Children often ponder over such trivialities. Su Shengsheng bit into the chicken leg. Well, it's somewhat tasty, but not exceptionally so. After taking a small bite, she took another, neither of them intending to relinquish the piece. It seemed as though they had both become accustomed to this dynamic. In the end, as they exited, Su Shengsheng concluded that fast food was indeed mediocre. But the flavor of the chicken leg Bai Ming held was quite delightful. She reluctantly rated it a 60 out of 100. Spotting an ice cream stand not far away, she declared, I'll treat you to ice cream. As her period had not yet arrived, she wished to indulge in ice cream while she could, for once it came, such treats would be off the table. In her previous life, she had suffered intensely during her menstrual cramps, to the extent that she avoided consuming cold foods. Wait here, I'll buy it for you. But you can only have one, Bai Ming said, deliberately rummaging through his pants pocket. I have no pocket money left. Su Shengsheng responded with an O, urging him to hurry and queue up. After Bai Ming departed, she discreetly slipped a $100 bill into his backpack. She had to ensure he had some pocket money. After all, she had sufficient funds now. Chapter 22, Stubborn Bai Ming, so fierce. The ice cream cart was stationed in the center of the plaza, and due to the warm weather, a considerable number of people were in line. Bai Ming pushed Su Shengsheng to a shady spot beneath a parasol, shielding her from the sun. The backpack he carried was one Su Shengsheng had insisted he take, filled with her belongings rather than items for their studies. Bai Ming recalled seeing mothers with their children out and about, similarly burdened with large bags filled with baby supplies. The female employees at their company referred to such bags as mommy bags, and he felt as if he were carrying a personalized mommy bag for Su Shengsheng. Yet, this particular backpack had been purchased by her, and had been quite expensive, over $3,000. Even when he had struck it rich in his previous life, he would never have considered purchasing such an extravagant bag. The young lady had tossed it onto his bed, declaring, I bought the wrong one. I don't want it here. Take it. How does one mistakenly purchase a bag meant for boys instead of girls? Moreover, she had acquired two, having already claimed one for herself. Bai Ming typically did not carry it. Even Su Yu and the others were unaware of its exorbitant cost. He merely took it along when accompanying her, as it also contained her water bottle, for even in the summer, she insisted on being reminded to drink warm water. As Su Shengsheng observed the queue, she realized Bai Ming had finally reached the front. Suddenly, a middle-aged man obstructed her view. Su Shengsheng looked up, only to be met with his lascivious grin. Are you here all alone, little girl? Where are your parents? Is it difficult for you to walk? How about I treat you to some ice cream? He leered at her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Su Shangsheng thought, have I encountered a creep? Although the local culture in Tanshui town was quite wholesome, it was still a town, and with a higher population came the inevitable presence of unsavory characters. Moreover, this area was not one she frequented. Their activities were typically confined to their home neighborhood. At that moment, her hand brushed against her phone, and she raised it, snapping a photo of the man. Uncle, I've captured your image. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the sight of this beautiful young girl, who appeared to be only in the 3rd or 4th grade, wielding a phone, dropped his facade of friendliness and reached out to snatch the device from her grasp. Give that to me. Su Shangsheng maneuvered her wheelchair backward, though her limited range was hampered by the man blocking her path. Her expression darkened, and she suddenly shouted, "Creep!" The plaza was bustling with people, especially during the lunch hour. Su Shangsheng's outcry drew considerable attention. The man, startled, contemplated fleeing, but remembered that Su Shangsheng had captured his photo and hesitated, still attempting to seize her phone. A crippled man attempting to retaliate? Bai Ming felt an urgent need to remain by Su Shangsheng's side. It seemed that any moment away from her placed her in peril. In his haste, the ice cream cone in his hand toppled. Rushing over, he was met with the sight of Su Shangsheng, having risen from her wheelchair, wielding his backpack like a weapon, fiercely striking the middle-aged man. Adults, hastily arriving at the scene, shouted, "Be careful not to hit the wrong person," while restraining the man on the ground. The man attempted to lie, claiming that the child belonged to him. A young girl scoffed, "With your appearance? How could that girl possibly be your child? Dream on." Someone had even called the police. Bai Ming remarked, "All right, Miss can protect herself." However, his gaze was fixed on Su Shangsheng, who stood before him in a wheelchair. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed as she held his backpack. Despite her small stature, her legs appeared long and straight, suggesting robust health. Bai Ming. Su Shangsheng looked up and noticed his gaze lingering on her legs. She promptly let out a weak ouch and sank heavily into the wheelchair. An aunt nearby immediately inquired, "What is wrong, little one? Are your legs all right?" Her tone was direct, brimming with concern. Su Shangsheng guili zipli. My legs can stand for a little while, but not for too long. The aunt continued, "Oh dear, where are your family? How could they leave a young girl like you here?" At that moment, Bai Ming approached, his ice cream having melted considerably, leaving his hands sticky. Su Shangsheng, displaying an unusual sense of maturity, handed him a tissue. Bai Ming turned to the aunt, expressing his gratitude. The aunt observed Bai Ming and said, "Is this your sister? You mustn't leave her alone here. Look, she could have encountered a pervert." The police arrived swiftly. The man attempted to flee, but was surrounded by numerous onlookers, many of whom were eager to capture the spectacle on their phones, leaving him with no escape. As he was taken away, he could hardly fathom how elementary school students had become so formidable. Su Shangsheng and her companions should have followed, but given her fragile condition and young age, the local authorities deemed it more prudent to have a gentle female officer take a brief statement instead. Su Shangsheng recorded the entire incident on her phone, and fortunately, there were security cameras in the vicinity, along with several concerned citizens who accompanied them home. Ultimately, the female officer requested their contact information before allowing them to depart. Bai Ming declined the offer to be escorted home, assuring her that they lived nearby and promising to keep a vigilant eye on his sister. By the time everything was resolved, Su Shangsheng had finished her ice cream and was sipping warm water, seemingly trying to mend her earlier distress. Bai Ming cast a glance at her legs, pondering when she'd be able to walk again. "I can't walk," Su Shangsheng protested. "I truly can't. But I can stand for a little while, just a little." She extended her hand, carefully indicating a minuscule distance, her expression adorably earnest. Bai Ming couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Was it really amusing to see me coax you into standing previously? You insisted I carry you, and only then would you allow me to support you for a brief moment." He recalled that it hadn't even lasted a minute. The absurdity of it all made him laugh. Yet, Su Shangsheng, sensitive to the emotions of those around her, could discern his irritation. She grasped his wrist, fearful he might abandon her. "I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to." Apologizing was a rarity for her, and, after uttering those words, she found herself at a loss for further dialogue. Feeling awkward, she added, "Besides, you were the one who wanted to coax me. I never agreed to it." As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them, realizing they only added fuel to the fire. Predictably, Bai Ming fell silent. Instead of responding, he moved behind her and began to push her wheelchair in the direction of home. Su Shangsheng, clutching his backpack, turned to face him. She observed Bai Ming's expressionless demeanor as he pushed her along. This was his first display of anger toward her. A wave of inexplicable grievance washed over Su Shangsheng. Why was he angry? She had merely been practicing standing up, motivated by his efforts to encourage her. Just the other day, she had successfully stood, intending to surprise him by taking a few steps in the near future. How could Bai Ming be so harsh? He didn't resemble the obedient child she had nurtured at all. In chapter 23, Su Shangsheng, the proud young lady, was particularly obstinate. Bai Ming himself found his temper inexplicably perplexing. Perhaps the heat of the day, combined with his concern for Su Shangsheng, had led to this outburst. A whirlwind of emotions culminated in the realization that Su Shangsheng had kept secrets from him. They had been together since kindergarten for many years. In truth, Bai Ming had come to regard Su Shangsheng as his own sister. He had even remarked that Bai Ming treated Su Shangsheng better than he treated his own sister. Furthermore, there was an unassailable intimacy between them that others could not penetrate. Under the weight of these emotions, Bai Ming felt a sudden pang of betrayal upon witnessing her stand. The sensation struck him swiftly and without warning. However, once he had her settled in the car, he regained his composure, reflecting on how childish and irrational his anger had been. After all, she was just a young girl. Yet, as he glanced down, he noticed Su Shangsheng, her eyes cast downward, engrossed in her phone, her profile tense. Now in 5th grade, her face had lost its baby fat, revealing a strikingly beautiful oval shape. Bai Ming attributed her slenderness to her lack of weight. He could now carry her during their runs in the yard. Over the years, Bai Ming had grown taller and matured, yet Su Shangsheng had become taller but remained thin and frail. Her delicate frame, coupled with her reliance on a wheelchair, made her appear vulnerable. However, Su Shangsheng was not easily intimidated, at least not at Tanshui Primary School, where no one dared to bully her, especially with Bai Ming's formidable presence. Observing Su Shangsheng ignoring him, Bai Ming felt a pang of awkwardness. His anger seemed unjustified. She had achieved something significant. She could stand. Bai Ming reached for his backpack. Su Shangsheng noticed his outstretched hand and unzipped his bag, meticulously retrieving her belongings without uttering a word. Bai Ming quickly interjected, "Don't take that. You can't carry it." Su Shangsheng complied, returning her items to the bag before tossing it unceremoniously at him. Holding his backpack, Bai Ming found himself stifling a laugh. What a resilient and adaptable Su Shangsheng had become. The bus ride home consisted of just 5 stops, and fortunately, this route was not crowded. Otherwise, Su Shangsheng would have been reluctant to take the bus. Usually, Bai Ming would carry or support her, while others assisted in managing the wheelchair. However, this time, Su Shangsheng seemed irked and swatted away Bai Ming's hand when he reached out to help her. Previously, she had managed to board by herself, gripping the support pole, aided by a kind-hearted aunt who had lifted her aboard. This time, fortune was not on her side. Standing at the bus door, Su Shangsheng struggled to move, recalling her rehabilitation from a past life when she could walk for short distances. In this life, she had yet to experience it. She fought to control her body, but her efforts faltered. With passengers behind her needing to disembark, someone asked, "Do you need assistance?" Bai Ming, standing at the door, watched her lonely struggle, her grip on the pole tightening. Yet she struggled to lift her legs, rendering her slight frame somewhat awkward. He let out a sigh, reached out to embrace her, and whispered, "It's rather embarrassing with so many eyes upon us." Indeed, Su Shangsheng relinquished her grip. She absolutely refused to allow herself to lose face in front of others. She had already squandered her dignity before Bai Ming in this lifetime. Thus, despite her anger, she chose to endure another moment of humiliation. Bai Ming knew he ought not to laugh, so he stifled the upward curl of his lips with great effort. Su Shangsheng, who had worked herself into a huff like a puffer fish, found herself cradled in his arms, only to realize that Bai Ming had not placed her in the wheelchair. Unable to restrain herself, she shot him an indignant glare and exclaimed, "Put me down." Bai Ming replied with a series of affirmatives while glancing at the wheelchair. "Are you no longer angry then?" Su Shangsheng thought, "Is this how a typical guy tries to placate a girl?" He hadn't even offered an apology for his earlier harshness. Su Shangsheng huffed, her irritation intensifying. "If you have the capability, then don't set me down." "Oh, so you're not forgiving me then?" Bai Ming remained unfazed, for they were already quite close to home. Typically, during the summer, the aunt selling starch sausages at their school gate would also set up shop near the bus stop. At that moment, Bai Ming looked around and called out with a smile, "Aunt Zhang, could you please keep an eye on the wheelchair? I'll be back to retrieve it." "All right," Aunt Zhang replied, having just finished selling 2 starch sausages. She wiped her hands and approached, "Isn't Shangsheng in the wheelchair? Is it broken, or are you feeling unwell?" Su Shangsheng, valuing her pride, could hardly believe Bai Ming's audacity. Finally, she managed to utter, "It's broken." How could she confess that she was throwing a tantrum and refusing to sit? It seemed ludicrous. Aunt Zhang, not overthinking it, accepted the explanation and without hesitation lifted her up. "I'll place you over here. and you can call your parents to come pick it up. Bai Ming grinned. Thank you, Zhang. He then turned and walked away with Su Shangshang in his arms. At this point, Su Shangshang felt trapped, watching her wheelchair recede from her view. She had no choice but to rely on Bai Ming. Her hands instinctively tightened around his neck. If he were to abandon her, she would have no option but to stand for a moment before sitting on the ground. The mere thought of such a scene was disheartening. Moreover, the ground would be scorching hot in the summer. This made her cling even tighter. Bai Ming, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, carried her down the familiar street. Occasionally, well-meaning elders would inquire, Xiao Bai, what is wrong with Shangshang? Whereas the wheelchair, Su Shangshang opted to keep her head down, avoiding eye contact. It was simply too embarrassing, and she had no desire to speak. Bai Ming cheerfully replied, the wheelchair is broken. More concerned elders asked if they needed assistance. After all, no matter how tall Bai Ming was, he was still just a child. Each time he heard such inquiries, he could feel Su Shangshang clinging to him more tightly, as if afraid he might truly pass her off to someone else. Bai Ming increasingly felt that she was the most stubborn person he had ever encountered. Su Shangsan, the young lady, was all sass. Yet Bai Ming remained composed, assuring her, we're not far now. I can manage. Throughout, Su Shangshang played the role of an ornament. A beautiful ornament, nonetheless. Passing by Ku's house, his mother handed him a pig trotter to take home for soup. Bai Ming graciously replied, thank you. Aunt Ku waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Your father drove over to help Uncle Ku fix his car last time and didn't he accept payment. Just take it home. No need. Andy, I'm heading back. Be careful. Ku-e, why don't you ride your bike to take Shangsheng home? Ku-e's voice called from inside. Bai Ming felt Su Shangsheng twist a piece of flesh at his waist. He winced and quickened his pace. When Ku-e emerged, he asked, where did they go? Huh? Did they leave so quickly? Bai Ming called out, hey, young lady, loosen your grip, or I might just drop you. The hands around his waist finally eased a bit. Chapter 24. It seemed there was an unspoken understanding between them. Su Shangshang appeared to have released her grip, but had not completely let go. She sensed Bai Ming was sweating. To put it plainly, although Bai Ming possessed considerable strength now, he was merely a fifth-grade boy. Given the heat, he was indeed sweating, but his hold remained steady. Su Shangshang still feared being dropped, so she clung on tightly. She even spoke up, you need to hold me. Her tone conveyed a mix of annoyance and reluctant admission. Bai Ming's lips curled into a smile as he elongated his tone. Have you forgiven me then? Su Shangshang mentally scolded him fiercely, thinking how could someone so clueless have a car, a house, and a company, yet still be single? With her thoughts drifting back to the time before she nearly became his wife, her irritation only deepened. I forgive you, she spat through clenched teeth. It was clear she was merely putting on a facade. Bai Ming had no doubt that if he set her down, she would retaliate if her legs were fine. Speaking of her legs, Bai Ming quickened his pace a little. Upon arriving home, he found a shop door closed. His parents had yet to return. They made their way around to the back entrance. Su Shangshang adeptly found herself being carried by Bai Ming as he opened the door, and anyone unaware might think it was her home. After all, she had never even memorized the code to her own family's villa. Once inside, Bai Ming had a clear goal as he strode towards the front door. However, just a couple of steps away, he suddenly set Su Shangxing down. She stood there, bewildered, watching as Bai Ming darted into the doorway, blocking the shade just as she raised her eyes. He set his backpack aside and enthusiastically clapped his hands before extending a hand towards her. Come here. The gesture resembled a mother encouraging her toddler to take their first steps. Su Shangshang had seen similar scenes before. The boy before her was glistening with sweat, his face and arms glistening as well. He wore a sleeveless shirt, revealing the sturdy arms of a typical small-town boy, with hints of muscle definition beginning to show. He could easily lift a wheel to assist Uncle Bai, and often carried Su Shangshang around as if she were a weight. She had witnessed him effortlessly knock down a middle schooler who had harassed her. She blinked slowly, realizing that as long as she walked over, Bai Ming would certainly ensure she wouldn't fall. What's wrong? Bai Ming asked, noticing she remained stationary. The sun was scorching. If she stood there much longer, her delicate face would surely flush. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Bai Ming felt a pang of urgency, yet dared not show it. Though the young lady was proud, she was also quite adept at being endearing. As expected, Su Shangsheng reached out to him. Bai Ming, I'm too hot. And I can't walk. I've only just managed to stand up. I swear, I'm not lying to you. My face hurts so much. Bai Ming locked eyes with her for a moment. In their childhood, they often exchanged such glances, but he truly felt that Su Shangsheng resembled a lovely little puppy. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, had a way of tugging at one's heartstrings. At that moment, with her hands reaching out to him, the sun had already begun to redden her skin. Bai Ming ultimately conceded and approached, bending down to lift Su Shangsheng, much like one would carry a tire. You truly are a young lady, he murmured softly, a sentiment already familiar to the suspended Su Shengsheng. With her head tilted downward, she couldn't help but retort. I'm indeed. Ugh, you're pressing on my stomach. All right, I understand, Bai Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. They had not dared to mention the day's events to Su Yu or old Bai, and, subsequently, it was Aunt Zhou who communicated with the police. Su Shengsheng had requested Aunt Zhou not to inform her grandmother. She believed that the matter, along with their minor squabble, was behind them. After all, it wasn't their first disagreement, and often, no formal apologies were necessary. Having grown up together, they shared a unique understanding that others lacked. As school approached, old Bai, with the assistance of their grandmother, finally secured a shopfront. This meant he would now be shuttling back and forth. Yet he did not find it burdensome for the sake of the children. Besides, the car wash and repair shops had apprentices, allowing him to manage the workload. That day, Su Shengsheng was engrossed in a book in her room when a cacophony erupted from downstairs. She glanced toward the door, and soon saw a sweaty Bai Ming burst in. Without hesitation, he scooped Su Shengsheng up, genuinely carrying her away. Ever since Bai Ming discovered that Su Shengsheng could stand, he no longer allowed her to use a wheelchair when they went out. He set her down on a bicycle that Ku Yi was holding, leaving Su Shengsheng momentarily bewildered. As he hopped on a bike, she anxiously grasped his waist. The boy was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to him. What are you doing? She exclaimed. I'm avenging you. Let us go, Bai Ming declared. All right, let us go. With Bai Ming leading the way, Ku Yi and a group of boys from their class or the neighboring one followed suit. There were only 2 classes at Tanshui Primary School, and a majority of the boys were present. They pedaled furiously ahead, and, as they passed various shops, adults could be heard calling out, Slow down. Where are you headed? This was a question Su Shengsheng was also curious about, for despite the sensation returning to her legs, she clung tightly to Bai Ming's waist, genuinely frightened of falling. My bottom hurts, Bai Ming. Her voice was somewhat muffled by the wind rushing against her face. Bai Ming shouted back, Tonight, I'll get you a softer cushion. Are you the princess and the pea or something? Su Shengsheng flashed him a grin, revealing a row of small white teeth. Torn between wanting to bite him and finding him repulsive. It was amusing how this little rascal, who seldom read, was aware of the tale of the princess and the pea. Before long, Su Shengsheng understood their destination. The ruffian had been released. She had heard he was a repeat offender with a pregnant wife at home. When Aunt Zhou confronted him, he had begged for mercy. Aunt Zhou described it as heart-wrenching. Yet insisted on him facing consequences, as there had been no substantial harm, only a half-month detention. Bai Ming's expression darkened upon learning of the ruffian's release. He had somehow acquired the man's name and address, and, with a cohort of boys, plastered posters around the vicinity. The posters depicted the man being pinned to the ground by concerned citizens, along with a detailed account of the incident. As if that were not enough, they had smeared 502 glue around the edges. When the man attempted to tear down the posters, realizing that if too many people became aware of his actions, he could no longer live there, he found his hand stuck fast. The crowd erupted in laughter, diligently applying glue every minute in the sweltering heat. When a man heard their laughter and turned to face the group of boys, he could see them reveling in his embarrassment. Among them was the pretty little girl, clinging to a sturdy boy's waist on the bicycle. The boy, noticing the man's gaze, grinned widely, preparing for what was to come. And the man could only watch helplessly as a flurry of slingshots emerged from the group. You wouldn't dare. Chapter 25. Buy one get one free. Yours is the free one. Su Shengsheng vividly recalled that sweltering summer when she sat on the back seat of a bicycle, inhaling the scents of watermelon and ice-cold soda, as well as the unmistakable smell of Bai Ming's sweat. Her young companion, flanked by a band of boys, brandished slingshots to protect her, retaliating against those who had sought to bully her. She could gaze up and behold his bright eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead. Just as it was now, Su Shengsheng, feeling irritable, pushed Bai Ming's face away, declaring, I'm not going out. Such lovely weather. I'll take you to the orchard to pick some fruits, Bai Ming insisted, seated in Su Shengsheng's room, his presence somewhat incongruous amidst her pastel decor. Most families in Tanshui town engaged in agriculture, either cultivating orchards or, like Ku Yi's family, raising livestock. Except for Bai Ming's family. Due to his grandfather's gambling losses, had lost all their land, leaving old Bai with only a car wash. Su Shengsheng sat cross-legged on the carpet, piecing together a puzzle. I can sit cross-legged now. They would be starting middle school in September, and Su Shengsheng had learned to walk with relative ease. Why say with ease? It was only when she was interested in the surroundings that she could walk. Otherwise, she preferred to remain seated in her wheelchair. Yet, this simple ability was enough to bring joy to everyone. When her grandmother learned she could walk, she cried tears of joy. having witnessed her granddaughter take no steps since kindergarten. Bai Ming, however, felt that her issue was not with her legs, but rather her inherent laziness. Too lazy to move or walk. With middle school approaching, they had military training, and she had already received a medical exemption. Her legs indeed provided a convenient excuse to avoid military drills. Bai Ming sighed, "You should walk more. It's good for your health." Su Shengsheng, without lifting her gaze, replied, "Oh." Bai Ming observed Su Shengsheng intently, sensing that she had matured significantly over the past few years. Of course, in his presence, she still exhibited a childlike innocence. Yet her approach to certain matters belied her age. He remained uncertain, contemplating whether this was simply how a young lady handled situations. Maturity? In their previous life, they had not grown up together, and Bai Ming was genuinely unaware of what Su Shengsheng was like at this stage. He reached out to take a puzzle piece, and without hesitation, Su Shengsheng kicked him away with her slender leg. The contrast between her fair skin and his sun-kissed caramel complexion was striking. Her ankle was seized, and she could not pull away. It was summer, and she was attired in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, a rather unflattering minion ensemble. Although she found it unsightly, it was a gift from Su Yu, who had bought it during a buy-one-get-one free sale at the night market. She had given one set to Bai Ming and kept one for herself, insisting that although it was buy one get one free, the free one was meant for Bai Ming. Bai Ming had long since grown accustomed to this arrangement. Su Shengsheng said little about it, merely grimacing at the garish yellow face but wearing it nonetheless. Bai Ming, however, lamented that his skin tone made yellow look dreadful on him, and he never wore it. Now, Su Shengsheng raised her eyes to his hand gripping her ankle, disdainfully remarking, "Bai Ming, you've tanned quite a bit." Bai Ming glanced down and chuckled. "I'll be fair again in a few days." Recently, he had secretly encouraged his father to rent a piece of land to create a fish pond. Every day, the father and son ventured to the fish pond, contemplating its transformation into a reservoir. In the future, it would serve as a fishing haven for enthusiasts. Bai Ming mused that if the Bai family were affluent, they could secure the entire area tomorrow and establish a farmstay, thus reaping greater profits. He envisioned that in a few years, a popular influencer might bring fame to their locality, turning it into a tourist attraction, as many had profited handsomely in their previous lives. Bai Ming encouraged his father, old Bai, yet the latter remained contemplative. After all, he had observed how his son's innocent musings had led to an improvement in their family circumstances. However, the prospect of leasing an entire tract of land, even though the land was inexpensive, still required a considerable sum. Old Bai undoubtedly had numerous reservations, especially since his wife was opposed to the idea. Today, the couple's discussion escalated into an argument. Bai Ming discreetly slipped away, adopting an air of indifference. He sought out Su Shengsheng, hoping to coax her into joining him outdoors. They had both gained admission to the prestigious No. 1 middle school, and it was anticipated they would continue their education there through high school. He had also been accepted, having received bonus points for participating in an athletics competition. Bai Ming was aware that this boy would represent the city in competitions, eventually reaching the provincial level and possibly even the Olympics, a remarkable feat indeed. Today, he intended to persuade Su Shengsheng to accompany him to the orchard of their class monitor, Li Hua, the same Li Hua known for his writing prowess. They owned an orchard that was currently ripe for picking late-season lychees, Su Shengsheng's favorite fruit. However, the blazing July sun was unbearable, prompting Su Shengsheng to decline, exclaiming, "I'm not going, let go." To which Bai Ming retorted, "If you don't go, I won't let go." He playfully tickled her foot, perhaps because she rarely walked, her sole soft and delicate. At that moment, she curled her toes in response. Su Shengsheng retaliated by delivering a swift kick to his face. Fortunately, Bai Ming, well acquainted with her habits, had already loosened his grip and toppled backward onto the carpet. Su Shengsheng, her face flushed with anger, stood over him, placing her foot on his chest. She had to steady herself by grasping the nearby bed, as her foot's pressure on Bai Ming was minimal. "I could just crush you, you insufferable Bai Ming," she declared, her annoyance palpable as she pressed down slightly harder on his chest. Bai Ming, having owned cats in a previous life, thought her strength was reminiscent of a kitten kneading. She indeed resembled the ragdoll cat he once cared for, beautiful, temperamental, and prideful. At that moment, despite her fierce demeanor, after stepping on him twice, she huffed, "I need to change into long sleeves." This indicated her reluctant agreement to his proposal. Bai Ming chuckled as he rose. Observing her retreating silhouette, "You'll get heat stroke. Mind your own business." She snapped back, her expression fierce. He sighed, recognizing her spoiled temperament, never considering whether he had contributed to it. Su Shengsheng insisted that wearing long sleeves was not excessive, Underneath, she wore a white t-shirt paired with loose-fitting black sports pants, which were practical and resistant to dirt. A baseball cap adorned her head, and in her hand, she carried a sun-protective shirt, clearly demonstrating her aversion to sun exposure. Her youthful attire accentuated her vivaciousness. Bai Ming thought to himself that she had indeed matured. She was no longer the little glutinous rice dumpling confined to a wheelchair. As the elongated version of the dumpling approached, she suddenly tiptoed and placed another hat on his head, complaining, "You can't get any darker. People want to see you while you're walking. Are you trying to provoke an accident?" Bai Ming chuckled softly, removing the hat to examine it before placing it back on, matching the one she wore. He followed Su Shangsheng, casually grabbing her mosquito repellent and sunscreen from her desk. "How much did this hat cost you?" "$99, buy one get one free. Yours was the free one," she replied, her voice bright and laced with pride. "What? You expect me to pay more? Mine was $99, yours was free." Chapter 26. Surely not? A tree hung with chili peppers? Bai Ming, not offended by being labeled as the freebie, reasoned that even if it were $1,000 hat, what was there to complain about? Su Xingxing's parents had been quite present in recent years, yet she remained indifferent towards them. Nonetheless, her standard of living had remained stable. Their family's business thrived. Although Su Shangsheng did not live with them, they generously provided her with monthly financial support. Additionally, her grandmother had always showered her with love. In matters of finances, Su Shangsheng lacked for nothing. On one occasion, when old Bai hesitated over a rental price, Su Shangsheng boldly suggested, "What if I buy it for you, Uncle Bai?" This left old Bai and Su Yu in shock, prompting them to scrutinize the property deed before signing the contract to ensure the owner was indeed not Su Shangsheng. After all, it seemed rather coincidental for the landlord to suddenly offer a reduced rent. Of course, the Bai family had no inkling that the name on the property deed belonged not to Su Shangsheng, but her grandmother's. As it appeared, no one had ever known her full name. When Su Shangsheng expressed her concerns about the rental situation to her grandmother, the latter responded similarly, acknowledging how Su Yu and Bai Ming had cared for Su Shangsheng over the years without ever demanding compensation. The most they had done was accompany her to extracurricular classes. Her grandmother had longed to repay them, which is why, at Su Xingxing's suggestion, she purchased the property and rented it to them at a low price, using the excuse that the landlord was eager to emigrate. Although the reasoning was old, it served its purpose. At that moment, Bai Ming pedaled vigorously on his bicycle, while the person behind him enjoyed an ice cream and asked Bai Ming, "Have you grown taller?" Bai Ming replied, "But you haven't." Su Shangsheng, incensed, pinched his waist. Bai Ming instinctively tensed, prompting her to exclaim, "Hey." She unabashedly reached over to feel his abs. "You actually have abs?" Bai Ming scoffed. "How shameless can you be? Little girl, I've seen you pee." Su Shangsheng retorted, "Well, you shouldn't bring up kindergarten." Bai Ming gritted his teeth. "Let us not revisit that." "And are you proud of your childhood antics?" "Correction, it was in first grade, and you all chose to pee by the pond while I just sat there." Su Shangsheng muttered, "What is so special about a little boy's anatomy?" Bai Ming nearly ground his teeth in frustration, wanted to yell, "I'm not small." However, hearing the person behind them humming a nursery rhyme helped him regain his composure. After all, why argue with a child? Su Shangsheng, possessing the spirit of a child within the body of an adult, wondered if the grown-up Bai Ming was still so diminutive. Surely not. A tree adorned with chilies? It couldn't he be. He would grow to be tall and robust. Wouldn't he? Suddenly, she slapped her own face, the sound echoing loudly. Bai Ming turned to glance at her, astonished by her strength. A red imprint marked her fair cheek. "Why did you hit yourself? If you really want to, you can let me do it." He had long wished to give this prideful little brat a good smack. "Get lost." Su Shangsheng shot him a glare. Feeling inexplicably shy when their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. In her heart, she felt a profound disdain for herself. How could she entertain such thoughts regarding the young child before her? Bai Ming was, after all, someone she had nurtured. Her own thoughts seemed utterly perverse. Furthermore, Bai Ming excelled in every conceivable aspect. Surely he would not have any issues of that nature. Lost in her convoluted musings, the two had already arrived at the orchard. Ku Yi and Li Hua were standing at the entrance, and Li Hua, being a meticulous girl, immediately noticed Su Shengxing's flushed face and inquired with concern, "Shengsheng, what happened to your face?" Indeed, the class leader, Li Hua, was a girl, and Bai Ming was aware that she was destined to become a formidable figure in scientific research. In response to the inquiry, Su Shengsheng, maintaining an air of indifference, replied, "I bumped into something." In truth, it was a slap she had delivered upon herself. Having known each other for quite some time, everyone had grown accustomed to her aloofness. Li Hua, unfazed, produced a watermelon from her side, saying, "Let us eat some watermelon. Soon I'll take you both inside to pick lychees. My parents will be back shortly. They went out to shop." At the entrance of the orchard, a pile of watermelons awaited sale, and passers-by occasionally purchased a couple, especially given the sweltering heat. Despite her seemingly fastidious nature, Su Shengsheng found herself sitting beside Bai Ming and the others at the stall. A straw hat perched atop her head, placed there by Bai Ming to shield her from the fierce sun, which had already reddened her face in mere moments. Observing Bai Ming as he fussed over her with sunblock and mosquito repellent, Ku quipped, "Mingo, why do you carry so much stuff as if you're a girl? Li Wain tarjekta, nonsense. I'm a girl and I don't carry that much." Su Shengsheng cast a glance at her own sun-kissed skin and fell silent for a moment. Grabbing the sunblock from Bai Ming, she sprayed it on him as well, prompting Li Hua to quickly shut her eyes. Su Shengsheng remarked flatly, "You're so tanned, it's hard to tell you're a girl." With that, she placed the sunblock on the table, discarding it. Bai Ming, stifling a laugh, explained to Li Hua, who was silently applying the spray on her face, "This is new. I thought to gift it to you." Upon hearing his explanation, Su Shengsheng playfully kicked him. Li Hua, now beaming, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Shengsheng. I'll pick the sweetest lychees for you later." "It's not a gift. I just don't want it," Su Shengsheng retorted softly. But everyone understood that her tough exterior masked a soft heart. She felt she had become immature from spending too much time with the children. Previously, everyone who had been kind to her had ulterior motives, seeking to gain something from her. She had become accustomed to this reality. However, the friends she had made in Tanshui town seemed genuinely interested in her well-being, regardless of her identity or what benefits she could provide. In truth, she wished to reciprocate their kindness, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Thankfully, there was Bai Ming. Stealing a glance at him as he squatted beside Ku Yi, enjoying a watermelon, she felt a flutter of happiness and a slight smile graced her lips. Her little Bai, the one she had raised, who understood her best. Bai Ming, perceptive as ever, turned to her and asked, "What are you grinning at?" Su Shengsheng's smile faded, her expression tightening as she responded, "Watching you eat makes you look a bit like Peppa." Indeed, Peppa was the little black pig Su Shengsheng insisted on raising. She had originally imagined it to be a small pet pig, yet had now grown to over 200 pounds. Bai Ming leaned in closer. "Peppa would come over and nuzzle you. Come on, let me snuggle too." "Bai Ming, my clothes are getting dirty." Furthermore, Peppa would never come this close. Only Bai Ming could get this close. Her little Bai. After spending a pleasant afternoon at the orchard, they had harvested an abundance of lychees. Uncle Li decided to give each of them a large bag, while the remaining ones were set aside for sale alongside the watermelons. Su Shengsheng also had a box of freshly washed strawberries, sourced from the greenhouse. Primarily, the fruit shops in the city came here to stock up, so unsold items were plentiful. Nevertheless, Li Hua had selected the most beautiful ones for the young lady. On their way back, Su Shengsheng sat in the back seat of Bai Ming's car, swinging her legs and enjoying ripe strawberries. She was quite particular about her strawberries, only eating the pointed ends and passing the less desirable parts to Bai Ming. In truth, these strawberries were quite expensive, and the ends were sweet as well. But she refused to eat them, insisting on feeding them all to Bai Ming. He had grown accustomed to this, and didn't he find it unusual to eat what she wouldn't eat. Thus, he ended up consuming more strawberries than Su Shengsheng during the ride. As he chewed on a strawberry, he inquired, "I saw you paid earlier." "Umph. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of anyone," Su Shengsheng replied, narrowing her bright eyes. This is sweet," she continued, shoving more strawberries into Bai Ming's mouth. In her little basket, a few uneaten strawberry ends remained untouched. "These aren't sweet. I want to give them to you, little Bai. You should only have the best." Bai Ming chuckled at her words, teasingly stretching out his voice. "The young lady who speaks with such contradiction. Can't you just be honest? You clearly feel for their hard work and paid a fair market price, yet you claim not to want to owe anyone." Previously, when they had taken pork trotters and ribs from Ku Yi's family, Su Shengsheng had seemed silent, but after a while, she would scan the QR code and transfer money. Ku Yi had once mentioned how his parents were delighted to find an unexpected increase in their business revenue. At that time, Bai Ming would glance at Su Shengsheng, who was quietly drawing nearby, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Bai Ming had once caught her secretly scanning the QR code for their repair shop, and he had warned her, "If you transfer money, I'll tell my parents, and they won't let you come over anymore." He had been curious as to how a child her age could use a smartphone instead of a phone watch. It turned out she was using it for this purpose. It could only be said that her grandmother must have been quite carefree, not fearing that such a young child would spend money frivolously. Reflecting on the past, when he accompanied the young lady shopping, she would always insist on buying everything she laid eyes on, leaving nothing behind. Bai Ming had thought at that time that raising the young lady might prove to be quite a challenge, because Bai Ming had discovered her tendencies. Su Shengsheng had refrained from transferring money for their shop's QR code, but found excuses to replace all the appliances in their home. Each time, She would offer the same justification. She was too accustomed to them, so she would swap them out. She was on the verge of renovating their entire house. Recalling this, Bai Ming asked, "Are you still coming to my house tonight?" Su Shangshang huffed. "Since you invited me, I suppose I shall." Bai Ming, he merely asked out of curiosity, without any intention of formally inviting her. However, they had already arrived at the courtyard. Su Shangshang jumped down from the back seat, her high ponytail swaying as she sweetly called out to Su Yu, who was washing vegetables. "Aunt Su." Su Yu looked up at them, smiling as she said, "You're back. You picked so many." Su Shangshang had already squatted down beside her, offering, "Aunt Su, try this. It's so sweet." Su Yu accepted a large strawberry from her, while Bai Ming had already driven the car into the yard, bringing in the lychees to share with the staff. He carried 2 bags, a large one for everyone, and a smaller one for the young lady, filled with the best and most beautiful one selected by Li Hua and the others. The young lady only wished to eat the lychees that looked exquisite. It is indeed quite perplexing. However, Bai Ming finds it somewhat reasonable given the conditions of her household. Su Yu, savoring strawberry, finds it excessively sweet. It seems only Su Shangshang has a penchant for such sweetness, as she herself prefers a hint of tartness. She notices the few strawberries with blemished bottoms in the basket. What's to be done with these? Discarded, as they are unpalatable. Perhaps they can be given to Peppa later. Su Aunt, after relishing another, Su Shangshang selects a particularly appealing strawberry and offers it to Su Yu. The sight of that radiant little face, slightly sun-kissed and adorned with a brilliant smile, is simply irresistible. Su Yu takes another bite. Their family harbors a certain aesthetic appreciation, particularly for charming young girls. Upon returning from the shop to the backyard, Bai Ming encounters Su Shangshang seated beside the pig pen, watching Peppa. Interestingly, while their family previously kept a chicken coop and a few large geese, they have never raised pigs. Peppa was brought over by Ku Yi when Su Shangshang was in 4th grade, coinciding with an abundant pig litter that year. Initially intended to be a roast suckling pig for Bai Ming's family, Su Shangshang misinterpreted this gesture as a gift from Ku Yi, insisting on raising the piglet. In her youthful innocence, she believed all piglets to be similar, resembling those adorable miniature pigs and appearing quite endearing. Seated in her wheelchair, Su Shangshang's eyes gleam as she declares, "This pig is named Peppa," to which Bai Ming's family responds. Ultimately, old Bai constructed a pig pen for her overnight, and Su Yu diligently embarked on pig-rearing duties. Su Shangshang would return home every day after school to observe. However, 2 months later, as Peppa grew, Su Shangshang, realizing this was merely an ordinary pig, wept for quite some time, feeling deceived by Peppa's unappealing appearance. Perhaps it was more her own self-deception that led to her tears. At her age, she shouldn't have been unable to distinguish between a common pig and a miniature one. This revelation struck her hard. Nevertheless, after months of care, she had developed an attachment and continued to nurture Peppa. At this moment, Bai Ming approached to find Su Shangshang frowning at Peppa from her wheelchair, exuding a sense of helplessness. "If you find it unattractive, why not look away? If it comes to that, we can always eat it." Before he could finish, Su Shangshang shot him an indignant glare. "You are so cruel." Bai Ming retorted, "I was quite kind not to roast a piglet when I was younger." He mused silently that now, being older, it wouldn't be as delectable. Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts, lest the young lady become embarrassed and her eyes brim with tears once more. He scrutinized her wheelchair, pondering whether it had become her essence. "You can walk. Why do you prefer the wheelchair?" Su Shangshang boldly replied, "Mind your own business. I shall continue using it when school resumes." Bai Ming disapproved, expressing concern over potential gossip. "Let them talk. I've heard plenty over the years. I choose to sit." Su Shangshang replied nonchalantly, then added, "Just the other day, my father called to inquire about my leg. I told him it still limps." Indeed, Su Shangshang could walk, a fact unbeknownst to her parents, along with her grandmother. Su Shangshang likely harbored grievances against her parents, as her grandmother had always favored her. She felt her daughter and son-in-law's past actions were excessively harsh and believed it best for them to continue worrying. Chapter 28. A promise between good friends must be honored. Su Shangshang's parents had long wished to bring her back, yet she held no fondness for them. Bai Ming observed her intently, reflecting that in her previous life, she would have already departed from this place by now. However, this time, she had no intention of returning. "Don't you wish to go back? The educational resources available there are far superior," Bai Ming stated, a truth that resonated. Being with her parents would expedite her return to the bustling city and the social circles that rightfully belonged to her. Yet, contemplating this made Bai Ming uneasy, feeling that while her parents could provide certain advantages, he too could offer them, albeit later. Suddenly, Su Shangshang, who had been focused on Peppa, turned to Bai Ming with wide eyes. Abruptly, she stood up and stormed off in a huff. Bai Ming, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong?" He watched as the young lady left her wheelchair behind. "Aren't you taking your wheelchair?" Without looking back, Su Shangsheng retorted, "You horrible Bai. I shall no longer be nice to you. How dare you suggest she return home? From now on, any strawberries meant for the pig shall not be shared with Bai Ming." On a hot summer day, Bai Ming sneezed, carrying the wheelchair back inside. "What is up with you, missy?" "At dinner, so you noticed, little Bai. Have you upset Shangsheng again?" Bai Ming feigned innocence. "I haven't tea. I wouldn't dare." Old Bai chuckled, observing the indignant expression on Su Shangsheng's face. "Are you certain? By the way, Shangsheng, I've hung a few swings made from tires in the tree. You can play with little Bai later." Su Shangsheng's interest piqued. She turned to glance outside, a smile breaking across her face. "Thank you, Uncle Bai." She had wanted this for a while, although she hadn't voiced it. She had wandered near the discarded tires several times, but felt too shy to ask them for help as they were quite busy. Yet, she was unsure how he had noticed. Old Bai added with a smile, "No need for thanks. It was little Bai who mentioned it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized those could be made into swings." Bai Ming caught Su Shangsheng's gaze as she looked at him. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight at having received something she desired, her expression glowing with joy. Although he remained oblivious to the reason for her earlier anger, her mood had evidently brightened. After finishing dinner, she eagerly pulled Bai Ming towards the swings. The old, unusable tires had been cleaned and wrapped, hanging beautifully beneath the large tree. Su Shangsheng guieli et galim. Having seen swings before, but feeling particularly elated knowing someone had made this for her, specifically for her, Bai Ming steadied the rope, encouraging her to try it out. "My hands are nearly worn out. I thought you would see this sooner, but you were too busy being upset." He chuckled, his summer tan deepening. Su Shangsheng noticed his sun-kissed skin, yet his eyes remained bright, and his smile revealed pearly white teeth. She tugged at her lips, quickly suppressing a grin as she mumbled, "Who told you to rush me away?" Bai Ming, pushing her on the tire, feigned innocence. "When did I ever dare to rush you? Why do you ask me why I don't want to return to my parents? We promised to go through middle school, high school, and university together." Su Shangsheng zipped, a hint of anger in her voice. She couldn't comprehend why returning to life had made her more childish. She was genuinely bothered by these matters. A promise between good friends must be upheld. Yet, Bai Ming's actions were truly vexing. Bai Ming had not anticipated that his words would provoke such a reaction, but he still felt wronged. "I merely inquired. I had no intention of rushing you away. If you expressed a desire to return, I would sever ties with you, deeming you a promise breaker." He teased her deliberately. However, Su Shangsheng found comfort in his words, and a thought struck her. She pulled a pen from her pocket, which she had hidden away, and wrote her name, Su Shangsheng, on his sun-darkened arm. Satisfied, she nodded. "There, it's done. You must keep your word." Bai Ming raised his arm, admiring the delicate script, from the once chaotic and sprawling scrawl that dominated his entire arm. Only the 3 characters of Su Shangsheng now occupy a small portion. The young lady's handwriting has improved remarkably, becoming more delicate and aesthetically pleasing. However, her presence in his life has grown increasingly significant. Bai Ming has realized that aside from his parents, Su Shangsheng occupies the majority of his thoughts. He chuckled as he settled himself comfortably. The young lady, buoyed by his movements, let out a series of joyful squeals, urging him to slow down. All right, he thought. Having a little childhood sweetheart after being reborn is rather delightful. His gaze fell upon Su Shangsheng's cheerful face, then shifted to the characters of her name emblazoned on his arm. Knowing she had not considered returning seemed to ease a hidden corner of his heart. This was indeed satisfactory. Happiness is fleeting, as time tends to slip away quickly. For instance, just the previous evening, they had joyfully swung on the swings together. Later that night, as Su Shangsheng prepared to wash up, she erupted in surprise. The room that had once accommodated 2 beds now held but 1. Bai Ming had moved to the adjacent room, which had previously served as a storage space, standing in what appeared to be a significantly enlarged room. Su Shangsheng looked at Bai Ming, who leaned against the doorframe, a flicker of happiness in his eyes as he pointed to the floor. "I've laid down a carpet for you. Are you pleased? You'll have your own room now." Su Shangsheng turned to him, asking, "Are you moving out?" Bai Ming nodded. "Yes. We can't continue to share a bed, can we? Although it's just your bed and mine, we have grown up, and it seems inappropriate." This realization had dawned on her only after Aunt Zhou had mentioned it to Su Yu. The 2 children had matured, and the distinction between genders was becoming increasingly apparent. With the recent sweltering weather, Su Shangsheng had been too lethargic to venture outside, believing Bai Ming had accompanied his father to excavate the reservoir, thus remaining at the villa. Bai Ming and Su Yu seized the opportunity to rearrange the rooms. Bai Ming even made a special trip to the city to purchase a carpet for Su Shangsheng, knowing she enjoyed sitting on the floor to play puzzles. In truth, the room he now occupied originally a storage space, was not particularly small. It merely lacked a bathroom compared to Su Xingxing's room. With the addition of a desk and air conditioning, it was quite livable and certainly more spacious for one person. Observing her gradually tensing expression, Bai Ming paused. Do you not like it? Or do you prefer smaller rooms? This shouldn't be the case, given that Su Xingxing's room was twice the size of his. Suddenly, Su Xingxing glared at Bai Ming and strode over. He stood at the doorway, perplexed, as she abruptly tiptoed and bit his face with surprising force. Ouch! Chapter 29, How to Appease Bai Ming. Bai Ming's yelp was genuine, as the bite truly stung. Su Xingxing's small white teeth were indeed beautiful, yet they were still capable of inflicting pain when used with vigor. From downstairs, Su Yu's concerned voice called out, "What happened to Xiao Bai?" Bai Ming grasped the nape of Su Xingxing's neck, attempting to pry the little girl, who resembled a small wolf cub, away from his face, while reassuring his mother, "It's nothing, Mom, we're just playing." It had been a long time since she had bitten him. Although she occasionally nibbled when provoked, it was usually on his arm, where the marks were less conspicuous. However, the imprint on his face was glaringly evident. Bai Ming held her neck firmly but gently. "Let go. I haven't washed my face yet." Under normal circumstances, Su Shangsheng would have released him by now, but today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, she refused to relent. Bai Ming hissed, "Why are you suddenly biting me? This truly hurts." "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Bai Ming, unsure of his mistake, decided that apologizing was prudent. "I shouldn't have moved without informing you. Or is it the color of the carpet you dislike? Please let go. Otherwise, I'll have these bite marks on my face forever." Finally, Su Shangsheng released her grip. She wasn't as tall as Bai Ming, and biting him while on tiptoe was exhausting. Primarily, her legs, whether due to psychological reasons or not, ached from prolonged tiptoeing. With wide, expressive eyes, Su Shangsheng glared at Bai Ming, exclaiming, "You are truly insufferable," before pushing him aside and walking away. Bai Ming, rubbing his face, couldn't help but shout after her as she descended the stairs, "Su Shangsheng, are you a puppy?" Without looking back, she barked in response, sounding quite fierce, which made Bai Ming chuckle. He entered the bathroom on the second floor, gazing into the mirror. Interestingly, only Su Xingxing's room boasted a bathroom. This room had previously belonged to Bai Ming. Neither Su Yu's nor Bai Ming's current rooms had such a luxury, necessitating the use of a shared bathroom on the second floor. Previously, Bai Ming's family had not been particularly well off, and their house was relatively modest, just 2 stories, with an upper half floor for drying items. Given their circumstances, Bai Ming had found it peculiar that Su Shangsheng had willingly stayed at his home. In his past life, while decorating their wedding chamber, the young lady's mattress had to be imported from abroad, which had been quite a hassle. He anticipated her being so undemanding as a child. Bai Ming stared at the neat bite marks on his face in the mirror, speechless. They were clearly visible and quite painful. Even after washing his face, the sting persisted. How perplexing girls could be. Su Shangsheng had been difficult to understand in kindergarten, and even now, she remained an enigma. Assuming she had stormed downstairs to seek solace with his mother, he decided to take a shower due to the oppressive heat. Upon finishing, the bite marks were still quite pronounced, and he ventured downstairs. Upon descending, he heard his father, old Bai, chatting with someone while smoking at the front door. Bai Ming slipped into the backyard, where he found Su Yu sorting through vegetables. These were leftovers from the market, typically sold at a low price to neighbors or given away freely. Since they were leftovers, some sorting was necessary. Although Bai Ming's family had improved their living conditions over the past 2 years, certain habits remained ingrained. He paused. "Mom, are you here alone?" Su Yu glanced up at him, briefly startled by the bite marks on his face, before breaking into a smile. "Oh, those bite marks are quite orderly. It's clear you have beautiful teeth." It had been a while since she had witnessed the two of them playfully biting each other, and seeing the marks reminded her of their childhood, when they were particularly adorable. Bai Ming sighed in exasperation. "Mom, where's Su Shangsheng? Aunt Zhou just came and took her home," Su Yu replied, chuckling as she playfully tapped Bai Ming's calf. "Come help me with the vegetables." Upon hearing that Su Shangsheng had gone home, Bai Ming understood that she must have been upset, although he was unsure of the reason. The fact that she had returned to his family's vehicle eased his concern. He crouched down to assist Su Yu with the vegetables. Su Yu observed her son, now a young man, and remarked, "It's probably for the best that Shangsheng went home to sleep. She must be more comfortable there than with us." In the past, she hadn't considered such matters, but now that the children had grown, it seemed less appropriate for them to be so inseparable. She had reflected on this over the past few days, realizing that even siblings of the same age rarely exhibited such closeness. It dawned upon her that this had been their oversight as parents, as they had not noticed the children's maturation. At this moment, Su Yu spoke directly. "You and Shangsheng are no longer children. In just a month, you will be entering middle school. You're no longer mere kids, and cannot cling to each other as you did in your childhood. Bai Ming instantly grasped his mother's implication. She was concerned about his close relationship with Su Shangsheng. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that there was some truth to it. Although he had always regarded Su Shangsheng as his younger sister, they were not biologically related. They had grown up, and it seemed inappropriate to maintain such closeness. He was, after all, essentially a young adult, and he had failed to consider this. He should have been more mindful. I understand, Mom, Bai Ming replied. I will be more careful from now on. Suyi was taken aback by her son's swift acceptance, rendering her prepared remarks unnecessary. Casting a glance at her son, who was diligently washing vegetables, she added with a smile, it's not that you can't play together, it's just that you can't sleep together like before, or carry each other around. Shangsheng can walk now, and it wouldn't be appropriate for others to see. After all, she is a young lady. Bai Ming responded with an "oh," acknowledging her words. He stared at the bok choy in his hands, lost in thought. He mused, Bai Ming. You are no longer a child. The little girl he had cared for was no longer the one who cried in a wheelchair during kindergarten. She had grown up, and with maturity came the complexities of adult life. At that moment, Su Shengsheng lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone. She was awaiting Bai Ming's call. Now that she had returned home, he would surely call to inquire about her mood. If he did, she would reluctantly explain why she was upset. However, upon reflection, she realized that there was truly little to be angry about. After all, Bai Ming was growing up, and it was entirely normal for a young boy to desire his own space. Yet, she had felt a flicker of anger at that moment. In truth, she regretted her outburst immediately, but found herself at a loss for words, thus deciding to flee instead. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 11 o'clock. Why hadn't Bai Ming called yet? Could it be that he was upset? This thought made Su Shangsheng feel even guiltier. Perhaps she had indeed gone too far, throwing a tantrum with a young boy. Su Shangsheng, you seem to be regressing. She tossed her phone aside and clutched an unattractive peach-shaped pillow, her face scrunched in distress, pondering how to make amends with Bai Ming. Chapter 30. Should I perhaps kneel to listen to your apology? In truth, Bai Ming did not require any coaxing. He wasn't genuinely angry with Su Shangsheng over this. To him, her moodiness was simply a fleeting phase. The next day, the young lady did not appear, seemingly still upset. However, she had instructed the driver to deliver a basket of fruits, reportedly air-freighted, along with a basket of vegetables. Included was a box of white strawberries which Uncle Wong, the driver, presented to Bai Ming with barely concealed amusement. Shangsheng said she doesn't tea like these, so they're yours now, he relayed, emphasizing the word discarded with a distinct tone. At that moment, Bai Ming was occupied with his father's phone, engrossed in a game of Sudoku, and he merely responded with an "oh." In his parents' eyes, he was still a child, undeserving of a smartphone. Given the small size of Tan Shui Town, he felt it was sufficient. He had no need for a phone, not even a children's smartwatch. Uncle Wong cleared his throat and produced a piece of strawberry cake, stating, Shangsheng insisted on overseeing the chef all morning to make this, but she said it wasn't tea tasty, so here it is for you. Bai Ming finally set down the phone and accepted the cake and strawberries from Uncle Wong. Oh, I see, he said. Uncle Wong then pulled out a box of chocolates, remarking that Shangsheng had also claimed she didn't tea like them. Bai Ming, eyeing the chocolates, inquired, Uncle, could you just hand them all over to me? It was unmistakably Shangsheng's unique, awkward way of apologizing. Even though she had prepared everything herself, she insisted on claiming she disliked them, declaring them unwanted, a mix of pride and tenderness in that little girl. Uncle Wong let out a sigh of relief and quickly handed over the bag. Upon opening it, Bai Ming discovered an assortment of his favorite snacks, along with a collection of Ultraman cards he had once found amusing during his childhood with Kui. Among the items, one box caught his eye. He picked it up, stunned to find the latest model of a smartphone. Uncle Wong noticed his surprise. He had been somewhat taken aback when Shangsheng had instructed him to bring this as well. After all, it seemed that this had just arrived from Shangsheng's mother yesterday. Was this also something she didn't want? Bai Ming shook the phone, noting it was even newer than the one Shangsheng currently used. Uncle Wong nodded, confirming, yes. She said all of these are things she doesn't want and wants to discard. Bai Ming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. So he was essentially the designated garbage bin for Shangsheng? Moreover, her perception of money certainly needed reevaluation. A smartphone worth nearly 10,000 yuan was casually given away. Bai Ming glanced at Uncle Wong, inquiring, did she also ask you to wait and take me upstairs? Suyu had already begun moving things in when she saw the fruits and vegetables delivered by Shangsheng. It was evident that the two were in a spat, and she suspected it was likely her child's fault. This tactic had been used for years. Uncle Wong chuckled helplessly. What are you two bickering about now? She got up early this morning to move things. Bai Ming sighed. All right, Uncle, I'll head upstairs. Ultimately, Bai Ming, clutching the brand new, unopened phone, climbed into the luxurious Maybach. He decided to forego the backpack and hat. He couldn't risk revealing his familiarity with such brands. Although the gifts were for him, Sheng used them more frequently. He never understood why she enjoyed stuffing her belongings into his backpack or wearing his hat. Those things were acceptable. But he simply couldn't accept the phone. If Su found out, she would surely scold him. Bai Ming arrived at Su Sheng's home in Uncle Wang's car. After they departed, Su Sheng had been peeking from behind the second-floor window. Seeing that the car had not yet returned made her anxious. This shouldn't be happening. Other matters were fine, but surely Bai Ming would have reacted to the phone, right? If he had reacted, he would surely come looking for her. Why was it taking so long? Finally, she spotted the familiar Maybach approaching. Su Sheng quickly pulled the curtains back in her room, but peered out from behind them, eager to see what was happening. A smile crept onto her face as she dashed to the door, unlocking it, ensuring that Bai Ming could enter as soon as he pushed it open. Upon exiting the car, Bai Ming glanced up at the second floor, where the curtains were drawn, obscuring his view. Aunt Zhou, standing at the door, offered him a resigned smile. She is upstairs. Once Uncle Wang left, she hasn't come down. She is probably waiting for you. Bai Ming chuckled wryly, raising the phone in his hand. This thing is quite expensive. How can you allow her to act so recklessly? Aunt Zhou sighed. What can we do? We're merely workers. She is the boss here. When asked, she says Sheng can do whatever she likes. Truly, her grandmother was overly indulgent. Ultimately, Bai Ming had no choice but to ascend the stairs himself. Standing at the door, bearing her bite mark, he knocked. Inside, a voice, sounding somewhat menacing, inquired, "What do you want?" However, the sound was distinctly emanating from behind the door, presumably waiting for him to ascend. Right? This indeed seemed like something Su Sheng would do. I pushed the door open, Bai Ming remarked, and indeed, he soon heard a voice from behind the door. He counted silently for a few seconds before finally pushing the door open. What met his gaze was Su Sheng, sitting cross-legged on the bed, glaring at the entrance. Well, this time she wasn't on the carpet, and her imposing demeanor was absent. Although she looked pleased to see Bai Ming enter, she feigned authority and demanded, "Who let you in?" "The little dog allowed me in. If I didn't come in, the little dog would surely be anxious," Bai Ming replied. Su Sheng's face flushed crimson, recalling her fierce bark before she left the previous night. Observing her pouting silently and avoiding eye contact, Bai Ming found it rather amusing. He casually placed the phone box he was holding on the table, knowing that if he dared toss it onto the bed, the young lady might leap up to bite him. "All right, it's nothing serious. I just came to return something, and now I shall take my leave." After saying this, he deliberately turned to leave slowly, and indeed, Su Sheng, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up with vigor. "What are you doing? Did I permit you to leave? Do you think my room is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please?" Her fierce demeanor made Bai Ming halt in his tracks. Turning to face her, and he found himself looking up at her. Su Sheng's face was a blend of anger and embarrassment. But the two share a moment of eye contact, one gazing down and the other looking up. Su Sheng, still pouting, quickly uttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bitten people or lost my temper." Yet, her voice retained a fierce tone, making it sound as though she was reluctant to apologize. Upon noticing Bai Ming's silence, she grew anxious, raising her voice slightly. "I've already said sorry. I even brought you so many gifts." Observing her fierce expression, Bai Ming suddenly interjected, "Shouldn't I be kneeling to hear your apology?" Then, Chapter 31. You must not engage in early romance. Otherwise, I will inform the teacher. Su Sheng took a moment to comprehend that Bai Ming was mocking her. She blinked, then unexpectedly sat down, thus relieving Bai Ming of the need to look up at her. After she settled on the edge of the bed, she hesitantly reached out and grasped Bai Ming's wrist. Their skin tones contrasted vividly. Su Sheng softly, yet timidly, said, "I'm sorry, I truly was in the wrong." In truth, Bai Ming wasn't angry. He merely found it amusing how prideful the young girl could be. How could she apologize while maintaining such an attitude? How would she interact with friends and classmates in the future? Thus, he deliberately chose to ignore her. As he witnessed the beautiful girl blushing and earnestly gripping his wrist to apologize, Bai Ming felt his heart soften, almost ready to say, "It's all right." However, Su Sheng, growing impatient, suddenly knelt upright upon not hearing him say those words immediately. She was significantly shorter than Bai Ming, but now, kneeling on the bed, she was almost at eye level with him. Her petite face was just inches from his mouth, and she pressed her snow-white cheek against him, saying, "I'll let you bite me back." She recalled that in their childhood, Bai Ming had a penchant for biting her cheeks. As they grew older, that playful habit had faded away. Now, as Bai Ming gazed at her suddenly closed face, it was alarmingly near. His nose could nearly touch her turned cheek. He could see her long eyelashes and the deep brown of her innocent eyes, which sparkled with purity and naivety. Her pink lips were pressed together in nervousness. and her dainty nose sat perfectly in the center of her delicate face. Bai Ming had once heard his friends discuss over drinks that regardless of gender, a person with a beautiful nose generally wouldn't be unattractive. Su Shengsheng was not only blessed with a lovely nose, her features were exquisitely harmonious. As a child, she resembled a doll, and now, with the baby fat having faded, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. At that moment, feeling that Bai Ming had not yet bitten her cheek, she leaned in closer, and Bai Ming felt his dry lips graze her porcelain cheek. Su Shengsheng sensed it too. She froze for a moment, then realized just how close they had become. Their noses brushed against each other. Letting out a small gasp, she recoiled slightly, and, looking at Bai Ming, asked, "Are you truly this angry? Can't a single bite soothe your anger?" She puffed her cheeks, displaying a genuine temper akin to that of a young lady. Having gone to great lengths to appease Bai Ming, she wondered why he was so difficult to placate. She always managed to coax him into laughter when she was the one in a huff. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. How could she not console a child? It would be quite embarrassing to admit. Releasing Bai Ming's wrist, she sat back on the bed, muttering her grievances. "Even if we take a step back, you were not in the right either. You moved out without even asking me. Your hand bears the name Su Shengsheng. Didn't you think to ask me? What would it have cost you to inquire?" Bai Ming interjected, "I no longer have the name Su Shengsheng on my hand." Su Shengsheng blinked, glancing at his clean arm, and with a huff, she rushed to the head of the bed, swiftly retrieving her watercolor pens, specifically choosing a vibrant purple. Whenever she was upset, she tended to select odd or bright colors. Bai Ming watched as she boldly stood barefoot on the carpet, reached for his arm, and wrote out the 3 characters of her name, Su Shengsheng, deliberately inscribing them larger than usual. After releasing Bai Ming's arm, she continued, "Now it's written. This is my territory." She pointed at Bai Ming's arm, claiming it as hers. Bai Ming found himself bemused as to why he had willingly participated in such childish games with her for so many years. He looked at Su Shengsheng and said, "But we have grown up. We can't sleep together every day anymore. I'm a boy, and you're a girl. There are distinctions between genders." Upon hearing Bai Ming mention the differences between genders, Su Shengsheng was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, she understood this concept. As an adult, how could she not? Yet, in her heart, Bai Ming was different. There shouldn't be a gender divide between them, as they had grown up together. However, she also recognized that Bai Ming was correct. The games they played as children, with the little Bai Ming accompanying her, would inevitably evolve as he matured into the present-day Bai Ming. Gazing at the 3 characters written on his arm, Su Shengsheng noted that they were inscribed with watercolor, easily washed away with each passing day. Yet, she took joy in rewriting them daily. Nevertheless, Bai Ming had grown. There would come a time when he would no longer be willing to extend his arm for her to write her name. Bai Ming was an independent individual, not merely an accessory for her. Could they rewind time to when they were in kindergarten, reliving those moments without the burden of growing up? Suddenly, Su Shengsheng felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She tightened her grip on the pen, taking a small step back, sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed as she said, "I understand. If you want to go back, I'll have Uncle Wong take you." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Bai Ming squatting down, suddenly leaning in to stare at her, asking, "Are you crying?" "It is merely that we can no longer share a bed, not that we cannot play together. The reason for our inability to sleep side by side will be elucidated in due course, as there will be a class called biology once we enter junior high, and then you shall comprehend. However, nothing else will change. We shall still remain each other's little dogs." As he spoke, he playfully barked at her, reminiscent of the times she would tease Bai Ming with a few playful barks of her own. This seemed to be a unique code between them, not an insult, nor a demeaning comparison, but a secret only they shared. For Su Shengsheng, being each other's little dog signified an everlasting friendship. Indeed, although Su Shengsheng felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing him bark at her, a smile unexpectedly blossomed on her face. She playfully pushed Bai Ming's face away, exclaiming, "You're simply too dark." Her tone bore a hint of disdain, yet she softly added, "Little Bai, if only you could remain small forever." Bai Ming, perplexed, replied, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? Children should have some freedom. After all, only by growing up can I earn money to buy you countless strawberries." He teased her. Yet, to his surprise, Su Shengsheng earnestly responded, "But I can buy them myself. I would prefer it if you didn't grow up. This is quite nice as it is. Once you grow up, you will have many friends, and perhaps one day, you might even fancy a girl, and then things won't be the same as they are now." Contemplating this, Su Shengsheng's expression turned grave. She gazed at Bai Ming, whose complexion, though not as fair as other boys, still exuded a certain sunny charm, and said with utmost seriousness, "You must not engage in early romance. Otherwise, I shall inform the teacher." Bai Ming, bewildered, retorted, "How presumptuous of you! Chapter 32. Bai Ming. Children should not eavesdrop. Regardless of Su Shangsheng's boldness, their minor squabble was swiftly put to rest. Moreover, school was soon to commence. Old Bai's repair shop was conveniently located not far from their junior high, and they had rented a house in that vicinity. From Monday to Friday, Suyu would prepare meals for the two children at their rented abode, just as before. Meanwhile, Old Bai, with a heavier workload, would commute back and forth. They would return to Tanshui town on the weekends. This arrangement was somewhat cumbersome. Unlike Ku, Yi, and Li Hua, who resided on campus and only returned home on Saturdays, Suyu had initially considered having Bai Ming stay at school. However, Bai Ming thought of Su Shangsheng and realized that the young lady could not possibly stay in the dormitory. Thus, he concocted various reasons to avoid it. Although his parents adopted a somewhat lax approach to his upbringing, appearing not overly meticulous as their only child, both Suyu and Old Bai were somewhat indulgent towards Bai Ming. Of course, discipline was still enforced when necessary. However, recognizing their son's reluctance to stay in the dormitory, combined with Old Bai's newfound ambition spurred by his son, they ultimately decided to rent a house nearby. Initially, they intended to secure a two-bedroom apartment. But upon learning that Su Shangsheng also wished to live with them, it just so happened that the landlord of their shop had a nearby four-bedroom house available for rent. Given that they had already rented the shop, the landlord offered it to them at a reduced rate. Old Bai found it somewhat coincidental. Yet Suyu considered it a stroke of luck, securing a 3-year lease. This arrangement would suffice for the children to complete junior high, and as for high school, they would assess it later. In fact, living on campus during high school could also be quite beneficial. A couple of days before the school term commenced, as they were moving in, Old Bai whispered to Bai Ming, "I even checked online to see if there were any murder cases here. Thankfully, there were none." He dared not let his wife hear this, lest he incur her wrath. Bai Ming glanced at his father, bemused by his father's vivid imagination. "What are you two whispering about? Get inside." Suyu called out. The father and son hurriedly carried their belongings inside. Bai Ming set down his wheelchair and looked at Su Shangsheng, who was sitting on the sofa, munching on an apple. "Miss, why did you bring your wheelchair?" "For school." Su Shangsheng promptly replied, placing the warm water from the table before Suyu and Old Bai, saying, "Aunt Su, Uncle Bai, please have some water." Then she handed Bai Ming her identical blue thermos, insisting, "Drink some water." Bai Ming took a sip, grimacing. "Why is it hot water on such a sweltering day?" Just then, Suyu playfully slapped his back, admonishing, "You should drink cold water every day." Su Shangsheng stifled a laugh, as Aunt Su had already arranged for her belongings to be moved in. This time, Su Shangsheng had contributed to the rent. The house had originally been rented by Bai Ming's family, distinct from their previous home. Aunt Su insisted on receiving her share of the rent, despite Su Yu's initial refusal. Su Shangsheng had countered that she would simply rent a place of her own. The notion of a young girl living alone was out of the question. Ultimately, Su Yu accepted the contribution, but insisted that she would not accept any living expenses. Su Shangsheng's contribution of 1/3 of the rent did alleviate some financial pressure on them. Unbeknownst to them, Old Bai had secretly used their household funds to purchase land. Indeed, over the years, their savings had been invested in land, and he had even borrowed a bit of money. When Bai Ming discovered this, he was utterly astonished. His father was quite bold. He himself would not have dared to suggest such a thing. He had not anticipated that Old Bai was capable of such significant endeavors. In the future, that vast expanse of land would likely be requisitioned. Bai Ming was unaware that his parents had saved so much money. He had always thought they were financially constrained. Yet now they had acquired a fish pond and a large plot of land. Although the land might not be worth much at present, it still required a substantial investment. Consequently, Suyu had recently been embroiled in disputes with Old Bai, resulting in a somewhat tense atmosphere at home. Nevertheless, she did not display any signs of distress in front of the children. The new house featured 4 rooms. Bai Ming's room was adjacent to Su Shangsheng's, while Su Yu and Old Bai occupied another room. The 4th room served as a study. All rooms were well furnished, making a perfect fit for them. Today marked their first day moving in. Aunt Su and Su Yu collaborated in the kitchen to prepare a feast. Aunt Su and Grandma were not overly concerned about Su Shangsheng, considering she had grown up following Bai Ming's lead. Although Grandma was not particularly young anymore, she was perpetually busy, often traveling for work. Thus, she was genuinely grateful to Bai Ming's family for taking care of Su Shangsheng, as it had helped her become much more cheerful. In a subtle way, they had also assisted Old Bai significantly. After all, how could a family from a small town open a shop in the city so smoothly and successfully? Bai Ming could sense some of this, as he was no longer a mere child. However, whether his parents were aware of it remained uncertain. Bai Ming kept in mind the kindness shown by Grandma and was determined to repay it in the future, which made him feel increasingly indebted to Su Shangsheng. After dinner, Aunt Sue reminded Su Shengsheng of numerous things and insisted she could call her at any time before leaving. Before departing, she firmly gifted Bai Ming a mobile phone, the very one Su Shengsheng had intended to present him previously. The reasoning was sound. It would enable Bai Ming to contact her immediately if anything concerning Su Shengsheng arose. Su Yu and old Bai initially opposed it, but Aunt Sue was resolute. Ultimately, Bai Ming acquired his first mobile phone, feeling quite touched. Thus, he mused that being a child was indeed fraught with challenges. At that moment, Bai Ming had just finished showering and was engrossed in his phone when he noticed a head peeking out from a doorway. The master of the mind beckoned him with a wave of her hand. Bai Ming raised an eyebrow, ready to speak, but then noticed Su Shengsheng lifting her index finger in a shushing gesture. Intrigued, he set his phone down and approached her. As he slipped off his shoes, they made a sound. Su Shengsheng whispered, pointing at his slippers. Bai Ming complied and removed his shoes. Indeed, she was barefoot. Su Shengsheng led him to the doorway of Su Yu and the other's room. Their room was separated from Su Yu's master bedroom by a study. It was only when they got closer that Bai Ming could hear the commotion inside. It seemed they were arguing over land purchases. Su Shengsen, Thou Win, pondering why such a trivial matter could provoke such anger in Aunt Sue. Bai Ming thought of old Bai's current predicament and silently urged him to hold on. Both of them stilled their breathing. In truth, Bai Ming himself did not understand why he felt compelled to eavesdrop. They dared not intervene. The weight of familial pressure was palpable, you see? Initially, all was normal, but abruptly silence fell. Su Shengsheng looked up at Bai Ming in confusion, her lips forming the question, what happened? Bai Ming, lacking any supernatural insight, stepped closer and pressed his ear to the door. Suddenly, his expression became somewhat awkward and contorted as he glanced down at Su Shengsheng, who was about to mimic his actions. Bai Ming swiftly covered her inquisitive little face with his hand, then bent down and lifted her, cradling her gently and carrying her away. Su Shengxian. Hey, Bai Ming, children should not eavesdrop. Chapter 33. Do not view peculiar content on your phone. Su Shengsheng, having heard nothing, was forcibly half-dragged, half-carried back to the room by Bai Ming. She was left bewildered, returning to a space that mirrored her own, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. However, Su Xingxing's room featured a carpet and various small items, having been arranged by Aunt Zhou. Bai Ming's room remained unchanged, with just a bed made up and a suitcase that had yet to be unpacked. He had only just taken clothes to the bathroom. Bai Ming placed Su Shengsheng on his bed and remarked, as a young lady, you should refrain from eavesdropping. He awkwardly scratched at his flushed ear, wondering at the peculiarity of it all. In his previous life, he had been taken to various mysterious establishments, yet now, merely overhearing a conversation made him blush. Of course, it might have been because the voices belonged to his parents, and he glanced down to see her innocently leaning against the door. This caused him to feel a twinge of nervousness. Su Shengsheng, however, looked utterly perplexed, questioning, why not? I brought you here. I'm not allowed to listen? You did too. Bai Ming squatted down, beginning to tidy up his few clothes, replying, true, I did listen, but you cannot. Su Shengsheng furrowed her brows, inquiring why listening to an argument was forbidden. Suddenly, she fell silent, intently observing Bai Ming's ears. His skin had darkened from the sun, rendering his flushed face and ears less discernible. Yet, she was far too familiar with him. She had been sitting cross-legged on Bai Ming's bed, but now stood up barefoot. Bai Ming immediately noticed and felt a jolt in his brow, gently tapping her ankle, urging her to wear shoes. Su Shengxing muttered softly that these shoes were rather uncomfortable. Bai Ming glanced at her footwear, which had clearly been purchased in advance, yet she wore a pair of simple slippers from a discount store, costing only $99 for 2 pairs. Had it been earlier, he might have questioned how anyone could be so spoiled. However, considering it was Su Shengsheng, it seemed somewhat justified. Her parents were affluent, her grandmother as well, and in the future, she would be even wealthier. Thus, being pampered since childhood was hardly surprising. With a sigh, Bai Ming picked up a neatly folded pair of pants and tossed them on the ground, indicating for her to stand on them. Su Shengsheng looked at the jeans, seemingly unfazed, and stepped onto them. She had trodden on Bai Ming's legs countless times. What was the harm in stepping on his pants? Standing on Bai Ming's jeans. She playfully tugged at his ear, exclaiming, Hey Bai Ming, what did you hear? Why are your ears so red? Bai Ming felt the warmth intensifying under her playful touch. He clicked his tongue, swatting her fingers away and covering his ears, turning to face her. To his surprise, she was squatting beside him, her proximity accentuating the mischievous smile on her face. This feels off, Bai Ming thought. Had she figured it out? Narrowing his eyes, he asked, Did you read That Arrogant Prince Falls in Love with Me circulating in class? That essay story about a disabled prince. Su Shengsheng countered before insisting, Don't change the subject. What did you hear? Bai Ming scoffed, standing up, and as she raised her gaze to meet his, he hoisted her up effortlessly. Indeed, he truly lifted her. Su Shang-san, utterly bewildered, found herself carried back to her own room, which was cooled by the air conditioning. Bai Ming gently set her down on the carpet and retrieved a pair of comfortable slippers Aunt Zhou had specifically purchased, costing over 100 for the pair. Surely more pleasant than the 99 yuan ones. Su Shangshang huffed in annoyance, only to be lightly tapped on the forehead by Bai Ming, who commanded, "Quiet now. Wash up and sleep. If you step outside again, I will inform my parents that you were eavesdropping." With that, he turned to leave, only to hear Su Xingxing's reluctant muttering behind him. She was not a pervert. She could guess what they were doing without needing to eavesdrop. Bai Ming had made her sound like some kind of weirdo. Yet, how could he understand? Today's boys seemed far more mature. Su Shangshang looked up at Bai Ming, who was about to close the door, and ferociously warned, "You shouldn't look at strange things on your phone." Bai Ming, what strange things could possibly be on my phone? Su Shangxing's large eyes, when fixed on him, appeared fierce, yet to Bai Ming, it resembled a child's playful display. He chuckled lightly. "What could possibly be on my phone? The screensaver is a photo you set. All I can look at is you. Now get some rest." With that, Bai Ming closed the door behind him. His words held no ulterior motive. He was merely responding to Su Shangxing's warning about not viewing peculiar content on his phone. He contemplated whether it was normal for girls her age to start reading romance novels. He had never raised a child, but considering Su Shangshang's interest in tales of disabled princes and domineering CEOs, it seemed quite typical. After all, in both of his lives, many girls at this age indulged in such stories, as long as they didn't end up as love-struck fools, easily deceived by some rogue. The thought of Su Shangshang potentially being misled made Bai Ming frown. Now that she was in middle school, Su Xingxing's appearance was undeniably striking, and he felt the need to keep a closer watch on her. Fortunately, due to his grandmother's influence, he and Su Shangshang would be in the same class for the next 3 years. Bai Ming realized that raising a child as they grew older was indeed quite challenging. However, it was a necessity, for he did not wish for Su Shangshang to suffer from moderate depression as she had in his previous life. This thought caused a pang in his heart, and he touched it lightly before entering his own room. At this moment, Su Shangshang sat dazedly on the carpet, separated by a door. What did Bai Ming's words mean? Indeed, the screensaver on Bai Ming's phone featured a photo of her and Bai Ming together, one she had set herself. Even the album contained numerous pictures of the two of them, alongside a couple of images of Uncle Bai and Auntie Su, with one or two where Ku-yi had cheekily joined Li Hua for a snapshot. Yet, the majority were various pictures of Su Shangshang herself. So, was Bai Ming implying that he would look at her? Why did it feel so strange? Su Shangshang was not a mere child of 10. Her thoughts inevitably drifted towards an adult's perspective. At that moment, a phrase often uttered in her previous life flashed through her mind. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Su Shangshang furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Was there truly no pure friendship? Why could there not be? She and Bai Ming had agreed to be lifelong friends. Slowly, she rose to her feet, walked to the bedside, and retrieved a few pills from the drawer, swallowing them with water from the thermos on the nightstand. Chapter 34. She had her own stubbornness. The following day, Su took the two of them out shopping. The day after would mark the commencement of the school year. Bai Ming observed Su Shangshang, who remained immobile in her wheelchair. The young girl, clad in a white t-shirt and long pants, her hair tied in a high ponytail, appeared quite vibrant, if only she were not seated in that chair. Su Shangshang seldom wore shorts outside, as a long scar from an accident marred her thigh. In her past life, Bai Ming had first encountered her beautiful tattoo of a sprawling red rose on her leg, only to later discover it was a temporary tattoo. This girl, fearing pain, shunned surgery and was reluctant to get a real tattoo. Yet, feeling self-conscious about her scar, she opted for the tattoo stickers, changing them daily, all of which were captivating. However, now was not the time to ponder her attire. Bai Ming sighed, exclaiming, "It's merely a short distance. Can't you walk?" Su Shangshang shook her head, replying that she could not. Su Yu, having changed her shoes, donned 2 hats and placed one atop each of their heads, declaring, "Right. Let us be off." She then directed her son, "Come, push Shangsheng out." Bai Ming protested, "Mom, she can clearly walk." Su Shangsheng, with wide eyes and utmost seriousness, replied, "I cannot. My leg hurts," as she reached down to touch her knee. Bai Ming looked at her with skepticism, yet he still pushed her outside. In truth, Bai Ming had mentioned to Su Yu that they could manage on their own. After all, he had attended the same school for 6 years. Though he had boarded, he was quite familiar with the area. Nevertheless, Su Yu was evidently uneasy. She believed the two children were unfamiliar with their surroundings and could not let them venture out alone. At the very least, they needed to familiarize themselves, as she intended to take them to the school later to help them learn the route. Old Bai had bought Bai Ming a bicycle, which they could ride in the future, Walking was not particularly far. Yet, seeing Su Shangsheng sitting still in her wheelchair, Bai Ming suspected he would be pushing her along rather than walking beside her. As he glanced at her long legs, he wondered why they were uncooperative. Still, he obediently pushed Su Shangsheng, following Su Yu. As they walked, she introduced them to the nearby area, and both children nodded obediently. Upon exiting the elevator, they encountered several ants, presumably their neighbors. Perhaps due to the conspicuousness of Su Shangsheng's wheelchair, the women, who had been chatting, halted their conversation and turned to stare. One of the ants cheerfully inquired, "Are you the neighbors who just moved in on the 8th floor?" Su Yu, typically gentle and amiable in public, smiled and greeted them. For they were neighbors, and there would be many future interactions. At that moment, Bai Ming positioned himself in front of Su Shangsheng, shielding her from the majority of prying eyes. Su Shangsheng looked up at Bai Ming's back, a smile creeping onto her lips. In truth, she was not afraid of being observed. She could easily disregard various gazes, having encountered far worse in her past life. This time, however, Bai Ming consistently shielded her from scrutiny. She pressed her hand against her knee, her gaze dimming slightly. From the bag she held, she retrieved 2 pieces of chocolate and pressed them into Bai Ming's hand, which hung limply at his side. Startled by the sudden gift, Bai Ming glanced at the chocolate before turning to Su Shangsheng. She was looking up at him, her cap accentuating her petite face as she said, "What are you staring at? I need you to help me unwrap it." Bai Ming replied, "I thought this was for me." Sighing, he proceeded to unwrap the packaging, habitually bending down to place the chocolate in her mouth. Suddenly, a piece of chocolate was thrust towards his lips. It was unwrapped. Bai Ming held a white chocolate, while Su Shangsheng had unwrapped a dark chocolate, which happened to be Bai Ming's favorite. With the chocolate in her mouth, Su Shangsheng spoke, her voice slightly muffled yet resolute. "This chocolate is the same as you, so I want to eat it. It will turn dark. You can have it." Bai Ming, with a playful grin, bit into the chocolate, responding, "All right, then you should stick to the white one just like you." One of the ants observed this exchange with surprise, commenting to Su Yu, "These 2 children seem to share a wonderful bond. It's evident that the brother takes great care of his sister." Su Yu paused for a moment, turning to look, noting Bai Ming holding 2 wrappers of chocolate. She chuckled softly. The 2 have been close since childhood. It's a pity that the sister is so stunning. Why does she have that leg? One ant seemed eager to inquire further. Su Yu smiled and said, "Well, please feel free to come by and visit when you have time. I must take these 2 shopping now." The ants, sensing the cue, offered no further remarks, simply smiling and bidding farewell as they headed for the elevator. Su Yu shot Bai Ming a knowing glance, and he understood, proceeding to push Su Shangsheng outside. Su Shangsheng squinted against the sunlight, the chocolate in her mouth beginning to melt, sweetening her palate. In truth, she was not particularly fond of the cloying taste of chocolate, yet she endeavored to enjoy it because Bai Ming liked it. It seemed that the more commonalities they shared, the deeper their connection could grow. She had her own stubbornness. As Bai Ming passed a trash can, he discarded some litter. Suddenly, Su Shangsheng exclaimed, "Auntie Su, why not buy Xiao a basketball? Playing basketball helps one grow taller." Bai Ming was taken aback. "I'm not tall enough already?" "You could grow even taller," Su Shangsheng replied earnestly, her spirits high. "And boys who play basketball are quite handsome." In her previous life, she had enjoyed watching people play basketball from her wheelchair. However, at that time, her admiration was not directed at any particular individual or the sport itself. She merely found their vitality, running and jumping, captivating, something she could not partake in. She lifted her face, asking Bai Ming earnestly, "If you learn, could you teach me?" Bai Ming thought to himself that he already knew how to play. There was no need to learn. He glanced at Su Shangsheng's legs, pondering whether she might first try to stand and walk. "You are unwilling to walk, yet you aspire to learn basketball? Oof. What does this minor flaw in my perfection signify? One must always allow others a sliver of breathing room, right?" Su Shangsheng huffed and averted her gaze, engaging in a somewhat childish banter with Bai Ming. Beside them, Su Yu observed their playful exchange, unable to suppress her silent laughter at their attempts to leave each other speechless. These 2 children indeed shared a strong bond. Having grown up together, they were almost like family. She playfully tapped her son, questioning why he was arguing with Shangsheng. "Mom, you are biased," Bai Ming retorted with a click of his tongue. Addressing Miss Su Yu, "This is quite unfair." Chapter 35 Bai Ming. Well, I had promised her that I would never fight again in the 3rd year. Su Yu's favoritism was beside the point. Their middle school life had commenced. As the school year started, Su Shangsheng quickly gained notoriety, being one of the 2 freshmen exempt from military training due to her wheelchair. She observed Bai Ming and the others during their military training, sitting gracefully in the shade as she watched her classmates toil under the sun. Surprisingly, she did not indulge in ice cream or similar treats. instead choosing to accompany them for 5 days out of the week of training. The teachers remarked that the spirit of the new student was with them throughout. She had missed 2 days due to not feeling well. However, Bai Ming was well aware that her absence was not due to illness, but rather because the young lady simply chose to remain in bed. Although Su Shengsheng could walk, running was still a considerable challenge for her. While the military training was not particularly arduous, it nonetheless posed significant difficulties for Su Shengsheng. On the first day following their training, classes officially began. The teacher assigned desks based on academic performance, mixing boys and girls together. To be candid, Bai Ming was a prodigy. Hailing from a small town, he had excelled academically, securing a place at one of the nation's top 3 universities and later established a successful business during his university years. It was evident that he possessed remarkable capabilities. Consequently, he entered their class with the highest score. Su Xingxing's academic performance was commendable as well, thanks to years of tutoring, although she ranked 5th in their class, slightly trailing Bai Ming. Her striking beauty and unique circumstances piqued the curiosity of many, leading some to wish to partner with her in class. However, Bai Ming was the first to choose a desk partner, resulting in Su Shengsheng inevitably sitting beside him. Due to the space required for her wheelchair, Bai Ming typically opted for seats at the back of the classroom, which suited him well as he was the tallest boy in their class, and at present, also appeared the most intimidating. The second highest achiever, another boy, selected a seat in front of Bai Ming, pairing with the girl who ranked 3rd. As he settled in, he turned to Bai Ming and inquired if they could switch desk partners. He gestured towards his desk mate, stating, "This is my twin sister. We always end up fighting when we sit together." Throughout his speech, he fixated his gaze on Su Shengsheng. Bai Ming raised an eyebrow in confusion, recognizing the pair as notable academic achievers from their school. Moreover, the unfortunate lad would later become a partner in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Su Shengsheng was also familiar with the boy speaking. Her reunion with Bai Ming had been sparked by his intervention in a fight on her behalf. "You are called matey, correct?" "I refuse," Su Shengsheng declared decisively, casting a glance at the sister Ma Yao. In their previous life, she had regarded Ma Yao as a rival, as she had harbored affections for Bai Ming, though he might not have noticed. Nevertheless, girls are often astutely aware of such sentiments, and Su Shengsheng certainly perceived it. At that moment, Ma Yao merely shot her brother a look of exasperation before curiously regarding Su Shengsheng, seemingly disinterested in Bai Ming. Bai Ming glanced at his rejected former friend, contemplating the boy's past romantic entanglements. In their previous life, he had not assisted him in his romantic pursuits. However, during the early stages of their entrepreneurial venture, it was indeed matey who managed the business while investing substantial funds, even sacrificing his health to the point of suffering from gastrointestinal bleeding. Aside from his penchant for romantic entanglements, he proved to be an exceptional friend. At this juncture, Bai Ming issued a warning to matey, "Do not provoke her." Matey paused, glancing between the two. "Oh, so you two are together? But your skin tones don't quite match." One could only attribute such bluntness to the youthful exuberance of teenage boys. Bai Ming examined his own complexion before casting another look at the radiant Su Shengsheng beside him, acknowledging the discrepancy. "Matey, if you get beaten up one day, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised," Ma Yao remarked disdainfully. "Shengsheng, Bai Ming is fighting with matey again," Ma Yao exclaimed as she rushed in, pushing Su Xingxing's wheelchair outside. Initially, she found the wheelchair cumbersome, but soon grew accustomed to its weight. Su Shengsheng, still holding her pen, was being wheeled away. Habitually, she tucked her pen away, pondering the reason for the commotion, though she was uncertain. Ma Yao's voice carried an air of excitement. Having spent 3 years with her classmates, Su Shengsheng had grown accustomed to this sister's thrill at her brother's misfortunes. Perhaps it was a twins' innate connection? Su Shengsheng gazed at the sweltering weather outside, feeling slightly vexed. Recently, Bai Ming's tendency to avoid her was increasingly irksome. Thanks to her grandmother's generous donation, the school had installed wheelchair-accessible ramps on each floor. Thus, Ma Yao found it manageable to push her along. Although she knew Su Shengsheng was not entirely incapable of walking, she could not fathom why she consistently chose not to. At 14 or 15, Su Shengsheng was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in the city's #1 high school, but she also had a notoriously fiery temperament. Speculations about her affluent background circulated, and few dared to provoke her, though some still did. At that moment, Bai Ming delivered a swift kick to his senior's hand, causing the boy's phone to crash to the ground. The injured student flushed with anger, declaring, "Don't think your good grades grant you license to act as you please. I'll inform the teacher." Matey followed suit, kicking the boy as well. "Go ahead and report it. This is a blind spot for the cameras. Who do you think is to blame for your fall?" Bai Ming crouched down to retrieve the fallen phone, examining it briefly before noting the lock. The boy remained silent. Bai Ming wasted no words, seizing the boy's hand to pry it open and swiftly unlocking the phone with his fingerprint. The boy yelped in pain. Bai Ming scrolled through the album, discovering a plethora of photos of Su Shangsheng, some taken from unflattering angles. Although their school uniforms were not revealing, Su Shangsheng had loosened the top button due to the heat, leading to an unflattering view of her collarbone and the hint of her undergarment. Bai Ming's expression darkened as he deleted all images of Su Shangsheng, along with those of other girls. Do you have backups? Bai Ming inquired, glancing at the boy still pinned to the ground by Matey. The boy hesitated, but upon seeing Bai Ming's imposing figure, he finally relented. And no, I don't. Matey casually reached over to the phone, expertly navigating a few cloud storage applications. Let me see. Bai Ming snatched it back. I'll check myself. It appeared there were indeed no backups, likely due to a lack of time to create them. Bai Ming tossed the phone back to its owner, who reluctantly retrieved it from the ground. Suddenly, MCDI turned to the other side and exclaimed, "My Yao, are you the one who reports everything?" Bai Ming looked up and spotted Su Shangsheng being pushed over in a wheelchair. She was truly fair-skinned, her complexion almost glowing in the sunlight. However, this beautiful girl, resembling a little snowman on the verge of melting under the sun, did not appear well. Bai Ming thought to himself, yes. He had promised her that he absolutely would not engage in fights during the third year of middle school. Chapter 36, you said the same thing last time. And then you dragged me into a filthy ditch. Before Bai Ming could utter a word, the person lying on the ground already picked up his phone and shouted, "Su Shangsheng, look at your classmate. He's nothing but a violent brute. Please call the teacher for me." As he spoke, he put on his glasses, looking rather pretentious again. Su Shangsheng's gaze reluctantly fell upon him, and she recognized him as a senior from the high school division. Just a few days prior, he had visited their class to discuss the bonus points for the upcoming entrance examinations and had specifically approached her afterward, shyly asking if they could exchange contact information, assuring her she could ask him any questions. He seemed quite amiable at that time, and now he was staring at Su Shangsheng with great anticipation, seemingly hoping she would justly assist him in calling the teacher. Only Bai Ming raised an eyebrow upon hearing him seek Su Shangsheng's help. This truly was an uncanny coincidence. Indeed, Su Shangsheng stood up, gripping the handles of the wheelchair, and took slow yet steady steps towards the boy. When she reached him, he awkwardly scrambled to his feet and dusted off his clothes. In truth, Bai Ming and his friends hadn't really assaulted him. They had merely pushed him down and, cough cough, each kicked him once at most. Given his act of secretly filming, he had gotten off rather lightly. MCDI opened his mouth as if to speak, but Bai Ming pulled him back. Su Shangsheng stared coldly at her classmate, who was looking at her with eager expectation, and said, "What are you talking about? Wasn't it Bai Ming who helped you up after you fell?" The expression on the boy's face stiffened. Was he really so audacious as to lie so blatantly? MCDI gave a thumbs up. Ma Yao, pushing the wheelchair and standing near the outskirts, occasionally glanced outside, as if keeping watch for them. The boy's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated a few steps, running away while shouting, "You all wait for me, especially you." Bai Ming. He sounded quite imposing, yet it was comical how he managed to threaten them while fleeing. Bai Ming squinted his eyes, having no intention of stopping him. Su Shangsheng, who had already approached him, would likely not grant him the opportunity. "What brings you here? Isn't it hot?" Bai Ming cast a glance at Su Shangsheng, standing tall among the girls in her third year. Su Shangsheng was quite statuesque. Bai Ming remembered that in his past life, she was approximately 173 centimeters tall. Thus, her current height of just over 1.6 meters seemed quite normal. Girls develop earlier, but Bai Ming had matured even sooner. At this point, he was nearing 1.8 meters in height. He was likely to grow even taller in high school. He had been measuring his height every 2 months and noticed he had been growing a little bit each time. Irritated, Su Shangsheng looked up at him and abruptly slapped the top of his head, declaring, "Bai Ming, you don't keep your word." This was a statement. MCDI couldn't help but come to his friend's defense. It was just that scumbag who secretly filmed other girls, and that's why we stopped him. Secretly filming? So why did you hit him so lightly? Su Shangsheng frowned at this revelation, but a new dilemma arose as she scrutinized Bai Ming from head to toe. Reaching out to grasp his hand, Bai Ming's skin tone was likely not the fairest. At that moment, as Su Shangsheng held his hand, the contrast between their skin tones was stark. One was dazzlingly pale, and the other had a wheatish complexion. Bai Ming observed their hands, realizing that with just a little effort, he could envelop her entire hand. This thought crossed his mind, causing a subtle shift in his expression, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. "It's fine. It's already resolved. I didn't fight. He didn't retaliate." In some respects, it was a one-sided oppression. Nevertheless, they had agreed to find an opportunity to deal with this scoundrel after their entrance exams. However, Su Shangsheng did not heed his defense and merely glanced at her empty hand. Suddenly, she puffed up her cheeks and forcefully slapped a pink bandage onto Bai Ming's chest before turning and walking back to Ma Yao. She then resumed her place in the wheelchair, maneuvering it swiftly. Ma Yao was left standing there, exclaiming in surprise as she watched Su Shengsheng's retreating figure, then turned her gaze to her unfortunate brother, finally settling her eyes on Bai Ming. Is she angry again? Bai Ming placed the bandage into his pocket, reassuringly saying, It's nothing. She is always like this. She'll be fine soon. MCDI glanced at his own hand, but your hand is fine. Why don't you give me the bandage? Bai Ming didn't he look back as he walked away. You're just going to use a bandage for a minor scrape? Are you that delicate? MCDI rolled his eyes and followed along. Previously, he had merely scraped his skin while playing basketball, and Su Shengsheng had applied a bandage for an entire week. He even suspected it had healed long ago. Ma Yao, trailing behind them, curiously inquired, So why is Shengsheng angry again? You brought him here. Why are you asking me? MCDI playfully slapped his sister, only to be met with a retaliatory strike from an irate Ma Yao. The two began to bicker back and forth. Meanwhile, Bai Ming seemed lost in thought. He understood that Su Shengsheng wasn't he upset over his fighting. More likely, she was angry about the recent distance between them. However, Bai Ming felt somewhat awkward about it. This situation dated back to the night 3 days prior. They were in their third year, and usually they voluntarily attended evening study sessions even on Saturdays. However, there was also a monthly break. During this time, they would return to Tanshui town together. On that Saturday night, the weather was splendid, and Bai Ming rode his bike with Su Shengsheng to meet up with Yi and Li Hua to head up a small hill. The fireflies were stunning in the summer. Su Shengsheng adored watching such sights. The weather was delightful. Sitting on the back of the bike, Su Shengsheng held out 2 ice creams for Bai Ming to share. Bai Ming, feeling exasperated, replied, I can take it myself. I ride steadily with one hand. Su Shengsheng rolled her eyes. I don't believe you. You said that last time and ended up dragging me into a filthy ditch. Upon mentioning this, Su Shengsheng's expression soured further. That ditch was no ordinary one. It was the kind that contained all sorts of foul waste. They both ended up stepping into it. Su Shengsheng was so furious that her eyes turned red, and after returning home, she spent hours washing off the stench, still feeling filthy afterward. Bai Ming had been outside the door apologizing for as long as she had been washing. He was practically on his knees, begging for forgiveness. Even so, Su Shengsheng remained angry, ignoring him for 2 days. Hearing this, Bai Ming felt a twinge of guilt but still tried to defend himself. That was because you poked my waist. My waist is really sensitive. Su Shengsheng huffed and shoved the ice cream in front of him. Well, now that I know your waist is so sensitive, I thought it would be fun to try it. Chapter 37 You're not allowed to go up. You can't leave me behind. In the end, Bai Ming barely managed to finish his ice cream, while Su Shengsheng didn't mind sharing it, devouring most of it despite his saliva being all over it. As Bai Ming disembarked, he observed the remnants of ice cream clinging to the corner of her mouth, and fell into a contemplative silence. You merely wish to savor a couple of flavors, don't you? I appreciate your willingness to spare a morsel for me, he remarked with a tone of resignation, producing a tissue to offer her. Do take care not to suffer any stomach aches later. Su Shengsheng accepted the tissue and dabbed at her mouth, responding with a hint of guilt, I certainly will not. Li Hua and the others had already arrived on their bicycles. Li Hua earnestly inquired, would you like to ride with me? I assure you, I won't let you tumble into the ditch. Yi, now considerably leaner, burst into laughter, his mirth echoing so exuberantly that it startled the nearby dogs into barking. Bai Ming clicked his tongue in exasperation, pressing Su Shengsheng down gently. Remain seated. Not every time do I fall into a ditch, you know. Those were mere accidents. Li Hua muttered, who can say? Yet, as Su Shengsheng was reluctant to switch, she ultimately settled into the back seat of Bai Ming's bicycle. Throughout their journey, she continued to murmur from behind him, see, I'm already granting you a significant favor. With that, she playfully poked him in the side. Bai Ming's muscles tensed at the unexpected touch, and he stifled a laugh. I am grateful, but please refrain from poking me. Su Shengsheng giggled behind him. In Tanshui town, the moon and stars were visible, merely a glance upward revealing their brilliance. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of their bicycles as they rode, one of them carrying a young girl who was joyfully swinging her legs. Their destination was clear, a small hillside. It was Saturday, and the town's market would be bustling with activity that evening. They had even discussed going to the market after watching the fireflies to see what delectable treats awaited. Truth be told, Bai Ming and the others held little fascination for the fireflies, having seen them before. However, Su Shengsheng held a deep fondness for them. During the time when she was unable to walk, Bai Ming had never taken her to see them. Even when she could walk, he had only brought her on 2 or 3 occasions. In that moment, she tugged at Bai Ming's shirt, eager to ascend. Over the years, she had diligently rehabilitated, and now she could manage the climb. Previously, Bai Ming had carried her up the slope. While she could now climb, it was at a leisurely pace. Ku-yi curiously asked, Sheng, why do you still use a wheelchair at school? The four of them, excluding Bai Ming and Su Sheng, were not in the same class. There were many classes at City No. 1 Middle School, with 18 classes in a single grade. Had it not been for her grandmother's intervention, the chances of them being in the same class would have been slim. It's simply more convenient, Su Sheng replied. I'm too lazy to move. Bai Ming rolled his eyes, gripping her wrist before pointing to the trees atop the hill. Climbing up will provide a clearer view, and you'll be able to see quite far. Li Hua and Ku-yi nodded in agreement, realizing they could indeed see the market below. Both swiftly ascended the trees. Despite being a girl, Li Hua was agile, having grown up in an orchard, more so than Ku-yi. Su Sheng, taken aback by their speed, clutched Bai Ming tightly. I can't climb trees. From above, Li Hua extended her hand. I'll pull you up. Bai Ming added, I'll support you. You won't fall, I promise. Go ahead. Ku-yi, having climbed higher, exclaimed, It's so beautiful from up here. I forgot my phone. Otherwise, I could capture the moment. Su Sheng felt a flutter of excitement, but shook her head vigorously. I can't. Li Hua insisted, You can do it. Bai Ming, without offering encouragement or further commentary, simply nodded. Then you'll stay here? I'm going up after all. There might not only be squirrels up there, but perhaps even wild boars. Just as Li Hua began to protest the absurdity of wild boars being present, Su Sheng, who had claimed she couldn't climb trees, swiftly leapt onto Bai Ming's back, her soft form pressing against him as she fiercely whispered in his ear, You mustn't go up. Don't leave me behind, or I'll bite you. She playfully nipped at his ear, though it was more of a gentle tease than a bite. Bai Ming, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened, wanting to glance down, yet the girl clinging to him tightened her grip. No going up. Bai Ming's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. He felt a mix of urgency and confusion as he contemplated dislodging Su Sheng from his back, intending to hand her to Li Hua. Clumsily, she was pulled by Li Hua, and with a bit of trepidation, she stepped onto Bai Ming's shoulder, completing her inaugural tree-climbing experience while muttering complaints about Bai Ming. Bai Ming stood motionless, the hillside devoid of light, illuminated only by the moon, stars, and the dancing fireflies. He realized he was acutely aware of his own body. The sensation of her playful nibble lingered on his ear. Little Bai, the girl called out, her voice filled with excitement and wonder. Come up. It's so beautiful up here. You can even see our home. Bai Ming gazed up at the enchanting girl perched upon the sturdy branch, her face illuminated by the fireflies, stunning even in the darkness. Her rapturous smile radiated joy and innocence. In that moment, Bai Ming was struck by a profound realization. They had both grown. A sudden sense of panic welled within him, for he understood that growing up meant they would inevitably drift apart. Little Bai Ming. Su Sheng's voice broke through his reverie, her tone laced with concern as she leaned over, reaching out to touch him. What's wrong? Why are you dazed? The princess of the fairies, seated amidst the mortal realm, reached out to bridge the gap of her earthly attachments. Bai Ming snapped back to reality, lightly patting her hand. Be careful not to fall. He lowered his gaze, swiftly climbing the tree, yet seemingly oblivious to her invitation for him to sit beside her, continuing to ascend. Qu'est-ce qui vit, Ku-yi? What can you see from your side? Su Sheng hesitated for a moment, then lifted her gaze to the silhouette of the boy climbing higher. With a huff, she thought, Stinky little Bai, how could you not understand? What harm would it do to sit with her for a while? Yet, she felt no anger, for the view was far too exquisite. Tanshui town never failed to astonish her, and neither did little Bai. She genuinely cherished this place. The two boys above them had tossed something onto the grass, startling the fireflies into a flurry of flight. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. Bai Ming glanced down at her, a smile gracing his lips. It was all right. They remained the best of friends. Yet, that evening, Bai Ming was not quite himself. Chapter 38. The young girl's face was adorned with an air of pride. Indeed, upon entering puberty, nearly all boys and girls encounter the nuances of biology classes. A perfectly normal occurrence. Bai Ming, having experienced adolescence before, was no stranger to it. He had already navigated its complexities since the first semester of junior high. In truth, it was a natural phase, and he could scarcely recall what his very first dream had been. Upon awakening, the need to wash his sheets was already upon him. As the boys discussed their experiences, some recounted dreams of washing machines, others of running mid-race, and some even of viewing elephants in Africa. This peculiar matter does not necessarily pertain to a specific subject. However, on the very night following his viewing of Grave of the Fireflies, Bai Ming found himself dreaming of that moment when they had just moved into their rented apartment in the city, squatting at the doorstep, eavesdropping on a quarrel between Lao Bai and others. This scene was unremarkable. It was precisely when Bai Ming lowered his gaze to Su Shengxing's face that he jolted awake. In the early hours, around 4 o'clock, he was crouched in the courtyard, washing a pile of clothes. Su Shengxing, for reasons unknown, had also stayed up late that night. While Bai Ming was lost in thought, she had quietly approached him from behind, poking him gently and asking Xiao Bai, "Why are you up so late? Could you possibly help me wash some clothes?" Bai Ming nearly shouted in surprise, instinctively dodging Su Shengxing and accidentally landing himself in the wash basin. Dressed in minion pajamas, Su Shengxing stood before him, bewildered, clutching her clothes. "Am I that frightening?" she inquired. "No, it's just that you suddenly appeared behind me in the dead of night without a sound," Bai Ming replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing her face, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity, and he quickly averted his gaze. Rising to his feet, he took the clothes from her hands, saying, "All right, you should go back to sleep now." At that moment, Su Shengxing remained oblivious to the underlying tension, cheerfully thanking him, while reminding him to change his pants before turning to leave. Bai Ming initially believed he could forget about the incident in the days that followed, letting it fade into the past. Yet, every time he laid eyes upon Su Shengxing, an awkwardness would envelop him, causing him to instinctively shy away. Su Shengxing was a perceptive individual, and she noticed his discomfort. Perhaps, she mused, the pent-up frustration had finally erupted, and he was genuinely upset. With a sigh, Bai Ming pivoted his steps toward the nearby convenience store. "Minggu, class is about to start," Matey called out. "You all head back. I'll be there shortly." Bai Ming waved to them. The siblings turned to leave, with Matey shouting, "And grab me a sugar-free Coke." "Sugar-free is hardly palatable," Bai Ming retorted, dismissing their banter as he hastened to the store. Indeed, class was fast approaching, and students were streaming from the convenience store, while only Bai Ming made his way inside. His objective was clear. He navigated directly to the familiar shelves, selecting a few of Su Shengxing's favorite snacks. With exams looming and the June heat intensifying, he hesitated briefly before deciding to purchase a boxed ice cream, knowing that any leftovers would simply melt in the container. Upon his return to the classroom, he discovered that the teacher was absent. The atmosphere was tranquil, with students engrossed in solving problems and completing exercises. Bai Ming entered through the back door. Just as he settled into his seat, he noticed Su Shengxing, who had been writing, pause momentarily and then childishly shift her position to the side. Bai Ming's irritation flared. He found himself inexplicably avoiding her. The young lady had never endured such indignity before. It had been several days since that incident, and, initially, she thought that her unexpected fright had startled Bai Ming, prompting her to apologize. Yet here he was, still harboring resentment days later. Su Shengxing felt a twinge of grievance. Though she remained silent, her feelings were evident. At that moment, a piece of paper featuring a drawing of a small dog inconspicuously slid toward Bai Ming. When he glanced over, he caught Su Shengxing staring intently at her exam paper. Bai Ming observed the small dog, surrounded by the words "Stinky Xiao Bai." It was evident that the writing displayed considerable effort. Nearby, a little girl stood tossing stones, an uncouth sight indeed. Yet, it was hard to entirely fault her. The stone seemed aimed at the dog, but thankfully did not strike it. Bai Ming could not suppress a chuckle. Su Shengxing had been tutored extensively by her grandmother from a young age. She could play the piano, violin, sing, and draw, mastering many skills, except for anything athletic. She had never learned sports, so Bai Ming had to take on that burden. Throughout their childhood, whatever Su Shengxing learned, Bai Ming followed suit, often studying more subjects than she did. After all, while she was exempt from physical education, Bai Ming had to take it. Su Shengxing always believed she had nurtured Bai Ming exceptionally well. He was far superior to any of her past suitors. Indeed, Xiao Bai was undeniably cool. At this moment, she scolded Bai Ming silently, while contemplating whether she had made a misstep in his upbringing or if he was simply entering a rebellious phase. Her large eyes struggled to resist glancing sideways. Yet soon, something cold nudged her elbow. Turning, she found Bai Ming leaning over the desk, pushing his ice cream toward her. Careful to prevent any melting droplets from escaping the bag it was encased in, Su Shengxing huffed and pushed it away, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, despite his current awkwardness, he had kept a watchful eye on her, preventing her from indulging in ice cream after their visit to Tanshui Town. Yet she had her pride. She pushed the ice cream aside, but noticed a piece of paper beneath it, revealing a drawing of a small dog begging for mercy, with the girl's face adorned with the word Tsundere. "She's not Tsundere. Su Shengxing, thought that." Bai Ming observed her fixated on the drawing for a moment, and his irritation seemed to deepen. He shot her a glare, then pushed all his belongings toward her, retrieving tape to affix a dividing line on the desk. Subsequently, All the snacks he had surreptitiously pushed toward her were tossed back in his direction. Is it that difficult to appease you? He mused. However, when the teacher arrived for the latter half of the class, their playful exchanges had to cease. Bai Ming could only discreetly consume the nearly melting ice cream himself, while Su Xingxing's frustration mounted. Stinky Bai Ming, eating ice cream all by yourself. Her anger lingered until the end of the school day. As they prepared for evening study sessions, they typically refrained from going home for dinner, opting instead to eat nearby or in the cafeteria. The cafeteria at City No. One high school was quite commendable, offering a variety of dishes. Convincing Su Shangsheng to eat there was already a challenge, and she would only settle for the small stir-fried dishes. Moreover, she had a penchant for ordering many dishes, which meant that Bai Ming, Ku, and Li Hua often accompanied her to dine. Bai Ming understood that the young lady, though tough on the exterior, was soft-hearted at her core and merely wished to treat her friends to a meal. As they sat down for dinner, Bai Ming fell silent for a moment, closing his eyes and confessing, "I dreamt of you." Su Shangsheng always used the excuse that they wouldn't finish their food, so they might as well let others partake. Otherwise, it would go to waste. However, Ku Yi and Li Hua were well aware of her true nature and did not mind her reasoning. Ku even joked that they could always remain her loyal subjects. After all, Su Shangsheng had been called a princess since childhood. This title persisted until she reached the 5th grade, at which point she had to insist repeatedly that her friends refrain from using it in public. Yet in private, they occasionally slipped back into the old habit. Tonight, however, Su Xingxing's demeanor was noticeably off. Even someone as oblivious as Ku Yi could sense something amiss. To elaborate, in the past, Bai Ming had always helped Su Shangsheng with her meals, particularly vegetables, which she was loath to eat. Yet today, she refused anything Bai Ming had touched, ultimately tossing her chopsticks aside and declaring herself full. Bai Ming furrowed his brow and placed a small chicken leg, one of Su Xingxing's favorites, on her plate. "This is hardly enough to fill you up. Fine, I won't eat. You have it. Is that acceptable?" Bai Ming was taken aback when a single statement ignited the smoldering frustration within Su Shangxing. She abruptly turned her head, glaring at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As a child, Su Shangsheng was prone to tears, but after entering elementary school, she learned to suppress them. With her shallow eye sockets, it was easy for her eyes to redden over minor provocations. However, her current emotional state was evidently not fueled by mere agitation. Within her gaze toward Bai Ming, there was a palpable sense of grievance. Bai Ming? Huh. Before he could utter another word, Su Shangsheng silently maneuvered her wheelchair away. Bai Ming stood up, intending to follow her, but Li Hua interjected, "Wait, Mingge, I'll check on her." Ku Yi quickly added, "Mingge, it's clear that the princess is upset with you." Bai Ming cast a sidelong glance at Ku Yi, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you, I appreciate it." Ultimately, the two of them adhered to the principle of not wasting food, finishing the remaining dishes. Their upbringing had instilled this value in them from a young age. Before returning to the classroom, Bai Ming even packed some sweet soup that Su Shangsheng had previously enjoyed. Yet, Li Hua didn't send a message. Had she been appeased or not? The answer was no. Su Shangsheng was easy to placate, but the catch was that it had to be Bai Ming who did the placating. When others inquired, she merely replied, "I'm fine, truly." No amount of questioning would elicit more than a shake of her head, insisting she was fine. In such circumstances, it was impossible to ascertain why she was upset. During the evening study session, Su Shangsheng remained exceptionally quiet, even refusing to drink the sweet soup Bai Ming had brought, opting instead to give it to Ma Yao. Ma Yao, engrossed in her studies, was taken aback when Su Shangsheng suddenly regretted her decision and snatched it back, offering instead a bottle of milk from her bag. The entire exchange left both Ma Yao and Bai Ming bewildered. However, Su Shangsheng did not eat the sweet soup. She merely set it aside. Finally, as Bai Ming pushed her wheelchair out, he seized the opportunity to speak to her, preemptively stating, "If you stand up and run away, I won't push you anymore. I mean it." Unsurprisingly, Su Shangsheng, who had contemplated standing, sat back down in a huff. Clutching her backpack and holding the sweet soup Bai Ming had purchased, she resolutely ignored him. "Bai Ming apologized. I am sorry. I haven't been intentionally avoiding you these past few days." Upon hearing this, Su Shangxing's anger intensified. She was not one to tolerate grievances. And now that Bai Ming acknowledged that he had been deliberately avoiding her and was apologizing, she felt even more grieved. Turning to glare at him, she retorted, "I didn't mean to frighten you at night. I was worried about waking Aunt Sue and the others. And if you didn't want to help me with my laundry, you could have just said so. I've done laundry for you, even though I barely do my own. And I haven't denied you dinner, you infuriating Bai Ming." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Throughout her 2 lifetimes, aside from the suffering endured in her previous life as treatment, she had never truly felt wronged until now. Bai Ming listened as she vented, momentarily perplexed. I never refused to do your laundry, he asserted. It's just a matter of washing a few of your clothes. It's a trivial task. Sometimes I even wash the entire family's laundry. What was there to be upset about? They were walking home now. The area is sparsely populated, and they could soon see the entrance to the community. Su Shengxian Pauset et Lai Min. That is not the reason I'm upset. I'm not angry, Bai Ming corrected, just a bit. Awkward? How to articulate that? Awkward because he dreamt of eavesdropping with her? No, that felt wrong to say. Bai Ming faltered in his response. Su Shengxiang waited a moment before asking, what do you mean by a bit? Well, I'm not angry. It's my issue. I apologize, and I promise it won't happen again. Can you forgive me? Bai Ming lowered his tone, recognizing that this was indeed his fault. However, Su Shengxiang frowned, suddenly serious as she commanded, stop right there. Bai Ming halted beneath a tree. They were merely 5 minutes from home. Su Shengxiang stood up from her wheelchair and walked toward him. Bai Ming instinctively tightened his grip on the wheelchair, captivated by her delicate features as she approached. Is someone bullying you or threatening you? You must tell me, he implored. Su Shengxiang zipli ao sets li. Is it my parents who contacted you? Don't listen to them. They cannot interfere with my friendships or my life. Bai Ming's gaze fell upon her expressive lips, their pink hue vibrant even under the dim streetlights. It seemed that nothing about Su Shengxiang was unattractive. Even her legs, which Bai Ming often remarked appeared lengthy yet useless, possessed their own allure. Bai Ming abruptly snapped back to reality, his thoughts scattering, and he quickly asserted, no one is bullying or threatening me. Your parents have actually been quite courteous to my family over the years. While Su Shengxiang's parents were initially overbearing, they softened upon realizing that Su Shengxiang herself was even more assertive. They had grown more cordial towards Bai Ming's family, sending gifts during holidays, likely hoping to ease their daughter's relations with him. Nonetheless, Su Shengxiang remained reluctant to return home. Hearing Bai Ming's words, she still felt anxious and couldn't help but reach out to touch his forehead. So what has been going on with you these past few days? Her gentle hand made contact with his forehead, and Bai Ming sighed, pulling her hand down. Do I really have to tell you? Yes, if you don't. I'll continue to be upset. You know I'm quite petty, Su Shengxiang replied earnestly. Bai Ming fell silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and confessed. I dreamt of you. Su Shengxiang, taken aback, responded, you dreamed of me? Did I hit you? Is that why you're so upset and have ignored me for days? Her tone was laced with astonishment. Chapter 40. At times, the instantaneous understanding of adults can be rather vexing. After Su Shengxiang spoke, she sensed something was amiss. Even if she dreamed of hitting him, it shouldn't warrant such a reaction, right? Given their relationship, Bai Ming would likely find ways to tease her in his dreams. So, it wasn't that he dreamed of her hitting him? Su Shengxiang, not truly a child, quickly pondered this, scrutinizing Bai Ming's ears and neck. His skin, now less noticeably tan than before, appeared somewhat fairer under the soft streetlight, yet it was difficult to discern clearly. But Su Shengxiang was aware that he was likely blushing. Was he blushing? The instantaneous comprehension of adults could indeed be quite bothersome. The once fiercely indignant Su Shengxiang suddenly took a small step back, her body stiffening. This minor retreat caused Bai Ming's heart to sink. Unconsciously, he took a step back as well, all the while asserting, I didn't dream of you hitting me, nor anything of the sort. I merely dreamed of the time 3 years ago when we eavesdropped together. He clarified in detail, fearing that Su Shengxiang might misinterpret him as some sort of pervert. Bai Ming's emotions were complex indeed. They were tangled in a way he couldn't quite unravel. But he wished for Su Shengxiang not to perceive him as strange, lest she distance herself from him. Su Shengxiang, indeed, remained silent for a moment before resolutely returning to her wheelchair. She uttered nothing more than a dry farewell, stating, I'm going home. Only upon their arrival did they recall that Su Yu and Old Bai had returned to Tanshui town earlier that day. One of the shop assistants seemed to have injured his leg while repairing a vehicle, prompting the couple to visit as the proprietors of the establishment. With only the two of them at home, the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Su Shengxiang stood up, disregarding her wheelchair, and declared, then I'll take my leave. Good night. She clutched her backpack, along with her sweet soup, and departed. Bai Ming, unable to restrain himself, called out, don't drink the sweet soup. It might upset your stomach if it's been sitting for too long. Su Shengxiang responded with a non-committal oh, leaving it uncertain whether she had truly heard him. Regardless, she returned to her room, clutching the sweet soup. After placing the wheelchair in order, Bai Ming lingered in the living room for a moment, suddenly smacking his forehead in realization. He simply found an excuse to change the topic and apologize instead of revealing the truth. Judging by Su Shengxiang's reaction, she likely understood what he had meant. Bai Ming glanced at the tightly shut door to her room, where a sign hung. On one side, It read, "Princess is resting, no feeding allowed." On the reverse, it proclaimed, "Feeding welcome, priority for sweet treats." Bai Ming recognized the handwriting all too well, as he had crafted it himself, meticulously inscribing each letter and even taking the time to draw two little dogs beside it. At that moment, the princess's resting side fluttered slightly. Bai Ming chuckled resignedly, ultimately deciding against knocking and instead retreated to his own room. Hearing the sound of a door closing next door, Su Shengsheng wore a troubled expression. How could Bai Ming dream of her? Was it truly her? Could that even be right? Bai Ming had raised her. Such thoughts felt incongruous. Su Shengsheng indeed had not caught Bai Ming's warning about the sweet soup, as she often engaged in aimless activities when lost in thought. By the time she regained her awareness, she had consumed nearly half of it. Fortunately, it tasted perfectly fine. However, she lacked the desire to finish the remainder. She packed up her things and tied up the trash, intending to dispose of it upon stepping outside. To her surprise, she found 3 sticky notes affixed to the wall. The first read, "Leave the trash at the door, I'll take it out later." The second stated, "Remember to drink brown sugar ginger tea tonight. Your period is approaching." The third was a simple drawing of a little dog begging for mercy. Su Shengsheng regarded the notes, noticing a small stool beside the wall, upon which rested a blue thermos. Without needing to open it, she knew it contained the brown sugar ginger tea Bai Ming had prepared for her. Setting down the trash bag, she took the thermos in her clean hand. Suddenly, she felt a wave of clarity wash over her. It was not strange to dream of moments from their past. It didn't necessarily imply any deeper feelings from Bai Ming. After all, as they had discussed in health class, some individuals dream of animals or objects, or of someone running. For instance, did that indicate any particular sentiments towards animals? Su Shengsheng chided herself quietly, realizing how convoluted her thoughts had become. Bai Ming was still young and naive. Why had she found herself entangled in such confusion? Suddenly, a smile broke across her face as she tore down a sticky note, clutching the thermos joyfully as she returned to her room. 2 minutes later, she affixed a sticky note to the door. Bai Ming, around 11, took the trash out and noticed the note Su Shengsheng had placed. It was a simplistic sketch of 2 little dogs. Is she no longer upset? Bai Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He reminded himself to let the matter rest. After all, it would be unbecoming of him to dwell on it, especially since the young lady seemed unperturbed. It could only be said that they both had a tendency to be a bit oblivious in such matters, avoiding unnecessary internal strife. To them, it had become a minor interlude in their lives. However, later that night, Bai Ming was startled awake by a clattering sound from the adjacent room. He sprang from his bed, disregarding the sign hanging on her door, and pushed it open. To his dismay, he found Su Shengsheng had fallen from her bed, knocking over items from her bedside table. Clutching her abdomen, her face pale, she called out, "Xiao Bai." Without a second thought, Bai Ming scooped her up, only to find her drenched in sweat, likely cold perspiration. "What's wrong?" he asked, as he held her and reached for her phone, deftly unlocking it with her fingerprint to dial the hospital. "Hello, is this 120? I'm at even," as she was wheeled onto the ambulance. Su Shengsheng clung tightly to Bai Ming's hand, tears streaming down her face. She had always possessed a fair complexion, but now her countenance was ghostly pale. Devoid of color, her lips stark white. "Woo-woo, Xiao Bai, my stomach hurts so much," she lamented. Bai Ming, oblivious to his own sweat and wearing a grim expression, appeared somewhat fierce, his eyes reddening. He murmured, "It won't hurt anymore. We'll be at the hospital soon." In the haste of their departure, Bai Ming had forgotten his own phone, taking only Su Shengsheng's. Upon arriving at the hospital, they proceeded directly to the emergency room. Bai Ming's hands trembled slightly as he quickly called Aunt Zhou. "Aunt Zhou, Shengsheng is in the emergency room at the city hospital. She is experiencing stomach pain." The voice on the other end was chaotic, likely indicating Aunt Zhou had just awakened. "When the doctor prescribes medication, be sure to inform them of her allergies. I'll be there shortly with a list of allergens. Check WeChat. Oh, and Shengsheng has been on antidepressants. I'll send that to you as well." Bai Ming froze. Antidepressants? He glanced towards the emergency room, bewildered. When had Su Shengsheng developed depression, and why was he completely unaware of it? Chapter 41. It seems that the young lady is more innocent than he had previously believed. In this lifetime, Su Shengsheng should not have depression, nor was it meant for her to have it. In her past life, during a time when her mental state was exceedingly fragile, she had someone named Bai Ming who stood by her side. Bai Ming was like the sun, brimming with boundless energy and enthusiasm, pulling a shy girl from the dark corners of her own despair. He would even take her wheelchair away, urging her to stand and saying, "Su Shengsheng, come here. I will never let you fall." How could a girl just beginning to learn to walk truly master it all at once? It was through countless falls that she landed upon him. Even though Su Shengsheng was slender, the impact still hurt. Yet that boy, grinning widely, never let go or flinched. There was even a time when his back bore a large bruise from her fall. Suyu had thought he had been in a fight again. Scolding him while preparing some medicinal alcohol, Su Shangsheng, anxious, had rushed to clarify that he hadn't been in a scuffle. But Suyu merely assumed she was covering for him. Life in Tanshui town brimmed with a tranquility and joy Su Shangsheng had never before experienced. It was also chaotic. In such circumstances, she should have had little opportunity to succumb to depression. After all, her waking moments were filled with thoughts of Bai Ming, Xiao Bai, and that silly Bai Ming, occasionally interspersed with the presence of others. However, depression is not something that simply vanishes with rebirth. This lifetime, Su Shangsheng could not possibly bear the weight of such an affliction. In her previous life, Su Shangsheng battled with moderate to severe depression, exhibiting pronounced somatic responses. Reborn with all her memories intact, the presence of Bai Ming undeniably brought her joy and a sense of freedom, as if she were truly a child once more. Yet, in the stillness of the night, her memories relentlessly tormented her. When did her depression commence? Bai Ming, amidst Aunt Zhou's incessant murmurs, spoke up, his voice dry as he cleared his throat. I'm aware of her allergy medications. Aunt Zhou, please send over the antidepressants first. I will consult the doctor here. He cast a glance at the patient in the emergency room, his heart aching for her suffering. As for the depression, he could inquire about that later when he saw Aunt Zhou. She sighed in response, I'll send it right away. Ultimately, Su Shangsheng was wheeled into the operating room, diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis and appendicitis, with the recommendation to proceed with an appendectomy. The consent form was signed by Aunt Zhou, who had rushed over. Just before entering, Su Shangsheng gripped Bai Ming's hand tightly. It trembled, and her face was pallid. Bai Ming smiled reassuringly. It's all right. I'll be right here waiting for you. I promise the first face you'll see when you come out will be mine. He added with a playful tone, a puppy's promise. Su Shangsheng gazed at him, her large, dark eyes slowly releasing their grip. She whispered, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. During her moments of unreasonable distress, Bai Ming felt helpless, yet patient in comforting her. But when she apologized, all he felt was sorrow. She had no reason to apologize. Eventually, Su Shangsheng entered the operating room, and the appendectomy was relatively brief. Aunt Zhou observed the young man before her, likely having rushed over straight from bed. He was clad in sleep attire, an old tank top and slippers, his tall, lean frame accentuated by visible muscle definition and sun-kissed skin. He wore plaid shorts, presenting an overall tall and slender appearance. It was hard to believe he was merely a soon-to-be high school student, especially with the youthful innocence still evident in his face. Aunt Zhou sighed, Thank you, Xiao Bai. It's quite late. Shouldn't you head home to rest? Bai Ming shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Aunt Zhou. I'll wait for her to come out. Otherwise, she'll be upset. He recalled the matter of her depression, asking, Aunt Zhou, when did Shangsheng first develop her depression? How did I never notice? We spent most of our time together. Aunt Zhou fell silent for a moment, then pulled him down to sit. Actually, she never wanted to discuss it. Do you remember that time in elementary school when her parents brought 2 doctors? Bai Ming certainly recalled, having bumped heads with her back then. She was absent from school for several days afterward. Aunt Zhou continued, Yes, her parents returned home, but she didn't attend school for a few days. She even asked her grandmother to find her a psychologist. Aunt Zhou felt a pang of sympathy. Such a young child calmly requesting her grandmother's assistance for psychological help. The diagnosis revealed moderate depression. Aside from us, no one else knew, and Shangsheng insisted we keep it a secret. Aunt Zhou looked earnestly at Bai Ming. Thus, her grandmother and we always respected Shangsheng's wishes, as long as she was happy. That was enough. Over the years, she has improved significantly. Her somatic responses have diminished, and her mood has been consistently good. In fact, her depression has lessened considerably, and she doesn't need medication as frequently. Xiao Bai, she isn't being willful. Sometimes, she genuinely struggles to walk, which is why the wheelchair is still by her side. Such a proud girl wouldn't sit in a wheelchair out of laziness. Bai Ming's gaze fell upon the pale, delicate face of the person on the bed. When Su Shangsheng emerged, her first glance did not find Bai Ming, for she had been anesthetized and had endured a long night, already asleep upon her return. Bai Ming watched as the light outside gradually brightened. He was not merely a teenager in his early teens. He portrayed a carefree demeanor. It was merely a facade he chose to display. Bai Ming was astute. Anyone who could rise from a small town to achieve entrepreneurial success surely possessed keen insight. Su Xingxing's illness and the incident of her head injury compelled Bai Ming to question everything. He was aware of her psychological struggles in his past life. Her condition leaning towards severe depression, complete with debilitating somatic symptoms, sleep disturbances, and pervasive physical pain. She would often call him in the dead of night, asking, "Are you asleep yet, my fiancé?" She always emphasized their relationship. Bai Ming would drive to her apartment in the dead of night, only to be pulled inside by her, cooking for her. On their first encounter, he had even ensured he was clean and presentable. After all, she had spent so much money calling him at such an hour, and he believed he ought to reciprocate in some manner. Wasn't that how the world operated, with clear transactions? At that time, Bai Ming felt that he hadn't merely sold himself to Su Shengsheng. He had gained much more than he had given. However, when she opened the door, raising an eyebrow, she remarked, "You come to cook for me in the middle of the night, smelling of perfume? You weren't out gallivanting, were you?" To his surprise, she seemed more innocent than he had anticipated. "Are you back?" Bai Ming gently pinched her slender fingers, whispering, though the person on the bed could not respond at that moment. In this life, he wished to nurture Su Shengsheng, making her a bit plumper and happier. Bai Ming recalled the very first time he went to cook for her. She confided, "I have depression, nearing severe. That is why I often suffer from insomnia. And I enjoy toying with people." She spoke while clad in a camisole, seated on a nearby chair, her voice even. Yet it drew Bai Ming's gaze away from her legs and waist, ultimately resting on her face. Su Shengsheng met his gaze and declared, "So, I might go crazy in the future, but you are my fiancé, and you cannot despise me." She said this proudly, though her tone carried an air of bravado. Bai Ming replied, "Who says depression equates to madness? If you're unhappy, I'll cheer you up." Su Shengsheng appeared taken aback by his response, staring at him in astonishment before breaking into a smile. "Even if I go mad, I'll be a beautiful and wealthy madwoman." Afterward, she pushed herself up from the table. "Hurry up and cook for me. I'm famished." Although she claimed that she rarely disturbed Bai Ming at night, as she had suggested, she would appear by his side, often looking lethargic, yet seldom truly interrupting him. Such a proud Su Shengsheng revealed her scars to Bai Ming, perhaps to frighten him away. Even on the eve of their wedding, she would assert, "You can choose to leave now. I 1T demand repayment. I have many jokes on me, so I 1T mind one more." In truth, Bai Ming had yet to share his answer with her. He hadn't voiced that their families adored her, and he himself cherished her. How foolish it would be to let slip such a beautiful and tender-hearted girl. Bai Ming gazed at the pale fingers delicately clasped in his hand. Previously, he had entertained the notion of starting anew, granting the young lady a blissful and carefree childhood along with a joyous adolescence, much like nurturing a younger sister, safeguarding her as she blossomed. However, if the person before him were indeed the individual he believed had returned, he shook his head, realizing that further confirmation was necessary. After all, a mere coincidence could hardly suffice as evidence. Upon deeper reflection, it was evident that this was no single coincidence. It was reminiscent of how she had ceased to refer to Bai Ming as her little dog from that time onward. The former Su Shengsheng had believed that calling someone a little dog signified a bond of friendship. Yet, on one occasion after hearing someone refer to Bai Ming as her dog, she had become incensed, perceiving it as an affront. Bai Ming had countered her indignation with a question, asking if little dog did not imply a good friendship. After a brief moment of tension, she had stiffened her small face and earnestly admonished him, insisting that they must not let others know, for their ignorance would lead to misunderstandings and a loss of respect. Turning her face away with a huff, she declared that they must not be looked down upon. Such details were numerous. She had begun to care about how others perceived Bai Ming, gently nudging him toward a brighter path. Yet, her endearing pridefulness remained, leading Bai Ming to mistakenly believe that she had matured. In hindsight, perhaps that was not entirely accurate. The finger Bai Ming held stirred gently. He withdrew his thoughts, focusing on her face. Indeed, those long lashes fluttered slightly before slowly revealing her somewhat dazed eyes. Upon meeting Bai Ming's gaze, she seemed momentarily disoriented and exclaimed, "Bai Ming, you don't have to come here." She hesitated, suddenly regaining her senses. "Aren't you supposed to be in class? Why are you still here?" Although her words bore a tone of reproach, her hand instinctively wrapped around Bai Ming's. Observing her grasping his hand, Bai Ming couldn't help but smile, a mixture of relief and joy washing over him. How had he failed to notice this before? "Bai Ming, you are truly rather foolish," he thought, reflecting on how he had not recognized her sooner. Perhaps their previous life had offered them too little time together. Had they spent more moments, he might have instantly recognized her. "I'm worried that if I attend school, you might not see me and become upset," Bai Ming remarked, appearing somewhat relieved. Allowing her to hold his hand, he added, "Do you want some water? Just a little, though. You can't eat anything right now." Su Shengsheng shook her head. "I don't need any." She felt a sigh rising within her. Having undergone an appendectomy in her past life, she was disheartened to find herself facing the same ordeal again. The pain she had endured the previous night made her wonder if it was more than just appendicitis. Was my pain last night due to appendicitis? At that moment, Su Shengsheng remained oblivious to Bai Ming's emotional shifts. In truth, Although she had awakened, she was still quite fatigued, not fully alert. Otherwise, she would not have nearly blurted out a question about why Bai Ming had not gone to work. Fortunately, the sight of his youthful face snapped her back to reality. This Bai Ming was not the same as the one from her past life. In her previous existence, there had been a time when her emotions had overwhelmed her, leading her to harm herself late at night, only to regret it afterward and call for help. In the ambulance, the first person the doctors contacted was Bai Ming, noted as her fiancé. When she opened her eyes the following day, she found Bai Ming waiting by her bedside. Her first words were, "Bai Ming, don't you have work?" Bai Ming, taken aback by her inquiry, paused before responding, "You sound like a stingy boss. I'm not going to work today. I'm here with you." That day, he disregarded Su Shengxing's protests and took her home. Though it should be noted, it was his parents' home. His elders treated her with great kindness, yet the entire situation left Su Shengxing feeling uncomfortable and awkward. Consequently, she appeared somewhat aloof and impolite, as she truly struggled to interact with older generations. However, her elders seemed unfazed by her demeanor. Aunt Su grasped her hand, urging her to take care of herself. Upon noticing the bandage around her wrist, her eyes brimmed with concern. Uncle Bai encouraged Bai Ming to prepare delicious meals for her, and from that moment, she developed a fondness for the Bai family. After her rebirth, buoyed by her youth, it seemed she had acquired an additional layer of protection, swiftly acclimating to her interactions with the Bai family. Indeed, being with them felt like home. What was she pondering? Bai Ming waved his hand in front of her eyes, inquiring, "Did you drink that sweet soup? You have acute gastroenteritis, and you hardly ate anything yesterday." At the mention of this, Su Shengxing felt a pang of guilt, mumbling, "Oh, I had just a little, and it didn't taste bad." She offered a quiet retort, only to notice Bai Ming's expressionless gaze fixed upon her. Feeling guilty, she spoke louder, "Well, you didn't stop me from bringing the sweet soup in. What's the difference between bringing it in and putting it to my lips? What is wrong with having a bite?" As she spoke, she swallowed nervously. Bai Ming, wearing a sardonic smile, nodded, "All right then, you're absolutely right. Just endure this bland diet for a while." Despite his words, seeing her pained expression tugged at Bai Ming's heart. She was already so slender, and with her picky eating habits, this bland diet could be detrimental to her health. In this lifetime, he wished to nourish Su Shengxing, making her a bit plumper, healthier, and above all, happier. Chapter 43. Su Shengxing, Little Dog. Su Shengxing felt a pang of bitterness, voicing her distress. "Aunt Su, I don't want to eat this." Aunt Su glanced at her, stating the doctor advised a bland diet. Yet, she argued, it doesn't have to be plain porridge every day. Meat porridge or vegetable porridge will be fine. She genuinely found it difficult to eat. Su Shengxing cast a pleading glance at Bai Ming, who had returned home just 3 days after her surgery. Aunt Su and her grandmother had rushed to the hospital the day following her operation. Their reactions had been remarkably similar. First, their eyes glistened with tears, then they began to express their heartfelt concern. To be honest, even Bai Ming, watching from the sidelines, felt they truly resembled a family. After expressing their sympathy, Aunt Su scolded Bai Ming a few times. Bai Ming remained silent, yet Su Shengxing, lying on the hospital bed, couldn't he help but defend him. Previously, she had confidently asserted her innocence in front of Bai Ming, but now, while defending him, she admitted her own disobedience. Moreover, the main issue was appendicitis, not gastroenteritis. Although Bai Ming managed to avoid a reprimand, she found herself in a predicament. Aunt Su strictly adhered to the doctor's orders for a bland diet, and with only 2 weeks until their midterm examinations, Bai Ming was sent back to school, only able to visit her during lunch and after school. Consequently, her meals had remained bland for 3 consecutive days, prompting her to begin longing for the cafeteria food she had previously scorned. At that moment, Bai Ming chuckled at her pleading look, recalling how she had previously insisted she was in the right. However, recalling her previous defense of him, Bai Ming approached Aunt Su, saying, "Mom, could you please bring Dad some food? I'll watch over her while she eats." Aunt Su eyed Bai Ming with suspicion. "You're not secretly feeding Shengxing something else, are you? Can you really keep an eye on her?" It seemed experience had granted Aunt Su insight, as she understood the two quite well. Bai Ming, feigning innocence, replied, "Mom, I'm still in a huff with her. There's no way I defeat her." Su Shengxing instantly understood, huffing softly, "I wouldn't eat his food anyway." The tone was perfectly fitting. Su Yu hesitated for a few moments before choosing to trust him. "All right then, you keep an eye on Shengxing while she eats. She hardly had anything for breakfast. Hurry up and finish your meal. We can't afford to be late for school. By the way, the dishes are over there. I will wash them when I return." Bai Ming nodded in agreement, seeing Su Yu off at the door. Once the door closed, Su Shengxing rose from her wheelchair and walked over to the table. She was unperturbed by the remnants of Bai Ming's meal and picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of steamed chicken. With the first bite, her eyes narrowed in delight. Bai Ming approached her with a bowl of congee, saying, "You should have some porridge. Although the meat is steamed, you shouldn't overindulge." Su Shang, sensing the concern, became obedient, her eyes glinting with mischief. She knew well that only those who ate could truly understand the pleasure of it. Bai Ming's every word elicited her compliant nods. He sat beside her, offering her dishes, careful not to give her too much, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Su Shang, understanding his intentions, stopped when she felt satisfied, beaming as she declared, "I'm full now, Xiao Bai. You are truly wonderful." She smiled sweetly at Bai Ming. Noticing the radiant smile on her face, Bai Ming handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. It was difficult to fathom that such a bright and cheerful girl was grappling with depression. However, during her hospitalization, Bai Ming had entered her room without her consent for the first time since they were separated, discovering several half-consumed bottles of medication. He sat on the carpet of her room for quite some time. At that moment, he watched as Su Shang naturally leaned toward him, saying, "Help me wipe my mouth. I'm feeling lazy." She expected him to scold her as he usually did, but this time, Bai Ming simply obliged. Su Shang felt a twinge of unfamiliarity at his gentleness. "I'm fine," she insisted, noticing that he was not applying much pressure. Bai Ming nodded, acknowledging her claim. "I know, but why have you suddenly become so tender?" Su Shang asked, puzzled, suspecting her sudden illness had frightened him. After all, she was still just a child. In truth, Su Shang's health was not particularly robust. She often fell ill, usually with colds or fevers. Yet, this was her first surgical procedure, and she mistakenly believed it had shaken Bai Ming. In a playful gesture, she took his hand and rubbed it against her cheek a few times, saying, "Look, my complexion is rosy. I'm perfectly fine. Many people undergo appendectomies. I am not alone in this. You need not worry. I will be well in a couple of days." Bai Ming observed her earnestness and smiled, playfully pinching her cheek. "All right, I understand. But don't you have to return to school tomorrow?" "Of course, we have exams coming up," she replied softly, "but I can't eat any more of Aunt Sue's congee." Despite Aunt Sue's culinary prowess, the daily diet of congee had become unbearable for her. Watching her animated expressions, Bai Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was still early, and they had time. Slowly, as long as she remained happy, the medications would become a distant memory. The next day, Su Shang indeed rose early and accompanied Bai Ming to class. Su Yu expressed her lingering concern, suggesting she could wait a few more days, but was met with a resolute refusal from Su Shang, who insisted on taking her exams. Only Bai Ming understood that she was not genuinely concerned about the upcoming tests. Even if she missed more than a week of school, it would not impede her admission into the prestigious Shi Middle School. However, he chose not to confront her about it. As usual, he waited at the door, pushing her wheelchair. When Su Shang noticed that Bai Ming was uncharacteristically proactive in waiting for her, she was taken aback. "Aren't you going to scold me today?" She was accustomed to him urging her to walk. Bai Ming tightened his grip on the wheelchair. "I'm taking care of the injured. Hurry up," with a sense of delight. Su Shang settled into the wheelchair, directing their course. "Xiao Bai, let us go." Watching the two children radiate vitality as they set off, Su Yu could only shake her head and smile. As they were in their third year, they woke up early and the streets were not overly crowded. However, summer days dawned early, giving the atmosphere a lively feel. Bai Ming mused that the young lady had indeed become spoiled, her eyes sparkling with desire at every sight. "Xiao Bai wants this." "Xiao Bai." Suddenly, her mouth was covered by Bai Ming's hand as he carried several items in one hand. "Stop calling out. You are here to attend classes, not to indulge in a feast." He shook the items in his hand. "These are for me." Su Shang's eyes widened in surprise. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on his face, she reached out and grabbed his wrist, momentarily forgetting her previous fastidiousness. With her neat little teeth, she playfully bit into the palm of Bai Ming's hand. "Ouch!" Bai Ming gasped. "You little rascal. Then you're the one torturing me," she retorted, fuming. "You naughty little Bai." She released his hand, declaring, "I'm off to school." Chapter 44. Su Shang felt a knot in her heart. Was he truly so unhappy about not being allowed to date? She had thought he was merely joking, unable to believe he would really deny her food. Yet, Bai Ming did exactly that, consuming everything he had bought before morning study, insisting that Su Shang watch him eat, claiming it would trick her stomach into believing she had eaten as well, and perhaps she would lose her craving. Su Shang, infuriated, hardly acknowledged Bai Ming during lunch. The meal was prepared by Bai Ming at home. Su Shang had never learned to cook, neither in her past life nor this one. While she sat on the sofa reading, her eyes frequently wandered to the kitchen, where Bai Ming was busy. As she observed his silhouette, she felt an uncanny resemblance to the Bai Ming of her previous life. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she slapped her forehead, admonishing herself against such notions. It felt strange, an inexplicable discomfort. Lunch is ready, Bai Ming called, bringing 2 bowls of noodles to the table. Given the limited time during lunch, he typically refrained from preparing complex dishes. Moreover, Su Shangsheng truly needed something easy to digest. Su Shangsheng walked over slowly, only to see a bowl of noodles laden with green vegetables, her expression souring. Just as she was about to turn away, Bai Ming chuckled and seized her wrist, saying, "There might be a surprise hidden at the bottom." Skeptical, Su Shangsheng regarded him. "Really?" "Indeed, I would never lie. That's a dog-esque trait," Bai Ming assured her. Reluctantly, she took a seat, but her gaze remained fixed on the noodles, troubled. She had a rigid manner when it came to eating, finding it somewhat impolite to rummage through the bottom of the bowl for hidden treasures. Bai Ming, however, boldly unveiled the bottom of his bowl, revealing a hidden poached egg. After taking a bite of his noodles, Su Shangsheng's petite hand suddenly reached out, snatching his bowl away. Bai Ming, with a serious face, Su Shangsheng declared, "I'll trade with you," pushing her bowl toward him while gleefully consuming his. "Now, this one is mine," she stated, claiming it as her own. "It was Bai Ming who found it, not me." Bai Ming thought to himself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have hidden it." He had never noticed that she had brought back these little habits. Watching her eat from the bowl he had used, he felt an involuntary gulp. "You've just eaten my food," he remarked. Su Shangsheng, without a second thought, replied, "So what? It's not the first time." She frowned. "Are you disgusted by my saliva? I've never eaten that." With a hint of annoyance, she reached out, attempting to reclaim her bowl. "I'll eat too. You can go eat by yourself." "Humph, as if you look down on me." Bai Ming felt a sense of injustice as he brushed aside her hand. "I merely inquired. Yet you have so much to say." You were quite bothered when Li Hua spoke in the direction of your open thermos. He fixed his gaze on Su Shangsheng, as if seeking confirmation. "You don't mind me swallowing my saliva, do you?" Su Shangsheng met his gaze and replied, "Aren't you the one who often fed me at kindergarten?" "I've grown accustomed to it." Those memories lingered in her mind. Upon her mention of kindergarten, Bai Ming suddenly recalled something. "But you were reluctant to eat during the 1st grade. This was a test." Su Shangsheng paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, boys shouldn't hold grudges like that." At that time, she had just been reborn, and while she had mentally urged herself to accept it, she still needed time. Eventually, she discovered that Bai Ming was carefree, always insisting on feeding her. Gradually, she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, she did not resist his proximity, not even in her past life. Thus, her cleanliness obsession seemed to vary from person to person. Bai Ming acknowledged with a sound, choosing not to elaborate further. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved 2 fried eggs and some shredded ham from her bowl of noodles. Su Shangsheng looked at her bowl, half-finished, feeling a bit guilty about the exchange. Yet, Bai Ming directly offered her half of an egg, contemplating that 2 might be excessive. He then selected all the ham for her, not forgetting to remind her, "Just eat a little. Once you're done, you can have whatever you desire." Su Shangsheng watched as he lowered his gaze to pick out the ham for her. Although Bai Ming did not fit the conventional aesthetic favored by many, his features possessed a rugged handsomeness. His eyes were particularly striking, adorned with notably long eyelashes. Unfortunately, due to his complexion, it was often difficult for others to notice those lashes. At that moment, Su Shangsheng found herself captivated by his long, thick eyelashes, her mind flashing back to how he had looked at her with a smile, his lips curling upward to reveal white teeth and subtly pronounced canine teeth. This visage was indeed her favorite. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Unconsciously, she placed her hand over her chest. Bai Ming noticed and, frowning, inquired, "Why are you covering your chest? Are you unwell?" His hand paused in its task of selecting ham. Su Shangsheng met his concerned gaze and suddenly asked, "Bai Ming, will you date in the future?" Bai Ming was taken aback. "What kind of question is that?" He sighed, seemingly exasperated. "At my age, why would you ask me such a thing? Who knows what the future holds, but it's quite likely I will." He thought to himself, wanting to date her. After all, she was the wife he had nearly wed in his past life. Having accepted this notion, Bai Ming could not imagine allowing her to grow up happily only to see her married off to someone else. However, he was uncertain of Su Shangsheng's current intentions. As it seemed she had no desire to pursue a different relationship with him, he decided to observe her further. At that moment, Su Shangsheng remained unaware of his thoughts. She was simply infuriated at the idea of Bai Ming dating someone else and treating another girl well. "At your age, focus on your studies. Why think about dating?" she retorted angrily, lowering her gaze to her noodles. "Forget it. You eat. I'll head to school soon." Bai Ming explained, "You asked me, and I merely answered. I never said I wanted to date now." He smiled and asked, "Su Shangsheng, does this bother you?" She huffed. "I haven't even thought about dating, and you have?" "Not allowed." Su Shengsheng shot him a glare, fuming. Bai Ming's heart sank. Had she really not considered dating? Was she truly content to be his good friend for life? That seemed rather bleak for him. A frown crossed Bai Ming's face as he contemplated this. Su Shengsheng, having said her piece, didn't catch Bai Ming's response. She couldn't help but glance at him, only to find him frowning, his expression serious. Su Shengsheng felt a pang in her heart. Was he really so unhappy about the prospect of not dating? Boys are all the same. Chapter 45. You have no idea how wonderful being a young lady is. However, neither of them had the luxury of pondering romance at the moment, for they had an examination looming. Yet for the upcoming high school entrance exam, their grandmother had certainly not arranged for them to be in the same examination room. Thus, Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng found themselves separated, even in different buildings. Su Shengsheng was blissfully unaware that Bai Ming knew about her medication, so her mood remained light. On the day of the exam, she did not use a wheelchair. Although some classmates were in the same room, she was not accustomed to others pushing her chair. Her classmates were aware that Su Shengsheng could walk, albeit not for long distances. On the morning of the exam, Bai Ming accompanied Su Shengsheng to her classroom. The seating arrangement was determined by computer, and her classroom was located on the 4th floor. Bai Ming expressed concern. Should I carry you up? Su Shengsheng waved her hand dismissively. No need. It's not like we're at home. Home referred to Tanshui Town. Even now, Su Shengsheng often had Bai Ming carry her around when they were in Tanshui Town. The locals had become accustomed to seeing them together and were not surprised. However, outside, Su Shengsheng felt she needed to maintain some dignity. Bai Ming sighed. All right, I'll accompany you up. After the exam, wait for me upstairs, and I'll come and get you. If you need to use the bathroom or feel unwell, inform the teacher or find her class monitor. She's in the same room as you, and I've already spoken to her. Class monitor? Are you close with her? Su Shengsheng suddenly interrupted, looking at Bai Ming. She recalled that their class monitor, Tan Xiu, was a petite and delicate girl. It seemed many boys in class were fond of her. She had even overheard my dean mentioning how cute she was. Ever since Bai Ming mentioned he would date in the future, Su Shengsheng felt like an overprotective mother, keenly aware of any interactions with the opposite sex. Bai Ming casually took her backpack in one hand and naturally grasped her slender wrist with the other as they ascended. She had become thinner lately. Her once round face had nearly transformed into an oval shape with a sharper chin. After all, her gastrointestinal issues and appendectomy had necessitated dietary restrictions. We've been classmates for a year. Can I ask her to look after you? He replied, exasperated. As a class president, I'm familiar with everyone. You're overthinking it. Bai Ming's tone was filled with frustration as he added, it's exam time. What are you thinking about? Anyway, I've told her, if you need to go to the bathroom, let her accompany you. What if you suddenly fall without anyone by your side? Bai Ming felt a bit annoyed at how distant they seemed. Su Shengsheng pouted that, reluctantly allowing him to lead her upward. I know, I'm not a child. If only you were a child, at least you'd listen. Bai Ming observed Su Shengsheng's face, which clearly displayed her rebelliousness. Previously, I had never realized just how childlike she truly was. However, when I reminisced about their past encounters, considering their relationship and ages, Bai Ming's heart softened. If she yearned to relive her childhood and grow up anew, he would gladly accompany her on that journey. This way, she could relinquish the burdens of being a young lady and embrace the joy of being a carefree child. Bai Ming gently coaxed her up to the 4th floor. With time slipping away, he offered a few reminders before swiftly making his way back downstairs. As his examination venue was still quite a distance away, Su Shengsheng leaned against the railing on the upper floor, gazing outside, catching sight of the boy's athletic figure as he dashed out of the stairwell and sprinted ahead. Someone called out to him along the way, to which he responded with a nod, then continued his run. Su Shengsheng blinked, unaware that a smile had graced her face. At that moment, a petite girl in a school uniform approached her. Shengsheng. Turning, Su Shengsheng saw Tan Xiu, a girl whose appearance was indeed one that exuded a certain charm at first glance. Su Shengsheng recalled how Bai Ming had gone out of his way to ask a classmate on her behalf, and she nodded, thinking how fortuitous it was that they shared an examination venue. This was a rare display of amiability for her, considering that she and Tan Xiu had exchanged no more than 20 sentences throughout their year together. It seemed that apart from Bai Ming and the 2 siblings from the My family, she rarely engaged with anyone else. The My siblings, however, were more proactive in their interactions with others. Thus, the classmates were abuzz with speculation about the relationship between Su Shengsheng and Bai Ming, who always seemed to be together. Clearly not siblings. Yet, Tan Xiu dared not inquire further, simply offering gently, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. Our seats are not too far apart. Su Shengsheng noted that, Zeppelin, Anzai. Suddenly, Tan Siyu remembered something and pulled a carton of milk from her backpack. All right, Mingu said you like this brand of milk. So here, she added, but perhaps wait until after the exam to drink it. I worry it might upset your stomach if you get nervous. The girl's voice was soft. But Su Shengsheng only caught the term Mingu, an endearment most classmates reserve for calling him class leader. Bai Ming had been the class leader since the first year of middle school, a position he held due to his innate leadership abilities. Su Shengsheng had only heard boys refer to him as Mingu or Bai Gu, while the girls typically called him class leader or Bai Ming. At their age, a certain distance seemed to exist between boys and girls. Thus, Tan Siyu's casual mention of Mingu struck Su Shengsheng as somewhat jarring. Her demeanor cooled as she replied curtly, "Thank you, but no need." She did not accept the milk offered. Tan Siyu was taken aback, wondering why Su Shengsheng had suddenly grown so distant. Was she upset? Unsure of what to say, the atmosphere between them turned awkward. Fortunately, the teacher arrived just then, and they all proceeded to undergo security checks before entering the examination hall. During the exam, Bai Ming sneezed a few times, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the classroom's fan and air conditioning, which, despite being on, did not seem to provide adequate relief. Originally, the classroom lacked air conditioning, but Bai Ming's grandmother had donated a set to prevent Su Shengsheng from overheating. However, the school rarely turned it on, only doing so during particularly sweltering days. As electricity costs were concerned, countless afternoons, Bai Ming would awaken from his nap to find the heiress fanning herself in frustration while scribbling on her exam papers. Whenever he stirred, she would quickly retract her hand, resuming her own fanning before tossing the fan at him, declaring with a sense of entitlement, "Fan me. It's sweltering." Those unaware might assume she was quite haughty. Once, a classmate had secretly asked Bai Ming, "Mingu, Su Shengsheng is beautiful, but doesn't her constant sharpness bother you?" Bai Ming thought, "What is there to be upset about? You have no idea how wonderful she truly is." Thinking of Su Shengsheng made even the exam papers seem more appealing. Chapter 46. Even if she doesn't excel in the future, it matters not. She will support him. The final exam concluded in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly outside. Bai Ming watched as the teacher collected his paper, sealing it and announcing the end of the examination. A classmate immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, eliciting cheers from the others. The teacher left with the papers in hand. Mai Di approached Bai Ming, saying, "Mingu, let us go. We have a class dinner tonight. Before that, let us grab some snacks." Bai Ming smiled, replying, "Sure. Let me go fetch Su Shengsheng." Mai Di responded, "Oh, why are you not in a hurry?" Since Su Shengsheng disliked navigating through crowds, he would have to wait for her. However, despite this thought, Bai Ming hastened to gather his things, saying, "I'll contact you in a bit. I'm off." "All right. See you," Mai Di replied, watching as Bai Ming dashed out, having just said he wasn't in a rush. As he descended the stairs, he could hear the jubilant laughter of classmates who had just completed their exams. A smile crept onto his lips, and his backpack felt light. Truly, the pursuit of knowledge could bring about immense joy, particularly the carefree exhilaration of academic breaks that one could never quite recapture once they became a working adult. Bai Ming's examination venue was separated from Su Shengsheng's by 2 buildings. Meanwhile, Li Hua and Ku Yi were in the same building as Su Shengsheng, albeit on different floors. Thus, when Bai Ming spotted her slowly making her way toward his examination venue, he paused, noticing Li Hua and Ku Yi beside her. Ku Yi called out, "Mingu, you're so slow. Shengsheng was about to come find you." Su Shengsheng interjected, "I did not. I simply came down." Yet, she remained rooted in place, looking at Bai Ming with a hint of disdain, adding, "But Xiao Bai, you really are too slow." Bai Ming observed the girl, standing not far away, her face almost translucent in the sunlight, her eyes fixed on him, voicing her complaints while instinctively reaching out for him, a gesture of innate reliance. Bai Ming strode over, clasping her hand and declaring, "Congratulations on graduating from middle school, Miss Heiress." From his pocket, he produced a small trinket, placing it in Su Shengsheng's palm. Confused, she glanced at her hand, which had been extended to pull Bai Ming closer, now cradling a delicately carved wooden dog. A smile of surprise illuminated her face. "When did you carve this?" The dog was exquisitely crafted, a wooden sculpture polished to perfection. Bai Ming had spent a summer at Uncle Wang's house next door, pestering him to teach him the art of carving. Uncle Wang, being of a kind disposition, had obliged. Su Shengsheng had also attempted to learn for a couple of days, but her delicate nature proved ill-suited for the patience and strength required for sculpting. After just 2 days, she had hastily retreated, wheeling away in frustration, only to be teased by Bai Ming. However, Su Shengsheng held a grudge. She often brandished a watermelon or ice cream, watching Bai Ming laboriously carving in his tank top. Drenched in sweat, she would question him about the purpose of learning such a skill, to which Bai Ming replied, "In case my studies falter, I'll have an additional talent to fall back on. With pride, he added, look at me now. I can fix cars, wash them, and soon I'll be able to carve. I won T-star, will I? At that moment, Su Shangsheng somewhat disdainfully took out a tissue and dabbed at his face a few times, assuring him, you won T, but you will become remarkable in the future. Even if he never did, it would not matter. She would support him. Su Shangsheng gazed at the small dog nestled in her palm, the very one she had previously clamored for. However, Bai Ming had said he was preparing for exams and would get it for her afterward. Yet here it was, already resting in her hands, utterly adorable. Observing her joy, Bai Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, content that she was happy. Ku Yi and Li Hua strolled by, expressing their admiration with soft exclamations. Ku Yi even reached out, wanting to take a closer look, but Su Shangsheng swiftly closed her hands protectively, forbidding any contact. What do you want to touch her for? Li Hua glanced at Ku Yi. They both understood that while Su Shangsheng was generous, particularly towards them, there were certain items, especially those gifted by Bai Ming, that were strictly off limits. This was one of those moments. They were accustomed to this dynamic. Bai Ming gently swatted Ku Yi's hand away, commenting, you've seen a wooden carving before? Haven to you? Let us go. He reached for the backpack in Su Shangsheng's grasp, carrying it down for her. Didn't I ask you to wait for me? Why are you so slow? Su Shangsheng replied with mild annoyance. Seeing everyone so cheerful earlier had affected her too, making her eager to see Bai Ming sooner. Just then, as Li Hua and the others arrived, Su Shangsheng followed them downstairs. The four of them turned to head outside. Most classes had gatherings that evening. They planned to buy some things together before returning home. Their gathering wasn't too urgent. They could reconvene after returning to Tanshui town, where they would see each other daily. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, Minggu, Shengsheng. Su Shangsheng's previously uplifted smile faded, for it was the voice of Tan Siyu. Indeed, Bai Ming turned to see the girl rushing towards him. She had hurried, and upon stopping, adjusted her glasses, slightly out of breath. Minggu, the teacher asked us to go to the office. Now, I saw you didn't respond to the group chat. She smiled as she said this. Bai Ming recalled that his phone seemed to be off. The school had a policy against bringing phones, yet they often turned a blind eye as many students were boarders. Consequently, the homeroom teacher was in their class group. As the class monitor, Bai Ming was frequently approached by the teacher. Yet at this moment, Su Shangsheng observed Tan Siyu standing before Bai Ming, appearing overly petite, and found her words rather jarring. It felt as if only she and Bai Ming should rightfully be referred to as we. This thought startled Su Shangsheng for a moment. Bai Ming inquired of Tan Siyu, what does the teacher want us for? Tan Siyu shook her head in exasperation. I don't know. Shall we just go? The vice monitor is going too. Bai Ming nodded, but then noticed Su Shangsheng, lost in thought before him. He snapped his fingers in front of her, asking, what are you daydreaming about? I'll go for a moment. You can wait for me with Li Hua and the others. MCDI and my Yao should be coming by soon. He cautioned Li Hua and the others, don't let her eat anything cold. Her health isn't great yet, and no fried foods, or her throat will be uncomfortable. Tan Siyu interjected, unable to restrain herself. Minggu will only be gone for a short while. She added, your instructions make it sound like we'll be gone for ages. Bai Ming chuckled, indeed, I am her little dog. Momentarily halted by Tan Siyu's interruption, Bai Ming reflected on how hard it was to change certain habits. He smiled, all right, let us go then. Just as he was about to turn, the hem of his shirt was tugged. He turned to see Su Shangsheng staring intently at him. I'm going to. Her expression was neutral, but her large eyes fixed on him were somewhat intimidating. Bai Ming asked, what do you need to come for? I should be quick. I didn't bring your wheelchair today. I'm worried you might tire if we walk too long. Su Shangsheng continued to stare at Bai Ming. At that moment, her instinct made her wonder if he wanted to be alone with Tan Siyu, rendering her superfluous. Since their previous conversation about dating, Su Shangsheng's possessiveness over Bai Ming had intensified. Her grip tightened slightly, and she refrained from answering his question. Seeing how her tugging had distorted his shirt and that she remained silent, Bai Ming felt a twinge of concern. Li Hua remarked, just take her with you. Look how distressed she is. Bai Ming sighed, fine, let's go together. He then addressed Tan Siyu. Let us go. It's clear that we aren't going to catch up with Ku Yi and the others. We'll meet again when we return. We'll be back by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Ku Yi and Li Hua both gave him an okay sign. On their way, Tan Siyu received a call from her mother. After she hung up, Bai Ming suggested, if you're in a hurry, you can run ahead. We might be a bit slow. I doubt the teacher requires all of us to be present. Tan Siyu, indeed feeling a bit rushed, replied, then I'll go first. Bye. Bai Ming said, pulling Su Shangsheng's hand along, to which she could only say bye. Tan Siyu hurriedly made her way to the teacher's office. Now, only the two of them remained on the path. Bai Ming held two backpacks in one hand, while gently supporting her arm with the other, concerned she might tire from walking. The weather was genuinely hot, and their skin felt somewhat sticky from contact. Bai Ming glanced at Su Shangsheng and asked, "What's wrong today? You seem unusually quiet." Su Shangsheng looked at the side of his face. "What's the matter? Do you notice something off?" She indeed felt possessive over Bai Ming, but the nature of that possessiveness had shifted. Just moments ago, she realized she could not accept the thought of Bai Ming dating or marrying anyone. Previously, while caring for Bai Ming, she thought of it as a seamless continuation of their past life, where he had treated her well. In this life, they were good friends, and helping him felt natural. But how had it transformed into this? At her core, she was an adult, and it seemed she had developed feelings for Bai Ming that were different from before. Yet, she had been fond of the Bai Ming from her past life. How could this happen? Was she merely a fickle-hearted girl? That couldn't be right. She had not liked anyone else before reuniting with Bai Ming. She once derived a sense of accomplishment from nurturing a mini version of Bai Ming. But now it felt distorted. Where had things gone awry? Su Shangsheng found herself momentarily trapped in her own confusion. She shook her head at Bai Ming, saying, "It's nothing." She could not even sort her own thoughts. However, one thing was certain. She could not accept the idea of Bai Ming in a romantic relationship or marriage. The teacher's office was on the second floor. Bai Ming instructed Su Shangsheng to wait under a tree on the first floor, telling her to hold on her backpack while sitting on his, lest the stone bench be too hot. Before heading up, Bai Ming reminded her, "If you need anything, just call. We're at school." Su Shangsheng absent-mindedly responded, "Got it." Bai Ming watched her with a sense of unease. She possessed a unique vulnerability that made her a target for bullies whenever she was alone. Nevertheless, he had to go up, believing it wouldn't take long. Indeed, it did not take long for the teacher to address the matter of their gathering, instructing them to prepare the student files. The 4 class representatives were summoned back. Ultimately, the teacher remarked that as long as they performed to their usual standards, their grades would assuredly lead them to higher education. After Bai Ming and the others exited, everyone had their own affairs to attend to, and they swiftly parted ways. Bai Ming, in a hurry, descended the stairs and spotted 2 girls standing before Su Shangsheng. He felt a wave of relief. These 2 girls seemed somewhat familiar. Being from their grade, Bai Ming assumed they were merely 2 young girls wishing to befriend Su Shangsheng, and thus he slowed his pace. However, the reality was that the 2 girls were requesting Su Shangsheng's assistance in delivering a love letter to Bai Ming. Regardless of how advanced technology becomes, the existence of love letters appears to endure. Su Shangsheng regarded the 2 girls with an impassive expression. "You want me to deliver a love letter to Bai Ming?" Her tone remained flat, devoid of any inflection. One of the girls blushed, presumably the author of the letter, pleading, "Please, Su Shangsheng. I know you and Bai Ming are close." Su Shangsheng coldly scrutinized the girl's flushed face. "You know, he and I are close. Yet you haven't considered what our relationship truly is? Isn't it just a matter of growing up together?" The girl replied, bewildered, gazing at Su Shangsheng's exquisite visage. After all, they even had a fight before. Although the notion of a boy she liked having a close female friend was rather disheartening, she was convinced that once they were together, Bai Ming would undoubtedly exercise restraint, and he wouldn't be as intimate with Su Shangsheng anymore. The girl blinked, "Can you help me?" Yet Su Shangsheng, maintaining her stern demeanor, rose from her seat, asserting, "Let me put it this way. Bai Ming is like a child I have raised." "Huh? You're not his mother," the other girl blurted, incredulous at such a claim. Bai Ming, approaching, overheard this and nearly choked on his own saliva. He directed his gaze at Su Shangsheng, who, upon meeting his eyes, exhibited a fleeting moment of vulnerability, just a hint, nothing more. She pointed behind the 2 girls. "If you don't believe me, ask him." Bai Ming, utterly confused, queried, "What should I be asked about?" However, the 2 girls had already turned to him. One of the girls, upon seeing him, flushed and averted her gaze, clutching the pink envelope tightly. Bai Ming quickly comprehended the situation. To be frank, he had received numerous love letters in his past life, but in this life, he had not received many, perhaps due to Su Shangsheng's presence. At that moment, the other girl, who had just remarked that Su Shangsheng was not Bai Ming's mother, seemed to possess a straightforward character and directly asked Bai Ming, "Su Shangsheng just said you're a raised child. Doesn't that sound a bit off?" Bai Ming, perplexed, cast another glance at Su Shangsheng, who appeared quite indignant. She was indeed quite animated in this state. Bai Ming chuckled, "Right, I am her little dog that she raised." The instant those words left his lips, both girls were left utterly speechless. Su Shangsheng's face flushed crimson. Even as an adult, such a remark about having raised a puppy could easily be misconstrued. Moreover, when Bai Ming uttered those words, she felt a flutter in her heart. "Su Shangsheng, you are in trouble." The little rabbit adored crafting stories of pursuit, waiting for the young lady to awaken and actively chase her beloved. Chapter 48. Perhaps she would begrudgingly treat him a little better in the future. The 2 girls were clearly in a daze. primarily because Bai Ming had confessed too readily. Who would admit to being someone's little dog? Especially to be someone's little dog. If they were to say there was nothing between them, they would truly be incredulous. Ultimately, the two girls walked away with expressions of bewilderment. The girl intent on delivering the love letter tightly clutched her letter, looking as though she might burst into tears. Yet, she could not bring herself to deliver it. Oh no, I've unrequitedly fallen for my crush who claims to be someone else's dog. Who would understand this? As they watched the two depart, Bai Ming bent down to retrieve his backpack, extending his other hand to grasp Su Xingxing's bag. However, he could not pull it away. He looked at her and noticed she was inexplicably blushing, holding on to her bag tightly. Her gaze remained fixed on him. Bai Ming inquired, "What's wrong?" After a moment of contemplation, he sensed something was amiss. Was it because of his words that she was blushing? That had never happened before. He tugged at her bag, and Su Xingxing, following his lead, swayed slightly. The lovely girl resembled a delicate figurine, undeniably adorable. Bai Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The way you're looking at me could easily lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, as soon as those words escaped his lips, Su Xingxing snapped back to reality and naturally released her grip on her bag. She found Bai Ming holding her bag to be increasingly pleasing to the eye. Her gaze lingered on his arms, wishing her name could be inscribed upon them to make them even more appealing. Oof. It's not like any other girl would be so blind as to approach him, let alone ask her to deliver a love letter to him. What a joke. Reflecting on this, her displeasure began to resurface. Su Xingxing had a knack for causing a ruckus when she was unhappy. At that moment, she declared, "What misunderstandings are you talking about? Oh look, there's already a love letter." Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Bai Ming, unfazed, playfully flicked her forehead, not applying much force. Yet Su Xingxing instinctively covered her forehead, muttering, "You little dog." Bai Ming seized her wrist, pulling her along. "Yes, yes, you are fragrant and delightful, while I'm the stinky one. Come on, let us go buy something to eat. Aren't you craving that starchy sausage?" The starchy sausage, unremarkable in appearance, inexplicably garnered the favor of a young lady since her childhood. Regardless, she simply adored eating it. Soon it was time to indulge. However, due to a minor surgery not long ago, Su Xingxing hadn't had it in ages. Each time Bai Ming steered her towards the starchy sausage vendor, she would turn her head away in protest. How could Bai Ming possibly recognize that this was indeed the proud and aloof young lady from his past life? Contemplating this, Bai Ming gazed at her slender wrist, reflecting, "I've still managed to catch you." Su Xingxing was genuinely hungry, yet she insisted, "No way. I want to return to Tanshui town to eat Aunt Zhang's. Aunt Zhang's is the best." Aunt Zhang was the vendor who had set up shop at their kindergarten entrance and later at their elementary school gate. Because her daughter was in the same grade as them, she followed the children wherever they went to school. It was said that she had now set up her stall at Tanshui No. 1 High School. After all, no more than 10 students from Tanshui town were admitted there. Tanshui No. 1 High School was considered the best junior and senior high school in their area. "If we eat now, you won't buy me any later." Bai Ming listened to the complaints of the girl he was pulling along. "Look, she has her own money, yet she is so obedient. The young lady knows who truly cares for her." Bai Ming chuckled. "All right then, we'll buy one now. You eat half, and I'll eat the rest. Then we'll buy another one to take back, and you can eat half again, leaving the rest to me. This way you only eat one." Upon hearing Su Xingxing's words, she felt as if it were indeed the case. Joyfully shaking her hand, she struggled slightly against Bai Ming's grasp on her wrist. Just like in her childhood, their fingers intertwined, and she felt no discomfort in this intimate gesture. With genuine delight, she exclaimed, "Good dog. You're the best, Xiao Bai." Bai Ming replied, honestly, if someone else had called him a dog for so many years, he would have retaliated. Yet, witnessing her animated demeanor, he felt no anger whatsoever. Su Xingxing caught his gaze and blinked, tilting her head slightly. "Woof woof?" Assuming Bai Ming might be offended, she whispered, "Then I'm your little dog too. I never told anyone. You were the one who brought it up." She shook Bai Ming's hand and earnestly inquired, "Are you upset? Does being called a little dog make you angry?" Bai Ming looked at her, feigning annoyance, "A bit. Since you get 1/3 of the starchy sausage, I'll take 2/3. Su Xingxing widened her eyes in mock indignation, her lips curving into a smile. "You're just trying to trick me into sharing the starchy sausage." With that, she released Bai Ming's hand, declaring she wouldn't give him even half. Her voice, though feigned with irritation, was light as she briskly walked ahead, albeit at a leisurely pace. Bai Ming elongated his voice, calling out, "I was wrong." They both understood that Su Xingxing would likely offer Bai Ming 1.5 pieces of the starchy sausage. She had taken such good care of him. Feeling a surge of happiness, Su Xingxing reveled in the acknowledgement that Bai Ming was indeed her dependent. Henceforth, she resolved to treat him with a little more affection. Bai Ming quickened his pace. "You walk so slowly." Su Xingsheng turned back, complaining, her delicate hand already reaching out towards him. Bai Ming gazed at her, and under the sun, her smile outshone the very sun above. Should he remind her that most people their age seldom held hands unless they were secretly dating? However, Bai Ming hesitated for just a second before grinning and taking her hand once more. Even if you run 49 meters ahead, I can still catch up with you. Stop watching those expression packs, Bai Ming. Let us hurry and buy the starchy sausage. But didn't you say you weren't eating? I called you a fool. Didn't I? Are you? The young lady was fuming. Bai Ming simply laughed. The trees nearby rustled in the wind, shedding a few leaves, which Bai Ming shielded himself from. Look, Su Shengsheng is so lively and cheerful now. It's wonderful to see her as a child. As long as she is happy, everything is perfect. Quick, help me down. Su Shengsheng shouted angrily from her perch on the lychee tree, her eyes wide with fury. Bai Ming and Ku Yi stood below, gazing up at her. Ku Yi, looking concerned, suggested, should we help her down? But Bai Ming replied, you can learn to climb trees for when you're out in the wild. I'm not going into the wild. Su Shengsen shouted, deliberately kicking off her shoes and attempting to throw them at Bai Ming, but her legs lacked strength, causing her aim to falter. Li Hua had already brought over a ladder. Don't bully her, he said earnestly as he positioned the ladder against the tree. Su Shengsheng descended the ladder, and Bai Ming did not intervene, betting that she wouldn't dare to come down. Indeed, Su Shengsheng remained motionless, glancing at the ladder. Essentially, she wasn't afraid of heights, unless she was sitting in a tree. You rotten Bai Ming. Su Shengsheng had too much faith in Bai Ming to have been tricked into climbing the tree. Well, perhaps it was her own inflated confidence, believing she could indeed climb trees. However, having ascended, she found herself unable to descend. In previous instances, Bai Ming had always carried her down. It was the first time she truly felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. The ladder Li Hua had brought was made of bamboo, designed to lean against the tree trunk, but it required someone to hold it steady. It didn't seem very safe. Su Shengsheng hesitated to come down. Below her stood 3 individuals, while perched above was a fuming young lady with a flushed face. The entire summer had passed, and Bai Ming and his companions had tanned considerably. Indeed, everyone in town who worked in the fields, regardless of age or gender, had darkened. Yet Su Shengsheng remained as radiant as ever, her complexion glowing like that of a young lady. As someone rode past outside the orchard, they glanced over and called out, Shengsheng, come help us pick lychees. Su Shengsheng felt as if she were being scrutinized, which only fueled her anger further. But she dared not let go. She had already kicked off one shoe. In a fit of frustration, she kicked off the other as well, declaring, now I have no shoes. I can't come down. Li Hua steadied the ladder, exchanging glances with Ku Yi, both of them looking at the mischievous Bai Ming. Bai Ming's gaze fell upon her bare feet. Su Shengsheng wore loose-fitting pants today, as they had planned to climb trees. However, now that she was sitting atop the tree, the pants had hiked up slightly, revealing her delicate, fair ankles. She rarely walked, and Bai Ming had never paid much attention to anyone's feet, as he wasn't a pervert. Yet Su Xingxing's feet, from her ankles to the soles, were exquisite, like pieces of art, delicate and porcelain-like. Seated in the tree, she resembled a life-size figurine on display. Bai Ming stepped a little closer, having grown significantly taller over the summer, now standing at nearly 6 feet. In her anger, Su Shengsheng kicked him a few times. Her intention had been to kick his shoulder, but she inadvertently struck his face instead. His straight, masculine nose brushed against her foot. Su Shengsheng, feeling a twinge of guilt, withdrew her foot, realizing it had been somewhat insulting. I didn't mean to, she mumbled, I'm sorry. Then, with a feigned fierceness, she added, it's all your fault. Hurry and carry me down. Bai Ming clicked his tongue, rubbing his face where she had kicked him. He wasn't angry at all. He merely looked at her as if negotiating, I can hold the ladder for you, and you can come down by yourself. Isn't it true that you're not angry I kicked your face? Su Shengsheng asked, a hint of concern in her voice. You've already rewarded him. Why would he be upset? Ku Yi interjected, should I take over? As he reached out, Bai Ming shot him a glance, and Su Shengsheng, without a moment's thought, replied, no need. Her foot was already resting on Bai Ming's shoulder. Li Hua rolled his eyes. You should say fewer words. It was quite the scene. Childhood friends, 2 boys, one a fool, the other shameless, and a girl who was proud yet oblivious. Li Hua felt exhausted. Ultimately, Bai Ming endured a few more kicks to his shoulder before he reached up and carried Su Shengsheng down. As they made their way down, Su Shengsheng landed on a bamboo chair nearby, and Bai Ming went to retrieve her discarded shoes. Ki handed head a termos, e present gratitude, Shengsheng. Thank you and your grandmother. My grandmother's health has improved significantly thanks to the doctor your grandmother recommended. After all, without Su Shangsheng, they might never have found such a wonderful physician. Su Shangsheng responded with a simple, "Oh, I'm glad to hear that." She felt somewhat unaccustomed to such earnest gratitude. It didn't seem like a significant matter. All she had done was casually mention something to her grandmother, never intending to offer assistance. Upon concluding her statement, she awkwardly took a sip of water. Li Hua and Ku Yi exchanged amused glances, peeling lychees for her while saying, "We understand." Bai Ming returned with her slippers in hand, insisting she put them on, his demeanor stubborn yet soft-hearted. Shortly thereafter, he received a kick, followed by a warning. "You're not to cause me any trouble again." Recently, he had playfully simulated scenarios with Ku Yi on how she should resist should a ruffian intercept her. Su Shangsheng remarked, "Such childishness, Bai." Nevertheless, it must be said, this summer Bai Ming had either deceived her into hiking or dragged her around. And now he was indulging in simulations. Su Shangsheng was so exhausted from their antics that she fell into bed each night. Occasionally, she would forget to take her medication. Yet nothing adverse transpired. The fatigue was overwhelming. In her dreams, she was relentlessly pursued by Bai Ming, who called out little beauty while chasing her. It was undeniably bizarre. Gradually, she found herself taking her medication less frequently and experiencing fewer episodes. She now perceived Bai Ming as somewhat eccentric. She was at a loss as to where things had gone awry. This little white was becoming increasingly peculiar. At this moment, Bai Ming chuckled, noting that school commenced in 2 days, and they would cease their antics. He watched with satisfaction as Su Shangsheng slipped on his slippers, his gaze lingering on her delicate ankle, which was indeed quite lovely. The onset of high school was upon them, and Ku Yi lamented, "How did summer pass so swiftly?" All 4 of them had successfully advanced to the first year of high school. Ku Yi still received bonus points for sports. His academic performance was average, yet he possessed remarkable speed in sprints, having consistently secured first place in middle school competitions. Now, he was practically the coach as prized pupil. The other 3 were academic prodigies, and in comparison, he often felt out of place, albeit with a hint of pride, thinking, "Hey, I have a group of brilliant childhood friends." When the topic of school arose, Li Hua inquired of Su Shangsheng, "Are you going to school after military training?" Their high school military training required them to reside at a training base for a week. Based on their understanding of Su Shangsheng, it was inconceivable for the young lady to endure such hardship. Upon mentioning this, Bai Ming sighed again, as she declared her intention to participate in military training. At this revelation, Li Hua and Ku Yi exchanged astonished glances with Su Shangsheng. She, meanwhile, had begun indulging in watermelon and lychees, glancing up at them and asking, "Is there a problem?" Indeed, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on her legs. Su Shangsheng picked up a lychee shell and tossed it at Bai Ming, her expression grave. "I'm going to supervise Aunt Su to prevent you from engaging in early romantic escapades." With that, she took a resolute bite of watermelon, asserting that she would keep a close watch. How could anyone dare to confess to Bai Ming in secret? Thankfully, Aunt Su had overheard. Bai Ming interjected, "This is a misunderstanding. That was merely a harassing call from some obscure website. Even my mother chased me with a stick for it." He had been scrutinized by the young lady for several days following that incident. Bai Ming raised his hand, attempting to defend himself. "That was indeed a harassing call. I have no idea which obscure site it came from." Ku Yi looked utterly astonished. "Wait, Minge, did you actually register on that obscure site with your own phone number?" Bai Ming. He raised his hand as if to strike Ku Yi. The latter yelped and jumped back. "If you want the film, I can send you the resources. Why on earth would you register?" Su Shangsheng and Li Hua exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had gleaned some understanding. Chapter 50 now, she had Bai Ming. In moments of silence, not only would she smile, but she also chased someone in playful jest. Bai Ming stood up and grabbed a nearby bamboo stick, pursuing Ku Yi while scolding him for his reckless words. He was unlikely to outrun Ku Yi, but it mattered little. The length of his bamboo stick was sufficient to elicit cries from Ku Yi. The boys in the town were raised with a bit of roughness, so this minor pain would not inflict any real harm. The episode concluded amidst Ku Yi's yelps. Bai Ming had initially thought that was the end of it. On their way back, he still rode his bicycle with Su Shangsheng seated behind him. However, this time they returned to the mountains, where her parents and younger brother awaited. Su Shangsheng had been reluctant to visit them throughout the summer, so they had come to see her instead. Her grandmother had also been at home for the past few days. Their family's interactions over the years had taken on this pattern. Su Shangsheng's parents, perhaps feeling guilty over the past events that had caused her pain, had been exceedingly cautious around her. Bai Ming observed that this dynamic resembled that of their previous life, though perhaps in the past, there had been a greater degree of indulgence. Due to his limited interactions with Su's family in their past life, Bai Ming was uncertain. However, her grandmother clearly disapproved of them, finding fault with their appearances. Knowing they were coming, She had insisted Bai Ming take Su Shengxing out for some leisure. At that moment, Bai Ming rode his bike and asked, "Shall we buy something to eat?" Su Shengxing seemed lost in thought and did not respond. Bai Ming called out again, "Shengxing? Shengxing?" She jolted back to reality, exclaiming, "Huh? What?" She looked at Bai Ming, who was glancing back at her while cycling, his profile sun-kissed to a deep golden hue, a stark contrast to the paler complexion he had earlier achieved. This summer, Bai Ming had been busy helping Uncle Bai with some agritourism venture, which Uncle Bai had started alongside Uncle Ko. Clearly, the funds from Bai Ming's family alone were insufficient. Bai Ming had been assisting, though she was unsure in what capacity, and had gotten quite tanned in the process. It was all the fault of the sun in Tanshui town, which had turned her little Bai into such a state. Su Shengxing was observing him not for his complexion, but reflecting upon what Ku Yi had just said. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ming indeed seemed to have reached that age. Su Shengxing had never raised a child, especially not a young boy, and had never contemplated such matters. Moreover, in Tanshui town, it was unlikely that parents would discuss such topics with their children. When she had first experienced her period, Aunt Su had merely stammered about how to use sanitary pads and what to pay attention to, as if it were something shameful. In such circumstances, as Bai Ming matured, it was probable that no one would provide him with guidance on these matters. Su Shengxing felt a twinge of concern. Hadn't she seen numerous reports about students becoming obsessed with inappropriate websites? Bai Ming, oblivious to her thoughts, assumed she was fatigued. "Shall we buy something to take home to eat? What if you get hungry at night in the mountains?" "I'm not that hungry. Let's skip it. What if I go back and find my parents?" It could be bothersome, Su Shengxing thought, feeling slightly vexed at the prospect of encountering her parents again. Bai Ming replied, "Oh, right, with your annoying brother around, he is bound to tell on you. Let's not buy anything." Bai Ming truly had a contentious relationship with Su Shengxing's brother, which made his words inadvertently childish. Su Shengxing noted this and thought to herself that Bai Ming was indeed still a child. Yet she sighed. Bai Ming, riding the bike, could not keep his gaze fixed on her for long. He assumed her sigh was due to the impending family reunion, so he tried to comfort her. "It's all right. They'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. Are they going to send you to school?" "I don't know. I want to let them take me. We'll go in Uncle Bai's car. Why ride in a pickup when you have a BMW? What is wrong with a pickup?" "I'll tell Uncle Bai." "I'm sorry. Young lady, should I get you a candied hawthorn? I'm not a child anymore." Upon delivering Su Shengxing to her doorstep, Bai Ming refrained from entering. Exchanging a brief greeting with the servant who opened the door and requesting assistance in carrying the fruits and pig trotters she held inside, he watched as she entered and closed the door before cycling down the hill. The descent was swift, and Bai Ming harbored no apprehensions regarding Su Shengxing's family potentially harming her. He could discern that even the previous unfortunate incident stemmed from her parents' anxiety, resulting in their being easily misled. Their family did not exemplify the typical wealthy household that prioritized sons over daughters. However, he pondered why their relationship had been so fraught in the past, contemplating seizing an opportunity to inquire about it. In their previous lives as adults, he felt too embarrassed to ask, but now that they were merely children, it seemed acceptable to do so. As Bai Ming glided down the hill on his bicycle, Su Shengxing returned home to find her family of 3 seated in the living room. Her younger brother, Su Haoyu, leapt from the sofa upon seeing her, a bright smile illuminating his young face as he called out to his sister. Su Shengxing merely acknowledged him with a non-committal greeted their parents, and ascended the stairs. Su father frowned, intending to speak but was restrained by his wife, ultimately exhaling a sigh and saying, "Shengxing, come sit with us for a moment. We can all go out for dinner later, can't we?" Su Shengxing paused at the stairway, responding with indifference, "You all go out together." "What do you mean by you all? We're a family too," Su father retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. "Your father, mother, and brother traveled quite a distance just to share a meal with you, and yet you refuse to return." "Oh, why only now?" Su Shengxing suddenly queried, her cold gaze fixed upon them. Su mother quickly interjected, "Because Haoyu has to attend tutoring classes. We only just found time. See, if he hadn't needed tutoring, you wouldn't have come at all. I'm merely an afterthought." Su Shengxing replied with a faint smile before turning and ascending the stairs. She had long since grown accustomed to this, ever since her accident, where her parents had decided to have another child. She realized she had been cast aside. In her past life, she had been oblivious, always clamoring to return to her parents' side. Even when they subjected her to desensitization therapy, she complied solely to be reunited with them. And indeed, she returned. But what came next? It was her parents discovering her inability to walk and gradually losing patience. It was the realization that they consistently devoted more time to her brother. At merely 11 years of age, they sent her abroad, believing she would benefit from the treatment available there, despite her clear protests against going. Yet they cast her aside as if she were refused. Although provided with a caretaker and a nurse, she endured 6 years of solitude abroad. They frequently promised to visit her, yet each time they failed to show due to various excuses regarding her brother. After countless moments of waiting, Su Shengsheng ultimately surrendered to the truth. Perhaps her parents did not love her. Nevertheless, she felt a semblance of peace now. Glancing at her wrist where a small flower drawn by the childish Bai Ming adorned her skin. He had claimed it was a beautiful drawing, though it was rather unappealing. Yet, she could not help but smile, ignoring the frustrated voice of her father and her mother's coaxing tones. Now, she had Bai Ming. Chapter 51. Only I can bite him. He is mine. Sister, came the voice of a boy behind Su Shengsheng. She halted her steps and turned to see Su Haoyu, who had stealthily followed her, unaware of his parents' quarrel. He held a bag in his hands, and, upon noticing Su Shengsheng's gaze, he approached her with a blend of nervousness and excitement. Sister, this is a gift I prepared for you. I told my classmates I have a beautiful sister, but they didn't believe me. The Su family boasted commendable genes, and Su Haoyu was quite handsome. To be fair, in both this life and the previous one, her younger brother, 5 years her junior, had always been endearing towards her. However, Su Shengsheng harbored no affection for him, as his existence had usurped resources that rightfully belonged to her. Though it may not have been his intention, his mere arrival marked a wound upon Su Shengsheng. She recognized herself as a rather petty person, unable to like Su Haoyu even after 2 lifetimes. Now, as she observed Su Haoyu looking up at her with eager anticipation, he timidly asked, Sister, why don't you want to go back? Our home is better than here. In his eyes, this town held little appeal, far inferior to their home, where anything could be procured at the beck and call of the housekeeper. Su Shengsheng met his gaze, her expression cold. This place is lovely. I enjoy here. If you dislike it, tell her parents to take you back sooner. With that, she declined to accept the gift Su Haoyu offered and retreated into her room. Her heart, indeed, was quite small. She could not overlook the fact that he was merely a child. In her mind, the only person worthy of her countless forgiveness was Bai Ming. Yet, as she bathed, thoughts of Bai Ming lingered, causing her to frown. What was she to do? Her boy was growing up, and how was she to guide him? Moderation, perhaps? Su Shengsheng felt a pang of frustration. Thus, during dinner that evening, she appeared distracted. Her father took note of her demeanor and grew increasingly irritated. But with her grandmother present, they could only suppress their anger. Meanwhile, Bai Ming's family was also at dinner. Su Yu was discussing with old Bai about sending the children over the day after tomorrow, as they might need to return for a few days due to unresolved matters concerning the agritourism business. Su Yu could not help but lament about this venture, believing it might not be profitable considering how much money had already been invested. Old Bai maintained a conciliatory attitude, assuring her that everything was fine. Bai Ming, listening in, also felt reassured, confident that the agritourism project would indeed be profitable. In this lifetime, old Bai was industrious, and Bai Ming felt secure. As long as his father remained diligent, his own future would be considerably easier. While others focused on their children, he focused on his father. Old Bai said to his wife, if we don't devise ways to earn more money, what if our son is looked down upon in the future? I don't mind, but I can't have him being scorned. Pursuing such ventures carried risks, yet he had consulted Shengsheng's grandmother, who assured him it was feasible. Upon hearing old Bai's words, Su Yu fell silent. Speaking of being looked down upon, Bai Ming had indeed encountered such a situation before. During his first year of junior high, after finishing military training, he stood out among a group of peers due to his tall stature. He was not a currency note, so it was natural that not everyone would find him appealing. After it became known that he often spent time with Su Shengsheng, a couple of bored third-year students began to follow them, only to discover that his father merely owned a car repair shop. The next day, in the school cafeteria, they deliberately insulted Bai Ming, claiming he came from a poor background and mocking the torn hem of his school uniform, which had been caught by Su Shengsheng's wheelchair. Bai Ming was taken aback. What is wrong with these kids nowadays? He was on the verge of laughter. Yet, before he could respond, Su Shengsheng, fiercely indignant, stood up from her wheelchair. It was during that incident that everyone realized she was capable of walking. She rushed over and seized the sugary drink from Bai Ming's hands, splashing it onto the faces of the 3 individuals before pointing at them. What do you call those counterfeit shoes you're wearing? The young lady exhibited a modicum of decorum, albeit not much. And you, that backpack is also fake. Do you even amount to 300 in total? Su Shengsheng resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Had Bai Ming not intervened, she might have resorted to striking the other's head with the plate in Ku Yi's hands. Many witnessed this spectacle, which ultimately led to a call to the parents. Su Yu arrived, and upon realizing her child had been mocked, she felt a pang of sadness. Such is the nature of parenthood. They often believe their efforts fall short, resulting in their children becoming targets of ridicule. At that moment, old Bai's words prompted Su Yu to merely sigh, refraining from further comment. Bai Ming reassured her with a smile. It's all right, Mom. Even if we incur losses, we still have a repair shop and car wash. Su Yu playfully swatted him. You should say something more pleasant. As she spoke, she glanced at the vacant seats. Did Shengxing's parents come today? Her mother even brought us some treats this afternoon, insisting we accept them. She whispered, isn't this family dynamic a bit strained? Yet, Shengxing is quite easy to appease. Bai Ming mused that Su Shengxing was indeed easy to calm. However, considering the combined experiences of her past and present lives, it seemed her parents might be a tad difficult to please. Just as he thought of Su Shengxing, Bai Ming abruptly sneezed. Realizing that the young lady must have been cursing him again, his parents merely chuckled and shook their heads. You already know it relates to Shengxing, now eat. Indeed, it did relate. By 7 or 8 o'clock, Bai Ming was startled to see a miniature version of Su Haoyu standing at the entrance of their shop. The 10-year-old Su Haoyu appeared underdeveloped, resembling a primary school student, because he was, in fact, a primary school student. Old Bai brought him inside and called out to Bai Ming. Xiao Bai, give your grandmother a call. Shengxing's brother is here. Have someone come pick him up. However, upon spotting Bai Ming, Su Haoyu sprinted over, glaring at him. So, you're the one who took my sister away? You're the reason she won't come home with us. Bai Ming. He rolled his eyes and pointed to a nearby chair. Sit down. I'll call your grandmother. His impression of Su Haoyu was rather lukewarm, and he was reluctant to engage in conversation. To his surprise, the siblings shared some common traits. At that moment, Su Haoyu unexpectedly tugged at Bai Ming's arm and bit him. How could you bite him? Su Shangsan et Glim, clutching Bai Ming's arm as she glared at her brother's teeth marks. Su Haoyu looked down, guilt-ridden. His mother was conversing with Su Yu. Bai Ming felt a surge of emotion, intending to downplay the bite, but was pushed away instead. Su Shengxing declared, only I can bite him. He is mine. Bai Ming. Fair enough. Chapter 52. She truly seems to be a fickle and peculiar individual. Su Shengxing was furious. Whenever she became angry, her eyes would redden, making her appear as though someone had bullied her. Su Haoyu, intimidated, remained silent, on the verge of tears. He was known for his propensity to cry, though he held back now. Bai Ming merely comforted Su Shengxing, assuring her it was no big deal. He had merely bumped his teeth, and hadn't he truly bitten? To Bai Ming's recollection, he had never cried, even when his father pursued him in anger at the age of 10. Thus, Su Haoyu's sudden wail caught him off guard. Su's mother, who had been discussing inconveniences with Su Yu, immediately turned at the sound of her son's cries and hurried over. Shengxing, don't bully your little brother. He is still young. Su Shengxing showed little reaction, having grown accustomed to such remarks. However, Bai Ming frowned. The first action of Su's mother upon approaching was to soothe her son. Haoyu, don't cry. Your sister didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. I just don't like him. Su Shengxing countered, her tone firm. It was indeed quite bothersome to intrude upon someone else's home uninvited. Su Haoyu, wiping away his tears, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Sister, please don't dislike me. He pointed at Bai Ming, adding, I just don't like him. Sister, you seem so happy with him, always together. His finger was swatted away by Su Shengxing. You're quite rude, she declared with a haughty seriousness. Even without Xiao Bai, I wouldn't like you. Su's mother, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness, exclaimed, Shengxing, Haoyu is your brother. She awkwardly smiled at Su Yu and the others, as the scene was undeniably awkward. Yet, Su's gentle nature prevented her from being overtly harsh. Simply stating to Su Shengxing, your brother admires you. Well, I don't like him. She continued to grip Bai Ming's arm firmly, glancing at him. Her hand exerted pressure, perhaps drawing courage from the action. You never asked me when you had him. Su Yu, feeling uncomfortable, reached out to pull Su Shengxing closer. All right, Shengxing. Annie made some sweet rice cakes, fresh out of the oven. Shall we have a taste? Su's mother watched as her daughter, who had been in opposition to her family, was quickly appeased by others, her eyes glistening. She couldn't discern where things had gone awry. From this perspective, it seemed as though her daughter belonged more with Su Yu and her family. Bai Ming clasped Su Shengxing's hand in return, smiling as he comforted her. I secretly stashed a big watermelon in the fridge. Want to take a look? I carved half of your face into it with a toothpick. Please? His voice was soft, reminiscent of soothing a child. The young lady was always more receptive to gentleness than harshness. The warmth from Bai Ming and Su Yu softened her expression, and she glanced at her mother, who had reddened eyes, and her brother, who was still dabbing at his tears. Ultimately, Su Shengxing allowed Bai Ming to lead her inside. Su's mother watched the two of them hand in hand, unable to suppress a slight frown. They were both 15 or 16, already displaying distinct physical differences. Yet here they were, holding hands like children. At that moment, Su Yu gently suggested, Shengxing's mother, shall we have a chat? About Shengxing? Meanwhile, Bai Ming guided Su Shengsheng upstairs and into her room. This room was not even half the size of her room at home. It was filled with many items that Su Shengsheng cherished. The custom wardrobe, measured by old Bai, was filled entirely with clothing that Su Shengsheng adored. Bai Ming had her sit on the edge of the bed while he went to the bathroom to fetch a towel, returning to gently wipe her face. As Su Shengsheng saw Bai Ming kneeling before her, carefully tending to her face, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. In the past, when Bai Ming wiped her face, he would leave it flushed, but now he had learned to be gentle. Interactions between individuals foster understanding, yet her parents had never considered understanding her. It was the same in her past life as it was in this one. They would routinely comment, "Shengsheng, let your brother have a turn," whenever they saw her brother cry, despite it having nothing to do with her. Brother, I don't want a brother at all." She lamented that if she cried any more, her eyes would swell and turn into little frogs. Bai Ming chuckled softly, attempting to soothe her, "Frog princess. Isn't there a tale of a frog prince who needs a princess's kiss to transform? Where shall I find a prince for you?" As he spoke, he made a playful clicking sound, teasing her. Would a puppy-esque kiss suffice? Pouting playfully, she leaned in deliberately. Indeed, Su Shengsheng was amused, reaching out to pinch his duck lips, playfully declaring, "You shall not kiss me." Yet, despite her words, she swiftly leaned in and planted a quick peck on his cheek. Bai Ming froze, his heart racing. The girl's lips were soft, and she likely had no ulterior motives in her innocent gesture. She quickly pulled away, resembling a child expressing affection. This kind of fondness was not the type he desired. Yet Bai Ming found himself unable to quell the rapid thumping of his heart. To make matters more complicated, the one who ignited his heartbeat then wrapped her arms around his neck, her delicate face nuzzling against him as she whimsically said, "Little Bai, I have only you." At that moment, the girl on the bed leaned forward to embrace the tall boy squatting beside it. The disparity in their sizes was stark. The boy appeared robust, with hair that seemed almost rigid, yet the hand resting upon her head was gentle. "Yes, I am your little Bai," he affirmed. This little Bai was distinct from the one she referred to in front of her parents. Su Shengsheng suddenly smiled, though her expression bore a hint of sadness. She murmured, "If only I had met you sooner." No, it should have been that in her past life, she didn't take long for a return to her parents' side. Perhaps she would have cherished little Bai even earlier, just like now. Just like now? The thought struck Su Shengsheng, causing her body to tense. Just like now? To harbor affection for little Bai? Although this little Bai bore a striking resemblance to the one from her past life, could she truly feel affection for two individuals simultaneously? Even if they were similar, it shouldn't be possible to love two at once. Oh no, she was not only fickle, but also somewhat perverse. How young was little Bai? Goodness, was she a deviant? This logic quickly unfolded in Su Shengsheng's mind, leaving her in a daze. Bai Ming, who had been contemplating how to comfort her, was suddenly shoved away by the very person who had just been affectionately clinging to him. Fortunately, the floor was carpeted, and he toppled onto it, staring in bewilderment as the girl who had been by the bedside swiftly climbed onto the bed. She cocooned herself in the blankets, her head completely hidden, muffling her voice as she declared, "I just want to be alone." Bai Ming was left perplexed, wondering what just happened. Wasn't everything fine a moment ago? Holding a towel, he hesitated before asking, "Are you still eating watermelon?" "No, you go out first," she replied. Bai Ming sighed, "All right, but please don't cry. If you're truly unhappy, I can take you out for a bit." The night in the small town offered many places for entertainment. Su Shengsheng, wrapped in the blankets like a spring roll, responded in a small voice, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed. She seemed to genuinely be a little obsessive. Perhaps she truly had feelings for little Bai. Chapter 53. I just want you to care about me, Bai Ming. Having finished washing the towel, Bai Ming made his way downstairs, pausing at the door to listen for a moment, ensuring she wasn't crying. He thought to himself that she was an adult now and likely had her own coping mechanisms. Moreover, she had been in good spirits lately, showing no signs of depression, so he refrained from interfering further. Upon descending, he immediately spotted Su's mother conversing with Su Yu, wiping away tears as she spoke. Beside her stood Su Haoyu, his head bowed. Bai Ming had a slightly deeper impression of Su's mother than of Su's father. As in his previous life, she had sought him out, advising him to end things with Su Shengsheng if he did not genuinely care for her. She even offered to cover any expenses he owed. At that time, Bai Ming had naively asked, "Does Su Shengsheng know you came to see me?" Su's mother's expression had stiffened as she replied, "You only need to answer my question. Do you truly like Shengsheng, or are you attracted to our family's wealth, or perhaps seeking revenge on Haoyu? Your relationship with Haoyu should not involve Shengsheng. You know that if you hurt her, the Su family will not forgive you." Her tone revealed genuine concern for Su Shengsheng. Unfortunately, Su's mother never received an answer from Bai Ming, as Su Shengsheng had called him at that moment. Bai Ming had responded, I understand what responsibility means. This was, in essence, an affirmation that if he were to marry Su Shengsheng, he would remain loyal to her for a lifetime. Alas, their wedding had been so close yet so far. At this point, Bai Ming's descent caught the attention of the three. Su's mother quickly wiped her tears. Yet her expression fell slightly when she saw Bai Ming coming down alone. Su Yu inquired, "Where is Shengsheng?" "She is hiding in her room," Bai Ming replied. Feigning a sigh, "She is probably crying. She is quite the crybaby." As expected, Su's mother stood up at his words. "I'll go check on her," Bai Ming earnestly advised. "Auntie, I suggest you don't. After all, she is upset," and locked the door. "I wouldn't dare knock." Su Yu added, "How about this? Let her stay here tonight, and I'll have little Bai take her back in the morning. Would that be all right?" Su's mother's disappointment deepened. "Su Hao," visibly angry, exclaimed, "She is my sister." Bai Ming shot him a glance, thinking that this kid had never been particularly bright. Su's mother gently patted her younger son's head, saying, "If she is unhappy, perhaps she'll feel better here. Big brother, Bai will make her smile." She couldn't help but glance at Bai Ming, who was indeed tall and strong for a boy about to enter high school. He certainly appeared capable of protecting her daughter well. With a sigh, Su's mother ultimately led the disgruntled yet silent Su Haoyu away. The driver had been waiting outside for them. Uncle Wang observed Su's mother bringing her daughter to pick up her son, only to leave with the son while the daughter stayed behind. Uncle Wang said nothing further. Su Yu and Bai Ming stood at the door, watching their car drive away. Old Bai, puffing on a cigarette, glanced over and asked, "I sent Shengsheng going back?" "No, she is upstairs," Bai Ming replied, then turned to Su Yu. "Mom, what did you discuss with Aunt Su?" "Whatever it was, it made her cry." "What did we talk about?" "About Shengsheng," Su Yu said, casting a glance at her son. Raising her hand, Bai Ming lowered his head obediently, allowing his mother to ruffle his hair. "Thank goodness I didn't have a second child." Old Bai interjected, "Does your wife want a second child?" "I can oblige." There was an unmistakable hint of eagerness in his voice. Su Yu shot him a glare, "Get lost." Old Bai immediately ceased his laughter, but couldn't resist adding, "You once said we shouldn't have another child due to financial constraints. Now we still don't have money." Su Yu's irritation flared. "All the money went to that farm business of yours. What money is there?" Seeing them on the verge of another argument, Bai Ming quickly redirected the conversation. Mom, what were you talking about with Aunt Su earlier?" "Oh, right. We were discussing Shengsheng, talking about how miserable she was when she first arrived, and how we, as her parents, never came to see her." Only now did Bai Ming learn a fragment of Su Shengsheng's family history. After her incident, Su's mother and father had initially focused all their attention on her, even nearly falling out with her aunt over blame. However, the Su family was substantial, and they could not afford to keep their minds solely on their child. They had a company to manage, with many employees relying on them for their livelihoods. As Su Shengsheng's health gradually improved, their thoughts slowly began to shift back to the affairs of the company. Originally characterized by her extroverted and willful nature, Su Shengsheng had become increasingly withdrawn and sensitive following the incident. With limited time to accompany her, they eventually decided to invite her grandmother to take care of her in Tanshui town, hoping that the change of scenery would facilitate her recovery. However, unexpectedly, shortly after Su Shengsheng was sent away, Su's mother discovered she was pregnant. Her health was not particularly robust, and this pregnancy was precarious. Initially, Su's mother contemplated terminating the pregnancy, but Su's father insisted that if Shengsheng were to be incapacitated for life, she should at least have siblings to support and care for her. Thus, Su's mother chose to keep the child, albeit with the condition of remaining bedridden throughout the pregnancy. "We didn't abandon her. It's just that my health doesn't permit it," she lamented. As time went on, their daughter, who had always been distant, began to feel neglected. Su's mother regretted her decision to delay bringing Shengsheng back, but they were also tethered to their youngest son, leading to procrastination. Now, their child felt estranged from them. They recognized that their shortcomings as parents contributed to this estrangement, yet they seemed at a loss for how to reconnect with their daughter. Bai Ming, upon hearing this, frowned. Hadn't they already made their choices? They had opted for their youngest son and the company. Perhaps they once believed Shengsheng would never recover. And Su Haoyu was not merely a safeguard for a future, but a means for them to secure their own. Their current sorrow was fleeting. When the time came, they would return to their own home, and Su Shengsheng would still be there for them. At that moment, Su Shengsheng was at the turn of the staircase, her hand resting on the railing for stability as she descended. She overheard Aunt Su sighing, "Raising children is no easy task." If they were to disregard everything and simply stay by Shengsheng's side, they couldn't provide her with the best conditions. Her clothing, food, and shelter are all of the highest quality. The young man's voice was crisp yet earnest, but they had never inquired about her desires. However, this was perhaps for the best. After all, Su Shengsheng had me, she thought, she had us, while they pursued their fortunes. A smile graced Su Xingxing's lips, her eyes sparkling as she suddenly called out, "Shout by watermelon." The three people engaged in conversation turned their heads towards the staircase, and Bai Ming promptly walked over. "Did you not say you wouldn't eat?" he questioned, though he was already positioned at the bottom of the stairs, awaiting her descent. He had grown accustomed to watching over her ever since she had nearly tumbled down the stairs while learning to walk. As she descended, Su Shengsheng muttered, "Why do you care?" Bai Ming sighed in exasperation, but as she suddenly jumped down the last few steps, she called out, "Catch me, Xiao Bai." "Dang it," Bai Ming exclaimed as he swiftly reached out to catch her. The girl clung to him like a pendant, fearful and tightly wrapped around him. Su Shengsheng beamed with joy, reveling in his concern. Chapter 54. A princess in a pot of warm water requires patience. Bai Ming did not, as was customary, set her down. Since their entry into middle school, he had always been the kind to let her down once they arrived at their destination, maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, things were different now. She was his wife, albeit without a formal wedding ceremony yet. Su Shengsheng, oblivious to the deeper implications, felt comforted by his protective nature, especially after their earlier argument. She gleefully directed him, "Let's go see the watermelon." Bai Ming carried her towards the kitchen, her little legs swinging happily. Su Yu furrowed her brow at the scene, wanting to interject, but was interrupted by Lao Bai's voice. "Wife, are we having a second child? I still have some savings." "Is that so, Bai Lao? You have savings?" Su Yu's tone shifted to one of irritation. Su Shengsheng rested her chin on Bai Ming's shoulder, glancing back to witness Aunt Su scolding Uncle Bai, their faces close enough for Bai Ming's profile to brush against hers. "Why is he called Bai Lao?" Su Shengsheng asked curiously. Bai Ming, positioning her in front of the refrigerator, opened the door. "Bai Lao is a nickname my father got from mingling in the streets. It was just him, Uncle Ku, and Uncle Li, who form a brotherhood. My father was the second, and when he met my mother, she called him Bai Lao too, especially when she was angry." Su Shengsheng was intrigued, pulling open the refrigerator door further. "Wow, that sounds cool. So Aunt Su and Uncle Bai's story is like something out of a TV drama, like The Woman of the Eldest Brother?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a watermelon. It was uncut, with intricate carvings on the rind. However, it didn't depict her. Rather, it showcased two puppies playing with a ball. Su Shengsheng blinked, her expression shifting to annoyance. "Bai Ming, are you calling me a dog?" Bai Ming was taken aback. He hadn't meant for her to interpret it that way. He had merely been trying to distract her from their earlier quarrel. Before he could clarify, she bit into his shoulder. "Ouch," he gasped. "You can't claim you're not a puppy when you do that." Just then, the young lady wriggled free and stood aside, insisting that Bai Ming cut the watermelon without damaging the carved puppies. Bai Ming decided to peel the entire watermelon for her, handing it over. "Here." He gestured for her to take it. Su Shengsheng accepted the watermelon rind, noticing that the two puppies were now fully carved, while the ball was still incomplete. Delighted, she recognized that Bai Ming had likely concocted the excuse to cheer her up. Yet, the bite was genuine. She had indeed wanted to nibble on him. After all, she had convinced herself upstairs that her fondness for Bai Ming was not her fault. It was entirely his doing. Bai Ming had been nothing but kind to her. In her previous life, although Su Shengsheng had been spoiled, she still considered herself self-sufficient. This lifetime, having not been returned to her parents' side, her life seemed less refined than before. Yet, she had always been in a position of care, and it was Bai Ming along with his family and friends who had taken such good care of her. She found herself utterly reliant on him. Regardless of the myriad reasons, it all came back to Bai Ming. Now, as she held the watermelon rind, she watched him slice the watermelon under the kitchen lights, the fresh aroma wafting through the air, refreshing the entire kitchen. Bai Ming first cut the watermelon into wedges, then took a quarter, placing it in a transparent bowl, cutting it into bite-sized pieces without the rind. This was for Su Shengsheng. He then held a piece of the heart and turned to her, offering it at her lips. Su Shengsheng opened her mouth, taking a bite, and pushed the remaining piece into his mouth with her hand. The watermelon juice smeared across her delicate lips, and as she licked her tongue, she naturally asked Xiao Bai, "As we prepare for school, what gift do you want?" Bai Ming's gaze lingered on her tongue and lips until her words snapped him back to reality. "I don't really want anything." Su Shengsheng consistently finds various excuses to present him with gifts, encompassing but not limited to clothing, sneakers, and electronic devices. Consequently, Bai Ming feels as though he is indulging in the comforts of a young lady's affections, with a promising future ahead. Upon reflection, it seems Su Haoyu was indeed correct. He appears to have been enjoying the sweetness of such indulgence all along. Yet this sensation is undeniably delightful. Su Shengsheng, unperturbed by his reaction, straightforwardly declares, "I bought you those limited edition sneakers. They should be arriving soon." Bai Ming sighs. "Did you not hear a word I said? Regardless, you are mine to care for." and you deserve only the finest. Su Shengxian hope fet sopti. She struggles to articulate her emotions, preferring the act of gift-giving instead. Nevertheless, Bai Ming surely comprehends her intentions. Contemplating this, Su Shengxiang glanced up at Bai Ming, who was already gazing back at her. She murmured, I only care for the best. So you, Bai Ming, are the best. Bai Ming, taken aback by her rare forthrightness, chuckled, leaning closer to her. It's a rare delight to hear such sweet words from you. Would you care to repeat that? Su Shengxiang huffed again, playfully slapping a watermelon rind against his face. Sweet words are not meant to be repeated. Hurry and cut the watermelon, then regale me with tales of Uncle Bai and Aunt Su. Bai Ming perceived her shyness. When she blushed, she resembled a soft, strawberry-flavored mochi. Yet her words were the most defiant. However, Bai Ming was well aware that even that stubborn little mouth was tender upon a kiss. His musings halted there, and with a sigh, he straightened up and resumed cutting the watermelon. The princess in boiling water requires a touch of patience. The seemingly spoiled young lady, though appearing oblivious to emotions, truly understood them. At this moment, she fixated on Bai Ming's back, contemplating that it was entirely reasonable to keep close that which she had nurtured. After all, why let the bounty flow to outsiders? Moreover, this was the little Bai she had invested so much time and effort into raising. Little Bai, she mused. Oh, what about my parents? Nothing much. Just that Uncle Bai's social standing faltered, and my grandmother had to send him packing with a stick. He dropped out and learned to wash and repair cars instead. As for my mother, she isn't local. She came here to visit friends and ended up entangled with my shameless father. She still regrets not having reported him back then. Haha. The summer breeze wafted in from the door near the courtyard, dispersing the scent of watermelon throughout the room, along with the youthful secrets each boy harbored within. They all concealed someone in their hearts, reveling in the fact that the other remained unaware. Little did they know, the red thread of fate was binding them together across the passage of time. Chapter 55. Don't sit. The young lady is a germaphobe. The following day, Su Shengxiang appeared considerably calmer as Bai Ming escorted her home. She was no longer a mere child. She recognized the truth in Aunt Su's words from the previous night. Yet, she still struggled to empathize with others. Her gaze fixated on the back of Bai Ming's head, who articulated the very sentiments she wished to express but had always dismissed. They had long since made their choices. At her age, she could hardly claim to harbor resentment towards them, yet the barbs of her feelings remained. Su Shengxiang, at 26 or 27, was acutely aware that she was perpetually trapped in the year she was sent abroad. Psychologically, she remained a juvenile. Though her age increased, she had stagnated in her growth. Her depression stemmed from this. Intelligent and rational, yet undeniably sentimental, the doctor had pointed out that she was reluctant to grow up, as if it were the only way to garner attention from her family. After all, wasn't he her younger brother, the one who consistently received the spotlight simply for being younger? Indeed, her immaturity was largely attributable to Bai Ming's influence, as she resisted the passage into adulthood, burdened by trauma and coddled like a child. At that moment, Su Shengxiang reached out, grasping the rear seat of Bai Ming's bicycle to prevent him from leaving. Bai Ming glanced toward their third-floor balcony, where his father and son were observing him intently. In a gentle tone, he reasoned, Your parents wouldn't be pleased to see me. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to linger at your family gathering. And I must tell my father. Su Shengxiang, however, was resolute. No, you must accompany me for a meal, or I want to go in. With that, she reclaimed her spot on her exclusive little soft seat, determined not to budge until Bai Ming did. Bai Ming sighed. Su Shengxiang, you childish spirit. He stepped off the bike, yet the passenger remained steadfast. With a glance at her, he pushed the bicycle onward into the grand villa. Aunt Zhou had been standing by the door, observing them, having witnessed such scenes countless times over the years. Su Shengxiang was not fond of being alone in the vast house. Her grandmother was rarely home, and while there were servants and Aunt Zhou, it still felt overwhelmingly large. Unlike Bai Ming's home, which, though small, exuded a sense of security. Thus, over the years, whenever she returned home, she would often insist on bringing Bai Ming along. Especially when her parents were visiting, Bai Ming felt like a mere tool. In this lifetime, he had encountered his future in-laws far more often than in the previous one. Yet, it was evident that her father did not harbor fondness for him. Nevertheless, aside from the emotionally volatile Su Haoyu, the rest of Su's family maintained a dignified demeanor. Even if they held disdain for Bai Ming, they would not display it overtly, especially with their grandmother present. Su's mother cautiously broached the subject. Shengxiang, would it be alright if we took you to school tomorrow? Without lifting her head, Su Shengxiang was secretly returning the greens Bai Ming had placed on her plate. No need. Aren't you heading back? I can go with Xiao Bai and the others. Su's mother quickly interjected. Then how about we take you and your friends, and then we'll return? Does that sound okay? This plea was genuinely humble. Bai Ming glanced at the broccoli in his bowl. Noticing she had selectively kept the more aesthetically pleasing florets for herself, returning the less attractive ones to him. Su Shangsheng looked at her mother, her demeanor surprisingly composed, primarily because she had come to terms with the logic that Xiao Bai, whom she had nurtured, rightfully belonged to her. Thus, her spirits were genuinely high now. There was no need for any fuss. I'll go with Xiao Bai and the others. Su's mother was about to say more when her grandmother interjected. Let the child have her way. You don't understand that young people have made plans. Come, Xiao Bai, Shengsheng, how you try this soup? With a warm smile, grandmother looked at Bai Ming. Our Xiao Bai is not picky. Look how tall he has grown. Bai Ming blushed slightly. I eat everything. Meanwhile, Su Haoyu, cheeks puffed, silently dug into his meal. I'll grow tall too. My sister and grandmother will like me. In the end, Su's father chimed in. The children have spoken. Let be. Su's mother responded with a hint of disappointment. Throughout the meal, Bai Ming's primary role was to consume the dishes the young lady refused to eat, while discreetly ensuring she ingested some greens. She truly detested vegetables. After the meal, Bai Ming had urgent matters to attend to and swiftly rode away. Su Shengsheng watched from her room on the second floor as the boy pedaled away, satisfied as she drew the curtains closed. Tomorrow marks the commencement of a new school term, which means that she will have more opportunities to be alone with Bai Ming. After all, Aunt Su and Uncle Bai have noted that they have grown older and can take care of themselves, thus spending more time in Tanshui Town. Consequently, her moments with Bai Ming have increased. Reflecting on this, it almost feels as though they are cohabitating. Previously, she hadn't given it much thought or felt any particular way about it. Yet now, she joyfully rolls on her bed, clutching a pillow. She has exquisite taste. In 2 lifetimes, she has only ever chosen Bai Ming. Meanwhile, Bai Ming is riding his bicycle to lend a hand to his father. He is not lying. He genuinely intends to assist. After all, for children like them, they are not overly precious. Whenever there is a matter at home that children can handle, the parents will call upon them to help. So, Iasin Tilihua, as a girl, always climbing trees to pick fruit, only Su Shangsheng is different. The mere thought of Su Shangsheng causes Bai Ming's lips to curl into a slight smile as he begins to contemplate. If he wishes to bring her home in this lifetime, it appears he must muster his resolve once more. The young lady has never truly experienced poverty. This thought suddenly makes Bai Ming feel as though his journey of ambition is about to reignite. Bai Ming, a voice calls out, halting him in his tracks. He turns to see Ma Yao waving at him from the roadside, prompting him to break and return. What brings you here? He glances around. Where's your brother? He didn't come. He's at home playing video games. I came here with my aunt and the others to pick fruit. Ma Yao cheerfully points to the group nearby, purchasing water from the supermarket. Bai Ming recognizes them as part of the new business venture of Li Hua's family orchard. They are selling leftover fruits that merchants didn't select. They hold little value. Previously, Bai Ming had suggested to Uncle Li that they could open up for picking, charging per person, allowing them to eat as much as they like on-site, but charging market prices for any fruit taken away. This, he believed, would undoubtedly yield greater profits than selling individually. Uncle Li felt the idea had merit, and so they proceeded with it that summer. To their surprise, the business turned out quite well. City dwellers are fond of such agritourism experiences. Adjacent to this is Bai Ming's family's agritourism venture, where Uncle Ku, following Bai Ming's advice, has also started raising some chickens and pigs. The city folk, upon seeing this, are intrigued and often come by to dine. Not far off is the fish pond belonging to Bai Ming's family. Once operational, it would provide a full range of services. Meiyou, intrigued by the soft cushion on Bai Ming's bicycle seat, asks, why do you have a cushion? I've noticed many bicycles on the street lack this feature. What about Shangsheng? As she speaks, she attempts to sit down. Don't sit there. The young lady is quite particular about cleanliness. Bai Ming exclaims. Ma Yao pauses mid-motion, caught in an awkward position, unsure whether to sit or stand. The concern is that if she were to sit, she might topple over since Bai Ming is still propping up the bicycle. Chapter 56. Su Shengsheng is rather stingy. Ma Yao quickly straightens up and awkwardly pats down her pants. When people feel awkward, they often appear busy. Bai Ming, however, pays little attention, merely stating, Su Shengsheng is rather stingy. She picked this out herself, and others aren't allowed to sit. Although his words seem to express disdain, the smile at the corners of his mouth and the tone of his voice betray no such sentiment. Ma Yao gives a dry laugh. You two have a great relationship. By the way, have you checked the class allocation list? Now that they are entering high school, they will surely be reallocated into new classes. Bai Ming shakes his head. I haven't looked. However, due to his grandmother's circumstances, he is certain that he and Su Shangsheng will be in the same class. Mayawad, I haven't checked either. I'll go tomorrow. I hope we could be in the same class. As she says this, she quickly glances at Bai Ming. Yet, Bai Ming is busy checking the time on his watch. Eventually, it is my Yao's aunt who calls for her, prompting her to bid farewell to Bai Ming and follow her relatives. Bai Ming does not dwell on this matter. In town, he sees his classmates multiple times a day, and today is no exception. He resumes his ride to find his father, and soon finds himself occupied for the entire afternoon. Ku Yi is also there, and the two of them are drenched in sweat. When it's time to head back, Ku Yi initially contemplates hitching a ride on Bai Ming's bicycle, but decides against it after seeing the cushion in the back, opting instead to walk alongside him. Bai Ming possesses 2 bicycles. The one he is currently riding was purchased by Su Shangsheng specifically for her use. She has a strong possessiveness over her belongings, a fact that Ku Yi and the others are well aware of. Thus, they typically avoid encroaching on her territory. As they walk back, both boys, still slick with sweat, pass by the entrance to Li Hua's orchard, where a number of cars are parked. Both Ma Yao and Li Hua are at the stand out front. Spotting them, Li Hua waves, "Come over and have some watermelon." Bai Ming and Ku Yi, feeling no need for formality, approach without hesitation. They have all grown up together, and their families share a close bond, so there is no need for pleasantries. Ma Yao, on the other hand, naturally hands them towels, and they gratefully take them, wiping away their sweat while feeling somewhat bewildered. Li Hua, while handing over the towel, can't help but show a hint of disdain as she wipes away the beads of sweat that have gathered at their chins. Aware that Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng have 2 good friends who generally share meals together. Even the typically reserved Su Shangsheng is occasionally persuaded by Bai Ming to watch Ku Yi's competitions. As for Li Hua, she consistently appears on the honor roll. This girl consistently scores full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Participating in numerous competitions, she embodies the archetype of an academic prodigy. Thus, she is well known to Ma Yao. Observing the natural camaraderie among the trio causes Ma Yao to reconsider her initial assumptions about the relationship between Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng. Perhaps this is simply how they interact. Are they accustomed to it? This thought brings her a measure of reassurance. After finishing a slice of watermelon, Bai Ming announces, "I need to head back. My mom asked me to bring dinner to my dad." Li Hua exclaims, "Oh," and picks up a bag from the ground. "Take this back for Shangsheng." Bai Ming reaches out to take it, casually stating she won't be home tonight. She'll be at her own house. "All right, I'm off." He then rides away. Ku Yi remains behind, continuing to eat watermelon. At this moment, Ma Yao hesitantly speaks up, "So, Su Shangsheng is staying with Bai Ming too?" Ku Yi, as if just noticing her presence, responds, "Oh, Ma Yao, what are you doing here?" "Me Yao repli." Li Hua is used to it. "She is always here, picking fruit in my family's orchard." "Oh, I see. I was just focused on the watermelon." Ku Yi chuckles awkwardly before asking, "Oh, were you just asking about Shangsheng and Minge? They have always lived together. They grew up together." Ma Yao looks bewildered. "They're relatives?" Li Hua glances at Ma Yao, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. Before Ku Yi can answer, she interjects, "They're not relatives, but they attended kindergarten together, and both families are aware of it and have consented." Ming Ji's parents are very fond of Shangsheng. Upon hearing this, Ma Yao's face flushes with embarrassment as she laughs awkwardly. "Oh, I see. Well, I'll go find my aunt now." With that, she smiles and turns to head inside. Ku Yi, puzzled, asks what is up with her. She seems a bit down. Li Hua sighs, glancing at him. "It's nothing. Just eat more watermelon." "Huh?" Ku Yi remains confused. Li Hua, however, watches Ma Yao's retreating figure, feeling quite pleased. Every word she spoke was the truth. Aunt Su and Uncle Bai genuinely hold a fondness for Shangsheng. Upon returning home, Bai Ming finally found the time to check his messages. McGrady had inquired whether he had encountered his aunt and her companions. Bai Ming responded and then noticed Su Shangsheng's barrage of 99 messages sent throughout the afternoon, filled predominantly with emoticons, many of which depicted her striking him. Bai Ming discerned that her displeasure stemmed from his failure to reply, which had displeased the young lady. He glanced at the bag beside him, filled with lychees, each one exquisitely selected. They were all remarkably beautiful. "However, I'm suffering from heatiness and have developed sores in my mouth." Su Shangsheng's reply arrived promptly. Bai Ming couldn't help but frown at her message and sent a voice call her way. She answered quickly, her tone exuberant yet tempered, as if she realized it was overly enthusiastic. "What is up? Are you free now?" Bai Ming acknowledged her and promptly inquired, "What did you develop those sores? Were you not fine at noon? It started to hurt a bit last night, but it's more painful this afternoon." Su Shangsheng replied without hesitation, "How did you know I might get sores? I just hadn't mentioned it." Bai Ming sighed. "You ought to have Aunt Zhou fetch you some mouth ulcer patches." "I don't want to. It hurts too much." Su Shangsheng firmly rejected the suggestion. genuinely fearful of pain. She had exhausted all her tolerance for discomfort during her rehabilitation and could no longer endure even a little. Bai Ming thought to himself, "You truly possess a childlike temperament. If you don't attend to it, eating will become even more painful over the next few days." "I refuse," Su Shengsheng countered. But then her eyes sparkled with a thought. "Unless you come help me apply it." Bai Ming laughed outright. "Are you being clingy? I'm busy tonight. You should ask Aunt Zhou to help you." Su Shengsheng, who had been lounging on the balcony, suddenly grew displeased, letting out a resigned "oh," before hanging up without waiting for Bai Ming's response. Bai Ming mused, "Is she angry again? Why does Su Shengsheng have such a fiery temper?" "Xiao Bai, come and take this to your dad." Su Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Bai Ming acknowledged her and stood up, contemplating whether to deliver the meal or check on Su Shengsheng. "A wife of my choosing, I suppose I can indulge her a bit." At that moment, Su Shengsheng had changed into a pair of denim overalls, ready to head out, and slung her little backpack over her shoulder. Su's mother paused, taken aback by her daughter's appearance. "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm staying at Bai Ming's house tonight," Su Shengsheng replied as she headed for the door. Su's mother was left bewildered. Is she part of their family or the Bai family? Chapter 57. No matter how you look at it, it's always their Xiao Bai who gets hurt. Despite her questions, Su's mother dared not voice them. She had previously discussed with Su Yu, who advised her to be accommodating towards Shengsheng and not to treat her like a child. Although Su's mother noted that Su Yu and Bai Ming often coddled their daughter, Su Yu insisted that it was different. As she had been absent during Shengsheng's childhood, it was not appropriate to impose parental authority in front of a child, as it could foster resentment. Suppressing her doubts and discontent, Su's mother followed her daughter. "Was T uncle by having back problems before? I have some medicinal wine. You should take it with you. Also, the cantaloupe we just received is quite sweet. Take some of that too. Have Uncle Wang deliver it for you." Su Shengsheng's pace slowed as she turned to look at her mother. She had anticipated sharp questions, followed by her mother asking why she always behaved in such a manner. After the birth of her second child, Su's mother had experienced a period of depression, postpartum depression. Perhaps, in her previous life, Su Shengsheng realized her mother genuinely wished to be close to her. However, both of them often found themselves in emotional turmoil, leading to mutual breakdowns. To be honest, she found her father's indifference, providing only financial support, more comforting. Yet, now, seeing her mother's anxious expression, Su Shengsheng said, "All right, I'll take it." She noticed her mother's relief and the glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Good, call Uncle Wang to warm up the car. I'll pack it for you." With that, her mother cheerfully set aside the fruit platter and turned to the refrigerator for the cantaloupe. At the stairway, "Su, how you couldn't help but speak up, sister? Aren't you coming back tonight? We need to return tomorrow at noon. Aren't you going to see us off?" He still harbored dislike for Bai Ming, questioning why his sister treated him so well. Su Shengsheng glanced at her brother, saying, "We'll see. If I can get up, I'll come back. If I can't, then so be it. I need to go to school this afternoon." It was quite ironic. In her past life, she had wanted to remain close to them, yet they had been reluctant. Now, in this life, when she truly wasn't around, they all desired her return. Su Shengsheng found it rather mocking. Nonetheless, she ultimately left, under her mother's watchful gaze, heading towards Bai Ming's home. Her true belonging was with Bai Ming. Meanwhile, Bai Ming and his father were observing the newly constructed thatched house at the agritourism site. Of course, it wasn't a genuine thatched house. It was Bai Ming's suggestion to create a retro style. "No, you little rascal, do you genuinely think this looks good? We used to house our cattle in such straw huts," Old Bai remarked, puffing on a cigarette. Bai Ming snatched the cigarette from his father's hand. Old Bai was a heavy smoker, and his lungs had suffered in his previous life, making him appear like an old man before 50. Bai Ming had chided him several times, even reporting to Su Yu. Old Bai's smoking had been limited to a certain quota each day. At that moment, seeing his father's cigarette taken away, Old Bai sighed, gazing sorrowfully at the cigarette Bai Ming had just discarded after 2 puffs, lamenting its wastefulness. "What is so wasteful about it? If your lungs are blackened, that would be an even greater waste," Bai Ming retorted as he tidied up the lunchboxes, having just shared a meal with his father. Regarding Old Bai's comments about the cattle shed, Bai Ming replied, "It doesn't seem so. After all, your old cattle shed didn't have air conditioning." Old Bai couldn't help but chuckle, cursing his son playfully. As the lights in the town began to flicker on, Old Bai reflected that his son was about to enter high school. He sighed, "Son, are you getting an increase in your pocket money now that you're in high school?" Bai Ming felt a warmth in his heart, thinking his father was concerned for him. "It's fine, Dad, it has increased." After all, he didn't have many expenses, most of which were spent on Su Shengsheng. However, Su Shengsheng spent even more on him. Sometimes Bai Ming had the illusion that Su Shengsheng was supporting their family. She genuinely relished buying gifts for them, always turning red as she concocted various excuses. Come on, give me some. Dada's pocket money has been taken by your mother, leaving nothing at all. Old Bai said with a sorrowful expression. Bai Ming rolled his eyes. No way. If you have money, you'll just buy more cigarettes. Quitting smoking after several decades was no easy feat, even though Old Bai was quite obedient to Su Yu. There were still times when he couldn't control himself. At that moment, Old Bai glanced at his tall son and kicked him lightly, only for Bai Ming to dodge. Bai Ming himself smoked. In his previous life, he indulged in both tobacco and alcohol, feeling quite overwhelmed by the pressures of starting a business, especially without any substantial backing. However, Bai Ming seldom indulges in smoking or drinking unless absolutely necessary. Though he appears carefree on the surface, he is, in truth, remarkably self-disciplined. A disciplined individual has a wife. And this thought brought Bai Ming a sense of satisfaction. Lao Bai, observing his son, suddenly shifted the topic, saying, Son, be honest with your old man. By the time I was your age, I was already eyeing your mother. No wonder your mother didn't make it to university. Bai Ming thought to himself, you old rascal. Not a good example. Of course, he was aware that Su Yu had not attended university due to an unfortunate family incident that led her to withdraw from school, marry his father, and give birth to him at the tender age of 19. Thus, Miss Su was actually not yet 35, a true beauty in Tanshui town. Are you interested in Shang Sheng? Lao Bai inquired directly, albeit with a slightly somber tone. Bai Ming met his father's gaze. Their silence seemed to speak volumes. Lao Bai muttered a local curse, sighed, and continued, Son, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but while it's fine to be friends with Shang Sheng, if you have other intentions, perhaps it's best to reconsider. What kind of family does she come from? Her parents are often featured in financial news, while He spoke with a hint of reluctance, yet he knew his son was growing up. He had witnessed the interaction between the two in the kitchen last night, and if left unchecked, it would inevitably be their little Bai who would get hurt. Bai Ming, however, seemed unfazed, merely nodding before saying, So, Lao Bai, you should try a bit harder. Lao Bai? What? Son, do you even hear what you just said? Perhaps the shock on his father's face was too conspicuous, and Bai Ming chuckled, It's nothing, Dad. Little Bai Shu. A cheerful voice called from behind Bai Ming. He turned to see Su Sheng standing by the large pit they had dug earlier that afternoon. Bai Ming's heart skipped a beat as he shouted, Don't move. Chapter 58. Su Sheng, control your drooling. Upon hearing Bai Ming's words, Su Sheng immediately ceased her animated gestures. She obediently tugged at her backpack straps, standing still as Bai Ming sprinted toward her. There she stood, illuminated by the dim streetlight, clad in long denim overalls and black high-top canvas shoes, with a small white backpack slung over her shoulder. Her upper half was adorned in a soft yellow short-sleeved t-shirt, a hue that is quite demanding. Yet her beauty and fair complexion rendered it exceptionally appealing. Her long hair was tied back, revealing a delicate face and large, focused eyes that followed Bai Ming's movements attentively. As he approached, he noticed the familiar Maybach in the distance, where someone waved their hazard lights before turning the car around. Bai Ming then scrutinized Su Sheng, asking, What brings you here? Even the yellow mud beneath her feet seemed out of place next to her. Su Sheng looked at him curiously and replied, I came to find you. She then turned to inspect the partially finished farm stay, having only visited during the day before, and now experiencing it for the first time at night felt entirely different. At that moment, Lao Bai approached with a food container in hand. Un so bai, Su Sheng vit sweet li. Lao Bai cast a glance at his son, who had abandoned his tasks midway, before smiling at Su Sheng. Ah, it's not much fun here at night. You should head back. Little Bai, accompany Sheng home. I'll be back shortly. Bai Ming initially intended to assist his father in completing the remaining work, knowing Lao Bai would take a while if left alone. Su Sheng noticed his hesitation and earnestly said, Uncle Bai, you carry on. I won't be a bother. I can just sit over there and wait, okay? Her bright, earnest eyes made it difficult for Lao Bai to refuse. He was not one to deny children. All right then, come along, he said, motioning for her to follow him back. Su Sheng eagerly tried to keep up, but Bai Ming held her backpack to prevent her from stepping into the muddy water ahead. Looking down, she noticed Bai Ming was wearing shorts and a black tank top, both drenched, and his shoes were utterly unrecognizable. Bai Ming followed her gaze and sighed. You're all muddy. Why don't you just hop on my back? Su Sheng playfully patted his back, stating nonchalantly, If my shoes get dirty, you'll have to wash an extra pair. Her tone was natural, devoid of disdain, yet imbued with her unique sense of entitlement. Bai Ming paused, staring at her until she glanced back at him, puzzled. He then chuckled, squatted before her, and said, Climb on, young lady. And why must I wash your shoes? Su Sheng climbed onto his back, inhaling the scent of sweat mixed with a familiar fragrance from him. It is said that one can always detect a pleasant aroma from someone they adore. At that moment, Su Shengsheng found Bai Ming to smell like her favorite orange. Not unpleasant at all, because if I say I lost them, you wouldn't want that. You would help me wash them, right? Upon hearing her words, Bai Ming glanced at her shoes, which were relatively new, having been bought less than 2 months ago. Throw them away? No way. You make a compelling argument, he conceded, his voice laced with compromise. Su Shengsheng, perched on his back, playfully swung her legs, feeling as if she were a genius for being so close to Bai Ming. Yay, this is delightful. Eventually, Bai Ming placed her in a quaintly designed gazebo, cautioning her, stay still. He glanced around, realizing there was nothing much here. For some reason, Su Shengsheng felt that the place seemed a bit too simple. Thankfully, she didn't mind and encouraged him, hurry and help out. Once you're done, we can go home. Lao Bai had already begun digging a hole nearby. Bai Ming, feeling bored, pulled out his phone, saying, if you're truly bored, just play on my phone. He ruffled her hair affectionately before turning to leave. The silhouette of the tall boy against the backlight made Su Shengsheng feel a bit dazed, reminiscent of the Bai Ming from her past life. The current Bai Ming was increasingly resembling the one from her previous existence. Shaking her head, she decided to stop pondering such thoughts. She picked up the phone Bai Ming had set down. As soon as she touched it, her fingerprint unlocked it. Bai Ming's phone contained her fingerprint. She recalled the previous harassment calls and what Kui had said. Thus, for the first time, Su Shengsheng began to peruse Bai Ming's phone applications. However, she found nothing unusual. Most of the apps were ones she had downloaded. Yet, she did spot a stock trading app. Blinking in surprise, she thought, Bai Ming is already looking at this in high school? Curiously, she tapped on it, only to be met with a password prompt. Su Shengsheng pondered for a moment and tried Bai Ming's birthday. Incorrect. She then attempted the birthdays of Aunt Su and Uncle Bai, but to no avail. In a moment of whimsy, she decided to try using her birthday for login. To her astonishment, she succeeded. Indeed, the account was opened with Uncle Bai's identification. However, the balance displayed left Su Shengsheng momentarily speechless. She quickly regained her composure, realizing that this act was rather inappropriate, an invasion of privacy. Casting a glance at the father and son who were still digging away, she ultimately chose to exit the application. It was quite fortunate that Uncle Bai was affluent. This meant that Xiao Bai would not have to toil so hard. At that moment, she did not dwell on the fact that it was unlikely Uncle Bai's account would use her birthday as a password. Nonetheless, it mattered little if Uncle Bai lacked funds. She was capable of supporting Xiao Bai. With this thought, she cheerfully opened the game Eliminate on Bai Ming's phone. As for why she did not use her own device, it was a matter of a young lady's preferences, so best not to inquire. Su Shengsheng's phone held little utility. She had grown accustomed to using Bai Ming's. By the time Bai Ming emerged, drenched in sweat from his labor, he was quite a sight. So you had also arrived at some point, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Su Shengsheng, both sporting smiles. Upon seeing them, Su called out, are you done? Bai Ming replied while removing his tank top, all right, just let me rinse off. With that, he turned on the hose and began to wash himself down. It was the height of summer, and Su Yu and the others did not seem to mind. Old Bai, however, was tempted to remove his shirt as well, but refrained, knowing Su Shengsheng was present. Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Bai Ming. Wow, look at those abs, and those muscular arms, so attractive. She chuckled softly, pleased that he was hers. Otherwise, she would have been distraught if someone else took advantage of him. Goodness, those water droplets glide so smoothly. Unabsvartas. Her gaze was unmistakably evident. Bai Ming, while rinsing, suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him, akin to feeling violated. He turned his head to find Su Shengsheng staring unabashedly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Su Shengsheng, wipe that drool away. Chapter 59. Who asked you that, you rascal? Instinctively, Su Shengsheng raised her hand, but then felt it was inappropriate, glaring at Bai Ming. Who asked drooling over you? She retorted, her expression adorably pouty. Bai Ming merely laughed and washed his tank top. Meanwhile, Su Yu tidied up and inquired, what drool? Are you hungry? Should I make you some noodles when we get home? Su Shengsheng replied with a smile. Aunt Su, you're so kind. Old Bai emerged from inside, having changed into a fresh outfit, holding a shirt for Bai Ming. Are we ready? Let's clean up and head back. Bai Ming sighed, grabbing a bag to stow his rinsed tank top, then slipped on the t-shirt handed to him by Old Bai. Su Yu then asked Su Shengsheng, would you like to ride back on your uncle's motorcycle? It's quite common for people to use motorcycles or bicycles around town, mainly for convenience. The roads here aren't very wide. If everyone drove cars, there would surely be traffic jams. Su Shengsheng shook her head. Bai Ming chuckled. She still expects me to carry her. If she dares not ride on my bicycle, I won't carry her at all. Su Shengsheng shot him a glance. You smell. I'll walk myself. Bai Ming tugged at her backpack, teasingly warning, don't forget, I want to wash your shoes for you. Old Bai, taking his wife's items, said, let us go. Let the youngsters be. Xiao Bai could use some exercise. How heavy is Sheng Sheng, anyway? What does she need to train for? Suyi remarked as she followed her husband, reminding them, be careful on the way back. Got it, they both replied in unison. Su Shengsheng glanced at the strap of her backpack that Bai Ming had grasped. Let go. He released it, asking, so you'll walk now? She inspected the ground, noting that the area Bai Ming had just rinsed off was somewhat clean, yet the path ahead remained rather dirty. Not far off, Old Bai attempted to carry his wife, but was playfully rebuffed as she insisted on walking herself. With her chin held high in pride, Su Shengsheng declared, I can manage. Bai Ming clapped in encouragement. Wow, you're amazing. Su Shengsheng mused to herself, this guy is rather annoying. 5 minutes later, Bai Ming squatted beside the sulking young lady, who was still reluctant to step forward. He could hardly contain the amusement in his eyes as he watched her. He noticed her hesitating glance towards him, yet she remained silent. A minute later, she shot him another glance, this time with a hint of irritation, but Bai Ming feigned ignorance. After 3 more minutes, a small white backpack was hurled at him. Bai Ming clumsily caught it and looked up to see her fuming. Su Shengsheng's eyes blazed with indignation. You did that on purpose. Her voice was loud with accusation. Bai Ming, bewildered, responded, what did I do on purpose? Regardless, it's your fault, she insisted, squatting beside him with a frown. Bai Ming chuckled at her stubbornness. He slung the small backpack over his shoulder, bent down, and effortlessly lifted her in the same position she had been squatting, placing her gently on the stool she had just vacated. He then squatted down himself, saying, let us go home, otherwise my mother's noodles will burn. If they do, she won't eat them. Just moments ago, she had called him smelly. Yet now Su Shengsheng gleefully nestled against his back, complaining about her little backpack, which had been cumbersome. Bai Ming remarked, this little backpack is indeed tiny. Apart from being visually appealing, it hardly holds anything. At this point, it likely contained only their phones. As the backpack slipped from Bai Ming's shoulder, he carried her while also holding onto the backpack, exclaiming in jest, I seem to be some odd beast of burden. Su Shengsheng retorted, if you accompany me, you'll be treated like royalty. Bai Ming chuckled in disbelief, but honestly, I want to be treated like a person. However, he realized that could only happen if he were associated with Su Shengsheng. In that moment, she affectionately rubbed her cheek against his neck. You're so warm, Bai Ming. He sighed, I just finished digging. Bear with me a little, I've rinsed off. Then he heard her softly mumble, I wasn't complaining about you. A soft weight settled on his shoulder, and Bai Ming turned to see her cheek resting against him. Xiao Bai, you've been carrying me for so many years. 2 lifetimes, she mused. No one has ever held me like this, not even my family. Bai Ming grunted in acknowledgement, adding, yet after all these years, you still haven't gained any weight. Getting heavier wouldn't be pretty, she replied, showcasing her discerning taste. Bai Ming, without thinking, remarked, though some areas not gaining weight doesn't look good either. At that moment, they reached the doorway, and an irate Su Shengsheng hopped off Bai Ming's back. Lowering her gaze at herself, she then playfully stomped on his foot and stormed off, leaving Bai Ming calling after her, hey, I didn't mean it that way. I was just speaking off the cuff. Ahem, however, to express personal preferences, I must admit that I do favor a more voluptuous physique. After all, one should possess the essentials of being slender, right? I merely commented on the naturalness of the moment. Su Shengsheng, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to herself as she was still in the process of developing, recalling that in her previous life, she had quite the figure. Curse you, Bai Ming. Bai Ming, cycling closely behind her, attempted to placate her, insisting that it was not intentional and that the young lady was always beautiful, urging her to hop on the bike, lest they face a lengthy walk back. Silence. Su Shengsheng shot him a glare, yet her heart softened upon meeting his smiling gaze. While chastising him as a scoundrel, she commanded him to stop. She then climbed onto the back seat, giving Bai Ming a playful yet firm slap on the back before they headed home. Her slap lacked any real force, barely registering on Bai Ming, whose skin was tough and resilient. He let out a sigh and pedaled forward, teasingly asking if her parents were still at home. And what of it? My legs on my own. Su Shengsheng vito. Yet, she couldn't help but feel self-conscious, casting her eyes down to her still flat chest. Bai Ming, do you prefer them larger? Bai Ming was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What? Su Shengsheng faltered, wondering if her inquiry constituted harassment. With a huff, she dismissed the thought. Suddenly, Bai Ming comprehended, chuckling as he pedaled a bit faster. I like what I like, and size doesn't matter. Just as my affection for the young lady is independent of whether you are gentle or spoiled. Who asked you that? Scoundrel. Chapter 60. Bai Ming, suspecting she is not a simpleton, but a little puppy. Bai Ming, unfazed by the scoundrel label, acknowledged the truth in his heart. He had indeed been a bit of a rogue. He recalled the Su Shengsheng from his past life, whose figure had blossomed quite beautifully, possessing all the right curves. In that previous life, they had nearly shared an intimate moment. It was a day he had been working late. Truly, those idle CEOs are mere fabrications of novels. The reality is that bosses are often swamped with work, especially someone like Bai Ming, who lacked a family background and was treated like a subordinate by Maddie. At 1 a.m, the young lady's call came through. Bai Ming immediately answered, only to hear an unfamiliar female voice instructing him to come to a KTV where Su Shengsheng had drunk too much. He hurried over, only to find Su Shengsheng lounging on a sofa, a steel fork in hand, surrounded by a group of girls. One of them, upon seeing him, sighed in relief. You're Xiao Bai, right? Come, take her away. These girls were socialites who often indulged with Su Shengsheng, 2 of whom Bai Ming had seen in tabloid news. It was no wonder Su Shengsheng's reputation was somewhat tarnished. After all, most people naturally associate with their own kind. Before heading out, Bai Ming loosened his tie and unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, shedding his serious demeanor and uttering a polite thank you. One girl gazed at him and remarked, the young lady has good taste, but you're called Xiao Bai? You won't be able to play with the young lady anymore. You can come find me. As she approached Bai Ming, Su Shengsheng, who had been seated and possibly intoxicated, suddenly straightened up, reaching over to hurl something at the girl who was encroaching on Bai Ming. Stay away, she's mine. Bai Ming thought, judging by her voice, she must be drunk. Yet her ferocity deterred the girl, whose expression soured. Bai Ming chuckled, thank you. Unless something unexpected happens, we won't be getting a divorce. This unexpected twist presumably referred to the young lady's potential decision to part ways. The atmosphere fell silent, as the women likely did not anticipate that the Xiao Bai in question was the man Su Shengsheng intended to marry. Ignoring their presence, Bai Ming picked up a circular object Su Shengsheng had casually tossed, an unknown round compact, presumably for touch-ups, and approached her. The voice from the phone rang in his mind, cautioning him to be careful as she might poke him with a fork. Su Zun Tu Sheng San? Bai Ming, who had been exhausted from working late, found himself amused at the sight of Su Shengsheng wielding the fork. Thank you, he said as he drew closer. Su Shengsheng sat upright, fixed her gaze on him, and pointed the fork at his chest. Who are you? I'm Bai Ming. He did not advance further, but merely bent slightly. I'm here to take you home. Home? I have no home. She was genuinely inebriated, her cheeks flushed, shaking her head as she spoke. Bai Ming? Who is that? Xiao Bai. He too had only just discovered that she had saved his number under that name. Upon hearing Xiao Bai, she blinked, yet did not release the fork. Instead, extending her hand towards him, Bai Ming, perplexed, reached out, only to receive a sharp bite, which stung. He inhaled sharply, yet Su Shengsheng seemed satisfied. It's Xiao Bai. She discarded the fork and extended her hand again. Come, Xiao Bai, let us go home. Bai Ming thought, I suspect she is not a simpleton, but a little puppy. In the end, Bai Ming carried her, clutching her bag as he departed under the watchful eyes of her friends. Su Shengsheng clung tightly to his neck, earnestly stating, Xiao Bai, take me home, to your home, okay? Bai Ming had initially contemplated returning her to her apartment, but ultimately took her to his own. His apartment, while not as spacious as the young lady's lavish flat, was still a 3-bedroom unit. Intoxicated, the young lady was both obedient and unruly. On the way, she was docile, yet upon entering the house, she glanced around and suddenly kissed Bai Ming. It was her first kiss. The scent of alcohol lingered on her, not particularly pleasant, yet somehow delightful on her. Her body felt soft, her arms wrapping around his neck were gentle, and her lips were tender. Bai Ming had heard various rumors about Su Shengsheng and was initially skeptical. Thus, he held her head gently and politely turned his face away. You've had too much to drink. Feeling rejected, Su Shengsheng seemed dissatisfied. Xiao Bai, are you not able to? Bai Ming replied, I'm quite capable, thank you. I'm just brimming with unspent energy. Su Shengsheng appeared to catch on, lowering her head and murmuring, You don't want me? Is it someone else? She leaned in closer, her body pressing against his. I'm actually very pure. You're my first kiss. She took Bai Ming's hand and placed it on her chest. Really, don't you want it? It's not fake. Bai Ming hesitated for a moment, as they were on the verge of marriage. Ultimately, he gathered his resolve, lifting her without any psychological burden. However, that night was filled with chaotic sheets and dim light, with the softness of the girl. And then, she fell asleep. The emotional turmoil was profound, and the disappointment was immense. Bai Ming found himself wandering to take a cold shower. What else could he do? She was already asleep. Who would understand? Family? He felt a sense of humiliation. Emerging from the shower, Bai Ming stood by the bed, gazing at her as she slept soundly, clutching his blanket. Just a little more? So was his foreplay truly inadequate? She had simply fallen asleep so effortlessly? At that moment, Bai Ming realized that Indeed, as a novice, he had much to learn. Now, as he felt the person behind him muttering accusations of being a rogue, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to inquire whether his previous attempts at intimacy had truly been so lacking. Yet, he restrained himself. Why do you always resort to that insult? Bai Ming deliberately swerved the vehicle. As anticipated, the person behind him clung tightly to his waist. Mind your own business. Focus on riding the bike. Su Xingxing's voice was filled with exasperation. Bai Ming chuckled. All right, hold on tight. We're heading home. The bike sped past the streetlights, and the girl clutched the sides of his shirt with a firm grip. Su Xingxing gazed at the roadside, noticing that many houses had their lights extinguished. It seemed that a good number of townspeople retired early for the night, enveloping the area in a unique tranquility, starkly contrasting the hustle and bustle of the metropolis, where day and night blurred into one. Xiaobai, I see fireflies. Oh, Xiaobai. Li Hua is still awake. Her room is lit. I presume she's working on math. I bet she's tackling competition-level math. I called it first. You mentioned math, but I specified competition math, so I win. Childish, though she called him immature. A radiant smile adorned her lips. Indeed, you're not childish. Just moments ago, you were throwing a tantrum. So what? You should surf the internet less. And what of it? The next day, when Bai Ming awoke, Su Shangsheng had already been picked up by Uncle Wang. His grandmother had insisted that Su Shangsheng must return home to dine with her parents, coming over only after lunch. Bai Ming was not surprised. Although his grandmother disapproved of her daughter and son-in-law, she still endeavored to ease the relationship between Su Shangsheng and her family. The elderly lady was perpetually anxious about the possibility of her beloved granddaughter growing distant from her family after her passing. Bai Ming had trouble recalling many details about his grandmother. In his previous life, his relationship with Su Shangsheng during their childhood was far less amicable than it was now. The affluent old lady residing halfway up the mountain and her luxurious Maybach seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. Nevertheless, over the years, Su Shangsheng had playfully coaxed her grandmother into undergoing annual health checkups, all of which yielded positive results. At that moment, after brushing his teeth, Bai Ming took the opportunity to feed Peiqi, the piglet, while conversing with his father. Dad, could you take Peiqi to the pig pen at the farm while we're at school? Old Bai scoffed. What will Shangsheng say when she comes back? Just tell her it ran away. Bai Ming replied, no one would believe a pig could just escape. Old Bai kicked his son lightly. Do you think she's a fool? A pig that size running away? She would undoubtedly ask a million questions. Bai Ming sighed, realizing the truth in his father's words. But Peiqi is getting rather hefty. Once you pack your things, when Shangsheng arrives, I'll drive you both to school, Old Bai said. Bai Ming casually asked, what about Mom? Isn't she coming? You two are old enough to go on your own. Do you really need your parents to drop you off? Old Bai retorted, glancing at the kitchen and lowering his voice. Your mother isn't in the best of moods. Your uncle called her last night. Bai Ming, who had been focused on Peiqi, suddenly turned to look at his father. Old Bai wore a helpless expression, unsure of what to say regarding his wife's family. Su Yu appeared to be a decisive woman, yet she exhibited a remarkable tolerance for her family's shortcomings. Upon hearing about the phone call from his uncle, Bai Ming was reminded of a troubling incident from his past life that had nearly led to his parents' divorce. His expression darkened, and his demeanor shifted. Was it about borrowing money? Bai Ming inquired. Old Bai shook his head. I don't know, perhaps. It seems he wants us to visit. That usually entails money, doesn't it? Bai Ming couldn't help but scoff, but it's not just that. He regarded Old Bai intently. In his previous life, during his first year of high school, his parents had quarreled over his father's infidelity. At that time, Bai Ming was bewildered, as no one explained the situation to him, believing him too young to understand. He had spent his weekends returning home to chaos, with his uncle often stirring the pot, advocating for his sister's divorce and suggesting that her husband be held accountable for the other woman. Old Bai had stubbornly refused to divorce, famously exclaiming, doesn't it matter if I slept with her? Does she compare my wife? I'm not leaving. Let her give birth, and we shall see what comes of it. To this day, Bai Ming admired his father's fortitude. Eventually, Bai Ming proposed a genetic paternity test that could be conducted at 10 or 15 weeks of pregnancy. Old Bai had patted Bai Ming's back, praising him as a good son, insisting that they should proceed with it regardless of the cost. However, the woman in question concocted various excuses, claiming that Old Bai intended to harm her unborn child. This back and forth led Su Yu to realize that something was amiss. She discovered the truth, and, unable to hide it any longer, her uncle knelt and declared the child was his. Bai Ming's uncle, a man who had married into the family, was, in fact, Su Yu's younger brother. At that moment, Bai Ming recalled vividly Old Bai's furious outburst, still finding it impressive how his father had stood his ground. Lowering his voice, Bai Ming advised, Dad, take my advice. Don't go. Every time you do, Mom ends up unhappy. Old Bai sighed. I don't wish to go either. Your mother is too soft-hearted. I doubt he truly needs money. Bai Ming sighed in agreement. But if it comes to it, you might have to placate her. Bai Ming exchanged a knowing glance with his father, and as Old Bai raised his hand. Bai Ming dropped the bucket and bolted. You little rascal, Old Bai shouted, but Bai Ming did not look back. I merely offered a suggestion. I'm off to tidy up, he exclaimed, swiftly making his escape. Since it has come to this, even if Old Bai were truly gone, should that woman come knocking at the door, Old Bai would undoubtedly sense something amiss quite swiftly. As for how to dissuade his mother from her infatuation with that opportunistic uncle, Bai Ming believed he needed to ponder that further. Just then, a head suddenly appeared through the door Bai Ming had just opened. Su Shengxing's bright, sparkling eyes fixated on him as he busied himself with tidying up. Bai Ming glanced back at her. You're back? Your parents have left. Upon hearing Bai Ming's use of the word back, the young lady's spirits lifted. She stepped inside, remarking, I've returned. She then placed a bag she had been holding beside Bai Ming. Here, this is for you. Your gift. The size of the package unmistakably indicated that it contained shoes. Bai Ming chuckled. You always gift me limited edition shoes. They must think my family is quite affluent, yet my attire hardly reflects that. He intended to convey that such extravagant gifts were unnecessary. However, it was evident that the young lady's thought process differed markedly from theirs. Su Shengsheng frowned as she glanced at the vest Bai Ming wore, reminiscent of something an elderly man might don, and nodded. You're right. I shall buy you some clothes as well. Naturally, her little Bai deserved nothing but the best. With that, she took out her phone. Bai Ming. Chapter 62, If you wish to discuss matters. Should I consider how to pursue you? Bai Ming queried. Is that correct? Is that even appropriate? He quickly pressed his hand over hers, their fingers intertwining. Su Shengsheng gazed at Bai Ming's hand. Despite sharing the same meals and growing up together, his hand was so large it enveloped hers entirely. Furthermore, his body temperature was significantly higher than hers. Su Shengsheng blinked her eyes, since persuading herself. It seemed she had come to realize that Bai Ming wasn't as immature as she had previously thought. Please don't actually buy anything, Bai Ming sighed. What I meant was that you needn't bestow such lavish gifts upon me. We are good friends, and such expensive presents can occasionally weigh on my conscience. He couldn't help but think about how to reciprocate with something even better. Yet, the young lady was evidently not short on funds, leaving Bai Ming to contemplate how to find her more enjoyable experiences. Although he often jested about the advantages of living off others, this indulgence was proving to be somewhat burdensome. Su Shengsheng merely responded with an "oh," not retracting her hand. Then I shall buy something next time. Bai Ming acquiesced. All right. He withdrew his hand and resumed organizing his belongings, adding, I've tidied up your things. After all, that place is filled with everything you might need. You should check for anything you might have missed. Bai Ming had just been assisting Su Shengsheng in packing, and now he was finally attending to his own affairs. Su Shengsheng nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly recalled the medicine she had hidden and abruptly stood up. I'll go check. She swiftly turned and hurried to her room. Bai Ming glanced at her retreating figure, easily surmising what had caused her panic. He had indeed seen her medication. Previously, Bai Ming had specifically told Anzhou not to let Su Shengsheng know that he was aware of her visits to the psychologist and her medication. Anzhou had agreed. Consequently, Bai Ming would seize opportunities every couple of weeks to monitor how many doses of her medication Su Shengsheng had consumed. Throughout this summer, she had still taken her medicine 5 times, although it seemed she had been in her wheelchair far less often. Bai Ming exhaled. The revolution had yet to succeed, and he needed to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Su Shengsheng pulled open a drawer to check. The pill bottle was still there, and she sighed in relief. A few days ago, she had fabricated an excuse about staying home to sleep rather than joining Bai Ming and the others for an outing, claiming she had already gone for a follow-up appointment. The doctor had told her that she was doing quite well and should continue her current regimen. She estimated that she would soon no longer need to take medication. The thought of this brought her some joy. She could pretend to be a normal person without the need for pills. Ultimately, she hesitated but still stuffed the medication into her bag, just to be safe. The two were driven back by Old Bai that afternoon. Although they stated that school commenced today, it was actually tomorrow. After a few words of advice from Su Yu, she watched them depart. She would return tomorrow, as the children would pick up their military training uniforms this afternoon and head to the training base. This time, their military training would be considerably more serious than in middle school, lasting a week at the base. Are you truly going? Don't you have a leave note? Bai Ming furrowed his brows with concern as he regarded Su Shengsheng. Given her physical condition, it was no wonder he was apprehensive. Old Bai chimed in. If you find it boring, we can return to Tanshui town together, and once Xiao Bai and the others finish their training, I'll take you to school. Old Bai still recalled the time in 6th grade, when Su Shengsheng accompanied Bai Ming and Ku to the watermelon field. Su Shengsheng merely sat there waiting, donning a straw hat, while Bai Ming even provided her with a small fan. Yet, She ended up suffering from heat stroke after sitting there for an hour, and for the following 2 weeks, her skin peeled from sunburn. With such a frail constitution, military training? Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Shangsheng remained resolute. I will go. I want to be a bother. Bai Ming observed her determined expression. Who exactly will be at the military training? You must really go. You will be there. You big fool. Su Shangsheng shot him a glance, huffing, mind your own business. She had heard from Li Hua that Ma Yao seemed to have an interest in Bai Ming. In her previous life, Ma Yao had been one of the few females around Bai Ming. Of course, Su Shangsheng was aware it was due to Ma Di's influence. Initially, she had thought that in this life, as long as she remained with Bai Ming, Ma Yao would likely not harbor feelings for him. However, it appeared that things had not changed. In truth, Bai Ming was quite handsome, with his thick brows and large eyes, and a commendable character. Being part of the basketball team, it was only natural that many young girls would be drawn to him, especially in high school. Although Su Shangsheng had not attended high school in the country in her previous life, she was still well informed. She absolutely could not allow him to be stolen away. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, Bai Ming decided to remain silent. The more he spoke, the angrier she would become. Su Shangsheng was the most temperamental person he had ever encountered. However, she was also easily appeased, capable of soothing herself. Thus, she never came across as bothersome. In any case, Bai Ming found himself quite fond of teasing her into a huff, and then comforting her afterward. It was a rather niche hobby, primarily because Su Shangsheng would invariably feel that she was in the wrong after venting her anger, returning to him with a somewhat bashful demeanor that only those who experienced it could truly understand. At that moment, Bai Ming ceased to dissuade her. After a brief pause, Su Shangsheng became slightly displeased. Bai Ming, you don't even care about me. Having said that, she turned her face away to gaze out the window. Bai Ming? You wore a shocked expression. What have I done? You don't even ask about me, nor do you worry that I might struggle during military training. Su Shangsheng asserted, engaging in unreasonable antics. Old Bai, driving in front, almost burst into laughter but managed to contain himself. Bai Ming retorted, I did ask. You only asked once. When I insisted on going, you stopped asking. That's just being dismissive. Su Shangsheng initially intended to provoke a reaction, but found herself growing increasingly irate. She turned to glare at Bai Ming, her large eyes wide, causing him to laugh in spite of himself at her logic. Su Shangsheng, you are being unreasonable. Old Bai, as a senior, attempted to mediate Xiao Bai. With your demeanor, how will you ever charm a girlfriend in the future? Bai Ming, thank you. In my previous life, I was in my 20s, and had it not been for the young lady seeking me out, I would have been lost. However, Su Shangsheng was taken aback, glancing at old Bai. Uncle Bai, does Bai Ming have a girlfriend? No, it's just a casual remark. Our family doesn't strictly oppose young love. Haha, I was quite young when I had him. Old Bai chuckled, oblivious to Su Shangsheng's emotional shift as he drove. Bai Ming interjected, Old Bai, don't lead the children astray. We're still so young. Why worry about this so soon? Su Shangsheng fell silent, her thoughts seemingly adrift. After Bai Ming had finished reprimanding his father, he noticed her quietness and asked, Why so silent? Su Shangsheng looked up earnestly. So, Bai Ming, do you want to date? If you do, should I consider how to pursue you? Chapter 63. She may be a bit of a mess, but Bai Ming is exceptionally remarkable. Upon hearing Su Shangsheng's words, Bai Ming playfully tapped her head. What are you talking about? You were just listening to my dad's nonsense. Old Bai felt unjustly accused. Su Shangsheng replied, Uncle, let us ignore him. Yet, as she rolled her eyes at Bai Ming and turned away, he could still catch a glimpse of her profile, which was undeniably beautiful. Still, the question of dating lingered in his mind. Since realizing that Su Shangsheng had also been reborn, Bai Ming had firmly concluded that she was meant to be his partner. However, when it came to emotional intelligence, he often found himself lacking. He envisioned playing house with her, indulging her desire to embrace childhood once more, and making her happy. Yet, the notion of dating had never crossed his mind. After all, she was already his wife. At that moment, he suddenly reflected on their past life, realizing they hadn't truly dated either. And at their age, some were indeed beginning to awaken to matters of the heart. Although Bai Ming had recognized his feelings for Su Shangsheng early on, it appeared they had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Do you want to date? Bai Ming leaned in closer, whispering in her ear. Su Shangsheng abruptly covered her ears, feeling the warmth of his breath tickle her. As she turned to glare at him, their eyes met. Bai Ming was so near that she could discern the contours of his handsome face and the smoothness of his skin. Unlike some boys in their class who bore the unevenness of adolescence. At that moment, Su Shangsheng was captivated solely by Bai Ming's features. His expression was earnest, his gaze fixed, awaiting her response. I absolutely do not. Su Shangsheng's words often outpaced her thoughts, and her habitual response was typically contrary. After speaking, she pushed Bai Ming's face away and walked off. Bai Ming had been about to scrutinize her expression to discern whether she was genuine or merely playing coy when a soft hand suddenly covered his eyes. Though it wasn't forceful, it effectively obscured his vision. Bai Ming blinked, feeling her delicate palm brush against his eyelashes, prompting her to withdraw her hand with a laugh. "You're so childish, Bai Ming." He gazed at her radiant smile, deciding that for now, that was enough. If she wished to pursue romance, he would always be there. There was no way he would allow anyone to woo her away from under his nose. Absolutely not. Besides, anyone who dared to approach Su Shangsheng would need to be wary. She was far too perceptive to be easily deceived. Old Bai dropped them off downstairs, revving his car and departing. "Let your son handle the luggage. I can't leave my wife alone at home." Su Shangsheng watched Old Bai's car fade from view, then glanced at the 3 suitcases. 2 belonged to her, and 1 to Bai Ming. "You carry the backpack." Bai Ming removed his backpack and handed it to her, assuring her it was light. With 1 suitcase in front and the other behind, she felt capable of managing. "I'll take a suitcase too." The path was manageable, so Bai Ming relented and allowed her to push the smallest one, which contained her belongings. However, as they approached the elevator, they discovered it was out of service. Their residence was on the 8th floor. Su Shengsheng widened her eyes and blinked, reaching for her phone. "I'll call someone to help us move." Bai Ming gently grasped her hand, saying, "No need for that. I can carry everything upstairs." He eyed Su Shengsheng's legs and pointed to the lobby sofa. "You sit there and wait. I'll carry the luggage and come back for you." Su Shengsheng stared at Bai Ming, incredulous. "8th floor? You'll have to make 2 or 3 trips, right?" "Not 3, at most 2. I'll carry all the suitcases at once and come back for you." He glanced at her backpack. "Give it to me. I'll carry it up too. You could just sit and play on your phone. I'll be quick." Bai Ming's tone was overly casual. However, Su Shengsheng was reluctant, feeling overwhelmed by the thought of the effort involved. It was her first moment of regret for having been lazy in the past, unwilling to endure any hardship. She realized she was not fit to climb 8 flights of stairs continuously. To put it bluntly, if an earthquake struck, this useless girl would likely perish without assistance. With that thought, Su Shengsheng's spirit sank. She pulled out her phone, saying, "I'll check with the property management about when the elevator will be fixed. Perhaps we can wait." In truth, Bai Ming didn't find it burdensome. He was accustomed to being treated like a workhorse by Old Bai and Su Yu. This was nothing. Yet, he could inexplicably sense that Su Shengsheng's mood was beginning to dip. The reason eluded him. He paused for a moment, contemplating, then placed all the suitcases in one hand while extending the other to grasp Su Shengsheng's hand. "Let's call them. If it takes too long, we can sit and wait, or we can leave the luggage with property management and go shopping first. We're not in a rush." Su Shengsheng glanced at their interlocked hands, feeling an inexplicable joy as a smile crept onto her lips. "All right, I'll reluctantly listen to you." Bai Ming sighed. "You're listening to me. You just said you'd call property management. Isn't it only right to listen to me then?" Su Shengsheng gao de. Bai Ming chuckled. "Of course. After all, the young lady is quite stubborn, insisting on her own logic." Clearly satisfied with his response, Su Shengsheng nodded, and they settled onto the sofa to call the property management. They were informed it would take another hour or 2. Bai Ming promptly asked, "Can we leave our suitcases with you? Climbing up is a bit tiring." Of course, the property management replied pleasantly, even sending a patrol car to assist them. After placing their suitcases in the vehicle, Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng exited the property building, their hands still intertwined. Su Shengsheng glanced down at their clasped hands, feeling content. "Okay, I'm not feeling down anymore. I may be a bit of a mess, but Bai Ming is incredibly capable. Bai Ming would never abandon her." With that thought, her spirits lifted. "So where to now?" "Let us go shopping and check out the class assignments," Bai Ming replied, jingling the keys to his bicycle. Fortunately, all his keys were on a single ring, sparing them the trouble of climbing up to retrieve them. Su Shengsheng, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't we in the same class? Why do we need to check?" "Well, I just want to see the others," Bai Ming sighed. "It's not just the 2 of us in the class. And the mall isn't far from school. Besides, let's take a look." Despite Bai Ming's reasoning, Su Shengsheng's smile faded, and her bright eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Ming? "Huh? What's wrong?" Chapter 64. Why does she still blush so easily after being reborn? "What is the matter?" Bai Ming asked, confused. Su Shengsheng glanced at his bewildered expression and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us go." She then released his hand, huffing, "What's the point of being so clingy?" Bai Ming was at a loss, trying to comprehend why the young lady suspected he wanted to check out other girls, like Ma Yao or the previous class monitor. Dan Siyu. They all called him Mingge. Su Shengsheng felt a twinge of anger. In her past life, when Bai Ming was her fiancée, she could have confidently prohibited any other females from approaching him. But in this life, Bai Ming was not hers. Oh no, he must be hers. As this thought crossed her mind, she slowed her pace, turned to Bai Ming and extended her hand, urging him to hurry. Bai Ming. Is she back to normal? He walked over and grasped her wrist, saying, "Let us go." Ultimately, Bai Ming rode his bike, carrying the young lady to school first. A considerable number of students had already returned early to see the class assignments. Previously, some had taken pictures and shared them in the group chat. But due to the large number of students at the school, the class assignment sheet was quite extensive and not very clear in the photos. Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng already knew they were in Class 9, as their grandmother had said that unless unexpected circumstances arose, they would remain in the same class throughout high school. Bai Ming had clearly stated his intention to choose the sciences. Su Shengsheng was indifferent. Her good grades were thanks to the family tutor and Bai Ming's guidance. She planned to follow Bai Ming's lead and also select the sciences. In her previous life, Su Shengsheng had completed her university studies abroad. High schools overseas did not differentiate between arts and sciences. She had studied art design, a profession that seemed prestigious but held little practical value for families like hers. This time around, Su Shengsheng vowed to follow Bai Ming's path, ensuring that no one could separate him from her. Bai Ming fixated on the class assignment sheet and was surprised to discover that Mai Di was not in his class. But considering that he had been in Class 2 in his previous life, it made sense that he was now in Class 9 with Su Shengsheng. To his delight, Li Hua was in the same class as them, which was a pleasant surprise. Bai Ming snapped a photo of Li Hua's class and also found Ku Yi's class, sharing both in the group chat. In fact, Ku Yi didn't even need a photo. As a sports scholarship student, there were only 2 classes, and he was either in this one or the other. Li Hua, however, was quite thrilled, exclaiming, "I'm in the same class as you? That's fantastic. It'll be convenient for us to have meals together." Ku Yi responded with 3 question marks. Su Shengsheng looked at the messages in the group chat, slightly annoyed, saying, "All you think about is eating." Yet the smile at the corner of her mouth clearly betrayed her happiness. The country kids from Tanshui town were refreshingly simple-minded. All they remembered was food. Thinking this, Su Shengsheng's mind wandered to a new seafood buffet that had opened in the city, costing around 1,200 per person. She contemplated taking them there on the weekend. After all, how could she be friends with people who always acted as if they had never seen the world? Bai Ming, hearing Su Shengsheng's words and noticing her smiling expression, thought to himself, "Indeed, our young lady is something else. She doesn't even want to eat." This implied she was picky. He was then playfully tapped on the back by Su Shengsheng as she said, "Let us go." Bai Ming responded, "Oh, I'll tell Mai Di he's in Class 2. Bai Ming still held a special regard for Mai Di, as they had endured hardships together in their previous life. Although they had not yet reached that level of camaraderie in this life, he couldn't help but check in on him. Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng quipped teasingly, "What about telling Mai Yao?" Bai Ming replied, "No need. I haven't even contacted her." "All right, let us go." He hopped on his bike, urging her to hurry as it was sweltering outside. Su Shengsheng watched his natural demeanor, pleased, and smirked, saying, "Let us get going. I'm in a mood for some yogurt." "Sure, let us grab some," Bai Ming said as he pedaled toward the mall, completely oblivious to Su Shengsheng's earlier sarcasm. Su Shengsheng felt as though she had punched a pillow, but surprisingly, it felt good. In truth, she knew Bai Ming could never like Mai Yao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for her in his past life. To Bai Ming, Mai Yao was still merely Mai Di's sister, whose work abilities were adequate. That was the extent of his introduction and evaluation of her. With this thought, Su Shengsheng's mood brightened further. "Xiao Bai, I want to buy you some clothes." "No, you don't want to? I have clothes." "You mean that old man-ass tank top? Don't insult me. I might just leave you behind." Su Shengsheng, exclaiming in earnest, remarked, "Xiao Bai, you'll never have a wife." Bai Ming chuckled, "You're talking nonsense. I have a wife. She is right behind me. Chosen since childhood." Bai Ming beamed with pride. Su Shengsheng rolled her eyes in exasperation and playfully smacked his back. "And you still claim you don't want to date?" "Bai Ming, are you trying to provoke me? Is this a fishing expedition?" "Huh, you don't have a wife." "I do. You don't." "I definitely do." Their childish banter continued unabated, undeterred by the apparent embarrassment. With a childlike spirit, they felt free to express themselves without restraint. Upon arriving at the mall, Su Shengsheng remained undeterred her desire to buy clothes for Bai Ming, only to be led away by him, who was holding her backpack. Faced with his undeniable strength, the young lady could only yield, suppressing her indignation to avoid embarrassment. In public, she feared losing face and was easily outmaneuvered by Bai Ming. They strolled through the supermarket, where Su Yu had prepared a shopping list for them. Since they hadn't returned home during the summer break, there were many essentials to purchase. Holding the list provided by Su Yu, Su Shengsheng suggested that she take one item while Bai Ming took another. Then she remarked, "Aunt Su's handwriting is beautiful." "Of course. My mom was a top student," Bai Ming replied with a smile. "Then why didn't Su Shengsheng finish her sentence? If Aunt Su was a top student, Why did she marry so early? Moreover, back then, there surely wasn't a norm of having a child before attending university, was there? No college entrance exam. Bai Ming pondered for a moment before explaining, when my mom was in high school, some issues arose at home, and she had to drop out. Initially, she planned to work, but then she met my dad, who fell for her at first sight. Ultimately, he pursued her relentlessly and ended up marrying her. Bai Ming briefly recounted the story. Su Shengsheng, astute as ever, seized the opportunity, teasing, "How is that shameless? Is it the same as you?" This was deliberately meant to provoke Bai Ming. Bai Ming, having just picked up some soy sauce and placed it in the shopping cart, raised an eyebrow at her words. Suddenly turning to her, he leaned in slightly and inquired politely, "How am I shameless?" Caught off guard by his sudden closeness, Su Shengsheng's heart raced, and she momentarily forgot to evade him. Staring at his enlarged features, she noticed his eyes sparkling with amusement. I don't know, you're just shameless." Her hands rested upon her chest, seemingly a gesture of defense, yet only she understood that it was merely an attempt to soothe her erratic heartbeat. However, Bai Ming observed this and took a small step back, as if jesting to divert the topic. "Am I being shameless by snatching your food? You've pilfered from me just as much." He smirked, remarking on the quintessential nature of the young lady, innocent and easily flustered even after her rebirth. Indeed, without the guise of a spoiled heiress, she was quite amusing and endearing. Chapter 65. What difference does this behavior have from a puppy marking its territory? Bai Ming felt a tinge of perversion as he reveled in Su Shengsheng's flustered, bewildered expression. Yet, Su Shengsheng was not one to be easily manipulated. She quickly realized she had lost this round. Just because of that insufferable Bai Ming's proximity? That will not do. She mentally noted this debt, certain that it would be repaid in due time, for she was indeed rather petty. However, at that moment, her heart still raced, silencing her words as she obediently trailed behind Bai Ming, continuing their shopping spree. Soon enough, their cart overflowed with items. After settling the bill, Bai Ming carried the bags as he escorted Su Shengsheng back upstairs. This location primarily catered to women's skincare products from an array of prestigious brands. Su Shengsheng initially presumed Bai Ming was purchasing items for Su Yu. Has Aunt Su run out of her skincare products? Didn't I give her a set just last month? Bai Ming shot her a glance, as if to say she was unaware of what military training entailed. "I'm not buying for my mother. I'm buying for you," he stated. Su Shengsheng shook her head. "I don't need any. I already have some. You need sunscreen and sun spray. You're going to military training." Bai Ming sighed, adding, "Moreover, the training environment can be quite harsh." Su Shengsheng remained undeterred. "How bad could it be? I've been to a military training base with friends before," she reassured herself, confident in her capabilities. Bai Ming chuckled softly. During their high school military training, not a single raindrop had fallen throughout the entire duration, yet several girls would faint daily. He speculated that Su Shengsheng, with her disposition, would struggle to endure even the first day's standing posture. He had already resolved to bring her medical records along, intending to discuss her situation with the teachers and instructors, for he had already advised her against attending. Let her experience military training firsthand. After all, words alone held little weight. Su Shengsheng was brimming with confidence, convinced she would manage just fine. Besides, having observed Bai Ming and the others during their military training in middle school, she believed it was merely standing for a while before taking breaks, singing songs and listening to the instructors boast. It seemed rather effortless. On the following morning, Su Yu bustled in to help them gather their belongings as Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng headed to school. The new class was vibrant and lively, filled with many familiar faces from their middle school days. Even those who had not shared classes before had crossed paths. Su Shengsheng, still the center of attention, was strikingly beautiful, quietly walking beside Bai Ming, appearing very well behaved. Former classmates were aware of her pride, while the newly admitted students marveled at the sight of such a lovely and demure girl. In high school, Su Shengsheng no longer insisted on using a wheelchair, especially since she was participating in military training. Naturally, she would not be seated in one. Li Hua, who was in the same class, had even reserved a spot for them, with Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng seated behind her. Next to Li Hua sat their class' former second-best student, a bespectacled boy whom Bai Ming remembered as Dai Shuai. Despite his name containing handsome, he was rather ordinary and quite reserved. Looking around, Bai Ming noticed the class was indeed filled with hidden talents, an impressive array of academic achievers. The homeroom teacher arrived to distribute military training uniforms and remind them of various precautions. Finally, they were assigned seats. Su Shengsheng and Bai Ming had been desk partners since childhood, even in kindergarten. However, in high school, they could not share a desk due to their new homeroom teacher's policy of separating boys and girls. Coincidentally, the class's number of students was odd, but one boy had voluntarily requested to sit alone. Thus, Bai Ming acquired a new desk partner named Dai Shuai, while Su Xingxing's new partner was Li Hua. Essentially, Su Xingxing and Dai Shuai had merely swapped seats. However, Su Xingxing's demeanor soured considerably, her entire aura heavy with discontent. Li Hua sighed nearby, trying to comfort her. "It's all right. Ming Ji is sitting right behind you." Bai Ming poked her gently, encouraging her, "Smile a little. Your glare might just slay the teacher." Dai Shuai adjusted his glasses and added, "Honestly, I wasn't too keen on the switch either, so please don't blame me." Bai Ming replied, "Buddy, it's best if you stay quiet. It's rather irritating." He felt somewhat rejected. Su Shengxian hope fat, taking all of Bai Ming's books and pens and swapping them for her own. Finally, she grasped his hand, playfully writing Su Shengxiang on his arm once more. Bai Ming hesitated, pondering how this behavior resembled a puppy marking its territory, yet he dared not voice his thoughts for fear of retribution from the young lady. At that moment, he pointedly remarked, "Why not draw a heart behind it? Today's writing is so small. Write larger, or others might think we can't afford it." His tone was filled with mock regret and excitement. Indeed, Su Xingxing's lips curled into a faint smile, as Bai Ming knew just how to amuse her. Li Hua, accustomed to their antics, appeared unfazed, while Dai Shuai, adjusting his glasses once more, watched with curiosity at the budding romance between the two. Bai Ming had always been unabashed in his affection for Su Shengxiang, never attempting to conceal it. Meanwhile, Su Xingxing's possessiveness was such that she could have easily proclaimed her name across his face. They both wore their feelings openly, leaving their new classmates contemplative about the nature of their relationship. After rearranging their seating and distributing textbooks, the teacher dismissed them, reminding the students to assemble in a large playground at 1 o'clock sharp in their military uniforms. Su Shengxiang, surprisingly enthusiastic, found herself looking forward to military training. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to share a desk with Bai Ming, she remained eager to prove her capability during training. However, the first hurdle proved daunting for Su Shengxiang. While trying on her military uniform at home, she experienced an allergic reaction. Bai Ming remarked, "The fabric of the training uniform is indeed quite coarse. The inner short-sleeve shirt is slightly better, but not by much. It's common knowledge that this wholesale material leaves much to be desired." Thus, when Su Shengxiang, red-eyed and on the verge of tears, rushed in wearing her disheveled military attire, Bai Ming was fortunate not to have changed out of his pants yet. He quickly pulled himself together. "What's wrong?" he inquired, taking in her disarrayed military uniform. One could only say that Su Shengxing's beauty was striking, even in that unflattering green uniform. However, the young lady is undeniably beautiful. Even if the attire is somewhat oversized, it imparts an entirely different allure when draped upon her. Of course, were it not for the crimson rash adorning her delicate neck, Bai Ming would have savored her beauty for a while longer. This military training uniform is toxic. Su Shengxian et Golim, her tone laden with indignation as she lifted her chin and gestured toward her neck. "I've barely worn it for 10 minutes, and it's so itchy." Bai Ming frowned as he gazed at the small red spots on her long, fair neck. There weren't many, but they marred the exquisite beauty of her skin. "What's going on? An allergy?" He reached out to touch it, causing Su Shengxiang to instinctively shrink her neck away, afraid of the ticklish sensation. "Hurry and change out of it." Bai Ming's voice was firm. Chapter 66. Bai Ming, are you coaxing a child? At that moment, Bai Ming was hardly in a position to admire the young lady's beauty, which somehow managed to shine even in such an unflattering military uniform. The tiny red spots on her neck were far too distracting. Su Shengxing blinked, hesitatingly saying, "But if I take it off, what will I wear for military training? What if I get used to it after a while? Automatic defense?" Bai Ming was taken aback. How eager was she to attend military training? Even now, she was still fixated on that dreadful uniform. Bai Ming nearly laughed in exasperation. He swiftly snatched the jacket from her hands. "Quickly, go change." Upon hearing his serious tone, Su Shengxiang murmured in protest, "But this isn't a food allergy. Maybe I can overcome it." As she reached the door, she turned back toward Bai Ming, desperately trying to negotiate. After all, she was genuinely looking forward to this military training. During her first year, she could only sit in a wheelchair and observe, feeling detached despite being present throughout the entire experience. Having been reborn, Su Shengxiang yearned to lead a normal middle school and high school life. Most importantly, Bai Ming excelled during military training, earning him recognition and friendships, even serving as class monitor for 3 years. She took pride in her Bai Ming, feeling both elated and slightly irked. This time, she wished to participate as well, thinking that if she did, Bai Ming would focus solely on her, perhaps leading him to make fewer friends. At that moment, Su Shengxiang felt a twinge of disappointment in herself. "Perhaps I could." "No. Hurry and change out of it." Don't make me do it for you. Bai Ming frowned at her, clearly on the brink of approaching her. Su Shangxian zelente, huffing as she turned to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Ming had already pulled out his phone. Su Shangxiang was allergic merely from putting on the military uniform. She definitely couldn't wear to training. Yet, it appeared that she genuinely wanted to go. Bai Ming contacted the head of the teaching department. Actually, Bai Ming's grandmother had previously taken him to dine with the headmaster and the principal, primarily to ensure that they would look after Su Shangxiang and Bai Ming. His grandmother was not the type to directly discuss such matters with Su Shangxiang, knowing her granddaughter's sensitive nature and aversion to special treatment. Thus, she discreetly brought Bai Ming along to allow the principal and the head of the teaching department to recognize him. Throughout their middle school years, his grandmother had donated a library and funded renovations for the cafeteria. To put it bluntly, during Bai Ming's time in boarding school, the cafeteria offered nothing but large pots of rice. Upon entering high school, his grandmother financed the construction of an indoor gymnasium on a plot of land that had remained vacant after Bai Ming's graduation, not to mention the smaller expenses, such as air conditioning units and the newly donated books for the library. Consequently, both the head of the teaching department and the principal held a favorable impression of Bai Ming. Initially, Bai Ming intended to send a message, but ultimately opted for a phone call to explain Su Xingxing's allergy. The head of the department seemed taken aback, pondering, why is this little girl so sensitive? In all these years, I've never encountered a student allergic to military uniforms. In truth, the headmaster had a good impression of the two children. Although he was expected to provide special care, they were quite well-behaved and caused no trouble. Their academic performance was excellent during the 3 years of middle school, and they did not seek special treatment, aside from Su Xingxing's exemption from physical education classes, which was not unusual, as some children with health issues could also obtain medical documentation to be excused. Therefore, this was the headmaster's first time receiving Bai Ming's call privately regarding Su Shangxing. In that case, if Shangxiang is unwell, I will inform your homeroom teacher. The headmaster's implication was that, similar to their middle school experience, she should simply refrain from participating in military training. Bai Ming chuckled lightly. Headmaster, she is very eager to attend. Would it be possible for her to participate in a different capacity? Each class needs a good-looking young lady or gentleman for the ceremonial team. Su Xingxing's spirits were low as she looked at the military uniform discarded on the floor, feeling quite dejected. It seemed as though she could do nothing right. At that moment, Bai Ming strolled in and immediately spotted her sitting cross-legged on the carpet, the military uniform carelessly cast aside. She likely understood that she couldn't attend military training at this time and had hardly tidied up her belongings. In reality, there was little to pack. Bai Ming had already taken care of that. Bai Ming crouched down to gaze at her. Not happy? Su Shangxiang blinked her long lashes and shot him a glance. Retorting stubbornly, how could I be? It's just as well I don't have to go. I'm so fair I get sunburned. I have no desire to attend. What is there to look forward to? The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, avoiding Bai Ming's gaze. Eventually, it transformed into, if I don't go, you can make a lot of new friends, right? You must be so happy. You've always enjoyed making friends. Whether in this life or the last, Bai Ming had an affinity for forming friendships. Reflecting on this, Su Shangxiang felt a pang of melancholy. Bai Ming couldn't suppress a chuckle. His laughter drew an annoyed glare from the sullen girl, who then playfully pinched his arm, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at?" Her tone was fierce. Bai Ming waved his phone in front of her. "Are you too angry to notice? Didn't you see the homeroom teacher just mentioned in the group chat that each class needs a good-looking young lady or a gentleman for the ceremonial team? The attire isn't as unappealing as ours, and the training involves flag-bearing and instruments, so it will be much easier." Su Shangxiang stared at Bai Ming, bewildered. I signed you up because our class needs you. After all, you're the prettiest girl in the class." The two girls who initially signed up have withdrawn. After speaking, Bai Ming looked earnestly into her eyes. "You can participate in military training now." Su Shangxiang blinked her large eyes slowly. "So, I'll be training with you?" This posed a dilemma for Bai Ming, as they would certainly not be training together. The selected participants will be trained separately by female instructors, and the activities would be considerably lighter, with more flexible schedules. This was a suggestion Bai Ming had just relayed to the head of the teaching department, inspired by the ceremonial teams he had encountered during his previous university experience, which mostly consisted of beautiful young ladies. After the training, they all emerged looking fair and delicate. Bai Ming knew that Su Shangxiang was genuinely eager to attend military training and did not wish to disappoint her. However, as he observed her earnest inquiry, he belatedly realized that she desired to participate alongside him. Bai Ming contemplated how to reassure Su Shangxiang, explaining, "Even if you're not training with us, you will have a much lighter and freer experience. You can still come watch me during military training, and afterward, we can have a meal together." He deliberately wore an envious expression, knowing full well that such a sight would evoke jealousy from others. Su Shengsheng curled her lips in discontent, remarking, Bai Ming, are you trying to charm a child? Chapter 67. Aunt Su is kind, Bai Ming is troublesome, and cabbage is truly detestable. Su Shengsheng remained unhappy. Her desire to participate in military training alongside Bai Ming was thwarted. Yet, it was glaringly obvious that such a notion was unfeasible. She could not possibly attend military training clad in attire that might trigger her allergies. How inspirational that would be. However, a young lady cannot endure hardships. Even if she were willing, Bai Ming would certainly disapprove. Initially resigned to the idea of staying home and awaiting Bai Ming's return, her spirits lifted slightly upon realizing that she could still join the military training. At least she would be able to see Xiao Bai every day. But how could you be certain that wearing the ceremonial attire won't cause me any issues? Su Shengsheng mused, considering the quality of the military training uniform. It was unlikely that the ceremonial attire would be of superior quality. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within her. She had already accepted the unattractiveness of a uniform, yet it still dared to provoke her allergies. Bai Ming mentioned that the ceremonial uniforms were supposedly rented. One would expect rented attire to be of better quality, right? But don't even mention custom-made outfits. There wouldn't be enough time for that, given their military training would only last a week. Upon hearing that the clothes were rented, Su Xingxing's face scrunched up in dismay. Her charming oval face contorted into a little meat bun, soft and fair. Adorable. Bai Ming couldn't suppress his laughter, reassured her. Don't worry, once you receive the uniform, I'll help you wash it, and after it dries, it should be fine. It won't be too tight. You should be able to wear your own clothes underneath. I'll pick out a few lighter short sleeves for you. The thought of wearing someone else's previously dawned. Rented attire felt like a grave injustice to Su Shengsheng. Long sleeves, not short sleeves, she declared, taking a deep breath, her expression resolute. I can manage this. Bai Ming teased. You needn't be so serious about it. Is this your unwavering determination? After all, it was merely about wearing a rented uniform for military training. It wasn't a monumental affair. Nevertheless, he reached out and patted her head, saying, all right, tidy up. We'll head over after lunch. The sounds of Su Yu cooking in the kitchen never ceased. The meals at the military training base were unlikely to be satisfactory, so Su Yu planned to prepare extra delicious dishes for the children. In his past life, Bai Ming did not enjoy such treatment. Yet he remembered his mother giving him money to buy tasty food. Clearly, both Ms. Su and Bai desired a lovely daughter. Bai Ming pondered this silently, not uttering a word. Oh, if it were me, I would also wish for a beautiful little girl in the future, he thought, glancing at Su Shengsheng, who was crouched down, tidying up. It would be even better if she resembled a young lady, pretty and adorable. The busy young lady suddenly looked up. Xiao Bai. What else do I need to tidy up? Bai Ming replied, you really don't know how to do anything, do you? All right, get up. I'll handle it. With a sigh, Bai Ming took over the task, and Su Shengsheng happily vacated her spot. She did not stray far, sitting cross-legged beside Bai Ming, intentionally nudging his shoulder like a clingy little puppy. In the meantime, she tossed the military uniform she detested into the trash bin. You're so wonderful, Xiao Bai. Su Shengsheng chirped with delight. I can hardly bear to be away from you. The young girl's words were quite sweet. Bai Ming's lips curved upward in a smile. He glanced at the person beside him and said meaningfully, you better mean that. Su Shengsheng, you're no mere child. So you must take responsibility for your words, he thought, while Su Shengsheng, oblivious to his musings, nodded vigorously. I really am. She was determined to devise a way for Xiao Bai to be by her side forever. Both harbored secret intentions, yet surprisingly shared a common goal. Meanwhile, Su Yu had finished preparing the meal and called them to eat, assuring them that she would tidy up afterwards. Bai Ming looked up and said, it's ready. Su Shengsheng, not adept in any tasks but excelling in eating, stood up joyfully. Just moments ago, she had been expressing her inability to be apart from Xiao Bai. Yet now, she playfully kicked him. Hurry up, you're so slow, and then dashed out, exclaiming, Aunt Su, I'm coming. Oh dear, has our Shengsheng finished tidying up? How impressive. Sui wei zima? Bai Ming sighed, glancing at his arm where she had kicked him. The young lady's foot lacked any strength. A kitten could exert more force. Ultimately, Bai Ming checked everything and closed Su Shengsheng's luggage. Although she had dashed out earlier, she now gazed longingly at the array of dishes laid out on the table without touching her chopsticks. Upon seeing Bai Ming emerge, she gleefully patted the seat beside her. Beckoning, Xiao Bai, come eat. Su Yu served her some dishes, insisting that they didn't need to wait for Bai Ming, who would join them shortly. In fact, prior to Su Shengsheng dining with them, they had a habit of not waiting for anyone. It was primarily due to the need to manage the shop. As soon as one sat down, someone would arrive needing to leave. Thus, whoever had time would eat, and once finished, would make way for another. This was the norm in their town. However, Su Shangsheng was a remarkably polite young lady, typically waiting for everyone to gather. If old Bai were busy, she would even serve herself separately rather than allowing him to eat the leftovers. This was one of the reasons Su Yu and old Bai held her in high regard. The young girl had a hint of pride, yet she respected others and exhibited great politeness. Her attention to detail never made anyone feel uncomfortable or presumptuous. Many would find Su Shangsheng challenging to please, but that was merely due to their unfamiliarity with her. Bai Ming entered to wash his hands and took the seat Su Shangsheng had just vacated. Su Yu also served him a chicken leg. Bai Ming smiled, "Let us eat." Only then did Su Shangsheng begin to move her chopsticks, contentedly serving both Su Yu and Bai Ming a piece of rib. Although she did not consume much, she savored her meal with gusto. Bai Ming intentionally teased her, "Enjoy it while you can." Once we reached the military training base, it'll be nothing but cold water and steam buns. Su Shangsheng paused mid-bite, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Bai Ming. "No way?" Su Yu rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to Xiao Bai's nonsense. It won't be that harsh, but it's certainly won't be as comfortable as home. Shangsheng, eat more. Don't push yourself during military training." Su Shangsheng, hearing Aunt Su's concerns, felt no impatience. This was the warmth of family, akin to the love she felt from her grandmother and Aunt Zhou. Though she was proud, she could discern the sincerity and kindness of others. Bai Ming observed her, noticing how she chattered away, hardly focusing on her meal. Meanwhile, the young lady, with cheeks puffed up like an adorable little squirrel, munched on her chicken leg while intermittently responding with hom. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ming slipped a few pieces of vegetables into her bowl. The unsuspecting little squirrel popped them into her mouth, only realizing her predicament after having taken a bite. She shot a furtive glare at Bai Ming, but could only frown as she chewed the greens. Aunt Su is kind, but Bai Ming is troublesome. I absolutely detest cabbage. The young lady silently vowed in her heart. Chapter 68. She relished the feeling of being cared for by Bai Ming, enjoying the concern he showed her. Despite harboring a grudge, she followed him after lunch, each of them grasping a suitcase. As Bai Ming's hands were occupied with luggage, Su Shangsheng obediently grasped the strap of his backpack. Accompanying him as they headed to check in, her eyes fixed on the vibrant green silhouette before her, in the same unappealing military training uniforms. Bai Ming somehow manages to appear more attractive than the other boys. On the road, one can spot another boy clad in the same uniform, riding a bicycle with a suitcase strapped to the back. Despite this, Su Shangsheng still finds Bai Ming more appealing. He possesses a sturdier physique compared to most boys of their age, who tend to be on the taller and leaner side. Unlike them, Bai Ming and Ku Yi both exhibit muscular builds. Yet Ku Yi pales in comparison to Bai Ming's good looks. Bai Ming is simply the most handsome. "What you lost and thought about? I've called you several times, and you didn't respond," Bai Ming inquired, halting his steps to address Su Shangsheng, who was clearly daydreaming as he tugged at his backpack. Had he not spoken up, Su Shangsheng, still lost in her reverie, would have nearly bumped into him. "Oh," she exclaimed, "what is wrong?" Just ahead lay their school, where a dozen large buses were parked in the expansive square, with two still waiting to enter. Their high school boasted 2 more classes than their middle school, 20 classes per grade, compared to only 18 in middle school. The additional 2 classes were designated for specially admitted athletes and art music students. By sophomore year, it was likely that the art and music students would be separated. "I suggest we indulge in some ice cream. Once we reach the military training base, we probably won't have time for it," Bai Ming suggested, gesturing towards the small convenience store at the school entrance. At that moment, several first-year students dressed in military uniforms were purchasing ice cream and fizzy drinks. Bai Ming recalled from his previous life that their military training base was not exclusive to their school. 2 other schools also participated in the training. While there was a small shop inside, it merely stocked daily necessities and instant noodles, devoid of any snacks. Earlier, he had packed a few of Su Shangsheng's favorite snacks in her suitcase, reminding her, "I've placed the snacks in your suitcase. Tonight, when the instructor checks the dorms, keep them hidden. Also, your phone will be confiscated, so just hand it over. I'll put a phone watch in your backpack. Use that to contact me, and I've included one for myself as well." Su Shangsheng regarded Bai Ming, finding his current rambling demeanor amusing. She cherished the feeling of being cared for by him and relished his concern for her. "I know. Come on, I'll treat you to the most expensive ice cream," she declared, taking hold of Bai Ming's wrist and leading him towards the store. Bai Ming stole a glance at her legs. Presently, Su Shangsheng walked with no discernible difference from others. Albeit somewhat slower, she was capable of quickening her pace if desired. However, since her rehabilitation began, Bai Ming had often advised her to take it slow, which led to her appearing slower than her peers. This, combined with her demeanor, evoked an air of languor and arrogance, perfectly befitting the persona of a young lady. Unfortunately, the most expensive ice cream at that store only cost a little over 10 yuan. Su Xingsheng also extended her invitation to Li Hua and Bai Ming's new deskmate, who were also in line for ice cream. While inviting them, she uniquely remarked, "This is such a hassle, just put it all together." Li Hua was accustomed to this after many years, so he accepted it readily. On the other hand, Dai Shuai, a rather earnest boy, felt slightly embarrassed and reassured, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Bai Ming." Bai Ming? Li Hua? Okay. Her former desk mate was outstanding in every regard, he replied. Su Shangshang caught a glimpse of Dai Shuai for the first time, finding him somewhat pleasing to the eye, and offered him a slight smile as she nodded. "Thank you, Bai Ming." Bai Ming chuckled, playfully pressing his ice cream against Su Shangshang's cheek. "What do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me?" He then glanced at the earnest academic, who appeared momentarily dazed by Su Shangshang's smile. "You too, Dai classmate, tread carefully." Dai Shuai's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly clarified. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm aware of your relationship. I just wanted to express my gratitude." What a convoluted mess. Both Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng were left bewildered. Li Hua sighed, "You should speak less, Dai Shuai." Aware of his own clumsiness, Dai Shuai obediently fell silent. Curiously, Su Shangsheng asked, "So, you know our relationship? What exactly is it?" "Just good friends." "Now, let us go. We need to assemble," Li Hua replied, pointing towards the teachers in the distance who had begun blowing their whistles. Indeed, the group decided not to dwell on the matter further and made their way to the assembly point. Upon arrival, the teachers commenced roll call. Bai Ming was designated as the temporary class leader. Given the circumstances, it was likely he would be appointed officially after the military training concluded. Su Shangsheng observed as he held the roll call booklet, calling out names one by one. When it was Su Shangsheng's turn, there was a noticeable pause. Even before he called her name, he already knew where she was, looking over at her. Su Shangsheng. A smile graced his lips as he called out her name. She, like all her classmates, raised her hand and exclaimed, "Present." Her voice rang clear and bright, prompting many around her to turn and look upon hearing her name. Amidst the sea of military uniforms, Su Shangsheng, clad in her own attire, stood out prominently. In truth, she was not alone. Every class had at least one student in casual clothing. The girl in denim overalls raised her fair arm, glistening in the sunlight, as if outlined in light. With a smile adorning her face, she remained focused on the front, where Bai Ming stood, holding the roll call sheet. Although there were other classmates present, Su Shangsheng's gaze was solely fixed on Bai Ming. He smiled back at her as he continued with the roll call, while she disregarded all the attention directed at her. She was accustomed to being the center of attention, both in her past life and this one. Whether this spotlight was seen as a compliment or a critique made little difference to Su Shangsheng. She would simply choose to ignore it all. Once the roll call concluded, they started boarding the buses. Each class had one bus, and since Bai Ming was the last aboard, Su Shangsheng remained behind, waiting for him. Their homeroom teacher, an English instructor sharing the surname Su, curiously inquired, "Su Shangsheng, why haven't you gotten on yet?" Su Shangsheng replied with a slight O, and promptly boarded. Bai Ming, stationed by the door, called out, "Su Shangsheng, get on the bus." Teacher Su naturally extended her hand to assist Bai Ming as he boarded. Teacher Su. Chapter 69. Su Shangsheng was akin to a child, easily delighted and content. Teacher Su was aware of Su Shangsheng, having heard the principal mention her specifically. However, to be honest, she harbored a certain disdain for students who received special treatment. Yet, given the girl's affluent background, Teacher Su dared not express her discontent overtly. She typically differentiated her approach to students based on their behavior, and while Su Xingxing's academic performance was commendable, she remained uncertain about the girl's character. In her years of teaching, Teacher Su had encountered numerous cases where special treatment resulted from parental influence, rather than the students themselves. However, one should not be overly critical. It is essential to observe the behavior of individuals. Yet, had they already embarked on a budding romance in her presence? Teacher Su's expression was far from pleasant. But once Su Shangsheng boarded the vehicle, she released her grip. Bai Ming also turned to look. "Teacher, everyone is here." Why does it seem that Teacher Su's demeanor is rather unfavorable? Bai Ming pondered. Teacher Su nodded. "All right, you may also get on." After Su Shangsheng boarded, Li Hua waved at her, but she frowned, wishing to sit with Bai Ming. Unfortunately, there were scarcely any vacant seats on the bus, aside from a few in the front rows. However, the odor of the passenger vehicle was quite overwhelming, and sitting in the front, which was prone to swaying, could be rather uncomfortable. Li Hua seemed to discern her thoughts, and stood up. "You can sit here. I will sit with Dai Shuai." The seats were initially reserved for them. Otherwise, Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng would have had to sit up front. Indeed, Su Shengsheng walked over, covering her mouth. Thank you. What is this? You sit inside, and later Ming Ge will sit outside, Li Hua remarked. She then made her way to the front row, where Dai Shuai stood to allow her to take a seat. They had shared the same desk for 3 years in junior high. Thus they were quite familiar with each other. Sitting together was a comfortable norm for them. Upon boarding, Bai Ming immediately spotted Su Shengsheng. The interior of the bus was dim, as some passengers had pulled down the curtains to shield themselves from the sun, which made Su Shengsheng's pale complexion stand out strikingly. Bai Ming walked straight towards her and sat beside her against the aisle. Teacher Su also noticed Su Shengsheng immediately, as she exuded an aura that was incongruous with that of the bus. She observed Bai Ming retrieving a mask from his backpack and offering it to her. However, Su Shengsheng shook her head, and ultimately, Bai Ming tore it open and gently placed it over her ears. Was this not intimate enough? Teacher Su's expression darkened more than the ambience of the bus. The driver, having confirmed that everyone was aboard, called out, "Is everyone here? Please take your seats. We are about to depart." Only then did Teacher Su sit down. At this moment, Su Shengsheng and Bai Ming were utterly oblivious to the other passengers. Su Shengsheng insisted that she did not need to wear a mask since the bus was already stifling, and wearing a mask would only exacerbate the discomfort. However, the unpleasant odor inside the bus was indeed off-putting, so she opted to cover her face with her hand. Bai Ming was at a loss for words. While attempting to secure the mask on her face, he said, "You should calm down. What if you feel nauseous? If I do, will you be disgusted by me?" Su Shengsheng retorted, her tone laced with irritation, and she provocatively added, "I'll throw up on you." Despite her words, she lowered her hand and slightly tilted her chin, prompting Bai Ming to adjust the mask for her. Bai Ming chuckled, "If you vomit on me, I'll just hug you and rub against you." He helped her adjust the mask, which now covered most of her small face, revealing only her bright, disdainful eyes, likely disapproving of his earlier remark. Bai Ming beamed, for it was she who first found her own words repulsive. In front, Li Hua and Dai Shuai exchanged glances. "What is going on with you two? It's rather ambiguous and a bit off-putting." Li Hua was less bothered, having witnessed Bai Ming being shoved into a pigsty by Su Shengsheng, covered in muck as he chased after her. He had ultimately failed to catch her, perhaps due to the speed of Su Shengsheng's electric wheelchair. Yet, Li Hua suspected Bai Ming had deliberately held back, for he was truly swift when running alongside Kui. She vividly remembered that afternoon when Su Shengsheng had laughed joyously. At this moment, she offered a pack of snacks to her former deskmate. Amused, "Do my two childhood friends seem a bit nauseating?" Dai Shuai, momentarily dazed, accepted the snacks. Previously enchanted by Su Shengsheng's smile, he now felt as though the veil had been lifted, revealing that even goddesses had their mundane moments. The illusion shattered. He found solace in academia, for knowledge remained eternally unchangeable, an ever-cool pursuit that was difficult to attain. Unbeknownst to them, Su Shengsheng had inadvertently shattered the illusion of a boy who had developed a slight fondness for her. With the mask on, Su Shengsheng felt considerably better. She could still detect the unpleasant scent, but with Bai Ming producing a lemon for her to hold, it was somewhat bearable. The bus was anything but quiet, as many conversed in hushed tones. This atmosphere was quite novel for Su Shengsheng. Indeed, during their second year of junior high, they had organized a hiking trip, but Su Shengsheng had been unable to attend due to her reliance on a wheelchair. Even without it, her condition would have prevented her from completing the trek. She had not gone, yet Bai Ming, as the class monitor, was obligated to participate. Although he would return that same evening, Su Shengsheng felt a twinge of disappointment, especially when returning to class the next day as they discussed their hiking experience. She felt out of place, unable to comprehend their conversations or laughter. Although Bai Ming had shared amusing stories upon his return, it was a different experience altogether. Strictly speaking, this was Su Shengsheng's first foray into a collective activity. It seemed quite pleasant. A girl from across the aisle handed her an open bag of chips. "Class monitor, would you like some?" Although she had intended to inquire if Su Shengsheng wanted any, she hesitated, feeling that Su Shengsheng might not be interested in such treats. Bai Ming and Su Shengsheng turned to look. The girl was a former classmate from their second year, but they had been separated in the third year, only to find themselves together again in the first year of high school. Bai Ming smiled, "Thank you, but no." Su Shengsheng stared intently at the girl. "Why are you looking at me? Should I not have asked?" The girl hesitantly inquired, So, Shengsheng, do you want some?" Su Shengsheng responded with a soft, "Oh," and shook her head. "I don't eat." The girl appeared somewhat disheartened as she withdrew her hand. "Oh, then we will eat." Su Shengsheng then retrieved several small snacks from Bai Ming's bag and, reaching across him, offered, "Would you like some?" "I don't like them." Bai Ming stared at the snacks she handed out, recognizing them as those he had prepared for her, all her favorites. Yet, Her tone now bore a hint of impatience. The girl, taken aback, reached out. Thank you. They look delicious. Su Shangsheng replied nonchalantly. They're average, then settled back in her seat, no longer glancing towards the girl. Nevertheless, Bai Ming sensed that the little princess beside him was bubbling with joy, akin to a child. She was easily pleased and content. Chapter 70 Otherwise. Why would she need to carry her suitcase herself? The journey from school to the military training base was relatively swift. Bai Ming had previously worried whether Su Shangsheng might feel nauseous. Fortunately, he need not have fretted, despite the unpleasant odor in the bus. Su Shangsheng remained cheerful and did not feel ill. How could one gauge her happiness? Bai Ming even noticed her responding to a message from Su Haoyu, which was quite remarkable, given that she had previously ignored 10 out of 10 messages from her brother. This time, she actually replied, indicating that her mood was genuinely good. As they approached their destination with 10 minutes to spare, teacher Su stood up to address the important points regarding military training. In essence, it revolves around the notion of adhering to arrangements and a militarized management style, while also encouraging everyone to persevere. Should one find it truly unbearable, they may seek leave from her or the instructor. Bai Ming paid little attention, yet Su Shangsheng, with her wide, attentive eyes, listened intently as if she were in a classroom. Amused, Bai Ming lifted his phone and brazenly snapped a photo. Noticing this, Su Shangsheng turned her gaze away from the teacher, tilting her head slightly to inquire, "Are you taking my picture?" She reached out to snatch the phone from his grasp. Bai Ming's phone was identical to hers, differing only in color, one black and the other white. Yet, once encased in their respective covers, they were indistinguishable, as both had chosen the same design. This was a choice made by Su Shangsheng, who had always liked to share matching items with Bai Ming since childhood. Even down to the simplest pair of slippers, she insisted they were the same style. Bai Ming noted that girls seemed particularly attentive to such details. As Su Shangsheng reached for his phone, he playfully moved it slightly away, prompting her to lean in closer, almost as if nestled against him. Their movements were subtle, but Mr. Su, standing nearby, was evidently not pleased. Mr. Su remarked, "She is different from previous years. She has spoken a bit more. Your primary focus should be your studies. Do not delve into frivolous relationships. Many experiences can wait until you mature. Now is simply too early." The other students, who had been listening to Mr. Su, instantly understood, letting out ambiguous sounds of amusement. Bai Ming and Su Shangsheng had not been paying attention, but the collective chuckles of their classmates drew their eyes to Mr. Su, who was now casting a rather displeased glance in their direction. Bai Ming gently pushed Su Shangsheng back to her seat, placing his phone in her hands. His own phone was secured with both a fingerprint and a password. Su Shangsheng diverted her gaze, sensing that Mr. Su harbored some disfavor towards her. However, she never pondered the reasons. In her past life, she had encountered many who disliked her, but equally, many who adored her. Su Shangsheng only engaged with those she found pleasing to the eye, and she certainly possessed the confidence to do so. Thus, she lowered her head and began to play with Bai Ming's phone, without a thought to the teacher's scrutiny. Bai Ming offered Mr. Su a smile, who felt a bit disheartened by the situation. What did these two mean? As Su Shangsheng leaned against Bai Ming, Mr. Su regarded him favorably. The boy was well-rounded, excelling in both academics and leadership, having served as class monitor for 3 years in middle school. He was indeed a commendable student. In contrast, while Su Shangsheng performed well academically, she had not participated in other activities. Although it was said her health was frail, she was undeniably attractive. Mr. Su, having once been of that age himself, was aware that many beautiful girls harbored their own secrets, especially when considering her affluent background. At that moment, his mood soured. Nevertheless, he simply aimed to quiet the raucous students, for time was of the essence. Once Mr. Su took his seat, Bai Ming glanced sideways at Su Shangsheng, only to find her unaffectedly raising her phone to capture a selfie, declaring cheese. Bai Ming instinctively smiled. The photograph captured a striking moment. A sun-kissed young man in military training attire, with a stunning girl resting against his shoulder. Her radiant skin and crescent-shaped eyes, adorned with long lashes, made her beauty undeniable. Su Shangsheng was quite pleased, murmuring that the front camera was not so unflattering after all. Subsequently, Bai Ming observed her as she opened her WeChat, effortlessly sending the photo to a chat labeled, "Young Lady." This familiar routine indicated she had engaged in such activities frequently. After completing her tasks, she changed the chat's background to the new photo before returning the phone to Bai Ming, saying, "Here you go." Bai Ming remarked with a hint of humor, "Oh, is this my phone? I was beginning to doubt my memory, thinking this must be yours." Su Shangsheng playfully pinched his lips, silencing his teasing. Bai Ming chuckled, pushing her hand away just as the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Mr. Su called out, "Bai Ming, Please step down and organize your classmates. Bai Ming acknowledged with a soft okay, gently squeezing Su Xingxing's hand, advising her to take her time and not rush. He quickly stood up, shouldering his backpack as he exited the vehicle. Once outside, as the class leader, Bai Ming positioned himself beneath the luggage rack, taking attendance while assisting his classmates with their belongings, instructing them to form a line. Another boy, similarly called out by Mr. Su to help with the organization, stood beside Bai Ming. He appeared to be of comparable height and build, though Bai Ming did not recognize him, likely having transferred from another school. His name was Guan Yun. Bai Ming had overheard other boys from different classes jokingly refer to him as Brother Yun, and he seemed to possess a pleasant demeanor. With assistance, the process went swiftly. When Bai Ming called out Su Xingxing's name, she finally descended from the vehicle alongside Li Hua. Habitually, she offered a supportive hand to Li Hua as they stepped down. Bai Ming had already retrieved their luggage and placed it alongside his own. Noticing the two girls approaching him for their suitcases, Mr. Su called out, "Su Shangsheng, you are part of the etiquette team. Come stand over here. You need not queue. I will take you over shortly." Su Shangsheng glanced at Mr. Su, replying with a simple, "Oh," before looking back at Bai Ming, then at her suitcase, seemingly puzzled. "Do I have to carry my suitcase myself?" Bai Ming reassured her, "You can just stand over there. I'll bring your suitcase over shortly." Su Shangsheng nodded and slowly made her way to Mr. Su. As she approached, Mr. Su noted her small backpack and inquired, "Su Shangsheng, what is your relationship with Bai Ming?" Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone upon seeing her face. "Where's your luggage?" Su Shangsheng's exquisite features shone, and in her moments of curiosity, an innocent expression emerged that evoked a sense of protectiveness. She gazed at Mr. Su, genuinely intrigued about the day's proceedings, as this was her first experience with military training, and she had no idea what to expect. Upon hearing Mr. Su's question, she turned to Bai Ming, saying, "My suitcase is with Bai Ming. He will help me carry it." Her tone was so matter-of-fact that it left Mr. Su momentarily speechless. "Su Shangsheng, we are here for military training to foster independence. You're no longer a child. You must manage your own affairs." Before Teacher Su could finish her earnest words, she was interrupted by Su Shangsheng. "But, teacher, I can't carry my luggage upstairs by myself. I can't manage it." Her tone was quite natural. "I thought you would have informed my grandmother beforehand. I was in a wheelchair before, and my legs can't exert too much force now." As she spoke, Su Shangsheng cast a glance at her legs. She was no fool and quickly deduced the reason behind the sudden appearance of the etiquette team. Initially, she hadn't given it much thought, but soon dawned on her. Surely, Bai must have informed her grandmother, or perhaps other teachers at the school. Su Shangsheng had always known that the reason her school years had been so smooth was certainly due to her grandmother's financial support. The teachers provided her with certain privileges, albeit subtly. Thus, she wasn't questioning Teacher Su, merely making an inquiry. However, this remark reached Teacher Su's ears in a slightly distorted manner. She interpreted it as Su Shangsheng hinting that she had someone backing her. Consequently, Teacher Su's expression turned cold. "Whatever. If you delay Bai Ming, he might face punishment." Su Shangsheng couldn't help but frown at these words, glancing over at Bai Ming, who was in the midst of covering the luggage rack on the car. At his feet lay two black suitcases, one larger than the other. The larger one belonged to Su Shangsheng, as she had more belongings. She hadn't considered that Bai might face punishment. As Bai Ming was closing the luggage cover, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at Su Shangsheng, who was standing still, gazing at him. Meanwhile, Teacher Su was instructing the students to stand properly for a group photo. Bai Ming offered a helpless smile to Su Shangsheng, wondering why she was just standing there, staring at him. When Su Shangsheng saw Bai Ming smile, she couldn't help but return a smile, even though she was concerned about him facing punishment. Nevertheless, she refrained from retrieving her suitcase, as she truly found it difficult to manage on her own. Moreover, since she was staying in the girls' dormitory, she couldn't very well ask other girls for assistance, especially since she noticed that their suitcases were quite large. At that moment, Su Shangsheng was uncertain whether she would be sharing a dormitory with her classmates. Well, the young lady felt a twinge of regret. Military training didn't seem enjoyable and was rather troublesome. Meanwhile, Bai Ming was pushing the two suitcases and holding the attendance sheet as he approached Su Shangsheng and Teacher Su. "Teacher, everyone is here." Teacher Su took the sheet, glanced at his suitcases, but said nothing. "Thank you for your hard work with Guan Yun. Now, please lead the students inside. First, to the dormitories. The 6-person dormitory is arranged as follows. The boys are in Building 8 on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the girls are in Building 9 on the 3rd and 4th floors. The names are posted at the entrance. Oh, and we need someone to lead the girls as well. Li Hua, you come here." Teacher Su scanned the group and called out to Li Hua, who promptly responded and stepped forward, each taking a list. Li Hua held the girls' list while Bai Ming held the boys'. "Su Shangsheng stood aside." finding no boredom as she continued to watch Bai Ming. Standing for a while was a bit tiring. After teacher Su finished giving instructions, she and Li Hua headed to escort the girls back to their dormitories, while the boys could afford to arrive a little later. Li Hua glanced at the list and said to Bai Ming, "Mingge, can you give me Xingxing's suitcase? She's in the same dorm as me, and you need to take the boys back." Bai Ming hesitated, as her suitcase was somewhat heavy. Li Hua waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine." Bai Ming, still uncertain, looked to Su Shangsheng for confirmation, only to find her lost in thought, staring at him. Bai Ming felt a sense of helplessness. "Su Shangsheng." Only then did Su Shangsheng snap back to reality. "Huh? What is it? Are you going with Li Hua? Can she take your suitcase upstairs? I have to lead the boys back to the dorm." Bai Ming asked again, this time more seriously. Su Shangsheng nodded. "Oh, that's fine. This way. Xiao, hope I shouldn't be late." She reached out to push her suitcase. "I'll push it over. I can manage." Bai Ming smiled, feeling as though he was watching a child he had raised grow up. Li Hua chimed in, "All right, let's go." Over there, teacher Su and Guanyin had already taken the group towards the dormitories. The three of them hurried to catch up, with Bai Ming still reaching out to help Su Shangsheng with her suitcase, intending to hand it over to Li Hua once they reached downstairs. Despite his worries, Bai Ming felt considerably reassured with Li Hua around. Having grown up together, he trusted her to look after Su Shangsheng. Li Hua had only started playing with them in elementary school, as she had been living at her grandmother's house until the age of 8 and did not attend kindergarten in Tanshui town. When she first returned to Tanshui primary school, she was somewhat withdrawn. However, during a physical education class, she accidentally smeared ice cream on Su Shangsheng while buying it alone at the small shop, thinking that Su Shangsheng would scold her, nearly bringing her to tears. Instead, Su Shangsheng merely glanced at her and said, "This dress is my least favorite. Now I can get rid of it. How about this? As a reward for you, I'll treat you to another ice cream." From that moment on, Li Hua began to follow Su Shangsheng around. Although later Su Shangsheng confessed to Bai Ming that she had only said that because she saw Li Hua on the verge of tears over the ice cream, having panicked as she hated seeing children cry. Regardless, since then, Li Hua had been part of their group, becoming quite familiar with Su Shangsheng. Hence, Bai Ming felt a bit more at ease. In their 6-person dormitory, Bai Ming shared with Guanyin, Dai Shuai, and 3 other boys from their class. As they were unpacking, someone curiously asked class leader Mingge, "What is your relationship with Su Shangsheng?" Bai Ming glanced at him and smiled. "Why do you ask that?" She's really pretty." Chapter 72, Bai Ming. "Isn't it? Why does it seem like you're becoming less happy?" Bai Ming did not directly respond to the question, but smiled and said, "Let's put it this way. My relationship with her is such that if I find out you have any thoughts about her, you'll be in for a serious beating." The boy's face displayed a look of surprise, followed by a loud "ah," indicating he understood. Dai Shuai reminded everyone, "We need to gather soon." Just as he finished speaking, the whistle blew. The group quickly set down their things, grabbed their hats, and rushed downstairs. During the assembly, Bai Ming did not see Su Shangsheng. Li Hua turned around and called out. Teacher Su took Shangsheng to the assembly. Bai Ming sighed in relief. This etiquette team had been hastily assembled, and Director Liu had mentioned he would come to check on them, so Bai Ming felt somewhat reassured. Although military training seemed serious, it was, in fact, manageable. However, the conditions at the military training base were indeed lacking. The instructor leading Bai Ming's class was surnamed Li and appeared quite young, with a pleasant demeanor. He spoke with a smile and laid out the rules. Ultimately, it was just a week, so what could they really achieve? It was merely a formality. The first lesson of military training involved standing at attention, which was unavoidable. For Bai Ming, this was far too easy. Standing for 30 minutes was nothing compared to the hours he had spent in Tanshui town holding a piece of wood. Both Bai Ming and Guanyin, being tall, stood at the back of the last row. Dai Shuai stood before Bai Ming, while the first 2 rows were occupied by girls, as they held a military posture. Bai Ming noticed a female instructor passing by, accompanied by a group of girl students clad in different attire. It was then that Bai Ming caught sight of Su Shangsheng, who, interestingly, was flanked by Ma Yao. It was hardly surprising, considering that both siblings from the Ma family were quite attractive. Yet, Su Shangsheng's expression appeared rather discontented. Indeed, Su Shangsheng was not particularly cheerful. Although Ma Yao seemed pleased to see her, the first thing she asked was whether Bai Ming had not come along. I recall that some classes are permitted to bring 2 individuals, she noted, observing that there were also a few boys in their group. Su Shangsheng instantly felt a pang of unhappiness. Who could feel joy when one's belongings were being eyed by others? Nevertheless, her displeasure could not restrain her curiosity as she passed by the verdant classes, glancing over towards their direction. She disregarded the front and instead focused on the last 2 rows, where she indeed spotted Bai Ming, who was also gazing at her intently. Su Shangxian Bo Lin Get. But before she could steal another glance, The stern female instructor commanded them to refrain from looking around and to face forward. Bai Ming watched as their class drifted further away. The first day of training lacked substantial military content due to time constraints. They were merely instructed to maintain their stance. They were informed that after dinner, the instructor would conduct a dormitory inspection, during which everyone must remain in their rooms, refrain from wandering about, and voluntarily surrender their mobile phones, which would be returned after the training concluded. After a prolonged wait, they were finally dismissed. Guanyin inquired if Bai Ming wanted to join for a meal. Bai Ming shook his head, replying, "No, you all go ahead. I wish to find Su Shengsheng." Li Hua approached Bai Ming and asked, "Are you going to find Shengsheng?" Bai Ming nodded, and the two set off, encountering Ku Yi along the way. Ku Yi seemed utterly unfazed, exclaiming, "Oh my, the ladies from the other class just walked past us, and our boys were practically drooling. Among them, the eldest lady is the most beautiful. You seem to have observed quite closely," remarked Li Hua. Bai Ming chuckled. "What an accent you have. Haha, isn't it amusing?" The trio laughed as they approached Su Shengsheng and Mai Yao, who were still standing in place after being dismissed. Mei Yao, initially concerned that Su Shengsheng might be feeling unwell, remained behind to check on her, knowing well from their years together in middle school that Su Shengsheng had health issues. "Shengsheng, are you all right? Not feeling well? Do you need assistance?" Su Shengsheng, feeling somewhat irked by Mai Yao, was aware of her possible affection for Bai Ming. Objectively speaking, Mai Yao had always been quite kind to her, yet who could comprehend the turmoil of such complicated feelings? She replied listlessly, "I am waiting for Bai Ming to come find me." After hearing Li Hua's remarks, Mai Yao had spent considerable time reflecting on her feelings. Realizing that Su Shengsheng and Bai Ming likely shared a deeper bond, potentially one that involved familial introductions. Although such situations were rare, they did exist. Hence, hearing Su Shengsheng say she was waiting for Bai Ming tugged at her heartstrings, for it was her first experience of having feelings for someone. There was also a sense of resentment. Yet how could she compete with Su Shengsheng, who was not only beautiful and affluent, but also a childhood sweetheart of Bai Ming? Mai Yao, not being a stereotypical antagonist from a novel, recognized that the odds were against her. Thus, she began to relinquish her hopes. At that moment, she said, "I will keep you company until he arrives, and then I will leave." Su Shengsheng frowned, initially intending to decline the offer. Just then, Ku Yi's voice chimed in. "Oh, what a coincidence, Mai Yao, you're here too. Shall we go eat together?" Li Hua added, "He probably feels like a zombie who has just opened his skull and found everything repugnant." Bai Ming, oblivious to their conversation, focused on Su Shengsheng's less than joyful demeanor and asked, "What is wrong? Are you too tired? If you are, it's okay to rest." Su Shengsheng shook her head, asserting, "I am not that fragile." Mei Yao, having just responded to interjected, "We actually did nothing this afternoon. You all stood at attention while we just answered the instructor's questions about what instruments we play. It was really quite relaxing." Mai Yao felt validated in her decision to attend. At that moment, Bai Ming glanced at Mai Yao and thought that having a familiar face nearby, while not being with Su Shengsheng, was also comforting. Seizing the rare opportunity, he asked, "Shall we eat together? My treat. It would be nice for you to take care of the eldest lady." Upon hearing this, Mai Yao was taken aback. While Su Shengsheng's expression darkened, Li Hua remarked, "Sometimes one can truly feel helpless." Yet, even knowing there was little hope, Mai Yao found it hard to decline an invitation from someone she admired. Suddenly, Su Shengsheng huffed, "I don't want to eat anymore. I'm going back to the dormitory." Bai Ming frowned and replied, "You can't order takeout here, and the cafeteria won't serve food after hours. If you don't eat now, you'll be hungry later." "I simply don't feel like eating right now. I'm not hungry. You needn't concern yourself with me," Su Shengsheng retorted, her irritation mounting. In the past, she relished Bai Ming's attentiveness, but hearing him speak to her in such a condescending manner only fueled her annoyance. It seemed that when one was angry, even passing dogs were targets for rebuke, let alone the instigator of her ire, Bai Ming. Bai Ming, bewildered, wondered what is going on. Why does it seem like she is growing increasingly upset? He quietly inquired, "What would you like to eat? Should I get you some instant noodles? You'll be hungry if you don't eat." Chapter 73. Do you think there is a hint of ambiguity between us? Bai Ming was perplexed, but based on his understanding of the eldest lady, he knew that appeasing her was the right course of action. However, this time, his attempts to placate her did not seem to yield the desired effect. Su Shengsheng felt that her temper was somewhat irrational and excessive. Being pampered by Bai Ming only intensified her self-loathing. Choosing silence, she refrained from speaking, knowing that her words would likely be harsh at that moment. After Bai Ming finished speaking, she turned on her heel and walked away, heading towards the dormitory. Bai Ming followed closely behind, still unable to comprehend what had transpired during military training. "Did something happen? Are you upset? You need to tell me so I can understand. Otherwise, if you are angry, I would remain oblivious to the reasons behind your ire. In such a scenario, you would merely harbor your frustrations, allowing them to fester as you ruminate, leading to an internal conflict that surely must be quite burdensome, don't you think? His words hold a certain wisdom. Yet, simultaneously, Su Shengsheng found herself even more infuriated. For Bai Ming understood her too well. In just a few sentences, he had her perfectly pinned down. However, while one might assert that he comprehended her, he seemed utterly unaware of why she was upset at that moment. Suddenly, Su Shengsheng halted in her tracks. The abruptness of her stop almost caused Bai Ming, who was trailing behind, to collide with her. He swiftly reached out, grasping her arm to prevent her from being knocked over, his body inadvertently pressing against her back. Were it not for his firm grip on her arm, she might have indeed been knocked off balance, for in Bai Ming's eyes, Su Shengsheng appeared rather fragile. "You nearly sent me flying when you suddenly stopped," Bai Ming exclaimed, inhaling sharply. His chest collided with Su Shengsheng's back. They were already quite close, and he continued speaking, his voice resonating in a gentle tremor that she could almost feel. Su Shengsheng absent-mindedly touched her ear before decisively turning around. To the distant onlookers, it appeared as though Su Shengsheng had spun into Bai Ming's embrace, their faces now mere inches apart. The scene was undeniably intimate, inciting a few curious peers to pause and observe. Primarily, it was Su Shengsheng's striking beauty that drew attention, rendering her a focal point. In truth, Bai Ming had taken a slight step back when she pivoted in front of him, creating a modest distance between them. He gazed down at her, only to be met with her round, expressive eyes that seemed to pierce through him. Just as he contemplated retreating further, she unexpectedly tugged at his collar. Bai Ming, having discarded his jacket, felt her grip on the neckline of his t-shirt. While it wasn't particularly appealing, the fabric was at risk of distortion. "You know, this could easily get wrinkled," he remarked, bending down in response to her pull. Yet Su Shengsheng did not engage with his comment, simply asking, "Are you my dog?" Her question struck those passing by as rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, Bai Ming nodded eagerly. Yes, what's wrong? I dislike it when you invite other females to dine with you. Do you understand?" Su Shengsheng articulated each word deliberately, though her ears flushed crimson. "It's simply unacceptable. You are my dog, and if you have affection for someone else, you will no longer be mine. You can inform me beforehand. But it cannot be as it was today." Her voice softened as she spoke, betraying her inner conflict. "I genuinely detest this. You ought not to behave this way." Dogs are known for their unwavering loyalty. Despite her fervent insistence, Bai Ming did not immediately retort nor resist. He allowed her to maintain her grip on his collar, her delicate fingers nervously fidgeting with the green fabric. Suddenly, Bai Ming burst into laughter. The previously anxious Su Shengsheng felt her heart race in response. Yet upon witnessing his amusement, confusion washed over her, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Did Bai Ming find this amusing? Surely, he could not be laughing at her plight. Her instinct was to release her grip, but the smiling figure before her grasped her hand, leaving her fingers still entangled in his collar. With a playful grin, Bai Ming said, "Miss, do you not think your possessiveness indicates a hint of ambiguity in our relationship?" Su Shengsheng paused, taken aback. Ambiguous? Had it not always been like this? Bai Ming's palm radiated warmth. He had always been this way, a veritable furnace, regardless of the season. In their childhood, Su would often tease her, playfully shoving her frozen feet against Bai Ming's warm belly. All the while he would feign discomfort, exclaiming about the cold, yet never releasing her feet from his grasp. Her little Bai, a veritable sun, radiated warmth. At that moment, Bai Ming released her hand, causing Su Shengsheng's fingers to naturally slip from his collar. He straightened, a smile still adorning his face, neglecting to adjust his rumpled clothing, and simply gazed at the clearly dazed Su Shengsheng. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if stirred by the wind. In her past life, Bai Ming had observed many women rely on false eyelashes, yet Su Shengsheng seemed to require none. Her lashes outshone all fakes. At this juncture, those exquisite lashes trembled slightly as their owner lifted her gaze to him, inquiring, "What are you talking about? We have always been like this." She pursed her lips, her tone earnest. "Even if it is ambiguous, what of it? You are my little dog, and you must heed my wishes. I simply do not like it." She tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze on Bai Ming. "Bai Ming, I have never compromised my own feelings. However, I now feel a sense of grievance from you. So I have spoken frankly. You would do well to comfort me." Bai Ming understood her meaning. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing a sigh. At times, he felt she understood everything but chose to feign ignorance, while at other times he sensed she genuinely lacked comprehension. Yet, he mused, ignorance was no great matter. In this realm, he too was not entirely enlightened. They could explore this together at their own pace. He seriously explained, "My invitation to her was merely to ask for her assistance in looking after you, for I cannot bear to leave you unattended." After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, ultimately, it is still for you. Just those few words sufficed to placate Su Shangsheng. She was indeed easy to soothe. Chapter 74. Little Bai, do I trouble you excessively? Having calmed down, Su Shangsheng was no longer petulant. She glanced at Bai Ming, whose face still bore a smile, and said, I shall reluctantly believe you. However, I do not require anyone's care. I am no child. Therefore, please refrain from inviting others to dine with you, as it truly angers me. Bai Ming nodded, acknowledging her request. Based on his understanding of Li Hua, he surmised that the three of them had likely already begun their meal. Li Hua would probably inform Mai Yao of the situation. As for Mai Yao, having worked together in their previous lives, she had a pleasant disposition and would likely assist in looking after things. Su Shangsheng, having put aside her grievances, now worried about whether her little Bai would be well fed. Bai Ming had quite the hearty appetite. At that moment, she took Bai Ming's hand and urged him towards the cafeteria. Hurry, let us eat. If we delay, the good dishes will be gone. Bai Ming hesitated to divulge that there were no appetizing offerings. However, it soon became apparent to Su Shangsheng as they entered. The cafeteria was only one floor, and upon stepping inside, a medley of aromas assaulted them. Su Shangsheng's expression soured. After all, everyone had been standing at attention throughout the afternoon. While she could tolerate Bai Ming's scent of perspiration and would even assist him in wiping it off while playfully complaining, she simply could not bear the overwhelming stench of sweat permeating the entire cafeteria, mingled with various body odors. Su Shangsheng's steps faltered. She took a step back and suddenly turned, gagging audibly. Those poised to enter behind her quickly recoiled. Thankfully, it was merely a dry heave. Bai Ming hastily apologized. I'm sorry, excuse us. He firmly grasped Su Shangsheng's arm, asking what's wrong. This smell, ugh, I can't eat. Ugh. Su Shangsheng waved her hands dismissively. Despite her affection for little Bai and her desire to be close to him, she simply could not enter the dining hall with him under these conditions. Bai Ming, well, it's not too bad, I suppose. However, there is indeed a peculiar smell. He surveyed the surroundings, pointing to a tree opposite the cafeteria, beneath which sat a stone bench. You can eat over there. I'll fetch your meal. As soon as Bai Ming finished speaking, Su Shangsheng, who was still in a state of excitement, nodded fervently. She turned and dashed away, as if afraid Bai Ming might change his mind. Bai Ming watched her take her place under the tree, and when she turned back to wave at him, it was a relief to see her finally calm. He smiled briefly before heading inside to get the food. Here, takeout was not permitted. However, Bai Ming could carry the entire tray outside. To be honest, whether the training was arduous or not was a separate matter. But it was undeniably effective for weight loss. He did not arrive particularly early, and many dishes had already been depleted. What remained were those that appeared rather unappetizing. Even Bai Ming, who was not particularly picky, felt his appetite wane. Nevertheless, he knew he needed to eat. So, he served himself 2 portions of rice and then went to the side to purchase a bowl of noodles. It was a simple vegetarian noodle dish, with the option of adding an egg. At least this was freshly prepared upon ordering, which was a small consolation. Bai Ming attempted to request the lady not to add scallions. The indifferent server replied, Didn't you see the sign on the wall? No picky eaters allowed. It must be included. Bai Ming conceded, that's fine. He was quite familiar with the process of removing scallions for the young lady. Finally, Bai Ming managed to gather a tray filled with what looked like enough food for 3 people and carried it to the entrance of the cafeteria. There were still onlookers, but Bai Ming had to focus on the path ahead, leaving no room for distraction. Among those watching were Li Hua and her 3 companions. They had seen Meidi in the cafeteria earlier, and he followed them to eat together. At this moment, Meidi, observing Bai Ming's departure, curiously inquired, Where is he going? Ku-yi glanced over and responded, Most likely, the young lady is unwilling to enter. She previously watched my training, and, with less than 10 members on our team, she already found the smell unbearable. Imagine this entire room filled with sweaty individuals. The stench must be nauseating. It was evident that their long-standing friendship allowed for such understanding, even if Bai Ming was the one who knew her best. Yet, even the careless Ku-yi had developed a good grasp of Su Shangsheng's character. Mai Yao, intrigued, asked, Why do you all call her the young lady? Is it a form of mockery? She had heard Bai Ming refer to her in that manner privately before, but he never did so in the presence of others. It's simply because she is indeed a young lady. Her family resides in a villa halfway up the mountain and drives a Maybach. We never encountered such luxury in kindergarten, Ku-yi answered bluntly. Li Hua was unable to interject in time. She could only add, It's a joke stemming from her grandmother's side. It's just playful banter among friends. Ku-yi initially intended to argue that Su Shangsheng's own family was wealthier, but was silenced by a swift kick from Li Hua, who understood the value of discretion. While Su Shangsheng's affluence was apparent, she was not one to flaunt it. Many wealthy individuals existed. Li Hua's family was quite prosperous. as were Ku Yi's and Bai Ming's. Over the years, the trio had accumulated considerable wealth together. However, most classmates still perceived Li Hua as a bookish girl from a small town. This was advantageous. No one would think to take advantage of her. Li Hua understood this, while Ku Yi remained puzzled but knew to heed her childhood friend. The Mai siblings did not dwell on this. They had forgotten that the three of them had come from a town where they had never seen luxury cars. There are indeed quite a few Maybachs in the city. But Su Shangsheng certainly seems to come from a wealthy background, Meidi remarked with a smile. Being astute, he noticed the subtle exchange of glances between Li Hua and the others, yet he refrained from commenting, simply following their lead. Ma Yao fell silent, feeling somewhat envious of Su Shangsheng for having such good friends and Bai Ming. Meanwhile, Su Shangsheng appeared rather dejected. With no tables available, Bai Ming squatted down, placing the tray beside Su Shangsheng on the bench. Yet, she looked at the food with little appetite. I want instant noodles. Su Shangsheng did not throw a tantrum, but merely voiced her desire. Bai Ming glanced at his watch, realizing time was short. Why don't you eat this simple noodle dish while I try these dishes? If something tastes good, I'll share it with you. If not, I'll eat it myself. How does that sound? Bai Ming suggested, picking the scallions off as he spoke. As the boys typically squatted, Su Shangsheng could see him diligently removing the scallions. Bai Ming's demeanor was remarkably composed. Su Shangsheng pondered how she would feel if the roles were reversed. If Bai Ming were to sulk, and she had to console him. Imagining that scenario made her want to slap him twice. However, Bai Ming continued to gently inquire about her needs. After a moment of silence, Su Shangsheng picked up the noodles and said, I can manage on my own. You should eat. She tugged at the tray, shifting slightly to the side, allowing Bai Ming to sit down and eat. Bai Ming was taken aback, having expected to console her further. Just as he settled down, she muttered, Bai Ming, am I a bother? Chapter 75. Abshi touches them as if it's nothing, yet feels free to show them to others. Su Shangsheng felt a genuine sense of gloom. She was someone who had lived a second life, and, in reality, should be older than Bai Ming. Yet, it was always Bai Ming taking care of her. Even though she pretended to maintain a childish demeanor, she was aware that she was no longer a child, still inept at managing anything. This time, before military training, Bai Ming had warned her multiple times that it would be tough. Yet she insisted on coming. Now, regretting her decision, she found little enjoyment here and couldn't just watch Bai Ming all the time. It was exhausting for him, and he still had to comfort and care for her. Though she jestingly referred to herself as the young lady, she found the title somewhat distasteful at that moment. Not a bother at all. Bai Ming, now seated, began to eat from one of the portions. After taking a bite, he frowned slightly. It was genuinely unpalatable. The dish seemed to have been hastily prepared, merely boiled and tossed with some seasoning. Su Shangsheng couldn't possibly survive on noodles alone for the coming days. This question occupied Bai Ming's mind. You are a young lady, a princess. Of course, I should pamper you. Didn't you say that when we were younger? And this food is truly dreadful, Bai Ming remarked. Yet he continued to eat quickly while keeping an eye on her. Although this noodle dish isn't great either. You should eat something or you'll go hungry. You're still my wife. If I don't indulge you, who will? Su Shangsheng regarded him with a surprised expression. But eventually, she began to eat. Throughout their lives, Bai Ming had given her many nicknames, but he had never once called her a bother, even though she truly was one. In her previous life, she had overheard her parents arguing, her mother lamenting, no matter how troublesome she is still your daughter. Don't you have a conscience? Is she a nuisance to you? Her father merely responded in frustration. That's not what I meant. See? Even her parents regarded her as a bother. She had also heard others ask her grandmother, isn't this girl a handful? You're always taking care of her. Her grandmother would smile and say, what trouble? Yes, my little darling. Clearly, everyone perceived her as a bother. It had been that way since childhood. Only grandma remained. And Bai Ming didn't perceive her as a burden. In fact, neither did his entire family, who treated her with great kindness. There was also Aunt Zhou and Li Hua. Had she truly been unaware of the numerous individuals in her life who had shown her such benevolence? At that moment, she earnestly slurped her noodles and softly inquired, Bai Ming, will you feel more at ease when I return? Bai Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had already finished one plate in such a short time and was now starting on another. Didn't you say you wanted to prove to me that you could do it? Are you going back already? She had seemed quite joyful on the bus. Bai Ming understood that her happiness stemmed from being part of a collective activity. Thus, her current despondency likely arose from a feeling of being a nuisance to him. Bai Ming said earnestly, have you forgotten that we made a bet? If you win, I will grant you a favor, and if you lose, you must agree to one of my requests. However, Su Shangsheng was indeed feeling down. No need. Whatever you want me to agree to, I will. Oh, do you recall what my mother mentioned about the lychee festival and the goddess parade? No, I believe I can endure. The previously listless girl immediately perked up, shaking her head vigorously. In their town, Tanshui, most orchards were dedicated to lychee cultivation. For instance, Li Hua's family possessed a sizable plot of land with fruit trees yielding produce year-round. Every October, they held the lychee festival in the town. The final batch of lychees, preserved for several months, would be unveiled on this day for tasting, free of charge, and many merchants would place orders for the following year after sampling. It wasn't a traditional holiday per se, but rather a cherished local celebration. The atmosphere was always bustling. As for why it wasn't held during the lychee harvest months, because everyone was too busy selling lychees to spare the time. In recent years, tourism in Tanshui had seen a slight upturn, attracting an increasing number of visitors. The lychee festival was a grand affair held every 3 years, during which a young goddess was selected. Usually, beautiful young girls were chosen to throw the sacred cup and determine who would portray the goddess. They had joined in the festivities 3 years prior, although they had thought the girl playing the goddess wasn't as pretty as the local heiress. Su Shangsheng had been younger then and unwilling to participate. This year marked the return of the goddess selection. The mayor had eagerly approached Grandma, who smiled and claimed she had no authority in the matter. The mayor then sought out Su Yu, who was also keen to see Su Shangsheng in the goddess costume, knowing she would look stunning. However, Su Shangsheng adamantly refused. The seemingly proud heiress couldn't bear the thought of being the center of attention, with people cheering and tossing flowers at her. It made her want to curse. Bai Ming was also eager to see her in the costume and assured her that she wouldn't need to walk. He would carry her the entire way, placing her on a small boat to drift down the river, where she could sit on a swing in the middle of the river until 9 o'clock in the evening. He would carry her throughout, keeping her company. Yet, Su Shangsheng remained resolute in her refusal. Upon hearing Bai Ming mention it again, her previously lackluster demeanor brightened. She casually urged, "Hurry up and eat. We're going to be late. We have to get back to the dorm." She asserted, "I can definitely do it." Compared to being the center of attention, she felt it was worth enduring a bit of hardship for Bai Ming. After all, what could be more effective than a little provocation? Nothing at all. Bai Ming chuckled, pointing to her noodles. "You should hurry too. At least finish the egg." The egg was undoubtedly the cheapest kind, so bland that Su Shangsheng mumbled complaints while dutifully eating it. However, the bowl proved to be too much for her, and ultimately, Bai Ming finished the remaining portion. Even with his considerable appetite, he nearly felt ill, as the servings in this dining hall were larger than those at the school cafeteria. Moreover, one could not waste food. There were no bins for leftovers, and everyone was required to finish their meals. When Bai Ming returned the bowl, he noticed some girls in tears over their meals, but too intimidated to discard them, as there was nowhere to dispose of the dishes, and a supervising officer was watching. The officer, seeing the amount Bai Ming had brought back, frowned and sternly remarked, "Handle your own affairs. Whoever ate it should dispose of it." Bai Ming, smiling, replied, "But officer, I ate all of this myself." He even lifted his shirt slightly to show his belly. "I used to have abs, but now my stomach has protruded." It certainly looked as though he had eaten a lot. The officer could only muster a final admonition: eating too much at once isn't good for your health. Yet, he didn't stop Bai Ming from discarding his dishes. Bai Ming cheerfully thanked him. Su Shangsheng, who was peeking from the doorway with her face covered, thought, "How come he can show off his belly, but I can't touch his abs?" She felt herself getting angry again. Once the military training was over, she was determined to flatten Bai Ming's abs. To clarify, the lychee festival and the goddess parade are entirely my own invention, albeit with a slight nod to local festivities. If there are any similarities, it is purely coincidental. Please consider it as if I never mentioned it. There is no intention to offend. I respect all customs and beliefs. This is solely for creative purposes. Chapter 76. Who said anyone was fighting? Bai Ming was indeed not allowing Su Shangsheng to touch his abs anymore. Well, she had touched them before, but it didn't feel significant. Now that he knew she was his girlfriend, touching them stirred more than casual curiosity. It was solely about touching abs, right? Ahem. Meanwhile, Su Shangsheng was indignantly pondering how this person could be so casual. She contemplated how to smooth out his abs. Bai Ming emerged, taking his jacket from her. "All right, let us head back to the dorm." He glanced at the jacket Su Shangsheng wore. "Aren't you hot wearing that?" "Not really," Su Shangsheng replied, her face taut as she added solemnly, "Regardless of gender, if one lacks self-respect, they are akin to rotten cabbage." Bai Ming. Huh. Unfortunately, Su Shangsheng left immediately after speaking, offering no explanation. Bai Ming, bewildered, followed her. "What are you talking about? Don't be cryptic, you'll get hit." "Then hit me." Su Shangsheng vito. Bai Ming laughed. "If I really hit you, you wouldn't be pleased." "Uh-huh. Bai Ming, you truly want to hit me." The logic was complete. "I'll be quiet." The two reached the bottom of the dormitory building before parting ways. They truly had to get back to pack their things, as the officer was coming to check on their rooms that night. Bai Ming returned late, and when he entered, his roommates were already starting to tidy up. Some had even gone to take showers. Guan Yun reminded everyone to secure their phones, or they would be confiscated. Bai Ming wanted to tell them that the officer would be searching everyone, and hiding them was futile. When the officer arrived, Bai Ming obediently handed over his phone, writing his name on the bag. The officer didn't ask him to remove his wristwatch, so that was safe. However, Guan Yun and the others had their hidden phones discovered. One guy, for reasons unknown, had hidden his phone in his underwear, a sight Bai Ming wished to avoid. He received quite a lecture from the officer, which was both embarrassing and humiliating. Fortunately, the instructor merely confiscated their mobile phones and snacks. After imparting some organizational guidance, he departed. Bai Ming found himself pondering the situation on the girl's side, reluctant to send a message to Su Shangsheng via his smartwatch. To his surprise, he was not the only one utilizing the device. Dai Shui was also engrossed in studying vocabulary on his smartwatch. Such was the realm of academic prodigies, a concept that bewildered Bai Ming, yet left him utterly astonished. His other roommates mirrored his shock, gazing at Dai Shui as he pulled out his smartwatch to review words, questioning if he was perhaps a genius. Guan Yun quipped, "A genius scholar, indeed. He is studying vocabulary." Then she noticed Bai Ming's smartwatch and inquired, "Are you studying vocabulary too?" Bai Ming chuckled, "What use is it?" Just to appease the young lady. Indeed, in the dormitory, lights were extinguished at 10 o'clock. He had already received a barrage of messages from the young lady, initially complaining about the water cooler and subsequently lamenting the hardness of the bedboard. Bai Ming informed her that the thermos in his backpack contained ginger tea and suggested she bring it along the next morning or afternoon, so he could brew her some. Alternatively, she could brew it herself, as he had some in his backpack too, cautioning her to avoid scalding her hands. As for the hardness of the bedboard, there was little he could do. After all, he couldn't possibly bring her a mattress. He did suggest she could request an extra blanket from the dormitory manager, claiming she was feeling weak, though that meant she would have to haul back an additional blanket the following day. Su Shengsheng opted for the hard bedboard, expressing her reluctance to deal with extra bedding. Hearing her complaints, Bai Ming felt a twinge of regret. She was certainly more suited to languish in a comfortable room. "Do you wish to return?" Bai Ming sent the message. She replied with an angry emoji. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" It was clear that the young lady was quite irate. Despite her anger, she refrained from further complaints, though her sleep was restless that night. The following morning, she hastily consumed half a cold, hard steamed bun and took a few sips of flavorless soy milk before rushing off to assemble. For Bai Ming, the military training posed no significant challenges, yet he remained concerned for Su Shangsheng. On the first day of training, she managed to endure, but by evening, she resembled a wilted flower, devoid of vitality. After all, she had only eaten a couple of bites throughout the day, just enough to stave off faintness, but truly, she could not eat more. Bai Ming contemplated calling his grandmother to bring her home. The next day, Su Shangsheng continued in this low-spirited state. Bai Ming squeezed her cheeks, asking, "How about going home?" Su Shangsheng shook her head resolutely, stating, "We've come this far. It's already begun." Bai Ming could only feel speechless. Noticing his discontent, Su Shangsheng added, "I don't have to do anything. I just sit here and play the flute." Indeed, their etiquette team was merely performing with instruments. Initially, the teacher intended for Su Shangsheng to carry the flag, as among the beautiful girls, she was the tallest and fairest, a natural choice for a figurehead. However, Su Shangsheng declined and chose to play the flute instead. Ultimately, the flag bearer was Mai Yao. "Don't worry, I already finished my instant noodles at noon." Su Shangsheng nudged Bai Ming's arm. That evening, she still opted for instant noodles, but after a few bites, she lost her appetite, leaving the rest for Bai Ming. This concerned him, as in the past, even when tempted by instant noodles, Su Shangsheng would not finish them. She had often remarked that they were too rich, eating just a couple of bites before passing the remainder to Bai Ming. Today, she must have been particularly hungry. Despite his worries, Su Shangsheng insisted she was fine. As it was already the second day, Bai Ming respected her wishes, but by the third day, trouble arose. Su Shangsheng had gotten into a fight. Bai Ming. "Wait, who got into a fight?" Confused, he followed Teacher Su to the office. Teacher Su's expression was equally grim. After all, when students fought, parents were usually notified. Yet, Su Shangsheng insisted on calling Bai Ming. She claimed Su Shangsheng was misbehaving, but the discipline director instructed her to summon Bai Ming. Was this what privilege looked like? Hence, Teacher Su's discontent was palpable. Bai Ming wished to inquire further, but Teacher Su tersely replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I just know there was a fight. And it wasn't with students from our school." Upon entering the office, Bai Ming immediately spotted Su Shangsheng seated at the desk, her face marred with scratches, looking somewhat fierce. Behind her stood a girl Bai Ming recognized, Zhang Wan, the daughter of Aunt Zhang, who sold star sausages. They had attended elementary school together. At that moment, her eyes were puffy from crying, and she was sniffling. 3 other girls stood on either side of the office, while the instructors and the director remained standing, leaving Su Shangshang seated. Bai Ming felt a pang of sympathy, yet he was inexplicably amused. At that moment, he could see the familiar, headstrong demeanor of the young lady he had known from his past life. Chapter 77. The grievance stemmed primarily from Bai Ming's presence. The office was not only filled with their school's teachers and director, but also with those from Zhongwan's school. When Su Shangsheng saw Bai Ming, her imposing demeanor softened, and she straightened her posture, appearing considerably more docile. Upon seeing teacher Su return with a student, the chief instructor looked somewhat perplexed, especially when Bai Ming declared, "I am Su Xingxing's guardian." This revelation left not only the instructor, but also the other teachers and students in shock. Only Zhongwan quickly glanced up at Bai Ming before lowering her gaze again. Director Liu adapted swiftly, asking Su Shangsheng, "Can you explain what happened?" He was a loss. This was a little goddess who had never caused trouble over the years, yet here she was, involved in a fight during military training. The problem was that she had nearly been beaten up. How would this be explained back home? Fortunately, an instructor passing by had noticed the commotion and brought everyone back. Remarkably, out of 5 girls, 4 were from Tanshui Town No. 1 High School, and only Su Shangsheng was from their city's No. 1 high school. Upon arriving, Director Liu initially assumed Su Shangsheng was being bullied, only to find out that she had initiated the altercation. Director Liu was taken aback. After all, this was Su Shangsheng, slender and previously confined to a wheelchair. How could he believe this? Not only Director Liu, but even teacher Su, who was not particularly fond of Su Shangsheng, also found it hard to accept. Su Shangsheng, however, insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage. The entire military training base was under surveillance, but there were no cameras at the girls' restroom entrance. It was deemed inappropriate to install them there. The situation was chaotic, with Zhongwan merely crying. Su Shangxing's expression darkened. Now that Bai Ming had arrived, Su Shangsheng reiterated, "I was the one who struck first, but they were bullying me, forcing Zhongwan to drink from the sink and pinching her, kicking her. I only retaliated." Under different circumstances, Su Shangsheng might not have been so impulsive. But Zhongwan was the daughter of Aunt Zhang, who had lost her husband and was raising her daughter alone while selling starch sausages. Aunt Zhang is exceptionally kind to them, and Su Shangsheng harbors a fondness for her starch sausages. Each time she visits to purchase these delicacies, Aunt Zhang kindly offers her takoyaki to savor, even though Su Shangsheng is not particularly fond of it. Nonetheless, she perceives Aunt Zhang's goodwill. Seated in her wheelchair, Aunt Zhang always bends down to converse with her, establishing an egalitarian rapport. She is truly a wonderful aunt. Consequently, even though Su Shangsheng found Zhongwan's propensity to weep at the slightest provocation rather unappealing in elementary school, she could not merely turn a blind eye to any injustice befalling her. Now, even as they find themselves in the office, Zhongwan continues to sob. This is indeed exasperating. Such a temperament is hard for her to appreciate. Bai Ming comprehended her sentiments and could discern a hint of grievance within Su Shangxing's impatient tone, primarily stemming from Bai Ming's arrival. Her face throbbed painfully, for the girl's long nails had scratched her cheek, and she had endured a kick as well, nearly bringing her to tears. If only she had diligently practiced self-defense when Bai Ming playfully frightened her by pretending to be a deviant. Director Liu cast a glance at Bai Ming. With no surveillance in place, the protected Zhang classmate remained silent, only capable of crying. Whenever she attempted to speak, she stuttered, and after struggling for a time, she would fall silent once more. The scene left Director Liu somewhat speechless. At this moment, the teachers from Tanshui Yizhong were likely eager to smooth over the situation, suggesting it might be a misunderstanding. If Zhongwan had indeed been bullied, she would surely voice it now. This could very well be a misapprehension. One of the 3 girls behind him chuckled softly, implying that the well-meaning classmate must have misinterpreted the situation. Right, Zhongwan? Zhongwan, however, could only continue to weep without uttering a word. Bai Ming frowned and inquired, "Zhongwan, could you please step forward and speak with me?" He was aware that Aunt Zhang's daughter had a stutter, a condition that developed after childhood fever. Consequently, she was quite reserved and timid. During elementary school, when some children mocked her speech, Bai Ming had intervened and reprimanded those rascals, primarily because they had disparagingly referred to Su Shangsheng as a cripple. Zhongwan looked at Bai Ming through tear-filled eyes and nodded in response. Bai Ming then called for the chief instructor, suggesting they all step out to listen. Su Shangsheng tugged at Bai Ming's garment, insisting, "I want to go too." Bai Ming gently patted her head, instructing, "Wait here for me." He observed the scratch on Su Shangsheng's face and glanced at the girl who had spoken earlier, her long nails still evident. Bai Ming's expression darkened. However, His priority remained to validate Su Xingxing's innocence. With only 3 individuals present, Zhang Wan appeared anxious. In a calm tone, Bai Ming asked, "Can you tell me if those 3 girls bullied you?" He reassured Zhang Wan, "If you don't wish to speak, a nod will suffice. Do not be afraid. They cannot harm you here." Yet, after glancing inside, Zhang Wan first nodded, then shook her head. Finally, she uttered yes, yes. "I'm sorry," and attempted to leave. Bai Ming, quick to react, grasped her arm, stating firmly, "You cannot leave. Su Shengsheng was injured because of you." His tone turned stern, prompting Zhang Wan to burst into tears once more. Bai Ming felt overwhelmed by frustration as he observed Zhang Wan, who could only weep. The chief instructor also found the situation perplexing, realizing it was challenging to address. Bai Ming fixed his gaze on the restroom's direction for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, "Instructor, there are no cameras at the restroom entrance, but I recall there being one along the path that must have captured the entrance." The chief instructor paused, then smiled, remarking, "Your mind is quite sharp." He then led Bai Ming and the weeping Zhang Wan back into the office. Bai Ming approached Su Shengsheng and reassured her, "It's all right. You did very well." Su Shengsheng grasped the hem of Bai Ming's clothing, her voice tinged with distress. "Bai Ming, it hurts." Standing opposite them, Teacher Su exclaimed, "What on earth? Are you all truly so blatant?" She glanced at Director Liu, who appeared as if he were blind to the situation. Teacher Su continued, "There is indeed footage showing Zhang Wan being pushed and kicked by the 3 girls, attempting to flee, only to be dragged back by one of them by her hair. That is already sufficient evidence." Su Shangsheng had entered approximately 5 minutes after they did, and not long after, she was seen pulling Zhang Wan out. A girl had even chased after them and kicked Su Xingxing's leg. Bai Ming's expression darkened further as he scrutinized the faces of the girls on the monitor, then turned to examine the 3 girls closely. The once relaxed trio now appeared somewhat flustered, and their teacher's countenance darkened as well. One of the girls timidly protested, "We were just playing around. If I kicked your leg and claimed it was merely a game, would you accept that?" Bai Ming retorted with a smile that lacked warmth, causing the girls to shy away from his gaze. Su Shangsheng, resembling a child, felt a surge of pride, buoyed by the support around her. "If you also received a kick from me, consider it forgiven, but try taking one from Bai Ming." Teacher Su cleared her throat, signaling for them to temper their exuberance in light of the many leaders present.